Chapter 50, Ursula Myers. 133 AC. Ursula Myers. The first move had been to accept Lord Vance's offer contingent on his ability to keep my coast free of the Ironborn menace. His dynastic rule over the Myre lands would matter little if it became a blood-soaked wasteland, though I noted concerns over my skilled glass workers had moved him more than the cost in lives along Cragtreath. The time for me to play stupid had long come and gone with the sharper members of the Riverlands. There were always some who would underestimate me, and even Vance underestimated me, but their condescension took on different hues after Laughingnell. Now I had the novelty of cleverness, it became a game to try and test me. But the kind of men who wanted to combat me in this way had similar flaws. The womenfolk in their lives existed as caricatures. The jealous harpy, the tiresomely devout, the innocent maid or the scheming seductress. That was the problem when half your world wasn't allowed an original thought in your presence. You failed to recognize one until it was too late. In many ways, Albrecht Vance's ability to see how little I wanted to be wed and bred, and offer me a neat way out, made him a very dangerous opponent. The man hadn't fallen for my little display of familial togetherness for even a moment, though he was gracious enough given the number of ears on us. Lord Vance had barely batted an eyelid before intimating that perhaps the Red Wine fleet could be utilized in the defense of the western shores of West Eros. His certainty over his ability to move on Windpeak was a little chilling, as was his blithe acceptance of my condition. He was a very patient man. Perhaps the most patient foe I would ever face in my lifetime. If he had to wait a few generations for his goals, Vance was broad-minded enough to do so. If the man had true-born sons, I'd be in a much worse position, for he'd have taught them how to encircle me as whisper-soft as he had, and bide their time until circumstances were favorable. William's observations were really second to none. He had mentioned that little detail about Albrecht's personality offhand, a supporting point in his general knowledge around the Vances and their inclinations. Yet it had formed the key to my strategy. If I wanted to win, I needed patience as well. He was not a man to be defeated in a sennight, no matter how much I wished it. That did not mean that nothing significant could be accomplished, however. For this to work, I was going to have to look wealthy. It was not my inclination to display the newfound prosperity of my holdings in any kind of ostentatious manner. Not only to avoid any censure from Lady Aloise, but also out of my own inclination. I was not ignorant to its importance, and I'd made use of my gowns to declare new industries, but I still had the modern sensibility around professional clothing needing to be sleek and well tailored. Everything else still spoke to me as a little awkward at best, like wearing a ball gown to brunch, or overtly gaudy at worst. Yet my profession was lady to my people, so my household had not left me without the items my station was due. Nor would Ivana let me walk into Riverrun without weapons. The very next day, I rose at my usual hour to a guindolin practically vibrating with excitement. The night before, my hair had been washed and treated with winter rose oil, before being pinned, and I'd been forced to sit straight-backed in front of the fire to dry it enough until Cedra had pronounced me ready to sleep. At which point she and Janessa had hemmed me into the center of the bed and expressly forbade me from moving. The night had not been restful. Bemoaning the lack of white beans with which to make a dressing water, Gwyndolin set about her work gamely. Cedra normally took charge of my hair, but her task would leave her exhausted enough as it was without waking her at my usual hour. Instead of the typical hair tape, for the rest of the week my braids would be held in place by a string of freshwater pearls that normally served as my cincture. At the crown was a bun capped with a gold thread hairnet from Laughingnell's spoils. The rest, Gwyndolin insisted, had to spill down my back in those painstaking curls. I was a maiden and needed to display it. Fortunately, my hair was thick enough that we hardly needed rolls or false hair pieces to meet Gwyndolin's exacting standards. Unfortunately, this meant that my tender scalp was tugged at without mercy as she marshaled my wayward locks. From the corner, Septinicella watched with heavy-lidded eyes. It cheered me that early mornings did not come naturally to her, though I had to be careful to keep it from my features. She had an uncanny way of knowing when I was amused at her expense, and the price she extracted from my hide was never worth it. Once she'd contrived to have me do the laundry for the whole dormitory, where my noodly arms had failed to do much more than wet the robes as snickering laundry maids looked on, praising me all the while for my humility. Somewhere behind the bed hangings, Janessa snored. It was to some advantage that the Strongs had the perennial color theming of the unimaginative Riverland sigil designer. It meant that the blue, red, and green of my own house were quite neatly provided for. However, they had been a house of great wealth before the dance had seen them eradicated, so their offerings were of a finer quality than I would have been willing to purchase in winter. Ivana had been clever with the use of fabric for our household and ensured we would not be wearing clothes that looked too obviously like items thieved from the dead. Today, Gwyndolin had chosen one of the simpler gowns, likely to ease me into the process. It was bottle green, the square neckline and wrists thick with bands of netted gold thread. The bodice line slashed down from my waist into a sharp point, careful pleating emphasizing the rich abundance of fabric where the gown split. An underskirt of Janessa's design was pinned to the bodice itself. Black velvet was elaborately embroidered with the wealth of our house in glass beads, nacreous bivalve shell, and even scraps of fur and felt were repurposed into the image of willow branches in frost, their catkins glinting in the cold light. Around my throat was a simple gold chain. Such an offering would be thought thin and miserly by Westerosi standards, were it not draped with the work of the flame workers and ceramicists and the mire artisans, who had painstakingly melted colored glass rods into wax-formed molds or twisted thin strands molten material, resulting in a cascade of impossibly delicate white flowers. Framed with metal leaves and sepals, it declared the links we had to ore trade in the north. She should have something for her ears, said Septinicella, her jungle cat eyes narrowed in concentration as she prepared a willow bark tisane for the pain in my hand. Not with this style, replied Gwyndolin firmly, through a mouthful of pins, it will unbalance the image. The long line of neck is maidenly with the curls. Hardly the word I would use, came the waspish rejoinder, but it does look as though she went to a lot of trouble and then forgot to finish. I only have a few pairs, and we can hardly dole them out all at once without lessening the impact. We will need to make my limited jewelry seem a choice rather than a lack, I reminded the women, who glared at me as one. For moving or for speaking unpleasant truths, I could not say. My lack of jewels was partly because we were a new house. Everything was being purchased or made from scratch. Other houses with a long history could very well have half the incomes we managed to create this winter, but their great-grandmother had wed a Targaryen and had been gifted with rubies the size of quail eggs, or a filigreed diadem and golden rings from Dornish wars. Where I would catch the eye was novelty. I had references of images, styles, and motifs as yet unheard of in Westeros and an artist's ability to adapt. That I was not born to a noble house was not something others would allow me to forget, and trying to copy them too closely would only invite observations about where I fell short. But the bored and wealthy always enjoyed what was new, and no one wanted something more than the man who previously had been able to buy everything. My holdings and I had not been an interesting prize until recently. We had not been worth the effort of a victory against us, until our successes had changed Albrecht Vance's mind. At first, it was likely that Cormac had been sent to keep an eye on the situation after my father's death. A lord would have to be a fool not to want to keep abreast of a house where it appeared his natural son was married to the only likely heir. Even his removal from succession had to have upset the apple cart somewhat, but it would have been easy enough to remove me if Lord Vance had desired it. Especially in those early days. All my experiences in battle had taught me, was how easy people were to kill. It had probably been Cormac himself who had done more to breathe life into this new scheme than Vance had been prepared to. His interest in our inventions and works, his observations on the social changes being made that had to have intrigued Vance. More so when his overachieving spy had been so swiftly dispatched in so young a house. A fact we could attribute better to Ivana's skills than my own, but given the moves I had made afterwards, Lord Vance could be forgiven for his assumptions. The glassworks were already reaping rewards this deep into winter. Come summer, the Mire lands would do very well for itself on a very small population. The links to House Tully through my friendship with Kermit had simply been the icing on the cake. Now we were worth hunting, now we were worth the tugging at threads to see what made us twitch. Yesterday I had dressed soberly and for the important work that needed to be done for the Riverlands. For the rest of my time in Riverrun, I would dress for the benefit of my house, and to set the stage for a very particular performance. There would be some who wondered at my change in presentation. Fortunately, if one wanted a silver lining to the whole business, Lady Tully still had a number of marriage candidates for me to meet. For others, this could send a number of messages, allowing anyone the interpretation they found the most useful. It declared our wealth and trades, things quite unprecedented for a new house, but also for a new house in the middle of winter. The colors declared my allegiance to my house's sigil, yet the ubiquity of such coloring in the Riverlands meant they would also likely evoke the riches and strong fabrics I had been awarded from Harrenhal. Very carefully, there was no green in the Tully colors, and for quite some time my favorite fabrics had been a strong blue. The vague sartorial preference could be weaponized by its absence. Better still, black and green were also Vance colors. The time had come to stop hiding. Let everyone see what a prize Albrecht Vance was trying to snatch for himself. Key to his success was that no one would contest his control of my lands. And they would not unless given a reason. In many ways, I reflected, Lord Ewan had prepared me well for the summit. Lord Humphrey, your concerns about spring are wise indeed, I said, willing myself to stay calm. William had mentioned that the man had an obsession with the planting being an issue. He had failed to mention that handsome Lord Humphrey was so taken by the emergence of what may have been his first original thought, that he clung to it like a buoy in the storm. The man looked like he'd been painted by a master, but I was seized with a certainty that the right draft would whistle straight through his ears. Yet, spring is not here, and you have people to feed. Is it not prudent to join the Riverlands as a whole to purchase grain? If we are united, then the Reach will struggle to drive up the price any further than they already have. It is only if we break rank and squabble for advantage among ourselves that the plan will fail. I tried not to roll my shoulders in discomfort. There were always eyes on me when I spoke up at tables like this one, but today they lingered in a way that made me feel flayed. Gwyndolin's work produced better results than I'd have liked. These were not looks of appreciation, not as I understood it anyway. They were gazes that left a sensation akin to, I imagine, what livestock feels when a buyer comes to the pen. Lady Myers speaks some sense, but she is perhaps untutored in these matters, said an oily little voice. It was a lord I did not recognize. There were many of them, so it hardly signified. There is simply not enough grain to sustain all the riverlands for another 8 months. If the winter goes on for longer, there will be dire consequences. It will fall inevitably to this squabbling you suggest. That priority goes to those who can pay is only natural. Better that we continue as we always have. Your ideas are bold, my lady, but they ignore reality. Only the strong survive Westeros, and the Riverland lords are strong. There was some lukewarm cheering for that. The lord in question didn't really have the projection or the oratory ability to drum up more significant a response than that. Yet I could not discount that there were a number in favor. I reached up with my good hand and lifted one of the pieces of candied fruit on the table. I fed it into a sleek beak, before taking some for myself. I noticed the eyes on us. There always were in such settings, either because of my strange pet or because they recognized my unusual choice of taster. You have some wit to hide your ill will, I grant you, said Lady Frey, her tone as sleek and dangerous as any hunting hound, but it is no mystery who you think your house able to outpurchase. You think to outbid smaller houses. You think to outbid the North, or the Vale. At this, there was no small amount of muttering, though whether in favor I could not tell. Instead, I did my best to affect satisfaction rather than the jolt of surprise that had shot through me. I rearranged my feathered companion into a slightly more comfortable perch on my chair's arm, rather than at my knee. Lady Frey was not finished. She was not a beautiful woman, only the most generous would call her handsome. But she was arresting the way canyons are arresting and seemed hewn from the earth in the same way. When she spoke, men actively worked against the instinct to dismiss her. The envy was almost enough to choke me. You cry strength, my lord, said Lady Frey, nodding slightly in a show of deference more insulting than a slap, but my husband and I did not greet you at the God's Eye. It was the winter wolves who rode with us at 5-to-1 odds, were they not strong? In the Battle of the King's Road, 100 shattered Riverland armies joined our banners though they had no commander still living, were they not strong? The Vale sent 10,000 good men to fight at sea under the command of the Corbreys, were they not strong? Where were you during the dance, my good, strong lord? I don't recognize your face. The lord opposite her turned purple, but no matter his protestations now, the damage was done. Half the room was with my proposal already so that they'd not be seen on the same political territory as a craven and a braggart. Just once, I'd like my sound reasoning to be the thing that swayed the table, rather than ego or self-interest. It did not look likely in this lifetime. I resolved not to look a gift horse in the mouth. What my handmaidens had done, I was uncertain. But since yesterday, Lady Frey's responses had offered support to my suggestions, one way or another. Not all, for she was not enthused with the prospect of risking her soldiers at war to captains unknown to her, but certainly in matters of domestic policy we seemed aligned. I had been forced to take Lady Honorine's lessons to heart. My household was clever and capable. I needed to show a little faith that they would do their duty to me. Unfortunately, things were so busy at the summit that this delegation often left me a little on the back foot. If I did not quite know why Lady Frey was well disposed to me, I feared the wrong move might alienate her just as I was gaining support. Those unwilling to listen to some up-jumped house were a little more malleable in the face of the Frey ancestry. Perhaps you are right, Lord Gilbert, said Lord Blackwood peaceably, his voice pitched half an octave lower as though his boyish frame could be hidden by his oration, but I find myself unwilling to give the Reach much more than I have this winter. My vassals would be glad of the reprieve if they could join hands, and likely would relish the chance to protect their holdfasts from starvation. Resisting the urge to roll my eyes, I was being uncharitable towards him, but frankly I didn't care. I opened my mouth to explain why larger houses excusing themselves rendered the plan less than half as useful, when another voice spoke up. Silkily, Lord Vance waved an elegant hand and interrupted, while Lord Gilbert's enthusiasm may have insulted some, he speaks his mind. I can always respect that in a man. Better to have it out than to bleed in time with the other sheep, I say. In one moment, the sensation of satisfaction bled away, and I was left teetering over an abyss, wondering which way Lord Vance would shove. He had a handsome face. Perhaps when Ivana was feeling less murderous she'd appreciate the knowledge that her husband would age well, and an incontestable genuineness of expression. All this meant that Lord Vance was very difficult to dislike. Even when he was trying to defang winter policy that could save lives or steal your house out from under you. The heads in the room turned towards him. Watching Lord Vance's methods at the discussion table had been interesting. It certainly affirmed that my lurking sense of dread around Vance had been justified. I had noticed that Lord Vance enjoyed swaying opinions. I was guilty of the same vice, so I'd dismissed it at first. Yet no matter what I did, I could not see what his aim was during the summit beyond my lands, that is. It had taken me some time to gauge his stance, but once I spotted it, it was impossible to ignore. The solution, if I may be so bold, seems simple to my eye. Allow smaller houses to band together to form a united front. This will allow our vassals to stand strong this winter. But houses such as mine should not barge our way into such things. It seems unjust that we would benefit. Lord Vance gave an urbane little shrug, his expression affable. It was nonsense, of course, but it was nonsense with a patrician veneer. In truth, the names of houses like Vance or Frey were crucial in making the reach grain factors sit up and take notice. Without them, the smaller houses would have a harder time forming a solid purchasing block. It was a poisonous little bit of self-justification that would allow everyone to do as they wanted to in the first place. Which of course made Vance's proposal a resounding success. Gritting my teeth, I tried to remind myself that this would save lives, even if it wasn't on the scale I had hoped. Lord Vance enjoyed winning. It did not matter what the topic was, or how the chips fell. Unless something appeared to directly harm his interests, he had no opinion. This did not mean he would not wade in freely. Lord Vance, it seemed, enjoyed finding the threads to tug that would unravel his opponent's arguments. The man spun like a weather vane, chasing the currents for amusement. All the while he smiled and smiled until the people around him wanted to join in. Perhaps, said Kermit, his expression grave, but this only makes the need to strike swiftly at the stepstones more vital than ever. If the reach grain cannot feed the continent, we have to ensure our supply lines are open and defended. It will do us no good to endure 6 months of hardship only to be unable to survive a 7th. Or, gods forbid, another year. Even a swift spring, as Lord Humphrey emphasizes, will be hard going without supplies. Worse still if we must resort to eating the grain set aside for planting. Lord Humphrey looked beatifically at the gathered lords. His words were being heeded as wisdom by his liege. He practically glowed with satisfaction. In one offhand comment, Kermit now appeared to be quite abreast of the currents discussed among his lords as well as ensuring Lord Humphrey would be well disposed to Kermit's suggestion. It was neatly done. As I have come to expect of Lord Vance, I said, as warmly as I could, he finds the solution that moves both parties. King's Landing must miss you, my lord. That won me a warm chuckle or two from the table, including an indulgent one from Albrecht himself. Allowing me this familiarity over the past couple of days was in his interests, considering our prior conversations. If he played it right, it would cement his image as a generous patriarch to our house, and the firm hand that would steer its direction. It would leave me little quarter to protest his involvement in our affairs or his influence over Yelena. I allowed it. Indeed, dressed as I was, I wanted such an image. The gossips had been hard at work. Be speaking so candidly, the news of a potential Vance alliance from our blood ties would be spreading even in a great hall that appeared to be singularly focused on the task at hand. Behind everyone stood their household or their servants, and there were as many whispered conversations as there were ears to hear it. I had considered sending Cedra to spread word a little further among the servants, but I'd reconsidered. She would need her rest. I ran one finger down feathers as dark and iridescent as polished bronze and tried not to feel sick. Albrecht Vance did not give away any discomfort at not having been in control of releasing the information. Likely he had always planned to, if only to force my hand at an inopportune moment should I have refused him. But the manner of it, a conversation and a cry for help against the Ironborn, was key. I had reason to fear the raiders that was well known, and I had form in my eagerness to build alliances against them. I was a clever woman, this much had become common knowledge, but I was no warrior. The conversation at the table was breaking down a little. I watched Kermit deftly maneuver the conversation to the next talking point. He was better at managing the egos in the room than I was. It was always safer for me to flatter or flatten them. Kermit had methods that pricked at them, letting the air out like a slow puncture, making them malleable once more. I chanced to glance at Lord Vance. He smiled at me, warm and full of affection. It even reached his eyes. It made my stomach turn. Around me, the topic had once again turned to rationing. Without a firm hand, the conversation kept steering in that direction no matter the topic for discussion, oddly because it was considered the most acceptable of the proposed measures. Every lord was quite convinced of the necessity of the small folk tightening their belts. The trouble came when it was suggested that the excesses of the ruling house be curbed as well. I noticed one or two groups, notably members of house chambers and house diddings, were quite happy to do the fighting for me. I knew Gwyndolin had been hard at work with the diddings and silently commended her skills before I noticed the passion with which they spoke and the derision they held for those lords who would not adjust their habits. With a surprising amount of warmth, I realized that I had more like-minded souls in this room than I had anticipated. I made a note to have Janessa share the pamphlets on ration diets with them. They were also small enough that extending credit for a few glass houses would not be too troublesome on my treasury. I wanted houses with such instincts to thrive come summer. I could sense an opening in the conversation, which was turning swiftly from rationing to military support. I kept silent and sat draped in my green and black, glittering in the wealth of my house and smiling warmly at all these clever men. Courage, we are almost done for the day, said Honorine Tully, scratching Hamish's warped little head behind the ears. I may yet be overcome, I said, warningly, breathing heavily through my nose. At my shoulder sat Quoth, for the moment. I had left him with Cedra during the first meetings with suitors in deference to more genteel sensibilities. I had been counseled that it was best for a man to picture my incomes and influence when making his offer, as opposed to my other reputations. One did not wish to remind a prospective husband of their strangeness. It had been one thing when Quoth was an eccentric choice of pet for a lady, but it was quite another when you were faced with the prospect of having him lurking in your house and bedchamber. It would no doubt breed talk. But it was more important than ever that they all saw me with a fucking huge raven perched on the back of my chair. I fought back a yawn, boredom like cotton wool over my faculties. Still, there were some advantages to being trapped in a receiving chamber while the meat of Riverland politics took place outside. For one, I had a capable household and a loyal friend hard at work for my aims. For another, I had an unimpeachable alibi in Lady Tully and the various suitors we were to meet. A surprising number had been drawn to make an offer, lured by the Tully support and my newly declared wealth and standing. As Lady Tully had warned me all those months ago, I was expensive horseflesh indeed. A number had been obviously trying to make out the stoutness of my hips from the cut of my gown. Still, there were others who had some interest in my accomplishments, and asked after my industries or complimented my necklace. Most bewildering was the sharp increase in knights, but I supposed that was a result of Harrenhal. I may not have slain a dragon, but half the Riverlands knights had seen me ride unflinchingly to my fate in front of Ali's rivers and then survive her. The last was a double-edged sword in conversation, as Sir Wilburg Mannon had demonstrated. He wasn't a bad option, quipped Lady Tully, who had clearly decided to punish me for being mannerly in his presence instead of vitriolic. As he was no longer in the room, I turned an incredulous gaze towards her. The man forgot to press his suit until the very last moment, because he was too busy explaining how he would have forced Ali's rivers to surrender before it came to blows. A regal nod. Yes, I thought you might appreciate a knight who favored diplomacy. I snorted into my tisane. He favors his opinions, not diplomacy. If I wanted one such as him, I'd have never joined the faith. I find it unlikely you would not have entered it at all, given your concerns, needled Lady Tully, her blue eyes steady. She had been insufferable ever since she had witnessed my panic attack. The woman couldn't leave well enough alone. It was not enough that she had a handle on my weakness, but she wanted to probe at its edges to find the shape of it, work that I myself had not even done, so little could I stomach the thought. Sir Tymic Root was all right, I hedged, desperately wanting to avoid this line of questioning, and he was surprisingly interested in our agricultural works for a knight. I found his questions intelligent. House Root is close enough to you that you need be wary of them trying a similar trick as Lord Albrecht. Perhaps, but he was forthright in that he found my manners unwomanly and clear about what sort of arrangement he desired. I appreciate that he approached it in terms of a partnership with mutual benefit and links to Lord Harroway's town would be valuable, I said, evenly. Sir Tymic had even been quite handsome, with black curls and laughing brown eyes. He had an intensity of expression that was seldom seen. The man had not fidgeted or launched into speech the way others had. He was not uncomfortable with silence. A shame he wanted a large family. Lady Tully eyed me over the rim of her wine goblet, saying nothing as loudly as any shout. I let my gaze slide from her face to the goblet itself. Though it was heavily watered, I had not adapted to the Westerosi sensibility around alcohol. It was not yet midday. Far be it from me to counsel anything in a girl other than utmost prudence, but by the 7 you can be depressing, Lady Tully said, taking a generous sip from her wine. Startled, I glanced up at her. Lady Tully's stomacher had been pinned so stiffly to her gown that it was impossible to slouch. Instead, she affected a sideways slant along the settee that was made louche instead of laughable only by virtue of her attitude. She was resplendent in a brocaded Tully blue gown, the bodice of which had been sewn with draping chains of pearl and silver. The neckline would have been daringly low for her age had she not ensured modesty with a necklace that was, and I could not stress this enough, fucking laden with diamonds. Whenever I felt awkward about being overdressed, I simply looked over at her and realized I could get away with a good deal more glitter. It is simply the facts as I see them, I said, my voice stiff. I was in no mood to be interrogated as to my real expectations for a match. I was in no mood to contemplate the possibilities lost to me. My first life had hardly been a parade of gems, but none of them had needed convincing of my personhood or my rights to my own body. You have an artist's eye for beauty. I saw you contemplate Sir Riker and Sir Tymic both. Yet you approach the matter as though marching to the gallows. Will you not stomach even a little flattery? It is unbecoming for a man to not even be able to charm his wife. They compliment your incomes and dismiss you as a woman. Did Lord Tully flatter you? I asked, wondering what she was driving at. The woman spidered her conversation. She never spoke without weaving something. Whether it was ignorance that meant I was unclear still remained to be seen. Constantly, Lady Tully replied airily, prompting a snort from me. She allowed a small smile. I was almost half his age, you see, and prettier than his mistress at the time. A man makes certain allowances for a bride that young, and sulking terribly unless he spoke sweetly to me was one of the first things I had to work at. I am not a natural sulker, she continued, lying through her perfect white teeth. And you found this pleasing? I found it pleasing that he sought to please me. That he would not just open his mouth and assume delight at his hot air. Once you establish that, it takes very little to ensure he won't assume obedience not out of hand, anyway. You worry that I prefer ones who do not seek to please me. I worry that you prefer suffering to joy, Lady Tully snapped. It's terribly holy of you, your septa would be pleased. Nacella was always just septa. It sounded dismissive until you realized it was a title of honor. Nacella was the septa. The blueprint by which all others would be measured. The woman in question approved of anything that made her sound less like a thing of flesh and blood and more like some avatar of divine prudence, so she had never moved against Honorine's name for her. It was honest concern that I heard in her voice, so I did Honorine Tully the service of taking it seriously. I wasn't so green as to miss her point that there was fun and excitement in a new marriage if you did it right. That there could be enjoyment even in making my husband bend to my will. Yet even without the terror that would sweep through my bones whenever I contemplated a husband's rights to my body, I could not stomach the game. In my mind's eye I watched it, stretching out before me year on lonely year. My reluctance to give up sovereignty of my own body, was not something that Lady Tully could understand as anything more than a trifling obstacle to my goals. It must have looked like a leftover romanticism that made my paintings lovely and my heart sore. It quite clashed with my determination to be sensible about what I could get in West Eros. Finally, I said, I do not have a good answer for you, my lady. Only that my father let my sister marry a man the world would say was unworthy of her because her regard alone made him worthy. Madness enough with one daughter, yet it was a promise he extended to me as well. For a brief moment, I missed my father so much that every heartbeat pressed too hard against my ribs. If you say they are too dismissive of me as a woman, it is also that I am too dismissive of them as men. I cannot bring myself to find them worthy of me. But we might be able to respect each other as partners. That's more than most get. She stared at me, something unreadable in her eyes. I never really understood what about me Lady Tully found so fascinating. While I was from somewhere far away enough to make me alien, it was the things that I felt were the most human and universal about me that seemed to give her pause. Finally, Lady Tully asked, what would make a man worthy? I shrugged, because honestly, I didn't know myself. I could rattle off a list of traits for you, but I'd be making them up. We were silent for a long while. At last, there came a faint knock on the door at the end of the hallway. I could hear one of Lady Tully's ladies making the appropriate greetings. The final one for the day, and the most important. Lady Tully leant one arm on the settee. Her superior social rank meant she was quite expected to remain in repose, leaving me alone to rise and curtsy. As I got to my feet, something unexpected stole over me, moved me. Would you laugh, if all I can think to say is that when my sister gave birth, Theo wept with fear for her. I whispered, so quietly I thought she might not hear. She didn't laugh. It's no protection, Lady Tully said, not a little bitterly. Not from others, I hissed, aware that our visitor would be fast approaching. I will keep myself safe from others. But it means I need not keep myself safe from him. Love is fleeting, she replied evenly, those blue eyes like chips of ice. So is life, I snapped, all too aware that my death was not quite what anyone would have imagined. The door swung open, and I lowered myself into my best curtsy. Into the room strode young Lord Hugo Vance of Wayfarer's Rest. His house's enmity with the rival Vancess of Atranta was legendary in the Riverlands, and that was before the dance had gutted the realm up the middle. He sketched a bow to the pair of us and seated himself opposite our settee. He was very young. It was an unfair observation, we were technically of an age, but he looked smaller out of the plate armor he'd worn in the command tent at Harrenhal. Lord Hugo Vance was another young man thrust into a position of responsibility over his house, and the Greens had taken his father from him. Not specifically Lord Albrecht Vance himself. But then, Lord Vance's contributions to the dance were the subject of much scrutiny for other reasons. A tall, slim young man, who led his very well-respected house ably in time of war, Lord Hugo was considered something of a catch among the ladies of the Riverlands. His mere presence here would stir up the gossips. But I needed more than just Wittering to set my plan in motion. Lady Tully. Lady Myers. I trust you are well. Lord Hugo, a pleasure, I said, waving towards the table in front of us, in a silent invitation to help himself. He did not. Instead, Lord Hugo's head tilted at me in confusion. With a quick glance at Lady Tully's icy countenance, he realized that no elaboration would be forthcoming from that quarter, and so down to myself to provide clarification. My lord, let me put you at ease, I continued, it would be quite impossible for two heads of houses to marry. Not if I desired that my father's line would live on, which I do. Somewhat relieved, he broke into a smile, and I watched the tension leak slightly from his shoulders. When Lady Tully mentioned that she had someone for me to meet, I confess, I suspected matchmaking. It seemed unlike the lady to present an unsuitable pairing, Lord Hugo said, feelingly. Reaching out, he idly picked up a small square of cake. A simple sponge but flavored with rosewater and walnuts. One of my favorites. Taking a bite, he said, this will be about Albrecht Vance, then. You are very well informed, my lord, I said, but not too warmly. It would hardly do to begin the meeting already seeking his approval. Something told me he would not appreciate it, being so young. It would sound too much like condescension, even from an agamate. Hardly, Lord Hugo said, dismissively, quite enamored with the tiny cake, but that smiling villain was hardly subtle about corralling you the other day. Not to mention that half the keep is interested to learn how you are related. I take it he has a cousin or some such to offer you in marriage. His attitude was promising, if predictable. There really wasn't a house in the Riverlands with a good relationship, was there? Perhaps fellowship cannot last more than 3 generations. Actually, I replied, it would very much be in Albrecht Vance's interests if I never wed at all. He paused, a second piece of cake halfway to his mouth. My lady, I will not pretend at any skill with this kind of matter. I'd ask you to come to the point. I nodded sharply. Very well, the crux of the matter is this, Lord Vance seeks to have my niece made my sole heir by writ from King's Landing, I explained. At the mention of King's Landing, Lord Hugo's expression soured. Everyone's expression did that about the capital, lately. Especially if they had been a black. Yes, he said slowly, still looking as though I had wafted something unpleasant beneath his nose, I suspect he would be capable of that. It still does not explain why I am here, or why I should remain so. Are you so eager to leave my company, Lord Hugo, said Lady Tully archly, her smile a weapon. She looked for all the world as though she had been hosting the liveliest salon, instead of supervising a clandestine meeting between potential allies. To my utter delight, Lord Hugo met her gaze and went so completely red that I expected steam to leak out of his ears. I decided mercy might make him better disposed to me. Cutting in before Lord Hugo quite lost all his faculties, I said, my niece's father is Lord Albrecht's natural son. Quite lost to him, but now conveniently found. Lord Albrecht is eager to make ties. He is devoted to his family. My sarcasm was palpable enough to beat someone about the head. It took almost no time at all for Lord Hugo to put the pieces together. No lord with half a brain in Westeros was unfamiliar for plays to control their family line, and the Vances would have had old opponents in their ancient kinsmen at Fairmarket. The color drained from his cheeks as suddenly as it had arrived. He frowned, realizing the play. Nacella disapproved of people who could so obviously be seen thinking. It implied that there were moments their mind was at rest, which she found bewildering and not a little tragic. I was cut from a different cloth these days and was just happy to see the faculties at work. The summit had wrought a change in me. My father, I continued, applying pressure where I knew Lord Hugo would feel it, fought with honor during the dance. Lord Albrecht Vance wagered nothing and lost little. It is not by chance that he has the largest standing force in the Riverlands, Lord Hugo. I'll not see him devour what my father fought and died for. Lord Hugo's father had been killed in the battle at the Red Fork, leaving Hugo to pick up the pieces. I could see from his face that despite our difference in station, he had some fellow feeling for me. His jaw tensed and his lips went white where he pressed them together hard. But why would he think? Lord Albrecht Vance believes that I greatly anticipated my vows as a septa. He sees himself as offering a benevolent solution that benefits my interests as well as his. That my reward would be the sanctity of my own fucking body, and his would be the entire Mire lands for his house, went without saying. Lord Hugo glanced between us. Lady Tully gave no ground and forced him to once again engage with me. All you would need is to wed and have an heir in order to disrupt his scheme. Are you at risk of harm, my lady? Not yet, I said, delicately, and Lord Vance is not entirely wrong about his assumptions. But you have been quite publicly meeting suitors this summit. I am a river to my people, Lord Hugo. I will do as the well-being of my house demands. Something curious drifted over his expression. I was too busy willing my hands to unclench from the fists I had made to puzzle it out. I cannot make a credible offer for you, my lady, forgive me. Perhaps I could provide some other aid to your predicament, he asked gallantly, much to my surprise. I certainly hadn't expected chagrin, let alone that he would consider it. What a nice young man, I thought absently, even as I hurried to disabuse him of the notion. But you have cousins, yes? And we might have spoken some in the command tent at Harrenhal. Lord Hugo's brow furrowed slightly. His first cousins were much younger than he was, which was likely why there had been so little challenge for his seat despite his age. You are an unwed lord of equal standing to him, Lord Hugo, and so are your young cousins, said Lady Tully, gesturing to where he was sat, which makes you a threat. Now Lord Vance cannot afford to be patient. Ah, I see why I have been invited. Has Lady Tully suggested me as a distraction then? A threat to make him retreat or buy you time? Lord Hugo's eyes twinkled a little as he spoke. I found myself liking him for his willingness to be party to something that looked not unlike chaos. There wasn't any way not to like a young man bold enough to flirt in the general direction of Honorine Tully. Not at her, per se. Lord Hugo was still too intimidated for that. No, my lord, I replied, smiling wickedly, I would very much like for him to accelerate his plans. You are a worrier, William observed, his tone a little incredulous, for all his features were serious. I reject the charge, I snapped, unclenching my jaw and refusing to wince as my nerves made me aware just how long I'd held my face taut. I am simply aware of the stakes. I believe you are clever enough to be both at once, my lady. Well, in both cases, one never wishes to be seen to work at accomplishment, I said, folding my arms. The hallway was cold, and though I was accompanied by William and Sir Calm both, I was still nervous about being seen. A woman was only allowed to get caught on a certain number of assignations, and Lord Hugo's sudden interest in me had made me a topic of gossip once more. My time was limited before my absence would be noted, and reasons for it invented. Most thought he was impressed with my character and had sought my hand for his younger cousin, Edgar Vance, who was 12. It would be a very good marriage for a house like mine, made all the more plausible by the way I had chosen to present myself at the summit. It was evident to all that Lord Hugo was making a play for a link to an ambitious, wealthy young house, that was only set to get wealthier in the summer. When the summit discussion turned to glass houses, he was going to look very clever indeed. There were a few who believed that the young lord had fallen in love with me during Harrenhal and pined all the while. While laughable to those who had been present and seen that we had barely exchanged a word, it was certainly making the rounds among eligible ladies thanks to Rosamond's skilled conversation. It also, I noted, made Lord Hugo appear to be at least twice as attractive to the fairer sex as he had a sennight ago. Nothing moves a maiden so much as proof of a heart. The poor lad couldn't decide if he was thrilled at the attention or put out that he needed to keep gallantly rebuffing them. Some were decrying it as rank opportunism, given Lord Albrecht had revealed our, slightly scandalous, family connection. By being the one to release the information, and by couching it in such warm, paternal light, I had immediately given Lady Vance reason to be incensed with her husband's disregard of his true-born daughter, in favor of his natural son. Any of those theories worked for me. So long as it kept people looking. I shivered slightly, shifting on the spot. She was late. While being late to a secret rendezvous was rude enough, it was somehow a greater indignity that she was late to a meeting spot without any kind of fireplace. Trying to flex some feeling back into my fingers, I clenched and unclenched them slowly, as Septa Walburga had taught me. William's eyes focused on my hand where it had curled again from cold and tiredness. Reaching out slowly, he asked, "May I?" I nodded and fought the childish urge to hide it from him by tucking it under my armpit. He had seen it up close the day it had broken. I'd felt his gloved hand like a brand against my forearm where he had carefully avoided it in order to set my shoulder. William's fingers were warm where they delicately encircled my wrist, and he gently pressed the tips of my fingers down and away. He rocked the pressure of his own hand back and forth gently across my tense knuckles, until I could only feel the very faintest stretch. Hardly anything like as painful as Septa Walburga's exercises. This is a common injury with archers, though I did not know a broken wrist could cause it as well, he explained, hands steady. My father used to have to do this for me after I overextended myself. Did he have to? Surely you had hands, I teased. I could not quite tell if it was the fact that he was warm or that the stretch was particularly effective, but the pain started to seep from the tendons. I did, he agreed, smiling crookedly down at my wrist, but I was never one to sit still if I could run, and never one to do the slow work when the bow was more fun. I would have pushed myself until my hand gave out. William glanced up at me, grin still in place, eyes merry. Not that I am accusing you of anything, my lady. I rolled my eyes. Who have you been talking to? Septa Nicella nearly strangled me last week for much the same reason. He gave a low chuckle. No one, but I guessed right, didn't I? Septa Nicella says that if she catches me sticking my tongue out at anyone this summit, she'll make me eat soap. It is only due to her tyranny that you are spared such a fate. I shall thank her in my prayers, he replied, dryly. We stood for a long moment, until my hand was able to relax on its own. I cannot picture you anxious and fidgeting, I confessed, smiling, you always seem so steady. William's rueful expression spoke of stories I would have to pry from him later. It came with time. Behind us, the sound of footsteps. I turned sharply to see Lady Vance, her gown as black as night and crusted with pearls, marching towards me and flanked by her handmaidens. I had been to battle and seen vanguards with less killing intent to their strides. Behind me, Sir Calm and William fell into place. Lady Myers, I would speak with you about my husband's offer, said Lady Vance, in a tone mostly composed of flesh-eating acid. You were present during the meal we shared, were you not? I assumed it was made with your full support and consent, I answered sweetly. I try to meet people where they are. I'll thank you not to attribute that work of foolishness to myself, Lady Myers. Your septa assures me that you are a devout woman. You know the dangers of raising a bastard up higher than their station. Septon Axel wrote as much in his treatise on morality in the wedded state. An interesting contrast, I thought. A tone dripping with derision, yet the desire to display her intellect. It was a familiar song, though sung weakly. I resisted the urge to glance over my shoulder to look for Lady Tully, thunderous that I dare make the comparison at all. No, perhaps not that kind of vicious intelligence. Perhaps a little closer to Lady Eloise, trapped in too clever a mind to accept her lot, and with no way out she could bear. Indeed, I am, Lady Vance. You can imagine my concern. I do not deny that I wish for my niece to be named my heir, but my sister's marriage has proven fruitful. Will he acknowledge his claim to all their daughters? What of their sons? I wrinkled my nose. Of course, it was quite clear that Vance would do no such thing for fear of losing control over his game piece, but that would not feed into her fear. It is not to be borne, Lady Vance snarled, her chestnut hair falling into her eyes from where it escaped the pearl coif her ladies had pinned in place. I was not born to a noble house, but I can hardly imagine the predicament it will put your daughter in. My tone said otherwise, quite clearly, and Lady Vance gave me a look of such venom that I nearly took half a step back. That a bastards get be groomed to wed back into our line to sully the blood of my grandchildren, I'll not hear of it. I resisted the urge to punch her for her choice of words about Yelena and Theo. It was a close thing. Hopefully my fury could be attributed to other reasons. My own father removed my sister from the succession when she made her choice of husband, I said, nodding along to her and playing at dismay. In the end, it didn't really matter if she believed me, so long as she knew our goals were the same. An obvious lie was only a polite obfuscation. Plausible deniability. Cheeks flushing, Lady Vance spat, your platitudes mean nothing to me, Lady Myers. Not when you acknowledged their connection in front of half the Riverlands. Not when he came back to our chambers crowing that you had accepted his offer. Yes, I said, lightly, I could hardly refuse him. Lady Vance froze, her mouth halfway open to her next hateful invective against people with no control over the circumstances of their birth. Her slender, pale hands trembled with fury at her sides. She looked mad enough to reach out and strangle me. I found myself inordinately pleased. She was nothing like her husband. If I were to refuse him, he would simply have his old friend and ally draw up the paperwork acknowledging her. I would have no way to countermand it. It would not even require my signature, for it would simply become a matter of record that he was Theo Rivers' natural father, making Yelena an acknowledged child of both his house and mine. I stepped closer to her, enough that I could feel each heavy expulsion of breath as Lady Vance tried to marshal her outrage. You know your husband better than I, my lady. Is he the kind of man who will simply accept that I protest his acknowledgement of Yelena? Or is he the kind to chase his goals to the end, even if it means sullying your grandchildren with a union to one of bastard blood? Victory, she answered, bitterly, is the only mistress he ever claimed to have. I let her words fall between us, heavy and final as a blow. I am my father's only rightful heir, Lady Vance, I said into the silence and cold of that hallway, my breath coming in clouds now, so believe me when I say I keenly feel your outrage for your daughter. But if we act in haste, he will simply outmaneuver or outweight us. I've spent all morning watching him. As you say, the victory is all he prizes. What is to be done then, gasped Lady Vance wretchedly, eyes wet with furious tears. Her love for Emmeline was sincere, any fool could see that. I found myself wondering how someone who wore their heart so obviously on their sleeve could ever have been wed to Albrecht Vance. Maybe she had thought they were the same? Be as sullen as you wish in public. You must rail against your husband's plan, but only in private, let him find no peace. Pretending to agree with him will only draw his wrath or his suspicion, I said, sharply, my now straightened left hand slicing through the air as though I could forbid the action with a gesture. Next, you must needle him about Lord Hugo's offer. What plans does he have if I feel honor-bound to accept such a generous proposal? This will irritate him, yes, but we need him irritated. Any plans he makes to counteract this move, I hope you will share with one of my ladies. After today, we must not cross paths. Finally, I gestured to William, who stepped forward smartly. This is William Burleigh. He is sworn man to Lord Blackwood, who is, as I understand it, quite fond of your daughter. Chapter 51, Cedra, Kermit Tully, William Burleigh. 133 AC. Cedra. At first, the Raven had been able to handle the frantic correspondence between the mistress and her sister. It was everything else that wore her until she was fit to molt. The flights to King's Landing had been especially exhausting, but mistress did not trust other birds. Nor should she. None were better. Her siblings and father had been sharp death to the scale wing in service to mistress. Though even before they had been given honors for their special status as father's children, the humans of the Wide Wet seemed to better understand their value. It was a shame to leave a place where they were offered their due in blood-red berry and shining trinket, for this new nest where the humans waved sticks or, worse, ignored them. Idly dropping the pine needles from her perch, the raven watched them flutter and spin on the wind that blew through the branches. This was pleasing. While she did so, the half-cracked shutters from the open window carried the sounds of conversation. Better to let the ironborn soften them up, surely, came the voice of a human woman, like a berry sweet talon. You're not as subtle as you like to play, my dear. You'd prefer them all dead and pillaged for fear of Emmeline's prospects, chuckled the tall man, his hands folded in front of him idly as he contemplated the roaring fire, but I did not wed you for your arts. Human flinches were funny things. Other animals make themselves look larger in the face of a threat. Humans instead tried to make themselves look smaller, by squinting the eye or hunching the shoulder. By the time she was old enough to take wing, father and nest brother had seen to it that she'd only glare balefully at whatever tried to push her off her perch. Perhaps the human woman did not have siblings? I simply suggest that if they are desperate for aid from you, you'll find them more malleable. The tall man smirks. Ravens do not have lips with which to imitate the expression, but the urge to declare triumph is one shared by all living creatures. For all the girl was clumsy in her attempts to manipulate me, one cannot deny that she is a thinking creature. The lands were nothing but a spit of mud when she arrived. If I allow the Ironborn to leave the holdings desolate, there will be nothing worth anything for our house to claim. Lands, I can acquire. Clever industries are a significant investment. Not to mention this new charter she is trying to keep quiet. Charter, came the exclamation. Genuine surprise from the woman. Mistress's allies had done their work well. That burly fellow is not as discreet as he should be, for one she has so close in her confidence. Half the Riverlands is waving handkerchiefs about his knightly conduct and the other half are wagering if Tully or the Dragon Slayer had her maidenhead first. The tall human took a generous drink from his goblet, the smile never leaving his face. Unbidden, she hissed. Something in her went poisonous with fury. I was unaware you had a friendship with him, or that such rumors abounded, replied his companion, the rings on her fingers catching the light when she tightened her hands. The human woman had straightened her shoulders but had not untucked whatever nameless part of herself she'd hidden at the tall human's barb. Like a clever raven nest guard, feigning an injured wing to lure predators. Of course they do, Petal. Half of them were Emmeline's foolish work, which nearly put paid to the whole affair, snapped the tall man, a suggestion of teeth behind that fixed expression of good humor. She is not quite a raven in this state, but still, she struggled to understand the cues humans had for their predators. So many of them were other humans. Yet, he continued, I can make use of such things, if I have to. Gossip is a crude weapon but is often the most effective way to handle a woman. All she has is her reputation, really. Such a thing is easy enough to ruin even without dirtying one's hands. The raven tilted her head. Something in her desperately wanted to squawk and caw, but that otherness held it fast within her breast. You're a fool if you think she'll bend to you. What girl does not wish to marry a good lord? The tall, smiling man leant over and took her wrist in his hand. The woman hissed sharply before cutting herself off. Be assured that the lady has no desire for a husband. She suffers their attentions and seeks to placate Lady Tully. The girl dresses as she is bid, but see how she declares for our house? I have made her an attractive offer indeed. She will leave this summit without a betrothal, that I promise you. Dropping the woman's hand, the man took another sip from his goblet. It may not be up to her, if Lady Tully is as involved as you claim. Already she parades Lady Myers in front of greater catches. I hear it was she who introduced Lord Hugo to the lady. A pause, the goblet halfway to his lips again. Lord Hugo Vance? Why on earth would he be interested in her? What do I care? If she weds him, you can put this whole foolish notion to bed and spare our daughter the sullying of our line. My line, darling? Answer me. There were bared fangs in the man's voice, but he never stopped smiling. Lord Hugo is said to be half in love with her already. Lady Rosamond was quite sickening about it. He claims to want to wed a young cousin to her, but his behavior has not been that of a man looking to make an alliance, snapped the woman, rubbing her wrist where he had gripped it. A scoff. As though the child has any charms to recommend her. She's certainly not rich enough to tempt that lout, and what little beauty she possesses is hardly worth remarking on. Not to mention the deformity in her hand. No, he's got wind of my interest, the brat. The man steepled his fingers together, pressing them to his lips as he thought. I can still make use of this. These attentions will likely distress her. The further she feels from her goal, the more she will cleave to my aid. The woman shrugged, her expression sullen. Be that as it may, he's ready to press his suit as we speak. Perhaps she thinks you will not do as you have promised. I have already heard how she speaks to you. She doubts your influence in King's Landing. Well, I'm sure such doubts will fade once her niece is made her heir and an acknowledged member of our family. Your family, my lord. Oh my dear, You do take things so delightfully personally. There was a long, injured silence from the room. The man rose and went to a desk. After some time, he rang a bell and some other human came creeping into the chamber, receiving a rolled piece of parchment. The raven did not have lips with which to smirk, yet the sensation bubbled within her anyway. She settled for puffing her breast like she might to scare off some foolish roostling who wanted her perch, before she rose into the night on sable wings, and became swift death to the fool raven who served the enemies of her mistress. A conversation overheard by Sir Calm as he stood guard outside. Did you bring the wax and seal, hisses Janessa, though there is no one in this hallway who could likely hear. Sir Calm allows that even a low volume carries through the oak door and so discretion was probably wise. Here, we do not have long. He's gone to tell that lady of yours that his half of the bargain is being fulfilled. Lady Vance is not a softly spoken woman, for all her courtesies were well learned. Even her whispers are harsh. Read this, does the hand resemble his closely enough? I kept the wording from that part of his missive. It is a good likeness. Make sure you end it without any titles or house words. My lord husband likes the appearance of occupation it gives him. He can often be heard saying that a busy lord without a scribe has no need to remind others of what they should already know. Sir Calm reflects, briefly, on the sheer amount of information a wife might provide to one's enemies if they so chose and resolves never to marry. Very well, give me a moment. There is a long pause, presumably while the wax heats over a candle flame. Papers rustle. He will be angry at the delay. Your Lady Myers will bear the brunt of it if she expresses her displeasure, and the summit is an arena where my husband knows how to draw blood. Sir Calm fancies he can hear the smirk that must cross Janessa's face. My lady can handle him. Besides, she wants him angry. When can we expect to hear from Lord Benjicott, murmurs Lady Vance, her voice tight with worry. Soon, before the end of the summit. The more public, the better. It is a rare lord who will allow his pride to be pricked so sharply in front of his fellows. A young man will do much in service of a lady in distress and think himself very fine afterwards. Kermit Tully. There came a time in every man's life, Kermit was certain, that you became aware the women around you were intent upon something. It was similar to how he imagined Corlys Velarion's tales of his voyages, when the sea snake had sailed through shark-infested waters. The beasts had not been resolved on devouring his crew, but they'd been very aware of the sailors as a potential option. It had been something of a surprise to see Albrecht Vance take Ursula under his wing. Kermit admitted to some trepidation, given the letters he'd received before around water rights and the gentle suggestion that perhaps House Myers would not be able to handle the extensive territory they had been given, poor though the land may have been. He had been sure to inform her that evening, but Ursula had smiled with such a crystalline viciousness that Kermit had promptly decided this was one of those situations where he would be of more use to her ignorant. Ursula's household were not especially known to him, but that pretty blonde had been hard at work among the other lords and ladies gathered. His own mother was having a number of bewildering conversations with houses she did not particularly show favor to, such as the Malisters, the connecting thread of which was a little beyond him. Not to mention that his betrothed had gone glassy and remote in company, writing and receiving letters with a fury. Lady Aloise did not circulate the room as the others did, but he noted that her own Mouton household practically blurred with speed as they flitted from place to place. Kermit left the ladies to it and hoped they did not notice him clinging to the flotsam of his barely functioning sanity, amid the currents of the summit. He was not certain he could be of any use as it was. The whole affair was bringing the cracks in the riverlands into sharp relief. His ascent to the Lord Paramount's seat had been a blood-soaked blur. There had been a war half waged, and Kermit simply hadn't had the space to panic. It did not matter that grief battered him like a storm, because he'd been made Lord Paramount and swiftly ridden to war. It did not matter that he could barely remember half the men he was serving with, or the taste of blood in his mouth during each agonizing press further into Tumbleton. Taking stock could come afterwards. First, he had to survive. High on the dais, surveying the lords as they filtered in for one more round of clawing at each other for advantage, Kermit admitted that this meant he had left himself open for far too long. His grandfather had not been allowed much access to his education, so Kermit knew little of what he might have advised. Whose decision that had been, Kermit knew he would never find out. His parents had not always had a harmonious marriage, but on the subject of him and his brother they had been a united front in all things. Yet his father and mother had always counselled Lord Grover Tully as to the webs of the Riverlands and the many feuds and factions about which he would need to keep abreast, if he wanted to survive as Lord Paramount. The conversations in the Great Hall were interesting, to say the least. On the surface, the discussion was about the food-growing methods that House Myers wished to share for the benefit of all in the Riverlands. Ways and means to feed a population without stripping the earth of its reserves. Beneath the waves there surged other currents. The instinctive distrust of new ideas swam hand in hand with suspicion as to their source. He could offer no support for Ursula at the moment, beyond keeping order and presiding over the summit. No one had been foolish enough to insult her outright, and Kermit could not afford to spend the coin of his authority snarling and snapping at little slights. It would be rather like attacking a fly with a great sword. This was not to say that 100 swarming flies was a pleasant experience for his friend. Ursula herself was holding her own admirably. She had garnered the support of House Chambers and House Diddings in one fell swoop, it seemed. Lady Frey had clearly taken a liking to Ursula, despite Kermit's certainty they had never spoken, and was doing a good deal of work shutting up the loudest idiots. Several lords who his mother had spoken to were, while not precisely supportive, eager to argue with those who disagreed with Ursula's proposals in favour of the Stepstones venture. Not to mention that Lord Hugo Vance was being so obviously preferential, Kermit worried he'd have to take the man out to the yard and interrogate him as to his intentions. Kermit noted that Ursula was significantly more ornamented than was her usual wont. Her hair was unbound and maidenly but held back from her face by some sort of hooded band in black velvet, encrusted with pearls. The forest green gown she wore was brocaded in gold thread patterns, and she positively glittered with unusual jewellery as she had done all se'night. Ruefully, he reflected that his friend must be getting serious about her marriage prospects. Whether this was a result of his mother's advice or her own initiative, Kermit couldn't say. She wore it well, nevertheless, and he wished her luck. There was an itch at the back of his mind, however, as he watched her. The memory of fear in her voice when she'd discussed it with him. She was a discerning woman, Kermit reassured himself, and supported by his own lady mother. Ursula would not be led into disaster, for all she was reluctant to wed. The lady could hardly do otherwise, there being no heirs to House Myers, and Ursula was a creature of duty. An attribute she was exemplifying now in discussion. Or at least, Kermit thought, his eyes narrowing despite himself, she had been. Albrecht Vance had gotten involved. First, he had been a skeptic in the discussion of how glass might be used to grow supplements for the diet in winter, given the expense, which Kermit had witnessed put off a couple of houses he knew to be well able to afford such a luxury. Now he was interrupting Ursula's explanation of methods and sources that would not require an expensive purchase from her house. If it would not have run entirely counter to his attitude prior to today, Kermit would have assumed Lord Vance simply did not want her to succeed at all. Lady Myers, came Lord Albrecht's jovial tones, while these, diverting little discoveries from your septas are of interest, it is quite impossible for all holdings to implement them as you have. The man gave a gesture towards the window, and continued, my own fair market borders the same river as yours, yet I have no mire available to farm bivalves, was it? Or perhaps those little insects. Fascinating though such a venture might be. Lord Vance gave a little smile, a gesture made poisonous by how lukewarm it was. The thrust of his argument was plain to Kermit in that his actual concerns mattered not at all. Only that other lords heard the courtly and powerful Lord Vance decry such methods as backwater or disdainful in some way. The man was not so unpracticed as to sneer at Ursula. Far more deadly were his publicly gentle attempts to correct her. As a doting grandfather might a wayward child. Where Kermit struggled to make heads or tails of the situation, was this man's purpose. For the last few days, Lord Vance had been all things agreeable to Ursula. Lord Vance's position on matters was nearly entirely inscrutable to Kermit. One could never tell when he'd turn up or which way he would point. This had made his, heretofore, geniality towards Ursula interesting indeed. John had been intrigued by rumours of a family connection, but Lady Tully had swooped in with a velocity and insisted that she was seeing to the matter. Kermit had been so pathetically grateful to have one less thing to worry about, he'd promptly buried himself in ledgers once more. It was occurring to him, as he watched Vance pivot from a previously neutral stance on Ursula, that he perhaps should have insisted on being kept informed. Lord Vance, came Lord Hugo's unruffled reply, flashing a smile in Ursula's direction, this summit is about how our holdings are to survive winter. If even one of these ideas eases burdens, surely that is to the good. My lady, said Lord Vance, blatantly refusing to reply to Lord Hugo though everything about his posture and tone was affable, please do not take it as reproach, your earnestness does you credit. Between the glass and your little pamphlets, many in the Riverlands might find ourselves quite indebted to you. That prompted some uneasy stirrings. Kermit bit back a scowl. The man knew his trade, that was clear. The Riverlands did not, as a rule, look to its neighbours for help. And if they did so, such measures were historically extremely temporary. It was why his announcement of a summit had been received with some interest. House Tully's own power was a teetering thing, and the whole of the Riverlands was cliff-shaped. It was no secret which houses had always commanded more men or funds, and pretending otherwise was likely more suspicious than open declaration. There had been those in his ancestry who clung to a patron of sorts. A lordly house or faction that had bolstered support for House Tully in times of strife. As much as the thought rankled, there was sense in his house's ancestors biding their time when it was prudent. An ally today could be cast down in a generation or so if the need arose. Nevertheless, it was Kermit's hope that his time as Lord Paramount could be used to shore up the Tully position somewhat. The banked wildfire of the dance was simply a cessation of hostilities for now and had betrayed the risks of needing to lean too heavily on other houses for strength. He had no doubt that in the next 10 or 20 years, people would once again lose their heads. Kermit was determined that the Tullys would not be unprepared when that inevitable bloodbath came once again. Indeed, half the successful appeal for the campaign in the Stepstones was to encourage independence from the Reach's grain prices. Riverlanders were headstrong and independent, like bad-tempered horses with doublets. And like horses, Kermit thought, they could be easily led with treats. A number of the more odious individuals whom Lord Vance had placated these last few days were unpeeling themselves from the woodwork to speak up now. Nothing they said was of any substance, but it did not matter not half so much as an authoritative tone and the appearance of a consensus. Indeed, spluttered Lord Geraint, of the Butterwells, my holdings are not along any tines of the Trident, let alone wetlands. What say you to that? Why should she say anything at all? The Dairies have made good use of these methods despite not having extensive woodland, cut in Lady Rosamond silkily, just as the conversation was becoming more obviously terse, or does Lord Geraint require that other lords instruct him in how to take or leave advice? Watching Lord Geraint bluster in the face of the amusement rippling about the hall, Kermit recalled suddenly that his mother had suggested Lady Rosamond as a potential bride, and allowed that at least his mother had good taste. Ursula gave a wry little expression at the gathered lords. Peace, my lords. As Lady Rosamond says, these are only suggestions. The information is offered freely. A blessed relief from the copper counting of previous days. That won her a good, stout laugh, yet Vance was waiting in the wings. I hesitate to speak so harshly, my lady, but it is precisely for that reason I cannot help but doubt. Nothing worth having in this life is free, said Lord Vance with another one of those unsettlingly warm smiles. It was like watching a scorpion put on a sleeping robe. Of course not, my lord, I obviously stand to gain, came Ursula's prompt reply. That brought Vance up short, but he rallied so swiftly that Kermit doubted anyone not tutored by his own lady mother at reading faces would be able to catch it. I commend your honesty, my lady. A rare thing. Perhaps you would be so good as to explain, so that any who chose to take your advice and the scribblings of your septas, might do so with clear eyes. Ursula gave an urbane little shrug, the gesture oddly making her look her age. So many of her mannerisms often failed to do so. Simple, my lord, I desire the health of my neighbors. There was a snort from the crowd, and even Kermit found himself having to control his expression. Perhaps not for the reasons that others assumed. Oscar often joked that he was the only lord in the Riverlands who took his role seriously. This had, fortunately, been proven untrue by many during the summit. But his role of Lord Paramount was a lonely one. It was hard to balance the needs of a ruling house with the necessary concern for his vassals' welfare. There was something he wanted to build. He and Ursula had the shape of it, even if the words failed them. It would require a unity of purpose that the Riverlands never truly possessed. Perhaps surviving this winter would change that. It was not, Kermit knew, the usual opinion of a Lord Paramount. His father had been very clear about it in lessons as a boy. Some men see a map of the world and wish to grow gardens or raise cities. Others reached for a napkin. It is for that reason that I support this effort Lord Tully champions in the Stepstones, Ursula continued, gesturing widely. Even if winter were to break in 3 months, many of us are looking at empty stores. If we can implement these measures and hold fast for a time, then we buy breathing room for trade to come through the Stepstones. I'd rather be beholden to a Riverlander than a Reachman. It was a good line, and ought to have bought her more support than it did. Unfortunately, her opponent did not allow the words to settle. Lord Vance laughed gently, as though Ursula had said something amusing. Perhaps to him, she had. My dear lady, you are new to your station. Are you certain your family are from the Riverlands? The laughter this time was brighter, like the edge of a sword. Ursula was losing the crowd and Vance was seeing to the loss being cruel. At this, Kermit hissed through his teeth and opened his mouth, only to hear Ursula fire back. It is a promise of a better future. I would think that you of all people, Lord Vance, would understand how enticing I find such an oath. I detest empty promises. I myself, make none. Ursula's grey eyes glittered with unspoken accusations. She was not normally so expressive in company. Kermit tilted his head. Hardly a fair charge, my lady, given our short acquaintance, said Lord Vance, taking a sip from his goblet. Is it? I try not to overreach. I would welcome your advice in such matters, said Ursula, so plainly false that it barely counted as courtesy. They were clearly talking about something other than Ursula's recommendations and had been for some time, but Kermit struggled to make out the shape of it. Someone was not fulfilling an oath of some kind. That was the best he could do. She turned to face the room, speaking with that same confidence and authority that made her so unusual. Ursula did not suit being a young woman, and Kermit was seized with the certainty that she would have this command of herself always. The ravages of time would do nothing but wrinkle her. What happens to our neighbors is of interest to us all. Should you falter facing the cruelties of this winter, plague, bandits, or starving small folk may come across my border. Hungry small folk are poor workers. Dead men plant no grain. What can you hope to leave your children after this winter if you cut the world to the bone? Sir Regis spoke up, his naturally ruddy face only made more so with outrage, and missed the point so completely it was as though Kermit was watching someone ride backwards into a charge. Most of our houses hark back to the Dawn Age, Lady Myers. There is much more our children inherit from us than mere grain. That your father left you a keep and a new house does not. He left me his honor and his esteem, my lord. Armor I will wear all my life. What will you leave your heir, I wonder, said Ursula, her tone as dangerous as any shadow cat that lurked among the trees. The good sense to mind her own borders and let others mind theirs, said Lord Vance, but with such good humour that no one seemed to see it for the censure it was. Instead, they laughed merrily, as though he had made the wittiest jape of the day. Privately, Kermit was taking notes. For all the other lord made the hair on the back of his neck stand up, you could not deny that Albrecht Vance could command an audience the way some men could command a company of soldiers. Yet Ursula only smiled triumphantly and raised her own goblet towards Albrecht. There you are, Lord Vance. The middle ground once more. I wondered where you would find it. Pardon. For the first time, there was an edge to the lord's tone. The scraping of a blade being drawn from its scabbard. The middle ground, my lord. You seek it at every turn. You believe the purchasing blocks to be an overreach for larger houses, yet you encourage smaller ones to join together in their trifling little pursuits. Thus, disregarding the insult that offers to those houses wise enough to use the power of their names to support their neighbors. Here, Ursula gestured with a surprising amount of warmth towards Benjicot, who only nodded solemnly instead of baring his teeth. If such fellow feeling persisted, perhaps Kermit might be able to share a drink with more than one of his friends at a time. You support the rationing measures, but only for a few months, despite Lord Humphrey's reasonable concerns about grain supply for spring planting and Lady Frey's concerns about feeding another campaign. Yet on the subject of war in the stepstones, you have held silent in the tall grass where others have bravely stood for or against such an objective. Though there is hardly a measured middle to champion when the options are simply stay or go. My lord, I feel I should warn you, that by your silence you are in danger of publicly forming an opinion. That one drew a few smirks. Lord Vance was a well-known figure in the Riverlands. Frankly, Kermit reflected later that night, it had worked in his favour. Nobody had paid any attention at all to Ursula's reasonable point that her neighbours' concerns would become her concerns very swiftly in a winter this bad. Instead, they had recalled Lady Frey's censure, and Lord Vance's vacillating opinions being exposed to derisively. No lord wished to be thought of as cowardly in the face of the stepstone issue, and had been rather resoundingly in favour after that. A good result to end the summit on. Yet he could not erase from his mind the expression on Lord Vance's face, just before Kermit had interrupted and moved the topic along. It had been lit from within with rage. A conversation overheard by Lady Vance, sat behind a screen close to the fire, who smiles to herself as she takes another sip of her tisane. And then, giggles the child, who was at that flighty age where girls seem to communicate with such breathlessness that it is a wonder they do not keel over. He declared that Lady Emmeline was the finest woman in the Riverlands and asked to be allowed to court her. No, gushes another voice, who honestly sounds too old for such things. He faced her father for love of her? It's like something out of a song. Hardly, snaps a woman whose embroidery is being disturbed by the delighted exuberance of the girl seated next to her. Lord Vance's conducts himself with every courtesy. Well, perhaps the discussions had not gone so well that day, for his response was most unmannerly. What did he say? Oh, I was not close enough to hear, but Lady Rosamond was. Apparently, it was something to the effect of Lord Benjicot presuming too much. No lord would allow their heir to wed into another house, it would be madness. Except I believe he was a good deal harsher than that. Oh, poor Lord Blackwood. To be separated by station in the face of such love. The girl is plainly delighted by the shape of Lord Blackwood's suffering. He will have no choice but to long for her, but forever be denied her hand, comes a heady sigh. And to have braved the crow to ask it of him. Do you think he will write her letters? If her father has any sense, he'll have Lady Emmeline's correspondence watched. Life is not a song, and many a young man or woman has been led into folly by clinging on to such fanciful notions long after they should, barks the enterprising embroiderer. It was foolish of Lord Blackwood to make the offer, and so publicly. No doubt Lord Vance had no choice but to be harsh. His daughter is his only heir. If he wants his line to stay in the seat of his house, it stands to reason that she'll not be allowed to wed a rival house. Otherwise, the Brackens would have swallowed the Blackwood territories about 3 generations back. You'd think Lord Benjicot would remember such a thing. William Burleigh. I suppose I cannot force the issue more than I have, said Lady Tully, her yellow hair glinting in the light from the window. They were stood in the receiving hall as the men outside prepared boats for the departing lords and ladies. Bill had faced a dragon unblinking. He manfully resisted the urge to shuffle his feet. With all due respect, Lady Tully, Lady Myers has no wish for a husband. Would you have her shackled to one who does not know her worth or resents it? Shaking his head, Bill held fast. Wedding someone suitable was the swiftest way to prevent Lord Vance from encircling her house. Or at least a strong link in the chain. If the lady desired it at any point, she would have said so. It is not a question of the girl changing her mind, it is a question of knowing all the facts. On the subject of marriage, she will not be free all her life. The world may decide the issue for her, sneered the woman, folding her arms. The world may do as it pleases. I will do as honor demands, answered Bill, quietly. There was a long pause. He refused to look away. Lips pursed, Lady Tully replied, you do her too little credit. She does not know you are even an option. Stung, Bill opened his mouth to reply, only for Lady Tully to turn and face the doorway. Lady Myers. I have come to see you off. Kermit sends his regrets, but he is holding back Sir Timok in a truly tedious conversation. He assures me that you will understand it as a token of his esteem. She wore a long black gown of crushed velvet, crusted at the wrist with those nacreous, impossible flowers she favoured, and her hair was pinned high on her head. It was a simpler affair than she had worn during the summit, but Bill supposed that she was likely running out of gowns and glitter. Ursula smiled at Lady Tully, a polite thing, full of teeth. I spent the last se'night securing him ships and a united purpose for the Riverlands. Waylaying an overeager suitor is the least he can do. She turned to him, her eyes warm. Thank you for your help, William. Truly. Lady Tully, said that vicious, grey septa, come observe the handmaidens preparing the boat with me. Delightful, came the dry response. The pair swanned off without even the decency to be subtle and souron about it. The septa was alarmingly unreadable, but Lady Tully's aim was plain, even if it seemed absurd. Like wooing the sky. One didn't go proposing marriage to a sunset or a storm. Ursula stood and watched them go. Bill leant against the stone sill and watched Ursula. Why are they leaving us alone, she asked, tilting her head sideways to better hear him as she kept an eye on her household through the window. They want me to propose a marriage, Bill admitted, heart in his throat. Are you going to? She asked, her voice unreadable. He shook his head. Not unless you want me to. Ursula watched him for a long time. Bill did not mind. His eyes traced the line of her neck, the sharpness of her jaw. He noted the dark circle beneath her eyes, and hoped that the journey home would be restful for her. When the tension went out of her shoulders, Bill gave a half-smile in response. She returned it. Well then, they desire us to be uncomfortable, she said, that small smile still playing at the corners of her mouth. I'll start. What made you come south, anyway? She never did approach conversations like he expected. Startled, Bill told the truth. I did not fit where I was. I went to find somewhere I did. The word is full of third sons crying similar refrains. I was nothing special. She picked at her thumbnail, that mirror gaze of hers as distant as the stars. You speak of your family with such fondness in your letters. Is it hard being so far away from them? Bill shrugged, uncomfortable. It was hard, but not so hard as staying. The thought always stuck in the throat, like a betrayal. You were in the September and planned to stay. Did you not miss your father? He blurted out, because he was a fool. Yet she understood what he'd meant to ask, the piece of her soul he had so clumsily demanded in his numb and fumbling avoidance. I do not know. On the one hand, I did, terribly. On the other hand, I might have missed who my father was to me, rather than the man true. The last time my father saw me in person, I was about 11. When I came home for the first time, I was shocked to discover that I was taller than Ivana. Her voice thrummed with sorrow. The last time I saw my father, Bill offered, I only came up to his chin. He is not one to write. Usually, Dana lets me know if he has much to say. She sat beside him, perching on the window ledge, her thick hair falling forward over her shoulder. As she always had, Ursula took him in stride. Bill thought it only fitting that he try to do the same. My father wrote me enough letters to beggar himself with the cost of paper. Every time he'd make the same promises, as though he feared I'd forgotten. He'd always complain that I never wrote enough. He'd whine like Dickon did when he didn't get the last sweet, even if I sent 3 sheets for every one of his. Bill felt the laugh punch out of him against his will. My father's missives, when he cares to send them, are always the same. That he is well, that our family is strong. That he is sure I am an honorable man. Dana's letters were full of the truth, for good or ill. It made his father's communications difficult for him to read without swearing, or practicing his draw in the yard until his was too tired to think. Well, said Ursula, her voice soft, he's right about one thing. There was a long, comfortable silence as they watched Septinicella and Lady Tully exchange barbs that sounded to the ear like perfectly normal statements. The sounds of lapping river tide and the creak of ice where it broke off at the sides of the bank. My teachers for most of my life have been Blackwood men, not my father, he said, finally. She nodded, gesturing ahead. Septinicella is the only mother I have ever known. There will come a time, not too far from now, where I will have been at her side longer than I was ever with my father. I wonder all the time what he would say to me. I wonder what he would think of what we began here at the summit. Does it worry you? Not for the first time, Bill wondered if his father would understand the man he had grown to be, and realized with a pang that he could never know. The chance to know truly had closed its eyes forever when he left home. To even ask it now was pointless. After all, his father's letters were always the same. Sometimes, Bill admitted, as he always found it easy to do in Ursula's presence, perhaps my honor is not as my father would want? Perhaps it is too sly and southron. Perhaps it is not sly enough, instead polished and gleaming like a strutting knight. I'll be sure to shove you into something if I ever see you strutting like Sir Regis, promised Ursula solemnly, her eyes laughing. He smirked back, his heart light. Bill would miss her, when she was gone. His father had taught him to track and hunt. He had trained him in the bow with his own calloused hands. Yet in truth, Bill had been proud, this sennight, of his work. That he had hunted the men in the Great Hall with different skills mattered little to him when the principles were the same. Softly tracking his prey, seeing clearly from afar, before flushing them out of the undergrowth and into snares or the path of Lady Ursula, who was as fierce and sharp as an arrow in flight when she wanted to be. It was enough. There is a rack in the corner of my chambers, Ursula said, leaning closer, her voice low, my father's armor. I used to stand in front of it some evenings. Everyone said I looked like him, but all my sketches were from memory. Was I as tall as him yet? Would I come up to his brows or his nose? Eventually I became more used to armed men and realized that I was measuring myself against a wooden rack. An approximation. No better than a ghost. Yet you measure yourself against it anyway, he said, suddenly completely certain. Ursula's eyes softened and were gentle. The way old grief was gentle. Don't jump to the end of my wise lectures, William. It makes me sound predictable, she teased. He wondered if it was the same for her, when their talks were serious or sparring. If the way he said her name tugged tenderly, like a fine, delicate chain. Moved by some unseen force, Bill turned to her and said, Ursula, I am so sorry for your loss. Tears filled those winter sky eyes, but her answering smile was bright. He would have liked you, William, she said, I am going to miss you when I'm gone. I will write, he swore, with a seriousness often reserved for battle and blood oaths. See that you do, or I'll send Quoth to badger you. One of Ursula's handmaidens waved frantically at them through the window, and Bill rose to escort her to the boat. Their farewells were perhaps short and disappointing to the onlookers, but that was their own affair for leaving them to do so in private. As the Myers household boarded the boat, Lady Tully gave a truly magnificent sigh from his right. It would seem he had disappointed her again. But it was not Lady Tully's wishes that concerned Bill the most. Truly, I despair of young men, she said, her tone as sharp as knives, you are in her confidence and waste it. Stung, Bill snapped, what a neat trap it would be, to allow her to feel safe in my company and use it to my advantage. If the lady changes her mind, I will speak. Lady Tully did nothing so inelegant as throw her hands in the air, but the swirl of her skirts as she spun away to stalk back into Riverrun was aided by a rather dramatic twist. It had perhaps been unwise to lose his temper, but the woman was a worse meddler than any fireside grandmother in the northern clans. Too much wisdom and too little occupation. Standing, he watched as the barge made its way to the bank and the members of the Myers household clambered out and into their wheelhouse, readying themselves for the journey along the newly built Hagstone Road. It was a strange impulse that seized him then. Bill found himself rooted to the spot, watching the wheelhouse trundle slowly away from the shore. He couldn't say why he stood there for so long, as though his feet were made of stone and his heart was made of something bruised and tender, like overripe fruit. After an eternity, though in fact the wheelhouse had barely made it to the treeline, Ursula stuck her head out of the side window, her hair already unpinned from its design as though her scalp could bear it no longer. She caught his eye over that distance and grinned. He had sharp eyes, did Bill. He flattered himself that he saw it more clearly than many a man at that distance. It was not a pretty, polished thing she gifted him. Not the worldly, serene expression that her septa had no doubt drummed into her, or that bladed gleam she had delivered while she'd deliberately riled up Lord Vance at the summit. It was, in truth, a little ungainly. Her eyes squinted. It made a tendon in her jaw stand out. And even from this distance there was far too much gum on show for it to be mannerly. Yet he found himself smiling back, helpless to stop it. As though it were only natural that he should do so when he saw such an expression on her face. It fell upon him, as easy as the sunlight. It was only when she retreated within the wheelhouse once more, that his feet unstuck themselves and he could make his way back inside. Bill had known he was half in love already. He was no fool and he challenged any man to see Ursula so clearly and not be afflicted with the same. Yet all the songs and poets made the falling seem the thing. A rush not unlike battle, or fire in the veins. The tales and passions were such that they inspired many a shed tear or helpless sigh from the women of his acquaintance. Or the new love that birthed an intoxication that led his peers into folly, or knights to their knees before a lady. Yet, his love was not new, not for some time. Surely, it should wane by now? All the men he knew said such things were fleeting. Perhaps, he considered, he was surrounded by liars. Or else they were embarrassed. How had no one told him? Why had no one said? All his years, and nothing of the impossible lightness that rose from his middle. Nothing at all of the joy at simply sitting in love and letting it be. Joy that she should exist for her own sake. An impossible wealth given to the world. Like strawberries in frost. Chapter 52, Ursula Myers. 133 AC. Ursula Myers. I still do not understand, said Ivana, shaking her head and beginning to look thoroughly irritated. It was a habit of hers. I loathed the urge to disguise when she thought you were being an idiot behind the veil of confusion. High-born women were encouraged to feel confused as it rather flatteringly reflected our limited, gentle education. Often it was, tragically, not an act at all. But that was only around men and prospective suitors. The idea that she would attempt the same with me nearly boiled the blood. I folded Lady Sherry's footlice encouraging little letter very carefully, so as not to ball my hands into fists. I was under strict instructions not to damage the progress I'd made in my left hand. Fortunately, Yelena was in my lap and thoroughly interested in the salt dough I'd made for her to play with. She was a marvelous limiter on my temper on account of being so adorable it was nearly unreasonable. Wee Alan was seated on the floor of the solar, creating his own structures under Theo's careful tutelage. Wee Alan could be strange about both women and men. You never knew if he was going to cling to you like a limpet one day or flinch at the slightest movement. Sometimes he found Theo or Sir Cohn's presence far preferable to mine or Ivana, and other times he'd cry horribly until handed off to someone else. The only constant in his affections was Cedra. I turned my attention back to my sister and contemplated how to explain better. Maester Lewis would be invaluable for the mathematics of the thing, for the scale of my ambitions was grander than most lordly houses ever considered for merchant affairs. Janessa and Kana had enough practical experience that with capital and a spate of guards I reckoned I could just set them loose, but my sister was so fixed a cog in the workings of the Meyer lands that my plans could not hope to be carried out unless she thoroughly understood them and championed them herself. A fixed income from taxes and rents alone made us vulnerable to price changes such as a surge in grain costs from an unexpectedly long winter. The fact that the Crown allowed the free trade of grain in what was essentially looking to become a famine was already absurd to me. I tried to comfort myself with the notion that it was likely just the Regency Council being incompetent, but the words rang hollow. High Lords disdain mercantile efforts, for reasons good and bad, I said, slowly, drawing a circle in the air with my hand, the first being that merchants add nothing of value to the goods they trade. They cry that they take on the risk of transport and debase others for profit. Ivana nodded. Which, to be quite frank, is an opinion I have more than a little sympathy with this winter. Unlike an artisan, who creates works or goods that increase the value, a merchant cannot hope to make a living unless he buys his goods at a cheaper price in one place to sell high somewhere else. Carefully maneuvering Yelena's little fistful of salt dough away from her mouth, I continued, and the second reason is a hideous hypocrisy. Ivana gave up the valiant attempt not to roll her eyes at me. Despite her frustration, I was instantly cheered. After all the false smiles and posturing of Riverrun, it was good to know that my little sister muscles had not atrophied with disuse. A good lord is a protector to his people and open-handed with his wealth. You have poured your coin back into the Meyer lands through building works and industries. My father had spared no expense on unfashionably varied tutors for my sister. No doubt he had been certain someone of her wit and beauty would marry well. But they were still Westerosi tutors, and there were certain sticking points I was still trying to work around. Most Westerosi merchants were really glorified heads of a cottage industry, if they sold their wares locally. It was the travelers, the ones who could buy low in Dorne and sell high in Winterfell, who I wanted to cultivate, and it was here I was struggling to convince my sister. Ivana was an artisan herself, in many ways. She understood needlework and dressmaking, alongside how to turn fabric into a statement, better than I. It had been simple to explain to her that we could improve our incomes during this winter by adding value to what little we had. The development of industries was only just suitably lordly, and my dear sister was enough of a control freak to understand that I wanted our house to be at the helm of the most valuable guilds in our lands. The latter took our activities from barely lordly to absurdly mercantile, but it had been easy enough. The idea that I wanted to expand our guild and encourage homegrown merchants, the same sort who had stood in our halls and made such a fuss over luxuries, was harder to swallow. Ivana would much prefer that they continued to be transient forces that we taxed and left well alone. I certainly wanted to tax them to the back teeth, but I'd need to make other moves in order for them to keep returning to our lands. A good merchant does the same, I insisted, gesturing outside. See how the world breaks down when trade cannot move freely? Investing in larger projects like roads, ship companies, and even way stations or inns, these all hugely benefit merchants and allow them to move easier through the realm. Ivana tutted, glancing at the ledgers in front of us as though she saw something entirely different. Perhaps she did. I might accept your point if it was artisans you sought to elevate. It makes good sense that we use our funds to continue to invest in industry. In turn they will build places our small folk can earn a wage or be convinced to contribute to good works because this is their home. But no itinerant merchant is going to make the same investments. They hold no loyalty to any place. This is why lords gain incomes from rents. They guard their people and ensure prosperity. It only makes sense for them to do so. Good lords, Theo interrupted, patiently holding an extremely unlikely piece of architecture in place for wee Alan. Ivana started, her head snapping towards her husband. Theo met her eyes steadily. Good lords do what you describe. Most of them are not half so good as Ursula. I watched Ivana waver, her objections still balanced on her tongue. Theo had been more silent than usual since my return. It made her loath to contradict him. He had not asked me once about his father and seemed dreamier than usual. It made me heart-sore, but there was nothing to be done. Theo had decided to trust us to make it right for Yelena's sake. We would not abuse that trust. And to force him to speak as we wished, simply because we found his silence and sorrow unsettling, was a kind of abuse. I do not deny that much is up to the character of the lord in question, began Ivana slowly, but having the lady of House Myers as guild head is already dangerously mercantile. It is understandable and explainable now that the rare quality of our glass is known. Yet if you expand to trading caravans? To forming company? We have little natural resource to sell, Ivana. Neither gold nor iron mines live in our hills. All we have are clever ideas and the strength of our people. This will allow us to control the flow of coin. Coin will balance the scales in our favor, I said gently. We were sitting in a room where the benefits of such coin could already be seen. Here and there were the little comforts purchased for our house that we would not have been able to afford before. Thick brocade curtains to keep out the cold. An overstuffed divan. The noise of laughter from the courtyard below filtering in through the window. Harvest was too valuable for use to speculate on. We did not have the wealth in grain and crops that some other houses in the Riverlands could claim. We had our industries, and we had an increasingly educated populace, the latter of which would only really start to bear fruit once I was old and grey. It is not so unheard of as you claim, anyway, I added pointedly, gently catching Yelena's fist on its insistent journey towards her mouth once more. A highborn house can do what it likes once its blood is blue enough and the world will adjust around them. No one calls the Red Wine Fleet a trade fleet, though that is their primary source of wealth. Corlys Velaryon is remembered as a great adventurer and his riches from trade ignored. Because it is convenient to ignore it. Ivana stared at me, her expression still hesitant. Her gaze fell to Yelena. It would need to be the head of House Myers, she said absently, thinking aloud. To hand it to a sibling or a cousin, while you might share trust, would create a strange power imbalance if your ideas have the effect you claim. They might manage aspects of the guild for you, but you will need to hold the keys or the purse strings in this analogy. If she was thinking about the political ramifications, I almost had her. Frankly, this was exactly the kind of thing I needed Ivana to do. Taking down Vance cannot be done all at once, no matter how we wish it. All we can do is strike a heavy blow. He's a Riverlander house they nurse on grudges at the knees of their forefathers. We will need to continue to build advantage to keep them at bay. A light flashed in Ivana's steely eyes, like the glint of sunlight on a sword. Not to mention, she added, that no matter what we do he's about to toll movement through his section of the Blue Fork at a rate that is fit to beggar us. There it was. My sister was always more comfortable with progress if it meant she had a way to spite an enemy. I opened my mouth to add that we would all need to become quite savvy on this topic, and reveal the lessons I had arranged for us, when her next words stopped me in my tracks. We'll need to have a lot of children. For a minute, there was no air in the world. What? I answered, dumbly, though her meaning had been quite plain. Ivana had kept her oath to be honest with me as solemnly as any knightly vow. It wasn't until this moment that I had any idea it could cut both ways. Well, not necessarily you. But myself, certainly. You have so many plans, Ivana gestured at the lists on the table, policy and dreams which would outlive us both. The risk of having all this spearheaded by our house is obvious. If you and I die, who knows how long before it all falls to dust. What if it grows beyond our house's ability to manage it? That's partly why it is so important to educate our people, I said, my mouth dry. We can delegate as we have with the Castellans. Flapping her hands at me, Ivana replied, yes, that is important. I certainly have become a lot more reliant on our absurd number of Castellans and stewards. And I have no doubt that you shall put them to good work in your plans. But the heads of such things need to be of House Myers. The glass works. The caravans. The building projects. Even the schooling needs a steadier hand if our population is going to grow. We have a little time, I began, trying to keep hold of myself. It felt as though I was floating away mid-conversation, tethered only by Yelena's warm weight in my lap and a determination not to squeeze too tight and hurt her. Grey eyes flashed up at me. If you want the schooling to start at 6 years of age, we don't have anywhere near as much time as you think. Not to mention that once the thaws happen and our lands look prosperous, we'll be faced with a flood of small folk. We have empty fields, Ursula. Come spring there is no earthly way that others will not come to try their luck, even if your clever little inventions with Maester Lewis truly make such a difference to our ability to plant. If you take it all on yourself, you'll miss something. I'll miss something even if I'm right there with you. We have a strong household now, but you know well that these things trickle away once the one who laid the plans is gone. There is nothing you can rely on so much as family. I resisted the urge to throw that little line back in her face as a favorite of Vance's. For one, it would be unnecessarily cruel to Theo, who I could see gently smoothing wee Alan's hair from his face out of the corner of my eye. For another, Ivana was right. Damn it all, she was right. Yet terror is a terrible thing. It took hold of my tongue. I would have thought that you, of all people, would understand. Or do you not remember that your own mother? I know well, how my mother died, Ursula, Ivana snapped, like the calving of a glacier, better than you. We have our heir. You don't need to do this, I said, desperate, rocking precious Yelena gently. She was silent and still in my arms, as though sensing the need for her to be so. One wet palm pressed against my injured wrist, just below where my hand curled. Could she feel the speed of my pulse? I was being unreasonable. I was being unkind. I could feel it. I couldn't stop it. I want more children, Ursula. It's hardly a chore or a sin. If you won't have any, our position is naturally weaker. We need more members, and nothing is certain. We were a house 3 heirs strong before the dance, cried Ivana, flinging her arms up in frustration. I will, I swore, believing it in my bones for all the panic was beginning to creep in at the corners, I will help our house, I swear it I just need a little time. Exasperated, Ivana pressed ahead, I am not asking you to, I am simply saying that I should probably. Ivana, what am I supposed to do if it kills you? I snap, jolting in place. I'd raised my voice. The ringing still echoed in my ears. In my lap, Yelena began to cry. Ivana sighed, her own eyes filled with tears. Ursula, I'm pregnant. After Ivana had revealed her pregnancy, she'd taken the children from the room and left me some space to calm down about it. I'd already felt like pond scum, ruining my sister's joy with my sticky little fears. But Theo had sat with me. We did not speak. I had nothing to say that wasn't a desperate wail, and he was not in the habit of talking lately. But we sat shoulder to shoulder, watching the flickering fire. Eventually, he said, I hope it's a girl. Westeros and Vance being what they were, I did not know if his desire sprung true, or if it was because he believed that a girl would be of less interest to his absentee father. I didn't want a girl. I didn't with a fierceness. I hoped that House Myers would never have a single girl child ever again. Anything so I wouldn't have to feel like this. The household was one giant, hateful sunbeam in response to Ivana's news. It was only Theo who seemed to share my yawning terror, and even he went warm at the corners as he contemplated Ivana's still flat stomach. In the end, we agreed to focus on the tasks in front of us. Jenny Greens fussed over Ivana. I fussed over Ivana. Theo fussed over Ivana. Everyone fussed over Yelena and wee Alan. The entire Myers household was abuzz with activity. We had plans that would not wait if we wanted to be competent when the time came to enact them. Money was a terribly odd thing in Westeros. For a lordly house, the need to live an ostentatious lifestyle and display your wealth and power with clothes, armies, and appointments, was very much at odds with the idea that you were never to concern yourself with coin like some grasping merchant. Most lords lived very close to the bone by design. One thing had become incredibly clear in my discussions with the river lords: debt was rife in Westeros, even without a long winter. Only the very oldest and wealthiest of houses could be depended upon to have anything like the sort of treasury you would expect. As a lord without reserves, the only thing you had to leverage was land. Once you gave that up to vassals in exchange for a large purse at your generosity and some future tax revenue, your own income shrank, and you had no way to grow them, making the same problem worse. Gold, jewels and clothes had taken on another dimension in my mind. They were wearable savings accounts that avoided accusations of being miserly, to be sold in times of need. It was Janessa and Kana who crafted the details of the new economic plan for the Meyer lands, but they'd not have championed it without my backing. In many ways, they already understood much of what I wanted to do simply by virtue of their birth. It had been Janessa who had emphasized that the North couldn't eat gold, that we were in a position to demand more of it. She understood that in hard times, money bought you more goods, but labor was worth less. Yet she did not have words like inflation to describe what was happening to all of Westeros this winter. Kana understood that once the spring thaws came and grain prices crashed again, the huge loss of life from war and winter fever would mean that there was more to go around for everyone, and if there were fewer hands for labor, they'd command a higher price. It had been one of the reasons the circumstances of her family's fall had been so dire. A similar shortage of labor for caravans and ships had been manufactured by her family's enemies. In fact, I had my suspicions, and if Maester Lewis could get hold of decent records from the Citadel, I would become certain that given the cycles of summer and winter in Westeros, a similar boom and bust in population was extremely common even without the death toll of something like the dance. And with it would come all the attendant difficulties for a lordly house attempting to stay solvent. Thus began my lessons in the economics of West Eros. No one was spared, though I was certain Septa Nacella was going to make me pay for forcing her to endure as Maester Lewis lectured us on the fluctuating values of Pentashi coins and the current status of the Westerosi dragon. Gold was gold unless the nation was at war, or certain coinage became synonymous with treason. We squinted over bills of sale drawn up by Janessa, and Ivana picked up the whole thing so irritatingly quickly I wanted to put my hands around her perfect neck. My counsel and I worked late into the night for many nights, slowly building a picture of what life was going to be like for us in West Eros. Slowly piecing together what we could do to make it better. It would become necessary soon. The Lysane Spring would bring wealth to West Eros that would stave the impending labor crisis off for a time, but the devastation of the collapsing Rogare Bank would be sevenfold in the face of the new low in population. The Westerosi lords would be cut both ways in the price of their agricultural incomes falling or the share of small folk harvest in rents, but also in the cost of limited labor they would be unable to pay. And the financial margin for error in a lordly household was thin indeed. I did not know if the lords overcame it with child labor, more wealth, or the mailed fist of retribution on their small folk. I only knew I would not stand for it in my lands if I could help it. Nor would I allow it if I was able to prevent it elsewhere. By allowing us to set and maintain our own local laws regarding merchant behavior in our lands, the market charter was going to set us up for generations if we did it right. Kermit didn't know it, but it was also going to help his reign as Lord Paramount. I had no interest in the Riverlands crumbling into the inevitable financial chaos that would result from the collapse of the Rogare Bank, which the notoriously debt-riddled Westerosi lords were going to be desperate to get involved with. It wouldn't matter that House Myers wouldn't have any claim to the hold on the stepstones. It would benefit all the Riverlands if the lords had access to sources of income, credit, and collateral that were not simply the rents on their lands. Estate-backed, such as I was estate anyway, support of economic growth could be meteoric on the scale of the small folk in the Meyer lands. It was perhaps unwise that the leaders of Hags Hill after me would have such control over the market forces, but then again it was always going to come down to what people chose to do with the power they had. Market forces are forces. They are not moral in and of themselves. Anyone who said otherwise was selling something. I could only hope that the lessons taught to our small folk in schools and to Elena at my knee, would emphasize responsibility. Not to mention the real, unspoken threat of the merchant class is the ability to turn the social hierarchy on its head. Sumptuary laws existed for more than preserving the majesty of the ruling house. They existed so grubby merchant types could always be identified by their manner of dress and so never truly display their wealth among those of real standing. It would all end in a different kind of exploitation anyway, be it from land or capital. If my first life's history taught me nothing else, it was that. I was not so arrogant as to believe that the seeds I planted here would not have consequences 1,000 years from now. But nor was I so arrogant as to believe that I could control their branches entirely. I could only do the job that was in front of me. All of it meant that with the cards we had been dealt, House Myers was going to need to find a way to make a good deal of money, preferably in such a way that we could hold through any interference our enemies engaged in. I would not put it past Vance to cry havoc about the glass tax. Which meant banks, merchants, and industries. Even with my basic understanding of financial matters, ideas like fractional reserve would be useful. But banking at any kind of scale was risky in the extreme. Usury was not forbidden by the faith in West Eros, but it carried a heavy social cost. A bank could become monstrously wealthy in West Eros, but it would need to be run by someone with the ability to enforce debts and the good sense to buy back their popularity either through good works or bribing the right council positions. Preferably both. It would be a thankless task. No one likes the debt collector. That said, there was nothing saying that I could not become a bank to my own people. If they had ideas, I wanted to be able to fund them, but sometimes people just needed a new plow. If I had my way, Spring was going to see us using a great deal of new, potentially expensive, technology, but soon the population would grow again, certainly beyond my treasury's ability to support every newly formed household with the tools I wanted them to use. A small bank within my borders made good sense. I had the authority over the small folk required for debt collection, and while I may not have been a perfect leader, I'd defy anyone to say I hadn't made my name in the Meyer lands with public works. Investing in my people, and indeed in merchant ventures under the Meyer artisans, would help stave off the difficulties on the horizon. Our glassworks were making good coin now through northern investment and the courtly desire for ornamentation, but the good times would not last. Eventually someone was going to run out of interest or money. Sometimes it would be both. Janessa was certain that Spring would see a drop in our profits unless we found some other way of ensuring prosperity for our small folk. It likely wouldn't recover again until deep into summer once the worst of the Rogare Bank crisis was over and people were looking ahead again to winter. Spring would certainly bring with it the expected high prices for labor, but also a spike in the cost of buying livestock and feed as small folk needed to rebuild their herds after the long winter. We had the means to grow feed in rotation with crops using our glass houses. This was an advantage that would allow Meyerlanders to purchase and keep animals at a time when others were usually desperate to slaughter or sell. Sherry's Footley, in particular, was willing to invest early in our efforts. The lady had nothing but coin, it seemed. Tumbleton was being rebuilt at impressive speed, but she was short on hands. Outsourcing the growing of herds to my small folk would mean that come spring she could rest easy knowing that cattle and pig would be driven south to her holdings. I got capital that would help me to start a small bank. She would receive a healthy herd that would no doubt draw small folk to her lands at a time when securing labor would be tricky indeed. If we could push into deep summer secure and prosperous, with a good flow of trade through our market days, we'd not have to deal with as many small folk hoarding grain in preparation for winter or trying to dump their harvest on the nearest traveling merchant just to make some coin before the crop went bad. Some of this was inevitable, but too much would see another spike in the price just as times became lean. With our policy of winter rationing, using a bank to fund minimum purchase would allow us to buy stockpiles for our reserves in a way that would enrich our own people in the same breath. Getting it right would be what allowed grander projects. Universities, patronage, steel, and ships. These would require coin. In time, I mused, we might build up enough reserve that a descendant could manage a canal. The campaign for the stepstones mobilized more swiftly than one might have anticipated. To march on Harrenhal was to get a good number of men over winter landscape and to surround a castle. Not to mention the need to set up camp for siege, which was quite a different beast than other military camps, Sir Cohn informed me. Yet we were a land of rivers, and this was to be a sea voyage. Soldiers streamed out of keeps and onto barges, which bore them swiftly to the mouth of the Trident and onto whatever ships had been arranged for their lord or for their company. It was not so visible from our neck of the woods, but Rosamund and Delilah rode often and the constant traffic along the river was not unlike watching a line of ants march towards their goals. Delilah was a particularly interesting correspondent, given my new charters. She had a good deal of advice to offer on the best Riverland merchant houses and who they were most loyal to. It looked a great deal like the best slices of the pie had been taken by houses greater or more established than my own, reinforcing the notion that the Meyerlands would need to support merchant guilds of our own making. But there were names here and there that might be well disposed towards us. Particularly, Delilah said, if I could make their winter debts go away. It was food for thought. On my desk were a number of letters. Some were from those houses who had promised fosterings to me. Most of them were surprisingly eager to send their children as agreed, despite the weather. I didn't know that I could ever understand the eagerness to foist children of my house off onto other people, but Ivana explained that there was something of a sweet spot in fostering. Too young and they'd not have any of their birth house in them. Too old, and they'd learn nothing at your knee. Lady Melia Cox was so eager to send Tamsin before her next name day in part because she would soon be considered slightly too old to foster. The idea that an 11-year-old was closer to a woman than a child made me feel faintly sick. Letters came thick and fast these days. My friendships formed at Riverrun were one thing, but between links to the Tullis and now rumoured links to the Vances, our house was beginning to look unflatteringly like we had a pedigree of some sort. There would be no invitations to visit unless I was particularly bosom friends with the correspondent in question, but an energetic interest in the affairs of others was important to maintain if I wanted to do business in the Riverlands come summer. There was one letter I had been avoiding opening. Mostly because my entire household was on a campaign to make sure I knew it had finally arrived. Lady, the maester says that you've something from an unknown courier, piped Cedra on her way out of the room, wee Alan tucked under one arm like a basket of laundry. I resolved to tell Beric that she had developed a fondness for winter roses. Gwyndolin had asked directly if I was avoiding reading it, which was brave of her, and I admired her straightforwardness. Still, it wouldn't do to be so undermined, so I insisted that it was time for Yelena to have music lessons. Her gittern would still be sticky, if there was any justice in the world. Janessa was wise enough not to say anything, but she made suggestive eyebrow waggles at the folded letter where it sat on my desk. That night, I told Kana of Janessa drunkenly mentioning at Riverrun that Kana had an uncommonly lovely neck. The Dornish woman obliged my petty vengeance by wearing her hair up the next morning and ignoring whenever Janessa trailed off mid-sentence. Still, I was beset by enemies. I hear we have word from the Dragon Slayer, cooed Ivana, who I gave a pass if only because it was her God's given right to mock her younger sibling. I simply put spinach in her teapot and called it a day. Sir Cohn could not have been less interested in the letter, which was so welcome as to fill my heart with fondness whenever I saw him. Or so I had thought, until he mentioned that William had to be an exceptionally skilled writer in order to make it to me across the distance he had. I'd responded sharply, by making sure Lewis overheard me wondering if Sir Cohn's military strategies wouldn't benefit from some more scholarly augmentation. But even Septinicella got in on the action, lingering at my desk and inquiring as to what riveting correspondence I could hope to expect from someone who preferred one word when three were necessary. Unfairly, I thought. Eventually, sick of quoth picking the damn thing up and pecking at it, I sent everyone from my chambers that night and read it, tucked up amongst the blankets. Dear Ursula. I have nothing good to say about sea travel. I enjoyed journeys along the tines of the Trident and in summer storms they can be choppy indeed. This prepared me not at all for open sea. I spent my days hiding in my cabin, which I shared with 7 other Blackwood men of similar station. The lot of them were irritatingly able on deck and unfailingly considerate of me. This would normally be cause for celebration, but I was so damn unhappy that I found myself desperate to take it out on someone. The only relief came on the day before we dropped anchor, when a captain took pity on me and sent me up into the crow's nest. I thought it cruel punishment at first until my eyes rested on the horizon. The climb was suffering itself, but the few hours of blessed relief was worth it. Perhaps I can find a maester to drug me for the return journey? Lord Benjicot's moniker has been well earned once more. He struck the first blow against Rakalio Rindun and made excellent use of some rocky territory. I know the pair of you would spit like toms if left in the same room together, for all your shared purpose at the moment, and so I will leave it there. Either way, I am glad he lives. I always worry when he is not in my eyeline. I am so used to guarding his back that I am filled with a restless pacing when he is not near. If you make any comparisons to hens, you would be cruel. You'd be right, which you love, but you do hate to be cruel. I have been lucky enough to meet Oscar again. A year away has seen him grow like a weed, and he handles his sword now like he and the hilt are one flesh. Lord Tully cannot help himself, every other word brims with pride for his brother. It makes me miss home. It is Oscar's voyages that have earned us some inkling of strategy against our foes. Lord Allen is lingering somewhere we cannot see, in the hopes our more ragtag Riverland forces will make a tempting target and encourage enemy ships to overextend themselves. I mislike playing the bait, but there is little to be done once a man has his orders. The mists and fogs off the coast make fighting here treacherous. I'll not dance around the topic, you would be wroth with me if I did. Mostly the work here is hideous. We find men in their caves and butcher them, or we wake in the night to sounded alarms when the Pentoshi try to do the same. My men live, that's all a warrior dares to ask for. There lingers some hope that the Bravasi would not engage, leaving us to clear the isles of Pentoshi and Rindun's forces. But the Bravasi are a mercenary people by nature, only coin will move them. And the Riverlands has precious little to spare that we have not spent on grains. We know how to take and hold a position, but it will come to fighting that we are not skilled in, I fear. The Moutons have the best fleet and the most experienced captains. Ironically, this means we need to hold them back in case of attack. The nights are bitterly cold out here, far south though we may be. There is little to do when I am not on watch except to read your letter or bet stupid amounts on dice. I have no fondness for gambling. I cannot keep my temper when I lose, so I avoid the activity. It would be unfair of me to ask for more letters. Likely you'll receive this long after I write it, and there will be few opportunities for any to follow given the nature of this conflict. I know you'd be loath to send Quoth so far from you, and despite my boredom I find myself grateful you don't anyway. He's a clever bird, but I mislike his chances against the ospreys and fish eagles. Not to mention the gulls, which are almost cunning enough to give him a run for his money. I have stolen your methods for setting camp for my company of archers. Everyone thought us ridiculous and fussy, but the first night saw the tide rise higher than anyone expected and only our bedding stayed dry. More than one Blackwood bowman will be leaving an offering to the ravens in the God's Wood for you, when we return. I liked your story about Yelena. She sounds funny, the way small children are funny because they are honest. It didn't bore me at all, you shouldn't worry. In your next letter, I insist you tell me everything you can think to. There is no detail too small, and I like how you talk. There is nothing else to amuse me here anyway, except goading Darren into betting his britches against Macker. He has yet to learn that Macker's dice are loaded. I do not know when this will reach you. I probably won't be able to send another, given the risk. I'll write one anyway so you can make fun of me later. I think of you often. I will sign this William, because you are the only one who calls me that. William. Carefully, my hands smoothed out the crinkled letter. The words had been squeezed so tightly into William's limited allotment of space that I had to squint to read them. He had a poor hand, which didn't help. Then again, I had been trained since my youth how best to make use of a quill on a variety of surfaces. Everyone had a poor hand compared to me. Mostly I tried not to think too hard about his words at River Run. But here in the dimming candlelight, with no one to watch me and his words plain on the page, I probed at the memory. Not unlike the way one probes at a loose tooth. Feeling out the edges of tenderness despite the flinch. Being only in his 20s, William was very young, to my eye, for all the world saw him as the elder here. Still, it left me feeling uncomfortable if I considered it for too long. He sounded like an experienced captain and warrior in his letters, but here and there I could see the flashes of the young man he was. William had such a serious face. It made winning smiles a good game, considering most of his training was related to keeping his expression level. His smile was a good one. Boyish and crooked, as if he were out of practice and didn't want anyone to catch him doing something so foolish as displaying mirth. Still, he hadn't looked nervous, when he'd promised not to ask for a marriage unless I wanted him to. Just steady. Honest. For a moment, I confess, my heart had fluttered. It had come as such a surprise that I'd resolved to ignore it entirely until I could examine the damn emotion. Westerosi men inspired a certain appreciation here and there, but I had not felt anything deeper in all my time in this place. It was almost dearer to me to know that my heart could be moved at all. A precious thing pulled pink and breathing from years of wreckage. I had sent my first letter since we parted at Riverrun before he even left for the Stepstones. I had no idea how I was supposed to get a message to him at all while he was at sea or hiding in caves. It comforted me a little that my rambling missive was a source of amusement. The courier had said they would return soon, as they had messages to deliver to Terek lands. They could not promise that anything carried on the river barges would make it swiftly to the Blackwood camp, and if we were lucky the conflict would be long over by the time it was safe for a small tender ship to make its way through the waters. But the nights were cold. And if I knew William at all, he'd be taking extra shifts just to relieve his men. Even if letters couldn't make it, it would please him to know I had written at all, even if he could not receive it until later. I was a very practiced letter writer now, thanks to my father, and I understood a little better the importance of something long enough to reread when distances were so vast and communication difficult. Pulling back the covers, I went over to the desk by the fire, hissing at the cold. The breath left my lungs in great clouds. I wondered how soon I could have Theo create better masonry fireplaces in the rooms of the keep if such a thing was even possible without taking out a wall. With trembling hands, I lit a few candles to better see and added a log to the fire. Wrapped in my sleeping robes, I warmed my hands over the little candle flames and considered what to write, what would amuse or distract him from where he was. Absently, I drew out a fresh page and began to write. Dear William. It will come as no surprise to you at all that I have found a way to take on more work since we last spoke. Septinicella is beside herself. For all she believes suffering is holy, it seems that she prefers to be in charge of the affair and resents anything that challenges her authority in such matters. Perhaps he might find a cartoon amusing? I made a good trade in the September over little cartoon doodles of various pompous teachers and septons, though never before had I dared to put Septinicella to page in such a manner before. Tapping my lower lip with the feathered end of my quill, I glanced over at my charcoals, before catching Quoth's eye. He was perched at the edge of the desk, watching me. Those beady black orbs went rather uncanny in the firelight at times, but not this night. Tonight, it was very obvious, as he tilted his head and tapped at my case of art supplies, that he was amused. Quoth gave a low, rapid series of croaks that passed for laughter. Like a goat with a machine gun. Oh, fuck off, I snapped. Chapter 53, Old Etta, Tamsin Cox. 133 AC. Old Etta. Old Etta hadn't always been old. She'd been blessed with golden hair in her youth, like the maiden, or the waves of summer wheat when they caught the sun. The lads had been half in love with her whenever she went by, but she'd delighted in spurning them all. Oh, she'd been a vain thing in her youth, she had. But then again, there was so little vanity available to go round if you were farming folk, so a part of old Etta was quite pleased she'd managed to find the time for it. It had been Gisbert who'd won her in the end, to the bewilderment of everyone. He'd not been the strongest or the handsomest man, nor had he been the richest who'd come courting. It hadn't even been Gisbert she'd given her maidenhead to behind her father's barn one delicious balmy summer evening. But he'd watched her 100 times. Whenever someone was showing off or being ridiculous, he would look for her in the crowd, his expression arch like he wanted her to be in on the joke. Like he wanted to know what she thought about it. It had made her want to say something interesting. To this day, Etta couldn't explain how the courting had happened, or even when it had begun, only that she found herself searching for him in the crowd on feast days or market days, hoping he'd noticed her. She'd birthed 3 good, strong sons, and all of them lived well for a time. Her years were spent fat with love. Gisbert never did become good conversation. Right up until the end he preferred a raised eyebrow to a speech on love. Even on his deathbed the man hadn't found the will to speak sweetly to her. He'd just given her that same wry look that had caused her to blush top to toe as a girl and said, "There's my Etta." She'd sobbed so desperately she missed him going, clutching his hand hard enough that she swears that's when the whirlbone started, like she was still trying to keep hold of him. It had been a good life, mostly, she reflected, as she willed her crumpled hands into their leather gloves. The ice needed breaking in the troughs again, or the sheep would go ailing. They were uniquely stupid animals. A sheep would return to the same trough 100 times and die of thirst, ignoring the stream if it weren't trained to go toward it. Her own granda had said to her 'T were men's fault for bringing sheep into pens. Stupid sheep make good livestock, but they're as like to leap face first into a gorge if you give 'em a fright. Not like goats. Men never quite got the hang of goats. Well, men had never quite got the hang of old Etta, so perhaps that were why she favored the beasts more than the few heads of sheep still remaining to them. These stout rams and ewes would be all that would carry through to spring. She'd have them put in for tupping once more, mayhap, if spring was any longer in the coming, but it wouldn't do to have too many more to feed. And frankly she'd rather have the goats. The sheep had been her boy Harlow's work. She'd only been supposed to mind it when he went off to war. There used to be more hands for this. These days, old Etta was head of a house of good daughters, where they had lived, and grandchildren, where they had lived. They had been a family full of strong men and likely to have many strong children. But then the dance had come. It fell to the women to make do with less, as it so often did. She'd taken in a Northman called Erling as a lodger and he was a good worker. Enough that Etta worked to silence the poisonous hate in her heart when she'd noticed that Hilda had begun sleeping with him. The girl's husband had been dead for 4 years and winter was cold. If T were anyone else, old Etta would have cheered them on. But her boy had been alight with joy when they'd wed, and it was a mother's bitterness that loathed to see another receive the love that should rightfully have been her son's. Hilda was hard at work now. She'd left before dawn to go toiling on that spinning heady with a few other women who lived close to their farm in Murfield. The coin never went into her own pockets if she could put it to purchasing something for the family. She was a good girl, really. Hilda's son Reese was currently giving Etta's eldest granddaughter trouble. Milburga was trying to convince the wandering boy that he needed to wear his woolens before they went to milk the goats. The deal was Milburga milked the goats in the morning and minded the dairy in the evening cold if it were done, then Etta would let her go to that September school she liked so much. Old Etta pretended not to notice Milburga's difficulty, stabbing at the ice with her pick, lest she be forced to either mind the boy or milk the goats while they were in a temper. She had something important to do today. Hurrying, Etta gathered her hair into a kerchief and jammed a hat onto her scalp. There weren't snow on the ground today, but fog was worse than snow and sunk its wet fingers into her old bones like caltrops. Determinedly she marched out and through Murfield, her eyes fixed on the glass gardens, fertile beacons in all this fallow earth. The fields her family worked were different than they had been. There'd been much resentment when the old lord had changed the system. Others remarked that what was done, but old Etta was canny enough to notice that Lord Anders' heir was not shy of making big changes, and the lady had not reversed her father's decision. It wouldn't do to say so out loud though. The lady fed the small folk well, likely understanding that dead men sow no crops. It had been the first winter where old Etta hadn't worried about her own stores. Even the other old biddies, who'd lost far more than she in the dance, hadn't had to do much more than put a pot to boil to make it through winter. It meant that Etta hadn't been forced to pretend she'd made too much bread every week until her spare ran out. Much easier to have her other grandchildren run to gather firewood for their neighbors. It'd make them strong when spring came anyway. Graham was already at the glass garden and likely waiting for her. At 15 name days, her grandson was now old enough to get called to war his own self, or even volunteer his fool neck, which gave old Etta nightmares and make no mistake. Instead, he'd volunteered for working in the glass gardens and beaten out half a dozen other lads by impressing Sir Dominic with his cheek. Etta hadn't ever thought it would be good for something, but the crone provides. It'd been a blow to lose his strong back from their farm, but it had bought them something more valuable than gold first crack at Lady Meyer's plans for spring. Perhaps it were the nature of being crone touched, but old Etta hadn't ever met a girl of 17 who could think so far ahead. The lady gave more than half a fart for the spring, and there were a couple of glass gardens set aside to trial some ideas, which was a boon. Too many lords only thought about it once the soil was warm enough for bare arse cheeks, by which time any planning was too late. That the lady of Hags Hill had a different sort of thinking went a long way with old Etta. Along the path there were the signs of life she'd known all her years. Chap-cheeked children milling about paddocks if they were too young to be occupied. Sullen-cheeked lads and lasses racing to get their chores done so they could either go back a bed or race to Septa Apollonia's school. And there was bare-cheeked Sawyer, stumbling out of a house that weren't his own, backwards through a window at speed and carrying all his clothes. Her good daughter Neve was oft heard saying that the man was going to get frostbite on his bits and then die of despair. Fool girl! The man was obviously unkillable. If the dance hadn't done him in, nor the angry husbands, the cold would do nothing to his cock except tickle it. Mayhap the rippling call of fat robins sweetened the wintry air, turning even the loud bugling of hooper swans and cackling mallards into music. Perhaps the light scattered 1,000 twinkling sparks from the frost atop the sedge grasses, or let rosy-fingered dawn stretch across a sky so crisp and clear it made one think of that first bite of an apple. Not the look so much, but the taste of it. But old Etta was too old for such nonsense, so kept her thoughts to herself. She arrived at the glass garden, eager for the stifling warmth of the place, to hear the sounds of her Gram having a row with a grizzled farmer in his 40s, twice the width of him. "We've work to be doing, lad, we're doing as her ladyship says." "You think you know better than your betters," growled the man, bushy of beard and rippling with muscle. There was some huffing laughter, a sop to his ego from onlookers who didn't know if he was the kind to need it. Surviving the dance gave men a badge of honor or shame. You'd never know until you had them in their cups. But one thing was certain, the ones who'd come back whole of body sometimes had to be given a wide berth. They'd seen just a little too much. She thought she'd given Gram more sense than she had, clearly. "We wait for my Nan. She's forgot more about farming than all you lot ever learned." It were near comical, as though by sheer force of his cracking voice Gram sought to move the old bastard. Old Etta was simply grateful he hadn't stamped his feet. The lad had a terrible habit of it ever since he were young, and he'd not broken from it as cleanly as he liked to pretend. I don't care what you think she knows, we haven't time to wait for her to come hobbling. If I were late by your measure, Tom, it's like as anything because your wife sees to your chickens, your bairns, and your meal before she heads off to spin. Your girl's the hardest working woman in Murfield. I've no wife of my own, I'm afraid. Imagine the time I'd save, old Etta interrupted, dryly. That one earned a few stronger laughs, on account of Etta actually being funny instead of just large. You'd best be heading home with a handful of summit nice for the lass, Etta continued, with some feeling, Septa Apollonia still grows winter sweet for the smell, and those don't have spikes like holly. Nan, said Graham brightly, looking like nothing so much as an eager dormouse. Her grandchildren were precious gems each one, except for Reese, but she did hope he'd grow into those ears. Graham, what's the fuss? She asked, shouldering her way past Tom by looking particularly frail. Large men either enjoyed their size and used it to frighten others, or they were awkward about the affair. Nothing so alarmed a gentleman as the realization that he could break things with a little effort. It spoke well of Tom that he seemed to be the latter, for all he was a fathead. The lady wants us to trial oats in the glass house. We ought to get 'em in the ground, said one of the lads she didn't know. Likely northern, but there had been all sorts this winter, and this far north in the Riverlands, who knew? There's planting and there's planting, old Etta muttered absently, as much to buy herself time to think as anything else. The men had already ploughed the earth, and the broadcasting would ordinarily be well underway. But Graham had asked her to come have a look in because this was important to get right. The wheat trials had happened a few fields over and had been a resounding failure. A waste of space where they hadn't worked and a sickly-looking harvest besides. Our Lady Myers wants to test oats in the glass gardens, yes? So the harvest ain't so important as the why of it. Oat liked the cold just fine, it were the frosts that killed it, and often a good cold spring gave a better summer crop. It didn't mind shade so much as it minded being dry. Unlike other seeds, her granda had always wanted a good stout rain to be threatening after he planted, rather than before. She used to have to follow behind him with her sisters, the lot of them stamping down on planks above the soil, while the men sowed ahead. It stopped the oats from shifting too much in the rains. Divide the garden in threes, she said finally, we're not lucky enough to have the waterways set up out here yet, so we'll be seeing to the watering by hand. Have someone soak one section every 3 days, one every 5 and one every se'night. If we want it to work elsewhere, we need to know what being away from the rains outside does to it. The irrigation channels from the Blue Fork were old parts of Murfield, but even then, you had to haul the water in buckets to the glass houses. There were smaller springs and becks dotted about the place, and even a wee lake out near where her da's old house was. It weren't called the Riverlands for nothing. Still, none of them ran directly through this here patch of garden, and it seemed like all Etta's old bones did these days was think about how long it took to carry things. Old Etta contemplated the masonry fireplace, the sounds of the fire crackling away against the back wall. The oat would need heat and water both to swell, but not yet. Don't have a fire going in here during the day, she said decisively, sucking her teeth, just at night and early dawn to stop hard frosts. You'd be wise to keep it as low as you dare for the first month or so, to get the seed going. Afterwards you can get it as hot as Dorn if you like, so long as you don't let it go dry. It'd be a good time to plant some peas or beans against the back wall as well. Oat likes to grow near 'em. With a sharpness, old Etta turned to Graham, who was looking rather smug, and the other men. To their credit, most of them nodded and got to work, including Tom, but one of them at the back snorted and spat. We're here working our backs bent and some old hag comes and tells us our business. Hope your lot get cut first when the grain runs out. He didn't bother being quiet. Men never did when they were nasty to the old or the ugly, and these days old Etta was most certainly both. She'd been prepared to leave it at that, but Graham went as red hot as a kettle and just as shrill besides. What did you fucking say about my Nan? Etta fought the urge to sigh. Cutting Graham off before he could get a full head of steam, she snapped at him, boy, go soak your head if you've not got the temper to do a man's work. Elsewise get on with it. With a look of betrayal, her grandson opened and closed his mouth unflatteringly before Tom took him gently by the arm and led him a few paces away. Old Etta turned to the pinched-faced little waste of ale that was grinning at her grandson like a fat barn cat. The time will come, lad, she said, coldly, when your back won't bend like it used to your own self. You'll be glad of Lady Myers then, for she's not the kind to do as you see fit. Shoving his hands into the pockets of his breeches, the young man's shoulders came up defensively. There were fewer shouts of support than he'd expected. But if silence alone was enough for the young to hear their foolishness, the gods wouldn't have made men grow old. Don't see why, he grunted, I do more work than you, and still, she feeds us the same. Don't make good sense to keep on once the grain runs down. It's a bold lad that thinks he's worked more than me in a single winter when I've toiled these lands for 50 years, old Etta answered, dangerously, her voice soft as cream, and don't say your sons will feed you. I had 3 and none came home. And that was supposing he'd ever attract a wife at all, streak of piss that he was, thought old Etta contemptuously. Incensed, the man raised his voice, don't see you ploughing or hauling much lately. If I put in more time, I deserve more, don't I? Unfortunately, that one got the old yowl of approval from a fresh-faced boy or two. At which point Ed decided she was going to nip this in the bud, before other lads Graham's age were forced to listen to men like this. There was a risk they were without someone in the house who had the good sense to smack them back into shape. Them who can, will do for 'em that can't, old Etta snarled, loud enough the glass seemed to ring with it, it's the only way to survive. Unless you're telling me you know how to stitch your jerkin or brew your beer. It's winter, you wee shit. It doesn't care a whit about what you think you deserve. If you don't like it, take it up with Our Lady. I reckon I know what she'll say. Dear William. The courier will arrive for their return journey in the next se'nnight, if the signal towers are to be believed. I don't know when this bundle I am compiling will reach you, if at all, but I hope it does. I do not like to think of you both cold and bored. Surely one is punishment enough? 3 of the Fosters are making their way towards us. House Wheeler and House Forrester are holding back for now until the matter at the stepstones stabilizes. Still, there is much anticipation. We have been searching the September schools for suitable companions for Lady Jemima Terrick, Lady Tamsin Cox, and Lady Orva Reed, who is 7, so I can barely bring myself to lay so grand a title upon her head. Lady Tully often points out how I reveal my lower origins, but in this matter, I am well aware of my difference. I do not understand fosterings. Oh, I could recite well the benefits between houses or the worth of strong bonds. I could even make a claim about the value of a varied education. After all, what was my journey to Old Town if not a kind of fostering with the faith? Despite this, I know in my heart that I would never allow a child of House Myers to go if I could help it. I don't know how anyone bears it. The oldest is 11 name days. That was the age I left for the faith myself. I did not feel 11 at all, and I knew exactly what it was I wanted to do. Yet for all the wisdom people claim I possess, it is only now that I realize how I broke my father's heart. Septinicella is as happy as I have ever seen her. She's striding about Hag's Hill in rare spirits as we speak. I shall leave it to you to imagine the sort of terror a joyful Nicella visits upon the unwary. I do believe she's brushing up on her old skills in anticipation of the Fosters arriving. The pair of us have racked our brains as to what skills we wish those girls who come to foster with us to learn. A delicate balance of what is appealing and what is useful is fine in principle, but a lady's place in life is always harder to make out than anyone claims. Perhaps a se'nnight every so often in Maga's care would do them good? No one would ever foster with us again, but the stories alone might be worth it. Under no circumstances is Ivana to be left in charge of their education unsupervised. My sister is peerless and pitiless in equal measure. She loves her family dearly and everyone else not at all. The girls will either riot or obey her without question within a week. The last thing I need are 3 more of my sister's ilk, someday living somewhere I cannot see them. Yelena alone will be enough to handle. But life finds a way, even in winter. My sister has shared her happy news with me. She is with child. I will pray for a boy. You have many nephews and nieces, as I understand it. Do the mountain clans foster among themselves or with other houses? Comfort me with good stories, William. Tell me how to be a good Westerosi foster mother to these girls. I fear I will simply see a gaggle of children too small to be away from home and coddle them terribly. If you wish to amuse me, however, refuse to speak sense. Speak only of how you would spoil these children instead, to lift their spirits this winter. I imagine the northern version of spoiling to be incredibly dour. Do you reward the children with extra lessons in archery? Perhaps a spate of bear hunting? A long tale about the dire fate that awaits oathbreakers? There, another one for the pile. You'll have plenty to read by the time this reaches you. Am I not a good correspondent? Stay safe, William. My gods are not yours, but I will pray, if that brings you any comfort. Is there something I should do for the old gods if I want them to look well upon you? Or are they the kind where it is better they take no notice? Because in that case we might have more in common than not. Ursula. Tamsin Cox. The Cox retinue were going to be the last to arrive in the Meyer lands. This was only in part because Tamsin had hidden in the dye house and delayed the journey by a fortnight until the last of the woad could be scrubbed from her skin. She was still a little blue behind the ears, but with her hair down no one could tell. Tamsin, 4 nights, and a mouse of a maid who seemed afraid of her even if the girl was half again Tamsin's own age. It was pathetic. She found herself wrinkling her nose every time she looked at the older girl. It was not, she knew, as grand a retinue as her older siblings and cousins would have warranted, and by now Tamsin had cemented her reputation as a wild, angry thing. Few handmaids had been eager to follow her to a backwater for love of her, and Tamsin was not yet old enough to have a household of her own. A fact about which Cousin Araminta delighted in reminding her, even though she was also too young for one. Cousin Araminta had much to say about Lady Myers as well. None of it good. Sir Harry's had been her father's sworn shield and the sole person who had volunteered to come with her, and he was just about the only person in the salt pans Tamsin could stand. Everyone else tried to pretend like father wasn't dead, or that Tamsin shouldn't be so hot with anger all the time. It was only Sir Harry's who seemed to understand the way the rage shot through her like an autumn flash flood and didn't pay much mind to what she said until her vision wasn't white anymore. But other than him, Tamsin did not know anyone's name. Auntie Jocasta had tried to introduce her, but at the time Tamsin had been so desperate to find a way out of this prison sentence that she'd not bothered. It was a little embarrassing to admit now, so she was mostly silent and mutinous. She looked a lot like her father, everyone said, and Tamsin had taken some comfort in being able to use it to force grandmother Melua into doing her bidding. There had to be some benefit to dead parents. It hadn't worked this time. Tamsin had felt a terrible rage take hold of her when grandmother had declared the fostering. It was quite obvious now that they wanted to get rid of her. No one wanted Tamsin underfoot at the best of times, and now that father and mother were both gone it would make everyone happier if they could just pretend she had never existed. She had begged and pleaded, promised to be good, if only they wouldn't send her away. But their faces had been as unmoving as stone. That night she had howled half the house down and terrorized the servants. She'd torn an ugly tapestry from the walls that was almost as old as the keep, slapped 3 maids and threatened to throw herself from the window unless they went to get her uncle or her grandmother and made them promise she could stay. No one had come. Not even Nurse. Eventually she'd cried herself out and, still wet-cheeked, padded from her rooms in search of information about this place she was being banished to. She had asked around and heard such strange tales. They rarely agreed. The Lady of Hags Hill was clever and cunning, a wit in court and the mastermind of schemes. She was also a stupid girl who had risen too high and grasped for things above her station. Lady Myers was mistress to Kermit Tully. Tamsin didn't know what that was, but all the adults agreed it was bad and impressive at the same time. Others said that she was his closest advisor, something that was not acceptable for a lady to be. They said the lady had killed a witch with her bare hands and probably a spell, though most claimed she had been blessed by the 7 instead. Tamsin had been inside the September a lot on worship days and feast days and found it much more likely that wicked magic had been used. She didn't see how singing hymns or lecturing people would do anything at all to a witch, except annoy her. The Meyer lands were a fetid bog, everyone said. People fell into bogs all the time and drowned in mud. Lady Myers probably used it to hide the bodies of her enemies. The perfect place, Cousin Araminta had said, for a horrid little thing like Tamsin. Not to mention that there was nothing at all worth seeing over there except for the ruins of old stones. Not like here, where the tall ships came and went, their sails like clouds. Tamsin had upset too many people, Cousin Araminta had exclaimed with gleeful relish, and now she was going to be sent to rot in a bog with a witch and other nasty girls who were too stupid to know they were being punished. In that moment, Tamsin knew she was going to be such a terror that Lady Myers would have no choice but to send her back. It might shame House Cox, she was old enough to know that, but since House Cox had been the ones to send her away in the first place, it was only right that they got what was coming to them. The furious little thought kept her plenty warm on the journey. Her one blessing in this whole mess was that Nurse was not coming with her. A foul old lady with a permanently pinched expression, who smelled like wee. Nurse was the only servant permitted to discipline Tamsin with the flat of her palm or 7 strikes of a switch, and Tamsin was certain that the old bat loved it. She had been nurse to Auntie Jocasta and so grandmother Melua had a fondness for the witch. Nothing Tamsin had done had ever been enough to shake Nurse's control until now. It was only when the river barge had drifted past the old, ruined holdfast she'd once tried to run away to, did Tamsin realize she was further away from home than she'd ever been. Instinctively, she'd raced to the back of the barge to squint at the fading cluster of buildings that had been the salt pans, and the fat, pale towers of the keep. She had been so angry she hadn't turned around once as they had set off. What if grandmother had been watching? Had she been waving? What if Nurse had wanted to say goodbye and now Tamsin was never going to be allowed back because she was so rude and awful and she'd have to live with Lady Myers in a bog forever? Sorrow had struck Tamsin's chest then like a heavy stone, and she spent the next few days trying not to get caught being upset. The mousy maid was decent at sharing a bed and didn't snore or shift too much, but when she'd woken to Tamsin crying late at night and tried to put her arms around her, Tamsin had booted her as hard as she could in the shin. That ought to put a stop to that sort of thing. The dairy lands had been pretty despite the frost. They'd taken a wheelhouse to the keep so that Tamsin could sleep and eat somewhere that didn't roll and bounce under her feet like an ill-bred pony. Lady Rosamond had greeted them and been quite nice to Tamsin. Bitterly, she had wondered if it would not be better to foster with Lady Rosamond, who was nice, funny, and let Tamsin play hide and seek in the tapestry room. More importantly, Tamsin had actually heard about their house in her lessons and had rather more to go on than Cousin Araminta's stories of curses and bog witches. Lady Rosamond had simply smiled at her and said, "But I am not Lady Derry. You would foster with Lord Derry, my uncle, or perhaps my lady mother." Their only other stop was Lord Harroway's town, but they had stayed at an inn instead, which was not as nice but much more interesting. All sorts of people visited inns, even in winter, and she'd enjoyed an evening by the fire watching everyone come and go. Sir Harry's had even let her try some of his ale, but it tasted like sick. If nothing else, the knights seemed much more interested about being in a town. Tamsin didn't know what a copper's ride was, but in her overheard conversations it was apparently the done thing. She'd asked the next morning if it was any fun and if she could see one before they went, at which point Sir Harry's had struck two of the others so hard about the head that Tamsin had winced in sympathy. Not one more word was uttered on the subject. It was probably about fucking. She wasn't stupid, it was just no one had said. They had arrived at the outskirts of the Mire lands in the strange half-light glow that came just before true dawn. Tamsin had prepared a story about how badly the maid snored just in case anyone asked her why she wasn't sleeping, but no one had. Towers of some kind had been spotted by the knights when they had entered the Mire lands. Rickety, creaking things that looked miserable to be up, where someone shadowed flashed painted paddles in patterns unknown to Tamsin. She wanted to climb up one desperately. There wasn't much to make out in the Mire lands in this half-dark. Strange shapes she did not know, mostly. Other than that, there were fields, which were boring, and trees, which were boring, and distant trails of smoke or firelight. It was bitterly cold and even bundled up as she was, Tamsin shivered. The Mire lands were further north than the salt pans, and didn't have the warm winds from the east that heated the air a little. It had been one of the only lessons Tamsin had been able to sit through before she left, because Maester Orson knew that she liked to look at maps. Her stomach hurt. She was probably hungry. Dawn happened slowly, and then all at once. It was only as the world grew brighter that Tamsin realized what she was looking at. Dotted here and there were great houses made of glass. Huge things, big enough to cover half a field, twinkling with dew, the insides wet with droplets, and some even gave off clouds of steam when people scurried in and out of them. The sky went from berry purple to shockingly pink and gold in a blink. Great clouds of birds swarmed, trilled, squawked, and dove over to her right, Hags Mire's pools and silver-studded waterways clearly their home. Grasses crusted with ice glittered, and the fog began to burn off in the weak warmth of the sun. The wide blue fork was busier than she thought it would be, but Tamsin had not been awake at dawn on the barge before, so maybe this was normal. There were fishermen and women taking to their smaller boats, or perhaps there were some craftspeople and farmers, because some rafts were being laden with wares and food to be sent towards Hag's Hill, whose white walls she could see even from here. People were singing a fisherman's song. She had heard it before, from her window, faintly. Never this clear and close. Tamsin hadn't expected to hear it this far from the salt pans, but maybe fishermen were the same everywhere. Old Joe has gone fishing, and young Joe has gone fishing. And you know has gone fishing and found them a shoal. The town of Southwold rose up almost all at once behind a dense copse of trees along a wide stretch of bank, and the noise rose up all at once as though in response. Tall houses from which smokestacks drifted faintly, the shouting of folk who flung their window shutters open, even the rattle and clank of carts. The river teemed with people and Tamsin scrambled to the edge of her barge to stare at them. They were supposed to have savage Northmen in the Mire lands, old gods worshippers who sacrificed babes under the light of the full moon. Tamsin was somewhat devastated to see that they weren't immediately obvious to her eye, though some of the folk were wearing funny furry hats, and some of the women covered their heads with colorful scarves. Perhaps those were Northmen? Merchant barges were corralled along the northern town, likely the merchants themselves were being kept somewhere to quarantine, according to Sir Harry's. There were fishing boats, yes, but also larger barges that had great slabs of cut timber strapped to them, even one boat stuffed full of some kind of stone, making its slow way along. Great water wheels were set along the bank, though the structures around them were only half-built. Ahead was a tall, covered bridge, gleaming white, the roof pieces a mix of metals and stone like copper or slate, and a dozen others she didn't know the name of. They had been cut to look like fish scales and glittered weakly in the dawnlight. It was high and wide enough that the sails on their little river barge passed neatly under it, and all of a sudden, the stout tower of Hag's Hill was ahead. There was a cluster of people already waiting at the foot of Hag's Hill to greet them. Sir Harry's made a noise of understanding, and at Tamsin's look explained, that was likely what the signal towers were doing. They were aware we were at their borders. Tamsin set her jaw. With some effort, she tore her gaze from a woman who reached bare-armed, though her skin looked so red it was as if someone had slapped it, into the freezing waters and pulled up a rope that positively clattered with some manner of shelled creatures. She didn't care how interesting it was to watch the people here. They wouldn't hold a candle to saltpan folk. Besides, Tamsin needed to pay close attention to find the best way to get sent home. Lady Myers was not very impressive to look at. Tamsin allowed that she was tall and wore an interesting dress, a bright blue gown with brass buttons along the bodice, hemmed in strange embroidery, and that her hair was good, but she didn't like her eyes. They were clear and grey, like water in a bowl, and Tamsin fought the urge to quail under her stare. That she should feel the urge at all infuriated her. The most interesting thing about the Lady of Hag's Hill was the large raven perched on her shoulder, its glossy black feathers ruffled to keep it warm in the cold and its beady black eyes fixed on Tamsin as though it knew what she was thinking. The walk up Hag's Hill was not a terribly long one, but it was very steep and winding. The salt pans were a notoriously flat part of the riverlands, and though Tamsin could race up and down tower steps with the best of them, making your way up a steep, icy hill was something else. It had been many days on the river barge and her legs felt wobbly. Besides, Tamsin hadn't slept a wink, and she was exhausted. Gritting her teeth, Tamsin resolved not to be a baby about it, but Sir Harry's noticed and opened his traitorous mouth to let Lady Myers know. The lady pivoted sharply, those strange eyes looking down at her, and Tamsin fought the urge to flinch. This strange woman was to be her keeper, until she found a way to leave. What if she was like Nurse and used a switch? Worse, what if she didn't, and had other, nastier ways to make her behave? Not that Tamsin was going to. Still, it bore thinking about. Well, Lady Myers said briskly, we have options. Your loyal knight might carry you, as befits a daughter of House Cox. Or we could have a horse sent for. Do you enjoy riding? Glaring mutinously at Sir Harry's, whose face was hatefully pleasant and undisturbed by this, Tamsin answered as rudely as she knew how. I can walk myself. My legs aren't broken. Nodding amiably, Lady Myers waved off Sir Harry's, who looked like he was about to ignore Tamsin's protestations and pick her up anyway. Tamsin's hands balled at her sides. She'd beat his helmet with her fists until his brain scrambled if he would dare embarrass her here. Lady Melia told me you were a robust girl. I see she was right. A little walking won't do anything at all to you. But you are a lady of your house, and so you must not just think of yourself. Startled, Tamsin glanced up at Lady Myers. She leaned closer, a little like she had a secret, and invited Tamsin to turn slightly away from her retinue. That knight of yours has travelled far with you and is about to enter a keep he does not know. I think he might feel better if you were close. This, Tamsin would have to confess, did make her waver. She always felt safer when Sir Harry's was near, and the idea that he did not feel safe if she was far had a pleasing sameness. Still, she shook her head. I will walk beside him then, if he is worried. But I can walk. I'm not a child, Lady Myers. It was a useful phrase to use when you wanted to upset someone, Tamsin had found. Usually, the people at home would either scoff that she absolutely was a child and that she ought to mind her elders. Or they would smile indulgently and coo at her, which usually gave Tamsin a good excuse to kick them. Yet Lady Myers did neither. She instead replied, if you say you can walk it, I believe you. I would only caution you that when we enter the gates, more of the household will be ready to receive you. If you arrive at the top exhausted and shaky, they will not see the strong, lively girl about whom Lady Melia boasted. They will see you pale and tired. That Grandmother Melia had written to say something nice made Tamsin's stomach cramp horribly. Grandmothers so rarely had nice things to say, it was probably a lie that Lady Myers was telling to get her to behave. Yet another part of Tamsin missed her grandmother so powerfully that she had half a mind to insist Lady Myers produce the letter at once. Then her mind focused on the other half of the statement. There was some wisdom to it, especially since the other foster girls would be there. Perhaps, Tamsin began, perhaps when we get to the top, I would take a moment to rest before we went to the gates? Just in case. With a serious expression, Lady Myers gave a nod. I think that's a lovely compromise. Thank you, Lady Tamsin. I feel I have learned much about you already. Startled, Tamsin forgot to be disagreeable and blurted, but I've hardly said anything. Perhaps the rumors were true, and she really was a witch who could read minds? Tamsin would make the lady teach her then, and she'd go home and see how Cousin Araminta liked having her secrets blabbed to everyone. Lady Myers laughed, throwing back her head. Ladies weren't supposed to laugh like that. Ladies covered their mouths with their hands or smothered their giggles behind pursed lips. Lady Myers acted like she'd never had a nurse at all to tell her how to behave. She gave a strong, sharp laugh that showed all her teeth. You value the opinion of the people who are important to you, but not so much that it will sway you when you feel you are right. You are not so foolish as to disregard the advice of others, even though you care little for it. You will not be carried when you can walk, even if the road is hard and the journey has been long. Lady Myers flashed her a sudden, starlit smile, and for a moment Tamsin felt warmed by her regard, even though she didn't want to. That's plenty to be getting on with, I think. Don't you? Said the Lady of Hag's Hill, her eyes like silver mirrors in the morning light. On her shoulder, that glossy raven threw its head back and let out a loud squawk. For one moment, Tamsin wondered if Lady Myers was actually completely different from what everyone had said. Dear Ursula. The water is wet and salt in the air stings any wound you might. Dear Ursula. It is so cold some nights that great sheets of ice form and break against the shore. Dear Ursula. I miss. Dear Ursula. The tender ship will not come for a long while, I know. I do not know if my letter has reached you, but I find that writing passes the time. When I was 11, my father took me bear hunting. It was the year of the red spring, and the winter had been foul in the north as it usually is. But for whatever reason, a larger than usual number of bears had survived their hibernation. This was a boon in many ways, for furs and flesh were necessary things and the spring plantings were still no larger than my forefinger. I was a good shot, even then, though my body was not yet strong enough for a full war bow like my father's. I remember feeling proud that he had taken me and not my older brothers. Slowly, over the course of weeks, I learned to distinguish their tracks in the slush and mud, to see where they scraped against bark or trampled vegetation. Most useful is hunting for droppings, as the warmth of them tells you if you are close. Bear hunting is a good winter activity because of this, as it steams plenty if you are close and you have no need to put your hand to it. My father taught me how to track a bear until he was certain I could do it without him, until he was confident I could be dropped anywhere in the world and know how to hunt a killer and not be hunted in turn, which is a lesson that I am finding very applicable in this place of caves and printed sand. He was not an effusive man. This is something of a stereotype, I am aware, and it is one I have found useful on occasion. But in truth, people anywhere are like people everywhere. We have our gossips and our gregarious, just as much as the Riverlands have the dull and doer. My father is considered uniquely tight-lipped. I recall being desperate for some sign I had done well, reading each nod and grunt desperately, like a poor student of some foreign tongue. When we were done and had brought the meat and skins home, he gifted me only with a simple, well done, before disappearing into his solar. Though I later heard him praise me as having done a man's work, I still despaired. I thought that if only I had been exceptional, or bolder, that I might have earned more of his time. That week, though I was tired from our long journey, I hid from Dana's lessons and went to the practice yard instead and worked with my bow until my hands were raw. My father said nothing. He did not even scold me when he discovered I had fled my lessons. He only pushed my hands the way I showed you, until the pain eased. As a man, I understand him better now. He did not want to teach me how to be a killer. He did not like to think of me having to use these skills for anything other than a bear hunt, but he did it because he wanted me to be prepared to survive. He lacked praise not for my efforts, but for his own. Because he wished to have been a different kind of father, to gift his sons a different kind of life. The whole world smells like smoke and blood. Some of my men are dead. Most of them live. They are drinking and celebrating. I should join them, but I haven't the stomach for it. My father would be glad I am alive, I know. But if he were here, there would be little praise. I know why now, after many years and battles. I think about the life you try to build for your small folk today, and how you already seem to understand my hardest won lesson. I wonder how you came to be. I wonder what your hardest won lesson is? Would I understand it too, as you understand mine? Forgive me, this is melancholy. I don't know that I shall send this one. But I feel dishonest writing anything else, and I hate to be dishonest with you. You prize nothing so much as the truth, and it is so little to ask me to give you, really. A raven flew overhead today. I confess I waved at it like a drunkard, but I was beneath its notice. I think of you often. William. Chapter 54, Ursula Myers. 133 AC. Ursula Myers. Outside the winter had covered the vegetation in Hagsmire with a hard, deep frost. The sheets of light glazed silver like a mirror set into the earth. It was almost enough to make up for the fact that I'd give my right arm to see some color in the earth again. Seasonal affect disorder in West Eros had to have been bred out of the system or perhaps was regularly cold in famine. For the moment, I had one glorious candle mark to myself before the world would coming bursting in at the seams once more. My fingers traced the seal on the letter that had just arrived. Word from House Vance had come. Onwin Peak had finally sent word to him that Yelena would be adopted as my heir in only a few short months, and the Red Wine Fleet were sailing to crush the vile Ironborn. Albrecht wanted to visit his granddaughter. Dark wings, dark words. 3 times, before the work was done, grandmother had said. The first had been the summit, that much was clear. Was this the second? I had no real way of knowing. I was hardly lacking for correspondence. It was a tricky line to walk. He couldn't suspect what we had planned, but equally he'd not believe perfect innocence from us. Going to Vance Lands would put us too strongly in his power for me to be comfortable. I didn't know what Theo would do if we tried to take Yelena for a visit somewhere he couldn't follow. Yet for him to come visit might unearth all sorts of trouble. We could blind him a little with avariciousness. There was a good deal of potential evident in our lands that might get his blood up. However, there were also a number of secrets I did not want him privy to. Like wee Alan, or Theo's total disdain for his lord father. Ivana could hide her hostility even as someone dug a fork into her thigh. It was everyone else we'd struggled to corral. The small folk were no fans of Fairmarket and their ilk after Cormac, despite how we depended on them for trade. I tapped my lip absent-mindedly as I considered my options. There were as many ways to play it as there were to be a person. The trouble was that as visitor to my lands Lord Albrecht was in theory obliged to defer to me, for all his social status was technically higher. Naturally this was an affront to the order of things, leading to a push and pull between us as I vied to control his access, and he vied to control my household. Likely through bribes, but also by leaning on his familial connections to maintain access to Yelena. The man thought ahead enough that he'd already be considering how to become an indelible fixture in her life. Riverrun had been useful because the pair of us were forced to pay court to our liege lord. A shared social superior constrained his moves enough that I could act in the moments he was busy engaging with the Tullys. Without one, this little dance would be terribly time-consuming, just as I wanted to make a real push for a number of changes in anticipation of the year and a half of winter still to come. The solution did not have the decency to come immediately, which I felt was rude of it. Still, I had some time before I would be required to answer. With a guttural croak, Quoth tilted his head at me from where he was perched on my arm, before leaning over and nibbling at the strands of my hair, tugging much of it loose from its braid. I fought a smile. The bare truth was that I was doing too much. Between innovations for spring, concern over oat trials, handling the duties of a lady of House Myers, wrangling the Fosters, plotting against Vance and a dozen other matters that incessantly demanded my attention, it was possible that I was slightly overworked. Come spring's first harvest, I promised myself, I'm going to take a vacation. Perhaps I'd travel to the Neck, at La Reed's invitation, though the teasing that would result from such a thing would be almost as bad as I had received from the arrival of William's first, and only, letter. I tried not to worry over the lack of response from William. The courier had been clear, in that rote way which spoke of having to deliver the explanation a dozen times before he got to my door, that it would be some time before letters could be received, let alone sent back. It was much the same on campaigns anywhere, I recalled. During the dance I'd save up letters over weeks and weeks before a courier ever came my way, and sometimes they'd wander back disappointingly, because the host had moved on before my letters could arrive. Sometimes they would be lost entirely, along with my coppers. Likely buried at the bottom of a courier's satchel, or trampled into mud and ash, a waste of my hopes and affections. My father had liked longer letters, or a collection of them over many days. It had given him something to do on long nights or dull journeys. We shared nothing so much as our hatred of boredom. As a girl, I'd once heard Sir Ender describe boredom as a thing with teeth, savaging him head first. So long letters it had been, and sketches or cartoons. Something worth looking at more than once, or something worth rereading. It was about all I could do to make up for being such an awful daughter. I hated the idea of William being set bored and cold when he wasn't in fear for his life. There ought to be more shades to his moods, lest his dour little mask become his countenance in truth. I'd resolved to be entertaining at least. I liked making him laugh, anyway, so it was no hardship. The looks I had gotten from my household when I had delivered my bundle of letters into the messenger's outstretched hands, however, were really unnecessary. Still, I had a little time before the day needed to move in earnest, and sometimes taking your mind off a problem allowed the brain to percolate a little. Drawing a sheet of paper towards me, I dipped my rather ragged quill into ink. The courier would not be back for quite some time, if at all, but it would be helpful to have another small bundle of missives, just in case. I wrote for a little while, as Quoth tugged strands of my hair loose and made low noises. Determinedly, I ignored the yawning feeling in my stomach, as my traitorous little mind wondered if William was even alive to receive my letters. Dear William. Dear William. I keep worrying that you and your men are in poor accommodation. A cave in winter is hardly insulated, even if you have elevated your sleeping platforms, and I cannot imagine the cold and fog that comes off the sea, if Cragtreath is anything to go by. Before I become determinately light-hearted again, I must tell you that enclosed with this missive are some ideas from Sir Dominic as to how you might see to your men's comfort. Forgive me from the departure. I shall not stray for the rest of the letter, I promise. You have never been curious about Quoth. More than almost anyone else, you have simply accepted him as a feature of my being, like a limb. It does not flatter my vanity to reveal the embarrassing nature of how Quoth adopted me, because I assure you it was not the other way around, so instead I shall tell you about how Quoth became the doting father to a surprising number of ravens and earned Maester Lewis's enmity forever. Dear William. Maester Lewis tells me that there is a terrible storm likely to blow in from the east. I do not know if it will miss the stepstones and strike the Vale or the north instead, but if West Eros is anything to go by it will land where such a thing would do the most damage. I hope you are safe. I have nothing interesting to say today. I received several highly disagreeable letters from far less welcome correspondents than yourself. Anything I write will surely leap off the page as pure panic or poison, and that is a poor gift for a friend as good as you. Take this instead. Enclosed is a strange, exaggerated drawing of a man who looks not unlike Albrecht Vance being tied to a boulder and loaded into a siege weapon of some kind. It appears to be a poorly conceived mangonel which is presently aflame. Dear William. We once spoke of measuring ourselves against our fathers. In truth, I was a little dishonest, and it has plagued me ever since. I do not like to keep the truth from you, even though I know that desire to be unwise. A touch of my own hypocrisy, I suppose. The same way Ivana loves to know everything and hates others being involved in her business. I shall rectify that dishonesty, small though it was, in deference to our friendship. When the Ironborn attacked and the letter came, it told me immediately that I was House Meyer's only successor. I learned of my father's death, my brother's death and the new reality of my station in one fell swoop. Try as I might, most days I cannot separate them. It is a terrible truth that lives inside my ribs. I was safe in a cloister when the menfolk of my house died. I was never supposed to leave it. I keep my father's armor on a stand in the corner of my chambers, because that is where he kept it when these rooms were his. Nothing has moved, only the wardrobe has been emptied of his doublets and replaced with my gowns. A while ago, my sister convinced me to paint some winter roses on a corner of the wall. I never finished them, and I don't know if I will. I promised honesty, here it is, once I change anything, they're really dead. I am really Lady Myers, and I can never go home. I compare my height to a wooden stand, and all my choices with my father's. I stand in what should have been my brother's shoes and I wear his old armor. I do not feel like Sir Ender's daughter, I do not feel like Dickon's sister. I feel like the parasite that fed on their love and has come to roost among their bones. This is the worst letter ever conceived, I am sure. I don't know what I am trying to say to you, William, but I feel that it must be said to someone, or I'll simply run mad. I shouldn't send this with the rest at all. It is far too melancholy, and I know you need cheering. I want my letters to be a source of happiness and comfort, not whatever this is. But you told me that you liked the way I talk. That no detail was too small. You have been too good a man for me to bring myself to doubt your word. Not without cause. You must live, William. I have nothing of yours to keep if you do not, and I have lost too many people to this cruel, pitiless place. Ursula. For once, this morning, I was not the one putting ink to paper. Instead, I was supervising, making my slow way around the room. At the table in my solar, my 3 Fosters sat working away at their projects. Some more diligently than others. I was far too busy to see to their education full-time. And the education of 3 girls such as the ones who had arrived was very much a full-time occupation. Septinicella oversaw them in the mornings, where she focused on a specific program of literacy and numeracy. Tamsin hated her with a fierceness, which quite delighted Nicella. The afternoons varied. Sometimes they joined the other children in the school held in the Great Hall, learning histories or natural sciences. Other times Ivana taught them music, or embroidery. I would spend an hour or so with them every day, if I was lucky, usually during the midday meal we rationed for children. I did my best to see them before they retired for the evening, usually alongside Yelena and wee Alan, and inquire about their day or share a story. But that is a terribly slow way to build a relationship with children so far from home. In light of this, twice a week some time was set aside for them to work on a project of some kind with me. It would vary a little as they grew, and I became more sure of their interests. For now, it was writing a letter home. Which one must acknowledge was dull in the extreme. Little Orva had long ebony hair that curled and snarled its way around anything that got too close to it. Leaves. Twigs. Most memorably, other children. Wee Alan had been fascinated by her hair and Orva had been content to let him handle it right up until he got hopelessly stuck and tugged too hard. No, she had said firmly, as though she were much older and speaking to a misbehaving puppy, no, I do not like it. Her large dark eyes pored over the primer in front of her. She'd not been taught many of her letters yet, but she was clearly eager to learn. Her chubby fingers marshaled themselves into correctness as she drew her chalk over her slate with exaggerated care. When she was happy with her message, I would help her copy it onto paper. She was a naturally plump-cheeked child, and prone to quiet watchfulness. All qualities the household found highly endearing, especially in the scarcity of winter. The urge to squeeze Orva until she popped was near universal, to the point where she was a favorite of the younger children in the household, for her placidness and patience. I once found her late for lessons with Septinicella, crouched on the ground in front of a stick insect trying to make its way over a rock. Come on, you can do it, Orva had intoned solemnly to it, with the weariness of a sage watching a novice attempt original thought. Her uncle Lahar had told stories about me, and she was very pleased that she would be learning from someone her uncle so esteemed. It was special, said Orva, to be sent to learn how to see. I hadn't yet found a way to explain that one away, but being from the neck was usually enough to have folk nod knowingly at her strangeness. Next eldest was Jemima, a child as quiet as any mouse who ever lived, and who looked so like her grandmother that it was quite startling. She was the furthest ahead in her education, with a decent hand, a good head for numbers, and a certain Chaucerian flair for spelling that I found charming. The girl was brimful with the desire to be good, craning at the neck and straining at the eyes with it. With her milk-pale skin, earnest blue eyes, and pin-straight hair, she presented herself well. More than the others, she scrubbed in the wash basin each morning until she glowed with cleanliness and good breeding. It did nothing to remove her spiritual resemblance to an earnest pond creature in the slightest. A kind of lovable river snail, that had one day decided to become the best child it could possibly be. Septinicella despaired, and said little could be done until the girl chose to develop some character. It was rather unfair of Nicella, I thought, for she had the ability to instill enough fear in a child to rather erase any fledgling hints of personality through sheer terror. Jemima had bouts of placid wisdom and bouts of extreme excitement that were quite jarring to those not familiar with children. There was an unfortunate tendency to suck her thumb that she was desperately trying to hide from Tamsin, and out of all the Fosters she most desired to climb into my lap and have me pay special attention to her. This, naturally, infuriated Yelena so much that she had toddled right over to the child and punched her in the leg. There had been much wailing and gnashing of teeth that night. Ivana, I noted, had become conspicuously absent for the whole affair. Likely, she was secure in her knowledge that I would do nothing to retaliate for such a betrayal while she was pregnant, except perhaps fuss harder. I had faith that Jemima would grow into herself, as her grandmother had, but it was difficult to be 9 at the best of times. Let alone 9 and trying to be on your best behavior so far away from home. Then, there was Tamsin. The hardest target under my thumb, bar none. The oldest and most behind in almost everything except for getting into places she shouldn't and fights with people who were not allowed to fight back. In truth, it was not possible to lay the blame for this at the girl's feet. Her education had been the responsibility of her carers, and they had failed her miserably. Children do not naturally like hard work unless a great deal of effort has been put into making the work seem valuable or novel. That she tried so hard to get out of it spoke of a sharp mind lacking interest or motivation. That everyone seemed to have let her, in order to save themselves headaches, spoke of a little more truth to Tamsin's dramatic claims of abandonment than I cared to admit. Now, of course, she was behind her peers and embarrassed about it. Which only made the problem worse. Far safer to disdain learning than to desire it and be found wanting. Currently she was sat in front of a similar slate to Orva and deeply defensive about the fact. Tamsin did not recognize the admiration Jemima had for her, entirely due to the magical properties of being 2 years older and outspoken, and was instead certain that all the sidelong glances were filled with disgust and judgment. Mostly Tamsin was watching me, because there was no doubt that someone would have reported to me how only this morning she had scratched at one of the maids and thrown a chamber pot at another. For now, I was sitting on the information, which seemed to only distress her more. Tamsin twitched like a startled moth whenever I passed by as though waiting to be hit. The child resorted to violence without a second thought, a white-hot fury that she couldn't contain, and Tamsin preferred sullen silence in the aftermath rather than face her embarrassment head-on. She wanted desperately to be punished, so that she knew what to fear, and desperately to be told it was all right, so that she might not have to be afraid. Both of these responses, I was certain, would be met with equal rage. It would not yet serve me to charge in. I wasn't quite certain of the pattern I was seeing, only that I did not like any of the possibilities it implied. So it was that these were my girls, on whose rearing and education I had staked the reputation of my house. 3 fatherless foster children, with mothers either gone or so remote as to be a footnote in their lives. The irony that they had been sent into my care had not escaped me. The Fosters and Wheelers had pledged to send children with 2 living parents each, an embarrassment of riches. Right, I said suddenly, enough to startle Cedra into straightening from where she had been bent inspecting Orva's chicken scratch. That's enough for today. I'll see you girls tonight, but I am sure you'll find some mischief to get into until then. They clambered out of the chairs and benches, which really were too big and too high for them, and made for the door. Only Jemima seemed to remember that you were supposed to curtsy when leaving the presence of a higher status lady, but that was fine. There was time for us to sort out etiquette. It was the rest of it that I was finding challenging. Lady Honorine Tully. How would you like to visit? Our little backwater is charming at this time of year. Fling over your responsibilities and let your good daughter manage the household for a while, with strict instructions to send a raven at the slightest hint of news. It shall promise to be most diverting. Winter has turned the entire land to brown, the fog is awful, and the food shall be sparse indeed compared to the wealth of your table in River Run. You may wish to bring your own stores. Fret not, for if everything else fails, the Ironborn may reave the coast again in force and kill us all. I should caution you that Lord Albrecht Vance is likely visiting soon, and I would not dare have your visit overlap his, lest I fail to be as attentive as I should. There should be little chance of you arriving ahead of him, or even during his visit, unless you set off nearly immediately, however. May I suggest the Maiden's Day feast instead? That would be a much more appropriate time. Lady Ursula Myers. A river to my people. Tamsin, stay a while. A few days had come and gone. The incidents continued, almost like clockwork. Bedtime was clearly a trigger of some sort, as was being woken up. Tiredness probably meant she had a hard time controlling herself, or perhaps she feared nightmares. Chin thrust up defiantly, her eyes flashing, Tamsin halted in her escape, before pivoting and flinging herself back into her seat. Scowling mulishly, the child folded her arms and looked everywhere except at me. I let her sit, and drank my tisane, which had gone quite cold, but that was not the point. Cedra caught my intention and set to tidying the long table as slowly as was plausible. It would give Tamsin time to cool her heels and bite back the dozen things she no doubt was preparing to say in her defense. I wasn't much interested in how she justified herself. It was plain that housecocks found her behavior troublesome enough that they'd stopped trying as they should have, but equally, highborn girls slapped and abused their servants all the time. Eventually, I sat opposite her, my hands folded in front of me as decorously as I knew how. Over on his perch, Quoth gave a sharp caw. I watched Tamsin resist the urge to flinch. She was better at it than I would expect of a child. If you would like me to send you home, you need only say, I said, keeping my tone and expression neutral. Gesturing vaguely at the door, I continued, ignoring her bewildered expression, I am no jailer, and I am busy enough for 2 women. You howl and thrash when a simple sentence would suffice. Fostering is an honor, but it is a hard thing. You are away from all you know and love, and it is difficult to make yourself love somewhere new if you are heartsore about being there. Tamsin crossed her arms fiercely and shrugged as hard as she could. Her gaze flickered like a guttering candle, unable to focus on my face for long. I'm not homesick, don't be stupid, she snapped, I just don't want to be here. I nodded, biting back my instinctive anger at her attitude. From the other end of the table, I noticed Cedra's head snap up. She directed a blistering little glare at Tamsin, but the girl did not notice. I hurried to intervene before Cedra felt the need. Then ask for me to send you home, Tamsin, I said. She remained silent. Because of course she did. Driving me to the brink was something like a victory, in Tamsin's desperate, childish understanding of the world. Asking to go home to her grandmother pricked at her pride and fear both. What if she was unwelcome? Anger is a very useful emotion, I said, finally, after some time. Tamsin blinked, startled. People disdain it. I think perhaps these people don't have much of substance to be angry about. Even so, anger turned on the undeserving is simply cruelty. The child scoffed. I didn't blame her. Adults probably made all sorts of claims that they understood how she must be feeling. But words are wind, and white-knuckling it through Tamsin's 5th temper tantrum in as many days was a good deal more work than most were prepared for. It's not my fault, Tamsin burst out, her face reddening, it just happens. If they wouldn't be so stupid and awful. Tamsin's fists were clenched tight in front of her, no doubt her nails were biting into the flesh of her palms in sharp crescents. I wondered if she did that to herself a lot. I kept speaking, a lecturing tone easy enough to adopt. It was a lot of drivel about the importance of peace and how a lady's reputation was her greatest defense. The content didn't matter. At this point I was certain Tamsin wasn't taking anything in. All she could hear right now was that I had neither punished nor coddled her, the only 2 actions in the world she understood. And when Tamsin was faced with things she did not understand, her instinct was always to lash out. It was at this point Cedra walked very conspicuously into Tamsin's eyeline, and I watched the girl's face go sharp with consideration before she refocused on me. Of all my handmaidens, Cedra was the one who could not shake the accent of her birth. Common as muck, Janessa called it, half in commiseration as she herself had been taught by Nacella to smooth her vowels and crispen her consonants. Jehundolan spoke like a fairy-tale princess come to life, so there had been little concern at all there. Cedra was a dear friend and loyal girl, but to the untrained she looked low status indeed. I watched Tamsin's rage bubble to a fever pitch, and then I watched her clamp down on it. Perhaps because she feared my presence, or perhaps to extract revenge at a later date. But it told me, unfortunately, everything I needed to know. I cut myself off mid-sentence and said, "Ah. I see." Jolting, Tamsin's furious gaze dimmed a little as she snapped her attention back to my face. I took a slow sip from my tisane, wetting my dry throat. "Here is your first uncomfortable truth from me, Tamsin. You're old enough for it and I think you've sensed it by now. You know exactly what you are doing when you lose your temper." Pure indignant disbelief washed over her. Tamsin's face flickered like a guttering candle. "I can't help it," she whined, her large eyes going wounded and wet, "I'm not doing it on purpose. I just get so upset." "Well then," I said brightly, "you're clearly very angry now. Why don't you hit me? Or perhaps throw something at my head while calling me names? There's quite a lot on the table you might use." The suggestion was so unexpected that for a moment it truly threw her off balance. Then her eyes narrowed, sensing a trap. "I wouldn't hit you," Tamsin said, shortly, giving a shrug so exaggerated she was almost in danger of achieving liftoff. "Of course you wouldn't. Your anger is not the problem, Tamsin. You have much to be angry about, I think. I accept that it will take a good deal of time for you to master it. But you choose the targets of your rage very carefully, or else Sir Harry's would have as many stories as the servants about how you lost your temper and attempted to strike them. You choose people who cannot fight back. It ends now." With a shriek, Tamsin kicked at the table, knocking things on it over with a clatter and thud. A good thing Cedra had moved the inkwells. Tamsin had begun to cry, fat tears of rage and frustration. "It's not fair," she sobbed, her breath coming in terrible gasps that seemed to get no breath into her. I stood and moved closer, crouching down beside her chair as Tamsin's sobs reached a fever pitch and she pounded at the table. Each time she let loose great shrieks that were enough to make the ears bleed. It certainly had quoth squawking reflexively. I'm afraid that won't work with me, Tamsin, I cut her off, keeping my voice as soft as possible even as she howled, you need to calm yourself, or we will simply have to have this conversation again in an hour. I hate you, she howled, so hard that her eyes bulged and flecks of spittle flew from her mouth, kicking the table again hard enough to make it push back a good bit. I do not hate you, I replied evenly, I believe you can do better. If I respected you less, I wouldn't bother having this conversation. What do you know about it? You're just some bog witch, snarled Tamsin, her lips twisting. I had opened my mouth to respond when a sudden thud made the pair of us jump. Cedra's face was dark with fury. Her palm flat against the table where she had brought it down hard. You will address her as Lady Myers, thundered Cedra, brown eyes flashing, she has served Lord Tully in court and in battle. Lady Myers has guarded us from winter itself. She has faced traitors to the crown and stared down dragons. And even if she hadn't, she would still be Lady Myers to you. You can't speak to me like that, spat Tamsin, kicking aimlessly at the air, though she looked more shocked than anything else. Cedra drew herself up, eyebrows raised, and replied, you can silence me forever with just one word. What is the name of the maid who accompanied you from the salt pans? Tamsin opened her mouth, only to cut herself off. Her eyes darted first to Cedra's face, then down to the floor, then up, tremulously, to my own. Her shoulders were shaking. I let the silence hang. It was a lesson she needed to learn. It's Millie, I said softly, after a while, her name is Millie. I met Tamsin's eyes as steadily as I knew how. Believe it or not, I have some experience with the kind of anger you possess. Yet I have never raised my hand to you. I will never raise my hand to you, and I'll take the hands of any that try. Tamsin tucked her knees up to her chest, her lashes clumped together from tears, looking incredibly small against the giant chair that engulfed her. She quite plainly didn't believe me. The only cure for that was time. You will not be punished for being angry, Tamsin. But if you abuse a servant again, you will do their job for the day. Cedra will supervise you. There is almost nothing in this whole keep she doesn't know how to do well. I waited, crouched beside her for a long time, as her breathing slowed, and her shoulders steadied. Eventually, she nodded. More because it was expected of her than from any true desire for self-improvement, but I would take what I could get. Awkwardly, shyly, her hand reached out and grasped the edge of my sleeve, so tightly I worried the thing would tear. Standing, I took a handkerchief and gently wiped the snot and tears from her face. Tamsin did not want a hug at all, but she rested her head heavily against my hip the whole while, and for a long time after I had finished stroking her hair, I waited. There really wasn't anything else to do. That night, I dreamed. I dreamed I was sat with grandmother on a long settee of some kind. The thing was covered in leather, though it had been dyed a soft grey. There were cracks in it, and I'd have thought the thing old if not for the fact that the surface felt strange and waxy, not at all supple like I was used to. It was inelegantly shaped, the wooden frame so overstuffed with padding that it was as lumpen as those winter seals we could see in Iron Man's Bay sometimes. Beneath us, nebulas drifted outwards from their origins. Debris enough for new worlds dissipating in the yawning black. Swallowing convulsively, I looked up at grandmother and her ravens. Their talons looked strange today where they sank so cruelly into the meat of her shoulders, those scaly stems pulsing slightly as though throbbing to a heartbeat I could not hear as ichor trickled from the wounds. At the center, those lambent eyes seared my own vision, causing my eyes to water as I made the mistake of meeting them for too long. I went to brush the tears from my eyes, my hand coming away wet and red. Still, you have 2 boons, and you will not use them, she said, flicking one long braid over her shoulder, where it clattered like the falling of manacles. I could show you how to take the teeth from that spit of islands. I could set your flesh to that purpose. I have a plan in place, grandmother, I answered carefully, contemplating the arm of the settee instead, but I thank you for your consideration. Yes, grandmother rumbled, that searing voice amused and a little indulgent, like a condescending machete, the little girl on whom all your hopes hinge. My plan works with or without her, I said calmly. It was too important a thing to get right, to hang it all the lives of the Meyer lands on one poor woman's terrible rage and suffering. It felt a little like erasing her, and I hated myself for it. I could save her. It would be easily done. I paused. The rock had been a faint hope, covered in Alice Rivers's blood and my own. Just enough to distract a dragon from its prey. Mostly, I had expected to die, and I would not leave William to do it alone. Even when it worked, my whole body had gone cold and shock white as the creature had flattened the earth beneath it, certain that William had been crushed anyway. As far as boons went, it had been powerful indeed. But still I had given blood and sweat. What would the cost be? I asked. A tutting noise, not unlike the snapping of bone. If you do not know the cost of such things by now, there is no teaching you. Something harsh scraped along her vowels, like a honing rod over a knife. Could you save all those taken? I whispered, knowing the answer even as I asked it. Grandmother turned her head, gazing out at something I could not see. Some, or none, but not all. Not now. Was there a time, I asked bitterly, when you could have, if I'd thought to ask? You know the answer to that, came the response, as final as nightfall. Slumping, I brought my rust-stained hands to my face again, exhausted, leaning back against the strangely comfortable settee, for all the waxy leather was cold. I can't possibly keep it all in my head, grandmother. I'm losing the thread. Did I not think of saving Tess because I am unteachable? Did I only think to save Jahara because I was under threat? Is it best to keep what I've earned to save more people than one or two? I feel like I'm scrabbling to keep up even as the end is in sight. It's amazing that I've remembered as much as I have after a whole other lifetime away. I'm so afraid of forgetting. Forgetting is inevitable, grandmother drummed, like thunder or a rock slide, you have already begun. Human minds can only hold so much. But I held knowledge long after men forgot how to worship. I'll keep it for you, my girl. She sounded sorry. If the tide could sound sorry. If firmament bears regret. Staring down at the strange chair, I felt a sudden, terrible confusion well up in me. This type of seat had a name, didn't it? Bewildered, I racked my brain for it as I absent-mindedly drew my hand across the arm of the thing. It was frustrating, like reaching for a word in your mind and running up against a crystal-clear image instead. It served only to heighten your certainty that there was such a word, while at the same time robbing you entirely of the ability to articulate it. The mental equivalent of failing to get out of a chair. I believe this is a sofa, dearie, cooed grandmother, softly, brushing one huge, feathered finger over my sweating brow. A sofa, I repeated, my mouth dry. I did not recognize the word at all. Chapter 55, Maester Lewis, Honorine Tully. 133 AC. Maester Lewis. One of Lewis's fancies, back in his youth, had been a new kind of plough harness for the horse. They kept one for taking their harvest to market and it was stronger and faster than the oxen they used to plough the field. Lewis had been sure that with a little work he could have used the same structure as the cart horse's harness to fashion something suitable. He'd fancied that feeding one beast was cheaper than four, as well. Lewis didn't really like to think about the farm he'd grown up on and felt he had no personal affinity for the pastoral. Where others cooed over the lamb and ewe, Lewis was far more likely to eye up their quality for eating. When men spoke of the nobility in the bearing of the horse, Lewis was far more likely to recall just how much they could shit and how likely they were to startle and kill you with a misplaced blow to the skull. He was generally of the belief that this meant he was not of a kind with farmers. In truth, Lewis would have done well among them and made good profit besides. One needed to care for the animals, of course, but a certain mercenary glint was necessary when enduring the indignities of such a task. Bess's tendency to graze on plants that gave her colic would have to be weighed against her, well, wait. A spring sickness had taken his grandmother before the weather had warmed enough to put his plans into action, quite derailing him. Lewis had never known his parents and so had nowhere to go. But he'd always been bright and quickly figured that if he sold what was left to him it would pay for passage to Old Town. So it was, that he'd left his fancy about the harness behind him many years ago. Besides, someone else had got there first, in the end. Horse collars were popular in the Reach, given the sheer acreage that needed put to plough. Lewis had simply grown up in a stormland's backwater with more oxen than sense to go around. It was for the best. Such provincial a focus in his studies would have drawn a good deal more ire in the citadel. The Lady of Hag's Hill had an eye for the provincial, however, and after a winter of varied pottage, rationed butter and the same sea-kale speckled bread, Lewis had a renewed passion for the bounties of agriculture so long as he was not expected to directly participate. As a result, he was back in the workshop, glaring at the plans Lady Myers had drawn up, and wondering about horse collars again. Lady Myers had spent her novice years in the Reach as well and had ample opportunity to observe the fashion of ploughs preferred in the south. The crooked plough was popular indeed, so named because of the way the center beam curved towards the draft animal, and the fitment of wheels either side provided control and stability. Plough work was still better done by strong sons, but a tough lass and a crooked plough were not to be sniffed at. Lewis squinted at the plans and then at the crooked plough that a neighboring serf had wheeled into the courtyard with their own two hands. The man had been insultingly nervous about Lewis handling it, as though in Lewis's fumbling it might shatter and lose the fellow his livelihood. In fairness, Reach ploughs were expensive and hard to transport, so they were rare in the Riverlands despite their quality. The basic idea between the two remained the same, he conceded. Both were designed to cut a long soil slice and turn it, smothering weeds and loosening the earth for planting. Yet it was clear that Lady Myers only had a vague, observational understanding of the principles at play. For one, she had removed the wheels entirely, which might make the structure lighter, but the sacrifice to stability meant it would hang differently on the horse and require adjustments to the collar. Not to mention her adjustments to the shape of the thing. The angled sides along the edge of the plough were what allowed turned earth to pile either side of the furrow, smothering weeds and leaving space for planting. Lady Myers wanted one covered in iron and shaped oddly. Her desire was that the share and sides be curved so that it had the ability to cut and turn the soil with less force, wear and strain on both the farmer and the horse. It was all well and good in theory, but in truth it was only that. Lady Myers freely admitted that her mathematics was not up to the task of figuring out the best shape. Which was where Louis came in. The shape alone had been the result of many weeks of work. Louis had experimented with a design of iron moldboard that was in 3 parts, allowing sections to be separated and repaired as needed. It would allow a more efficient production, he'd mused, which Lady Myers generally seemed to approve of, for cheaper cast irons could be used instead of the steel. His liege lady had suggested a ruinously expensive plan. But even a small piece of cheaper iron is expensive to replace, or repair, cried Cedra, one evening, red-faced and clutching her tankard. They had not intended to consume quite so much beet beer that evening, but once you got used to the aftertaste it was quite Moorish. Louis had no doubt the alcohol was to blame, otherwise he'd never have allowed himself to be so goaded. What do you know about it? Slurred Louis, outraged to be so questioned but also quite sleepy. Rolling her eyes and gesturing a mite too vigorously with her beer, Cedra snapped, enough that I've been at plough and harvest more than you, maester. Most folk use wooden ploughs with as little iron as possible for a reason. Pfft, I have more than one memory of my nana cursing up a storm when a heavy rock dented the plough. It needs to be hard and sharp enough not to care. Louis had hiccuped, mortifyingly, don't teach Nana to suck eggs. Well, I've enough memory of clay soil so thoroughly stuck to the plough sides that it wouldn't cut butter without a thorough clean. And who do you think got stuck with cleaning it? The girl did have a point. Should a particularly wicked rock puncture or shear the point and sides of the plough regularly, it wouldn't matter that it could be taken apart. You'd lose the smooth surface to make the soil easier to clean off and gain a lot of extra iron to manage besides. For reasons of scholarly judiciousness, Louis had agreed to a bet. Young Lady Tamsin had eagerly scrambled away to procure a series of likely-looking rocks. The child was a natural scrambler, for all he was sure Septinicella would put paid to that eventually, and permission to be in her element had most probably kept her from attempting to claw a servant for a good half an hour as a result, so it hadn't been an entirely wasted evening. Theo had overseen the challenge, and the resulting damage to Louis's model was enough that he'd been forced to beat the side pieces off of the pointed share and give the whole thing up for a loss. Bitterly, Louis had been forced back to the drawing board, resolving to return to the project when less hungover. But as usual, time had a habit of getting away from him, and if nothing else Louis would admit that Lady Myers always provided something interesting to work on. Her seed drills alone were diverting. Louis's efforts with the magnifying lens continued slowly enough that he doubted his lens grinders would manage anything significant before the spring turn, but his basic prototypes were sufficient to determine that a great deal of life invisible to the naked eye existed in the soil. When time allowed, Louis wondered if cataloging them would be worthwhile. Lady Myers had stressed that such soil life was to be preserved and encouraged for the health of the roots and the crop, but Louis's own grandmother had known such a thing without ever being able to see them at all, so his liege lady's response seemed unnecessarily strident. He wondered if there was the whiff of religious fervor about it, that worshippers of the seven must show kindness to even the invisible creatures. Privately, Louis wondered if it would not be more sensible to begin with the living beings one could see and touch, like cattle. Yet he did not want to give Lady Myers any ideas that might make their winter table even less palatable, so he'd simply nodded and let her have her fancies. The plough plans had sat forgotten until Theo's latest project was well underway, a water wheel along the blue fork to power a hammer. An old concept perfected by the Bravasi, if Louis's lessons in the Citadel were to be believed, making use of the many canals that ran through the city. Theo's usual uncanny knowledge had seen to an efficient spacing of multiple hammers to the one wheel. The structure had the smiths salivating. The mire lacked access to anything other than bog iron, and that was notoriously hard to get out of the ground in winter. It was useful, but ultimately there was better quality available. The trade deals that had been put in place with the north and its houses were generally a better source of iron, and ingots were more easily forged given there was more forest in the north than the rest of the Seven Kingdoms had land. But the hammer would allow these ingots to be worked efficiently, as well as the hammering of steel sheets where they could get it. Everett and Wyatt had been abuzz with excitement, as it meant Everett's crippled state was less of a barrier to him doing the work. The man didn't need to wield a hammer if the blue fork could do it for him. It had been, Louis later admitted to himself, good to see Theo in such high spirits. It had been some time since Lady Myers' encounter with Lord Vance, and the man still went quiet and sullen at the edges at the slightest provocation. While those on Lady Myers' council were privy to the details, others were not. Nevertheless, Theo was loved enough that folk tried to cheer him. On one such night, while conversing with the men Aklam, who had come south from Winterfell to train apprentices in the piping systems of the ancient castle, trying to amuse an increasingly morose and drunken Theo, had the pivotal moment in his quite forgotten project arisen. Louis and Aklam commiserated over being handed Lady Myers' poorly realized but unbearably possible visions, a tantalizing glimpse into whatever knowledge she had buried in that head of hers. Everett claimed to be there because he enjoyed being around people who were more miserable than he was. The feigned reason to gather and drink was to complain that the wood gasifiers were slow to progress, being only tangentially within Aklam's wheelhouse, and in the hopes that the others might have some insight. In truth, men gathered to drink because it was less embarrassing than admitting they wanted to spend time together. Aklam was a merry man by nature, red-cheeked, broad-chested and permanently in shirt-sleeves, as if he did not feel the cold. His two, similarly built, apprentices had loved him from the first and were often heard to sing his praises in the town, according to Lady Ivana. Lady Ivana often mentioned such things as she had no business knowing, considering they happened clear across Southwold, and she rarely ever ventured from the keep's courtyard. It was likely her way of keeping everyone on their toes. "Oh it's a real bastard unless you've got a good steelworks in place," Aklam said, crushingly honest about Louis's prospects, "and who ever heard of a lord building a steelworks and crafting plows instead of swords? Maybe, we could tell Ursula that it would be good for the mire to have a steelworks." "I bet she'd build it then," said Theo carefully, in that way which meant that Brenna's latest brew was having an effect. Louis didn't really see how, given that the Brewis' winter apple drink mostly tasted of an earthy, slightly herbal water. It didn't sip well, but it gave a pleasing, burning warmth. Perhaps fatherhood had made a lightweight of Theo? Even if you did, Everett had added, a good steelworks would take time to build, and men would need training. The working of the stuff ain't the same as the making of it. Waving a lazy hand, Louis stopped that one in its tracks. Even if Lady Myers' contact was right about the expected length of winter, and if a good steel foundry sprung up from the frozen earth at dawn, a year and a half was not long enough to train someone, and there weren't enough men as it was. It were likely the same with the pipes in the builder's time, mused Aklam, nursing his own ice-cold tumbler of winter apple drink. It needed a name. Lady Myers had insisted that the stuff ought to be drunk from these tiny glass tumblers, but as far as Louis could see, all it did was make Aklam's hands look comically large. She labored under the belief that this was a strong drink and had cautioned them against imbibing too much. But it was quite manageable, anyone could see that. That Louis was having to squint a little, in order to see such a thing, was neither here nor there. "How so, Aklam? It'd have been fool's work to stuff your castle walls with steel or bronze. Likely the folk working for him tried all sorts before lead. There's even iron and wooden pipes in some places. My master took me to see 'em when I were a lad." With a grunt of effort, Everett raised his head from contemplating the wood grain on the table. "You could oil quench the moldboards, once you've made 'em. It makes the edges sharper and harder on blades. I suppose, if you can pry the linseed oil from the merchants," sniffed Louis, wishing to defend his education in the citadel, "but too hard and it's just as likely to shatter from a bad rock. Blades aren't made to be dragged along the earth for miles several times a year. Plows need some give. Not to mention it's down to skill for others to replicate, and the lady is going to want a number of them made." "Well, don't you fucking look at me, I haven't the time," growled Everett, who really didn't. He and Wyatt were pasted to Theo's projects like a fly on a web, and Louis was slightly concerned that removing them would cause Theo to go even quieter than he had of late. The man in question nodded, his dark hair falling into his eyes. "In Dorne, my master lived in the Street of Smiths for a time. They don't like to quench in water overmuch when the summer is high. Tools need to be sharp enough to cut easy but soft enough not to shatter. They got packed in leftover charcoal dust and fired again in the crucible. There was a time to it that you can learn, I think. They used to make their apprentices watch in the heat of the day while they went into the cellars to nap." There was a long pause where the men looked at one another. The less said about what happened when they all tried to stand up at once, the better. The first attempt had been drunken and ill-advised, but marvelous fun. A heated piece of wrought iron was packed with crushed-up charcoal and left to cool. It produced enough immediate result that Theo had howled at the moon like a wolf, before being cut off by Everett cuffing him about the head with his stump. Sadly, Aklam was able to chip that coating off with a quick pass of a file, which meant that a field's worth of rocks would do exactly the same in about as much time. It would seem that Theo's mind for observation held true and it would need fired. But the winter apple drink was rather enjoyable now that they were swigging it in straight gulps, and though Louis hardly felt the cold at all, he did not want to stay out in it. He admitted that the initial setting of the crucibles and deciding on the timing was the exciting bit, the rest would be long boring waiting instead of drinking. And running. Theo was very definite that they should all start running. That, Everett had informed them slyly, is what apprentices are for. If Aklam's boys and Wyatt had much to say when they were roused and forced to watch Louis's experiments overnight, he didn't know. At that point he'd been trying to get Theo down from the branches of an old rowan tree. "Dear Ursula. This is the last one I shall write before the ship sails. Finally, perhaps, I can exchange some words with you. As comforting as pouring my thoughts onto pages may have been, it lacks. Our wounded who cannot be tended here are being sent back to the mainland. Alan Villaryan has earned the name Oakenfist most deservedly. We were low on numbers, the majority of the Red Wine fleet sailing to handle the threat of the Ironborn and reclaim Fair Castle. Yet even so, Lord Onwin Peake's grasping fingers tried to reach for the Riverlander efforts here. If Lord Tully had not made contact with the Lord of the Tides in advance of announcing his intentions, the battle would have been led by Sir Gamund Peake and we all would have died. It was nearly led by him anyway, at the Hand's insistence, and I dread to think what the results might have been. I'll not reveal too much here, but suffice it to say that I have no experience as a sea captain and cannot hold down my rising gorge unless I am up in the rigging, and even I knew the man was a fool and a half. Lord Alan's attack against the Brava struck true, and Queen Rhaenys sank the Grand Defiance. Lord Tully knighted him then and there, on the boards of the ship. I am told it was a noble sight, but I confess I was trying to fix my gaze on the horizon so as not to unman myself. The battle took place over many hours and even my place up high was offering little comfort at that point. Though it is perhaps wounding to my vanity to be so honest, I am at my wit's end. Put an end to my misery. If you have knowledge of how I might endure the waves better, I charge you on our friendship to share it. I cannot endure the thought of the return voyage without wondering if swimming it would not be better. Word from you has not yet arrived, but with any luck the returning vessel might be able to bear some correspondence. We have few ravens at all, manned, as it were, by a Maester Gorman. He seems terribly interested in you, my lady, but so far, he has not thought to speak to me on the subject. I swear to be as northern and disagreeable as possible until you give leave to be otherwise, but I am afraid it is likely he has much access to our commanding lords due to his position. I am not so untutored in subterfuge and politics as Lord Blackwood would have others believe. It is useful to House Blackwood and useful to me. Yet it is that precise training that has me on edge. There are too many threads here, and one wrong move will either tear the whole thing or send something I cannot see crashing down on our heads. Lord Benjicott senses it too, for all it is not his gift. He is silent and thoughtful whenever he returns from the command tent. Sir Gamund is furious to have been so overlooked and overshadowed by Lord Alan. He and his entourage believe that they are due honours and were denied commands that were rightfully theirs. By not having been given a chance to get us all killed, he's leveraging his absence, from what he saw as his rightful place, as a slight against the Hand. He is not quiet, and spends much time sending ravens. Ursula, I fear he will find a way to keep us here long after we should leave. Perhaps I should not burden you with this, on the eve of a great victory. For all Rindun's forces are still difficult to shift, the Bravasi have retreated for the moment. I cannot help but believe you would see something I do not, however, and there is little of worth I can give to you out in this dismal place except what little knowledge I can gather. I hope the ship returns with word from you. Even half a line would reassure me that you are well. I think of you often. William. Honorine Tully. The new roads were intriguing, if only because they made travel along the Whispering Woods swifter and safer than it had been before. It had been tediously explained to her by Kermit, who was so like his father in his little fixations, that it made it easier for men and merchants both to make their way to the coastline. Be that as it may, nothing improved a long journey in a wheelhouse short of a sharp blow to the head. And only then if it was so good as to render one unconscious. The Whispering Wood held few terrors, for Honorine was not one to put stock in tales of wood witches and ghosts. Nevertheless, bandits were a concern, and so was having to sleep in the wheelhouse. She was far too advanced in years to find such an adventure as invigorating as she had as a girl. Honorine had always known she was exceptionally intelligent, but the wisdom of age had taught her to love comfort and dread the ache she sometimes felt in her knuckles on cold mornings. Her hair was still mostly golden, and her lady mother had taken an unusual length of time to go silver. Still, Honorine knew with a certainty that it would come, and she'd be damned if she was in bad habits when it did. Hardships were inevitable, but at her station discomfort was a choice. Courtesies being what they were, Lady Tully had to balance the required grandeur and pageantry of her station with respect for her hosts. It wouldn't do to assume they were incapable of seeing to her needs, nor would it do to be seen underattended. Half the joy of her station in her youth was swanning into the keep of some recalcitrant waste of titles and forcing them to meet her standards. She'd not been Lady Tully in name then, for all Lord Grover's own wife was dead. The old goat had been in the pink of health and seen no need to cede ground to his son. But others had been eager to court her favour regardless. As usual, Lady Myers displayed exceptionally good judgment in asking for her help, and a mortifying lack of understanding in how someone of Honorine's station was to be attended. It was an indignity, there was no other way to look at it. Yet she had found herself calling for Rhea anyway, determined to get moving. The comments about bringing her own stores had not been ignored. Indeed, if pressed, Honorine might admit that half the guards had been agreed to for the sake of the spices, if nothing else. A mere 2 ladies in her entourage was unheard of, so she made up for it with a great deal of men in shining armour. What Vance was doing was not entirely unprecedented, certainly not in the political currents of the Riverlands, but he'd set his sights on a prize that Honorine had rightly gathered to the bosom of her house already. It affronted. Beyond that, Honorine would admit to a certain level of curiosity. She wanted to see the lands and people that hung about Lady Myers' skirts like a bereaved. To catch a glimpse of the ghosts in that keep, the memory of whom sent the ordinarily unassailable lady of Hag's Hill flinching, when they did not send Isola's eyes somewhere moonlit and tender. Albrecht will be on his very best behavior, Honorine warned Ria, who was embroidering another peacock feather in a stunning display of imagination. He'll not be so simple to catch out. Under no circumstances is he to be left alone with either the babe or Lady Ivana. If he's as good as you say, my lady, I'll need more than just my eyes or Windla's, answered Ria, those brown eyes serious. Obviously, snapped Honorine, which is why Lady Myers is likely going to give us access to her servants in some capacity. Use them, and brook no disobedience. Their liege lady's family is at stake. Leverage greed as you need to, but leverage it well. A lazy snort from Windla, who was somehow able to give the appearance of lounging languidly while sitting perfectly upright. The lady has brought a harvest to them in winter, and they sing while they pull it from the earth. Even if the stories of her being crone-touched and adored are a fabrication, all one has to do is imply Vance wants their food and the small folk will line up to tell you what they know. It's simple survival. I gave you a purse to offer money for information no matter what, warned Honorine, her blue eyes narrowing. If they do it for loyalty because they think we can protect their lady, then the arrangement ends with the exchange. If they get a coin in addition, then the relationship remains unbalanced. If they do it for loyalty, replied Windla, amused, then the coin will buy them supper and they'll think of you not at all. You just want a spy of your own. I'm pleased to see that your determination to appear as ornamental as a Lysane pillow house hasn't entirely dulled your mind, Honorine retorted, her voice tart. You flatter almost as much as my second husband, my lady, simpered Windla, folding her arms in such a way as to make Honorine regret the use of the phrase pillow house. Of course, the chit would see it as provocation. She behaved with utmost propriety in public, Honorine would not allow anything less, but Windla was in unfortunate possession of a singular disposition, and it would not be contained. Unlike Lady Ria, who was obedient, efficient, and faded into the background, Windla Frey soaked up all the attention in a room when Honorine chose to let her. A large woman, with red cheeks and tumbling curls and ringlets, she was beautiful to look upon and generous in both her attentions and proportions. Windla knew exactly how appealing she was, had been something of a risk to take into her household when Honorine had first been married. Elmo's wandering eye had been very specific in its tastes. But she'd been a loyal ally from the first. Such people were rare. It was for this reason that Honorine allowed such cheek. Some people might have found joy in the journey from the window, but some people had too much time on their hands and a love of the parochial that served as a stand-in for taste. The weather was cold and frosty. The woods were woods. The small town of Wildstead was unremarkable. Wildstead served only to interest her because it meant they were closer to their destination. A more poetic mind would have described it as sleepy, in some sort of self-congratulatory attempt to make the banal beautiful. Bearing a few taller buildings and a large waterwheel at the base of some mountain river that was visible even from the road, there was nothing at all of interest as they passed it. Ahead, one of those signal towers she'd read about waved its paddles frantically to its companions, like a maiden at a tourney night, and just as laughable. No, on the afternoon of their arrival to Southwold, Honorine did not bother to crane her neck out of the window to look ahead like some ill-bred hoyden. Ursula had not been remarkable at first glance, so she doubted Southwold would be any more so. Honorine would have to unpick the place to find what it was that moved Lady Myers. Or so she thought, until Ria, seated decorously at the end of the wheelhouse and gazing absently out of the window, gave a gasp. What on earth is that? Despite her years of good training, Honorine was intrigued and deigned to squint at the shapes to which the ordinarily quiet Ria pointed. Farmland surrounded any settlement. House Tully's own fields were on the other side of the Red Fork, and were great stretches of brown at the moment. So too were the fields of Southwold except for the buildings. Glass gardens. They were larger than any she'd seen before, as they were indeed a rarity even in the wealthy Westerlands. Water trickled down the insides of the panes, blurring the interior, but even at this distance the deep green of vegetation stood out like a beacon amidst all this fallow earth. Inside there were clusters of people, hard at work. Some of them were singing, but it was hard to hear exactly through the thundering of hooves and the creak of the wheelhouse. Worse still, Honorine did not recognize the snatches of tune she did manage to catch on her way past. The late afternoon light struck the roof panes and scattered almost painfully bright in reflection. Wrought iron clasped the sheets of glass, making it look as though the structure was held together by string at this distance, an impression aided by the filigree and styling Lady Myers' spilders had added to the 3/4 span roofline. As they passed, Honorine could see that there were more sites being built. Lady Myers was not content with her bounty yet, it seemed. If they truly held heat as well as Ursula claimed, then come summer, Honorine realized with a start, some of these could hold crops from Dorne, or perhaps as far away as Pentos. Scowling, Honorine swore then that Kermit was forbidden from making any trade deals with Lady Myers unsupervised by either herself or his wife if Lady Aloise ever found her tongue around him. My lady, breathed Ria, look there. Despite herself, Honorine did. A harvest was being brought out of a glass garden. It did not look exciting, really. Vegetables were not her favorites at the feasting table. Honorine ate her dark green vegetables because Maester Cyril said it was good for her humors, and she'd never minded them. But if all she'd sacrificed to maintain harmony with Elmo had necessitated a diet akin to a rabbit's, she'd have flung herself from Riverrun's ramparts and had done with it. Honorine would not apologize for enjoying luxury. It would be an insult to her station if she did. Yet watching a harvest while frost was still thick, and the earth was frozen solid, it was unusual. Beans and dark greens, lumpen tubers of some kind, and root vegetables like radish or carrots, even red cabbages the size of a small child. Ria sighed, her eyes a little wet. Honorine pretended not to notice. She'd known the Myers girl was desperate to help the people of the Riverlands. Ursula never made a secret of her bleeding heart. But it had not occurred to Honorine in any real way until now, just how much better Lady Myers' food situation was compared to the rest of the Riverlands, now pared down to the bone this winter. She truly had been motivated by exactly what she claimed. How unusual. An escort of knights and men had ridden out to meet them. A laughable thing, really, that cluster of hedge knights arrayed before her own gleaming retinue of Tully guards. But they had a dignity to them, Honorine would allow, as though any task entrusted by their liege lady was an honor and a privilege. Sir Cone had trained them very well indeed, it seemed. Windla was now shamelessly leaning out of the window, and despite her delightful plump frame making her the ideal bed companion in a bitter winter, Honorine had rather hoped that the lady's nose for the novel would have been contained until they were ensconced within Hag's Hill. It wasn't entirely fair, considering that being a busybody of the first rate was exactly why Honorine had chosen her, but it meant that Honorine had to pretend she didn't want to look, lest she be forced to ask the lady to move. "I'll let you know if anything remarkable comes into view, my lady, and you can pretend to glance at it when it comes by," chirped Windla, in a manner far too girlish for a woman who was only 5 years Honorine's junior. The town was surprising, given its location in what was essentially the last good lands before the bog dominated. Honorine was not some unschooled girl, who might have been impressed by tall structures or cobbled streets. In her youth she'd visited Lannisport regularly with her mother, and even ventured to Old Town and King's Landing. The streets, she allowed, were unusually wide for a town of this size, with troughs, pots and even bare circles of earth left in the center of them, as if they'd been forgotten and abandoned, though the roads did narrow sharply closer to the keep. What she did appreciate was the cleanliness of the streets, and the health of the populace. What Lady Myers preached about rationing and diet made good enough sense, according to Maester Cyril, but it was good to see such a thing in the flesh, as it were. Most notably was the sheer number of builders. Everyone was building something. Waving over one of the Meyerlander guards had been informative. It appeared that Lady Myers was a fan of public works. Between new buildings for industry, new styles of dwelling, a great September, bridges and roads, there was good coin to be made in winter if you had a strong back. Such industriousness had inspired much of the populace, who were all conducting small projects of their own. Some were practical and required permissions from their liege, but many were just for beauty. "Why all those twigs everywhere, my good man?" she asked, lazily, gesturing at the pots and troughs. With a slight gruffness that Honorine recognized as embarrassment, he said, "Folk were much in anticipation of spring, my lady, and many hoped to plant flowers or fruiting bushes, even trees. Dormant ones have been laid in some places, but many a trade in seeds was made a mite too early it seems." He nodded, as though reaffirming something. "We'll just have to be a bit more patient. Lady Myers will see us through." Honorine tilted her head slightly, glancing at a young couple who had sprung hastily apart at the approach of soldiers in an obviously noble wheelhouse. Someone clearly hadn't told them it wasn't spring. About their waists were scarves of some kind, embroidered with strange emblems. "Those belts," she continued, "I have seen them a number of times. Mostly they are ugly." Fortunately, the man did not need questions to continue to be stated explicitly, which made this whole thing far less tedious. "Oh, some of the folk who have attended schooling with the Septas, or gone to enough lessons in something, they get their names recorded and the right to wear a badge saying they've a kind of skill," he explained easily. Agreeably, he slowed his horse enough that he was riding just behind the opening of the window, allowing Honorine to call on him without obstructing her view. Windla could learn much from him. "What sorts of things?" "Oh, skills for certain kinds of healing, for example. Or that they know their letters and numbers. A few have been given tests by certain smiths or even Master Theo, to prove they've knowledge enough in their skills to sell their trade to others. Those badges are hard to come by. I hear rumor that there might be one for someone whose knowledge impresses Maester Lewis, but I doubt you'll ever see it, my lady. Sir Dominic does something similar with the soldiers, for those who can set a camp or manage equipment." The knight gestured to a square they were passing, where women gathered with their flour. They were lining up in front of a cookhouse that appeared to be handing out goods. Something about the image itched at her. The ones too small for schooling stay at home, and the ones whose families have need of them for work don't bother, but most children attend the schoolhouse these days. It's good to have a winter school. It keeps them warm and out of trouble. And the families don't have to feed them at least one meal if they attend, he added thoughtfully. It would appear that Lady Myers had more ideas than just glass gardens and signal towers. To what end, Honorine couldn't say. But she would not dismiss it until she'd pried the reasoning from Ursula's own mouth. Honorine had tried to bribe the knight into working for her, obviously. Ursula might have been offended if she hadn't. He'd refused prettily enough that it was obvious he'd been coached by someone as to how. No, Vance could not be allowed to have her. She had wanted to be carried up to Hag's Hill in a litter. As much because it was cold as anything else. Yet she'd seen enough that she demanded a horse instead. She had one of her men lead it, allowing her to focus on appearing serene and untouched by it all, while also avidly taking in the view. Below, Southwold stretched. There were a number of tall buildings, yes, though not so high as the ones in Old Town or King's Landing. Almost never was there one more than 3 stories high. Except for the building site of the September, which Honorine allowed looked impressive enough for so small a place. But there were painted murals and colorful homes, and some of the wealthier sections of the town glittered with glass windows of their own, small though they were, or wrought iron decoration not unlike the ones atop the glass gardens. It was still overwhelmingly brown, except for the rush of the Blue Fork and its icy waters that swept forward beneath an admittedly beautiful bridge across the river. In the fading afternoon light, fires were beginning to be lit. Some in the streets, in great braziers, for what reason she could not say, but also the glow caught the eye from doors opening and closing, and even flickering behind glass windows. They were greeted in clean but unremarkable courtyard of Hag's Hill by almost the entire household, as was only proper. As one they gave their bows or bobbed curtsies, and a truly garish saffron-yellow building nearly distracted her from the most interesting detail. Lady Myers rose from her curtsy, smiling broadly, in front of what was quite a sad attempt at a courtyard garden, still dormant and unadorned this winter. But behind her was a bower of living green, from which lapis blue winter roses bloomed, their petals edged in frost. She'd only ever seen them in King's Landing, for the Targaryens could command any luxury they so desired, and even then, rarely. Honorine was so incensed at having to go directly into quarantine instead of launching a proper interrogation, that the bread and salt tasted as sour as her temper. A small message in unbearably tiny script, very carefully hidden in a folded paper stuck together at the edges with hide glue. Even if found, one would need very sharp eyes to read it. The front has a bizarre charcoal sketch of what appears to be a rock whose edge is dipped in ink. Dear William, I do not know if this will reach you in time. My other letters have long been sent, and I'm having one of our own couriers ride hell for leather to catch the ship before it leaves Maidenpool, and add this to my bundle. It was such a relief to hear from you. You are lucky I am in the habit of reading the most recent letter first. Your circumstances worry me and communication is slow and unreliable. If you think it becomes necessary, you will need to find a way to lie about what I am going to tell you. I am poor enough at it that I'll not bother and I won't reveal my sources. If you need to, tell Lord Allen or Lord Tully that House Rogaray of Liss has leverage they may need, but it will not be easy. There will be a moment pique overextends. It will be ghoulishly obvious. That is when this information will be of most use. I think of you often, too. Burn this. Notes. OMG, I was going to have a Theo POV but these two would not. Shut up. Hope you enjoy. Sorry I've been bad about responding to comments on here, but please know I refresh my inbox obsessively. Chapter 56, Ursula Myers. 133 AC. Ursula Myers. We greeted him in the Great Hall, standing. A reception of equals. If such a statement fazed him, Albrecht Vance did not show it. The masks on our faces hid the expressions offered somewhat, and muffled the cadence of our voices, but Vance's eyes were warm and smiling all the same. He even remembered the names of my handmaidens when they offered their greetings, like a lord who truly cared about those who did difficult work for their houses. One day I would learn to project his fulsome sincerity with the same patrician air, and then not even Honorine Tully could reproach me. Quoth gave a warning croak as the man stepped closer to bow. It only seemed to amuse him. Albrecht Vance was well dressed for the short journey, a cloak in deepest green, so dark it was almost black, lined with ermine so plush and soft it looked like his tailors had trapped clouds in cloth. With a sharp jawline and a tidily trimmed beard, it was still startling just how much he looked like Theo, if my good brother had been stripped of all sleepiness and sweetness. His boots were fine black leather, tooled with detailed patterns, and his gloves the same. From within the cloak a golden belt buckle winked. That his traveling clothes were so extravagant, even for so short a journey as the one from his lands to my own, was a deliberate statement. It was a meeting of equals because he allowed it, and to think otherwise with him so attired was laughable. He brought extravagant gifts as well. Gifts were a strange thing in Westerosi culture. They were customary for name days and currying favor, they were to be delivered with an open hand if you were liege to show your largesse. They were advertisements and insults wrapped in oilcloth. If nothing else, the glass industry meant that I wasn't going to have to think about the minutiae of gift-giving for a while. Between the makeshift military academy that was Sir Cone and Sir Dominic each week, or the similarly rigorous trade school headed by Louis and my handmaidens, I was pressed for time to learn new skills. But Ivana had promised to help me when the time came. For myself, he provided a beautifully bound copy of the seven-pointed star, the leather cover supple and buttery, painted with gold in the sign of the seven. It was an unsubtle reminder of the reasons for our bargain. Then again, we had appeared to capitulate to the man's desires, so there was no reason to be subtle. Indeed, had I truly been grateful, the choice of gift might have seemed sweet. Gesturing to his men, Vance had them provide gifts to the general household. A barrel of arbor gold and a supply of candied fruits, a nod to his powerful friends. It wasn't that such things were impossible to purchase for our house, for all they were expensive, it was that everything brought forward was selected with the utmost care to send a message. I had no doubt that if I looked into the producers of those glacé fruits, I'd find links to the Peak Lands. For Yelena he brought a silk gown, bottle green and cream, with enough exquisitely detailed embroidered battlement crenellations along the cuffs and hems to have blinded a school of nuns. Sir Cone took it from him with a stateliness I admired, given that he had Yelena cradled in one arm and utterly uninterested in this stranger. It was a woefully impractical gown for a child, but even more so for Yelena, who had not been restricted by anyone's inclination that she should behave as anything other than a 2-year-old. She'd be 3 soon, though that wasn't likely to improve her ability to maneuver in such a contraption. If at all. No one else got such consideration. His open disrespect of Theo and Ivana admittedly surprised me somewhat, but then again what did he know of them? One was his natural son, abandoned for reasons unknown to us, and the other a wife that son had managed to woo away from her new status. It painted them as low status and foolish. Likely he believed their roles were to woo him, the man who would be the benefactor to their child. How long that belief would last here, I couldn't say. I had faith in Ivana's ability to play a role, but Theo wore the world on his face. Even his silence was wounded. And Vance was clever enough to work with whatever he had. Lady Myers, said Lord Albrecht, once the posturing was through, I am thrilled beyond measure to be in your company once more. Giving my most winning smile, despite the fact that it was hidden by my mask, I replied, Lord Vance, please be welcome in my humble halls as a guest. I do hope quarantine won't be too taxing on you. Kana stepped forward to offer bread, salt, and wine. Her eyes were thickly lashed and her mouth a soft pout, thick dark curls only half contained by her pearl-studded coif. She was every bit the lovely, exotic maiden, her eyes lowered demurely except for a daring flick up to meet Vance's gaze at the last possible moment. He ignored her entirely, consuming his fare delicately so as not to smear butter on his fine gloves. Perhaps Kana was too obvious, but the shape of his appetites were unknown to me and Ivana had insisted we work to remove that advantage from the board. I'd disliked the plan intensely, and Janessa had actually snarled, but Kana and Ivana were unflinching about the potential benefits. I said it was a waste of time, the man gave nothing away. But Ivana believed nothing she was simply told. There was no doubt that Vance would have seen Kana's intentions, for all he dismissed them without so much as a flicker. If he thought Kana was the play, one he could freely ignore, so much the better. I must say, this bread is unusual, Vance remarked, taking a sip of the wine and only just avoiding making a face. I see your point about bringing my own stores. Please do not hesitate to send a servant to the kitchens to oversee or instruct our cooks if there is anything you'd like, after quarantine. I will, of course, be partaking in the rationing here, but I'll not make a guest conform to my customs. I gestured elegantly in the vague direction of the kitchens. On the surface, it appeared I was reassuring him that he'd not be poisoned, despite us eating very differently. Which was true, but not the whole of it. Vance's differing menu would serve to separate us visually on the table in a way which would only encourage Albrecht's sense of superiority. But crucially it would paint him a villain to my small folk. Even Honorine Tully, hidden away as she was, confined her excesses to an extra meal from her stores at midday and the sorts of treats and drinks her ladies preferred. My solar smelled heavenly, and the servants weren't fooled, but her table looked just as austere as mine where it counted. Perhaps I would never need them to think him a villain in earnest, but I wasn't going to discount my people. For all it made me uncomfortable at times, Meyer folk were very, very loyal. With a neat, overly courteous bow that cut deeper than swords, Vance replied, I am certain the hospitality of the Meyer lands will be spoken of at my table for many years to come, Lady Myers. Cunt. Ivana led him to his rooms, her voice as light and sweet as a springtime songbird and her hands flashing vivaciously to emphasize her conversation. I did not listen much to what they said as the pair walked off, though I knew my sister would get her digs in somehow. Instead, I watched Theo's face, as still and unfeeling as the stone from which he hewed his livelihood, and the blood that dripped irregularly from his powerful hands where they'd clenched into fists. Steady, Theo, I said softly, for Yelena. His eyes cut towards me, whetted knives. Don't ask much more of me, Ursula. You'll not get it. My ma died calling for him. Even then, a boy half dead from fever, I knew no one was coming. Cedra handed him a kerchief, and, though it was not in Theo's nature to be anything but gentle, he practically snatched it from her hands, wiping his palm where a ragged nail had cut into it. Cone's face went wooden at the motion, but he held his tongue and kept Yelena close. She was busy enough examining her warped reflection in his pauldron that she did not notice her father's distress. And now, he's here. In a cloak that would have bought us a year of good living. He gives my daughter a gown as glittering and useless as his promises you can live a long time on shame, Ursula, said Theo, harshly, because it never lets you stop for a moment. His comment seemed to confuse the rest of our little household, but not me. Bastards and mistresses were shameful things unless acknowledged and loved. Then they were only a little embarrassing. But why Vance never acknowledged Theo beyond the granting of a name, I did not know. I only knew Theo had carried it a long time, because it was what his mother had wanted. I cannot promise he'll feel shame, in the end, Theo. Probably rage, if we do it right. If we are lucky, some specter of regret. But men like that can twist the whole world into a justification. I'll take humiliation, he said, darkly, in a tone I'd never heard from him before. That, I said lightly, we might be able to work with. It was with this conversation in mind that I relished Vance's reaction that first morning, when he came to my solar after quarantine to find Honorine Tully already sat holding court. Ah, Lord Albrecht. It's been so long, she said, sounding truly regretful and glittering like a jeweled knife. I'd had a number of visiting nobility to the Meyer lands thus far in my time as Lady Myers. Always they had wanted something from me in my house. One day I hoped our guests would simply be here for friendship, but the world was not yet so peaceable, and winter still howled in the night and scraped its icy claws along our thresholds and casements. Yet rarely had I felt so appraised as Albrecht Vance made me feel. I half expected him to instruct me to spin or open my mouth for his inspection. In some ways, though it was clearly punishment for having surprised him with Honorine, it was welcome. If he was busy examining me, for all it felt like I was being filleted by his gaze, he was not examining Yelena or Theo. It did not, however, make the experience any more pleasant to endure. At the morning meal, slathering his white bread with thick waves of creamy butter, he'd ask pointed questions. Do you truly think such a performance of piety does anything to endear the small folk to you? It is not piety, I said, as evenly as I could, feeding quoth a sliver of pumpkin seed from the stores, but rather a measure to ensure that we all make it to spring. With a surprisingly delicate snort, he replied, I see that you do not have the means to force them to endure what you do not, or at least not the stomach. I must look quite the brute. Even our good Lady Tully takes careful stock of her repast. Perhaps it had been too much to hope that someone as clever as Lord Vance would not see my intentions, but interestingly he did not seem inclined to change his behavior. Or at least not this morning, if his dish of bacon was anything to go by. You're remarkably short-sighted this morning, my lord, I replied, just as a serving boy scurried forward and asked if there was anything I wanted from the kitchens. Cook had been infuriated that they had been expected to serve Lord Vance luxuries while my table remained austere. I shook my head, smiling. I often find, said Lady Tully, that a change can be quite refreshing. She'd likely have been more convincing if she looked at her porridge with anything more than resignation, but the downside of us being on friendly terms was that Honorine Tully only spared my feelings if it was somehow amusing. Yes, said Lord Vance, silkily, but half the joy is in the comfort which comes from returning to your usual patterns. It gives a new appreciation for how things ought to be done. Speaking of which, is there some reason darling Yelena is not in the company of a nurse? If funds are an issue, I can happily provide someone suitable. He gestured vaguely to where Yelena was sat cradled in Theo's lap, carefully missing her face with spoonfuls of porridge. She did not like the texture of porridge lately, I thought, but she understood the routine of eating, and telling onlookers how delicious it was, to be an important one. My heart gave a pang of adoration at the sight, and I fought the urge to physically block Vance's view of her. A serving girl placed a dish of smoked kippers on the table in front of Vance, her expression mutinous. She saw where he was looking, and glanced at me with no little alarm in her face. With a glance to the left, I dismissed her as subtly as I could. Though my people's loyalty cheered me, it meant they were on edge. Theo is a devoted father, not unlike my own was, I replied instead, my tone more pointed than it ought to have been. There is no one Yelena prefers more in all the world. And almost no one she obeys half so well. Vance's lips thinned. His dislike of Theo was palpable and its source almost impossible for me to pinpoint. I already did not understand the institutional disdain for bastards, and with a certainty that shredded my soul to ribbons I knew I'd have given almost anything to hold my son. Albrecht would remain a mystery in this for all my days, I was certain, even if he told me his reasoning in plain speech for all the world to hear. Ivana was notably absent from the breakfast table, having pleaded a difficult night with Yelena. My niece was often difficult at night, but that was indeed what the nurses were for. Rather it was the fact that, for once, morning sickness was a term that applied accurately to her pregnancy, and Ivana was poor company until at least midday. It would not do for Vance to know she was with child until we could better feel out his next move. Besides, the lady had a great deal of correspondence to attend to. Elmo was not so involved until the children could speak in complete sentences, though he visited the nursery often to stare and let the boys babble at him, added Honorine, her tone inscrutable. Of course, I would expect nothing less from a lord such as Elmo Tully, conceded Lord Vance. Even his withdrawals were barbed. The unexpected pivots in conversation caught me off guard more than I cared to admit. Without Honorine present to work in tandem with me, I may have stumbled more than not. The artist who painted my chambers seems talented indeed, he remarked, as we observed the September rising from its building site. Will he be working on this project as well? I shrugged. Perhaps. She helped Theo conceive of some designs here, but she is very particular in her commissions. I understand she is much occupied with work. I've not heard of an artisan who'd refuse good coin, let alone the command of their liege lord, he replied, voice a shade sharper. It must take some time to complete, Honorine interjected, her gaze distant as though recalling it. Some of those birds looked as though they would leap right off of the wall. I've not seen its like. Give me her name and I'll see to it she's well compensated, said Vance. Emmeline's name day should be sufficient reason to commission a work. Does she engage in portraiture? I'll thank you not to be so blatant about stealing all the talent out from under the Meyer lands, my lord, I responded, smiling as though in jest, even as his high-handed certainty infuriated me. The guild guards her rather jealously. If you've a lady's elegant insistence on secrecy, I'll not press you further, said Vance before utterly horrifying me and calling out to Theo directly. He did not refer to Theo as my son, or anything of the sort, which was good because no power on earth might have prevented Theo from launching himself across the building site. But nor did he refer to him as politely as Lady Tully did and call him Master Theo. Instead, as though Vance had carefully divined the worst possible thing to say that would stop shy of having his face staved in with a shovel, he said, "You there, good man. Share the name of the artisan who created the design for," here he gestured imperiously, somehow grand and disparaging all at once, "all this." Around the building site, a dozen different faces cut towards Vance, a reckless resentment in their eyes. Theo was the source of winter work and one of their own, besides he was much too respected to have been spoken to this way in a while. I watched with a rising horror, as young Ira raised a trowel dripping with some kind of plaster and seriously contemplated murder. His face eerily impassive, Theo didn't bother to raise his gaze to Lord Vance's eyes, fixing instead somewhere off to one side. It was like watching a man in a mirror meet. I wondered how much pain it brought Theo, how alike he looked with his sire. I wondered if Lord Vance thought it worth remarking on at all. "She'd not thank me for it, my lord." "I'll do as you instruct if my liege lady gives me leave," Theo said, woodenly. "I do not," came my prompt reply, as I gestured with sweaty palms for Theo to go about his day, and Lord Vance would never be so rude as to overrule me in my own lands. "I see you seek to test me this visit, my lord." Albrecht Vance sniffed disdainfully as Theo bowed his head at me and marched firmly away from where we were gathered. That delicate little wrinkle of the nose was the first fissure in his genial persona I'd seen. "He defers like a servant," came the scornful remark. "You treat him like one," I replied, as evenly as I could. "He doesn't care enough about you to act otherwise." Foolish of me. But I'd not been able to bite my tongue. Vance's dark eyes narrowed in consideration at what I had revealed. Silently, I prayed that whatever he'd gleaned wasn't enough for him to use. My esteemed guest did not show an interest in the schoolhouse or the ration wagons, and gave nothing more than a passing glance to the bridge across the Blue Fork. Vance asked after the Golden Company, as they made their way down the streets, or the different style of bathhouse and the printworks. He inquired politely about almost everything, his courtesies only ever dropped if there was some benefit to himself, but they were delicate little compliments that were as ephemeral as air. The water wheels interested Vance somewhat, but he'd also made it clear that he'd seen more impressive examples on pilgrimage to Old Town. His household's many visits to that great city were the subject of conversation with Septon Maurice, waxing poetic about the great domed palace to the seven that was the starry September, and conversations with His High Holiness that Lord Vance was apparently privy to. I didn't doubt it. The Vances were tiresomely pious, according to Honorine, even before Lady Vance's interest in the faith. And as far as pilgrimages went, the vibrant, wealthy city of Old Town was hardly an unbearable hardship to visit. Septon Maurice smiled like a friendly turtle all the while, his wispy white hair barely concealing his liver-spotted pate, looking for all the world like the warmest, kindest grandfather ever conceived. They both made the appropriate noises about how well suited the newly appointed Septon Bernard was for his position as court Septon, more to reassure listeners than anything else. Interestingly, it seemed that Bernard had been a favorite of the High Septon, and therefore worthy of the great honor which had been bestowed upon him. I filed it away for later. It seemed that Onwin's largesse with appointments was not only limited to lords of the reach. "Of course," added Septon Maurice, his papery tone lulling the listeners into a false sense of security, "it seems that the quality of the blood always shines through. Is Septon Bernard not a first cousin of Lord Peake? Twice removed, of course. Lord Vance's smile thinned a little, but he rallied swiftly. Apparently the new High Septon was a real spitfire. Just what the faith needed to reinvigorate itself after the previous had been such a noble traditionalist. I fought the urge to snort. A painted rock would have seemed full of vim in comparison to the old leadership of the faith. The High Septon of my time in Old Town had been so old and frail he'd been carried like a babe between his litter and his seat, from which he'd not so much held ceremonies as been held hostage to the religious calendar. I wandered over to the window where Lady Tully stood, contemplating the barren courtyard garden and felt her gaze slide towards me. He prods at you. He wasn't this interested even in Riverrun, she stated, her lips barely moving. I said nothing. There wasn't anything to say. I assumed his interest would be his granddaughter. Now, however, I wonder. Her eyes cut to the side, pinning me in place. You are never to be alone with him. I'll see to your niece. Honorine's words sent shards of ice through my bloodstream, and she stepped away to make halfway ridiculous remarks about the potential presence of a draft and how impossible it was that she should endure it another second. The only time there was any disruption to his pattern was when we visited the glass gardens. It was here that his gaze went considering and not a little avaricious. As Maester Lewis droned on about the correct method to conserve heat, Lord Vance's eyes never strayed from his face except to glance covetously at the harvest of beans, or the oat trials that were growing strong. But even that was almost to be expected, like a lord playing at lordship. For what Westerosi lord did not want the means to have harvests in winter? It was plain that, whatever Vance wanted from this visit, the locations were not important. He did not ask to see the glassworks more than once, and was amiable indeed at my polite refusal. Vance was not a fool, and he wasn't blind. His dark eyes were watchful, and he was patient and clever. He could smell something was off, and the shiny distraction of Honorine Tully only worked half so well. She flatly refused to leave me alone with him, pivoting her handmaiden's priorities away from guarding Yelena in a move that enraged me, except I had no choice but to follow. She was the political player best suited to this strategy, not I. So it was our time together continued, even as Ivana and I carefully wove our net around him to deprive him of Yelena's company. I had been hesitant to take such precautions with myself, but Ivana's expression when I ventured to suggest it had been enough to silence me on the subject forever. I was almost never without a guard as it was, but Ivana approved of Honorine's campaign to surround me with as many chaperones as possible. She and Septon Isella also contrived to occupy Vance's people around Southwold and Hag's Hill, so that they would not be allowed direct access to me in any way. Not that Vance was an easy target by any means. Even Lady Windla's attempts to draw him in fell flat, despite the fact that she was possibly the single best conversationalist I'd ever engaged with in my life, even without her other charms. For all Albrecht engaged in lively repartee with her, that was occasionally even suggestive, his eyes did not linger, and his attention did not stray. The lady almost took it as an insult. Why a man with such iron self-control had kept a mistress at all, we still didn't know. Unfazed by the many whims of Lady Tully, who in fine fashion and high dudgeon, demanded that we take her to revisit sites she had found interesting and dull in equal measure, Vance seemed as at ease as ever. It made no matter if the lady insisted on a makeshift musical salon one evening or a visit to Oldstones the next day. Lady Tully had been right. The man was far more interested in prying something from me or my household I couldn't quite understand, and it set my teeth on edge. The Godswood at Oldstones was beautiful, at least, and provided a fair environment for the children to run wild. Well, Yelena ran wild. The rest pretended to in order to match her toddling pace. Orva and Jemima had been cheerfully oblivious to the tension in the household, but Tamsin had a certain hypervigilance about her that made her simultaneously eager to act out and wary of all this new company so soon into settling down. The girl had a certain, bewildered loyalty to me for all she hated the structure I imposed on her life, and rightly sensed that it was Lord Vance who was taking up all my time. Tamsin shot mutinous glares at the Lord, from where she was stood pretended to be too grown up to play with the others. Lady Tully stood guard over the girls, well disguised from her purpose with a glass goblet of heated wine, and an extravagantly expensive cloak of such fine and heavy furs it doubled her size. We Allen had been kept out of sight, in the company of Septon Isella who had declined to join us. It would not do for Vance to scrutinize that one too closely, and a Septa with a child drew no stares. Already I had nightmares about Lady Tully confronting me, for all she hadn't seemed to find Allen interesting at all. Such fine beasts, Vance said, nodding at the dogs who flanked Cedra so closely that she was quite in danger of being pushed over. I hear they saved your life at Harrenhal. Them and many others, I answered, stiffly, wondering what he was getting at. If William Burleigh had not ridden to my rescue, I'd have been charred to a crisp, and the Mire lands would have returned to Lord Tully, unless he took pity on my sister. Yes, he said, shortly, I hear from Sir Regis that Lord Blackwood gave him leave to ride. I said nothing, enjoying the wind in my hair and trying not to feel too obviously angry that Vance had found a way to make another man's honor and bravery the exclusive accomplishment of his liege lord. Ivana interrupted, sensing my reluctance to engage. Well, Lord Benjicott is an honourable lord and a knight of the 7 kingdoms. They are sworn to guard maidens. I have no doubt he takes such a vow seriously indeed. Even Vance had to laugh at that, offering Ivana the run of his picnic, where she seized upon the pickled herring with a vengeance. She was to avoid too much salt in her condition, but I kept my mouth shut just in case. Besides, there was no separating a pregnant Ivana from something brined. Thankfully we lived by the sea. I hid a smile at her little dig behind my goblet, feeling warm at how she tried to make me laugh, even as the winter's chill crept close along the blanket. Yet if the tales are true, when Bill Burley gave you a chance to flee Ali's River's beast, you did not go. Was there a plan at work? A plan, my lord. He gave an exasperated tut of disappointment. Don't play stupid now, Lady Myers. Your wits are almost all there is to recommend you. Did you have a plan to deal with the creature? It was only a dragon when a man slayed it, I noticed. When I was in the picture, it was simply a creature. A beast. Something less than impossible. No, my lord. You misunderstand me. I thought I was going to die, I answered, flatly. How to explain to a man like Vance that I could not leave a friend to fire? I braced myself for his next question, already too aware of how it exposed me. But it would do nothing except confirm what anyone who spent 5 minutes with me knew to be true already. From the corner of my eye, I caught Ivana's hand stilling in her lap, even as her face and demeanor remained relaxed and sweet. Well, of course you did. What else could you possibly have done, my lady? It is only I do not understand the why of it. Valamore coolies, I answered, something older than I should have been behind my eyes, and it's not often anyone gets a choice of how. I chose to take a chance and stand my ground. It went one way. It may well have gone another. That, he said sharply, is the clumsiest of your avoidances to date. Funny, I thought. Considering it was the most unvarnished truth I'd given him. Wisdom is often wasted on the young, I replied, before rising from the blanket to go to the girls, who were playing a game where Quoth tried to catch them as they shrieked and scrambled away from his sharp beak. Eventually, as all things must, it came to a head. A series of curious, cascading failures took place, which later Ivana would study and unpick with a fury. Lord Albrecht Vance quite drew the eye and never so much as looked at his servants. But it was as Lady Tully had warned me. A lordly house and its appointments were a source of power, and Vance had capable people whose sole purpose in life was to see his will done. In the end, once the strange work accident at the September had been tidied, the washing that had been strewn about the courtyard collected, and even the preparations for the evening meal delayed by a full hour given that someone had been stealing logs directly from the kitchen hearth, it became clear. The loyalty of my people had been used against them. So eager were they to defend us from Vance spies and cutthroats, that they became quite easy to distract. All it took was a furtive page in livery to lead them from their usual places, or an overheard sentence from a guard about how Lord Vance was somewhere he shouldn't be. Half the Meyer lands were already fat with reckless hate for the Vances. It hadn't been subtle, and he'd used it to move them like chess pieces. My guards were not so poorly trained as my maids or my kitchen staff in such matters, though the distractions were singular enough that I found myself forgiving of their oversight. No doubt Ivana would disagree. Yet Sir Cone had been instructed to be Alina's shadow, not mine, and his best men accompanied her and Ivana everywhere. Which meant that when I heard Lord Vance's voice outside my solar, miles from the icy hawking expedition Honorine had taken him on, I knew that at least they were safe. But despite her best efforts, Lady Tully had not been able to prevent an audience. Time to find out what this was all about. I opened the door. Sir Dominic was stood on guard, and I trusted him to protect me. My lord, I said, with an inclination of the head and the support of every single lesson on posture Nacella had ever drilled into me, until I had a spine of diamond, I had hoped to complete some pressing matters regarding my holdings while you and Lady Tully went riding. Is aught amiss? Not at all. I confess, I have contrived to avoid her. I beg your understanding. Our Lady Tully is magnificent, but she does wear at the nerves of us lesser beings, said Lord Vance, with a smile too smooth and plausible by half. Behind him, Sir Dominic stepped into the room, clearly not content to be outside when a stranger was in my private space. Vance's attention didn't so much as flicker towards him. I am not in the habit of drink while working, watered or otherwise, Lord Vance. But I can offer you tisane, and perhaps some of those lovely, candied fruits you so generously provided. With an elegance I'd never achieve without another 40 years of study, Albrecht Vance folded himself into my father's chair at the head of the table, without so much as a by your leave. As power plays went, it was almost insultingly obvious. Which meant he was interested in how I'd respond. I waved Sir Dominic off, and went to pour Vance the tisane myself, as if I were no more than a handmaiden. Lord Vance watched me do it, and then burst into laughter, as rich and warm as the fire crackling in the hearth beside us. My dear, I think you might be the single cleverest young woman of my acquaintance. You flatter me, my lord, I replied, even as I heard the creak of armor where an offended Sir Dominic started behind me. I have not your lordly experience, nor Lady Tully's training. But you compare yourself to us as if you are a contemporary who is outmatched, not like a girl learning the ropes. The others must bore you, Vance mused, not really concerned with how I answered. After all, it was truer than he knew. A little, I admitted, still standing in front of him, mind scrabbling to uncover his intentions. Your daughter was tiresomely predictable, and could not even manage an original stable of rumors. I am a hedge knight's daughter, my lord. It is hardly the first time higher houses insinuated my honor was for sale. Even safe as you were in the cloister? Vance asked, his brow raised. People don't stop their mouths just because of a novitiate's robe. A certain kind of person relishes vulgarity all the more in its presence. Sadly true, came the rueful response, seasoned with what seemed to be genuine remorse. Perhaps as one of my 2 remaining boons I could ask grandmother to teach me how to lie using my whole voice and body with such masterful control. In the interests of not being bored, outmatched contemporary as I am, I confess I do not know why you have come to see me today. Don't you? Vance asked, amused. My dear, I am extremely invested in your future, and you have somehow avoided me at every turn. You are a difficult woman to pin down, for all you've been an attentive enough hostess. But I have provided much and seek a return on my investment. Your heir is secured, your marriage unnecessary, and you've had the good manners not to tie yourself to Lord Hugo's snivelling kin. I confess, Honorine had me worried that you would. He reached out and plucked a sliver of candied lemon peel from the brass dish on the table. Behind Vance, as still as a statue on his perch, Quoth's beady black eyes never moved from his hands. I watched Lord Vance examine the murals on my walls with hooded eyes, waiting for him to speak. If only you had been so even-handed in all your dealings. The Blackwood boy was a nasty little trick, Ursula. The time for doe eyes had long gone, and it was only us in the room. Better to confess to this one than have him hunting for other obstacles I'd placed in his path. So I shrugged, and said, I wonder, Lord Vance, that he bothered you at all. He cannot wed the sole heir to another house with your connections to the faith, even if he did desire to steal your daughter from under your nose. Not a September in the Riverlands would wed them. No, he agreed airily, but it was a complication I could have done without. Emmeline is under lock and key at the moment, my own lady wife is likely exhausted managing her histrionics. Much like the Lady Ivana's pregnancy, unexpected variables can be tiresome to work around. Vance brought the steaming cup of tisane to his lips with a studied disinterest, before he glanced up at my stony expression. Felicitations, by the way. To be so confident in such a statement? I must commend you on your powers of observation. Or at least the powers of observation possessed by your retinue. Vance gave a world-weary sigh. Really, we must rid you of your parochial instincts. The actions of my people are my actions. Where young people often make mistakes is commending your household for simply doing their duty, as though leal vassals respond to gratitude with anything other than grasping. They are the hands you extend into the world. Do you praise your hand for loyalty? I see you are in a teacherly mood, I fired back, turning to walk along the length of the table to hide my fury. Poorly, I was sure. Then teach me how it is you think my sister is pregnant. A broad smile and an expansive gesture, as though pleased his pet had learned a new trick. I wanted to slap him. My wife has had a number of pregnancies, my dear. If not all of them successful. Likely mother's stomach has been keeping her awake. The effusive love for the brined and pickled is quite notorious a symptom in the Riverlands. Not to mention her hands are prone to gesturing when she speaks. A charming affectation, but I noticed her fingers were much more swollen than her fine wrists would suggest. Taking another sip of tisane, he added, mostly, however, your reaction was the most useful. You do not lie well, so you have learned to wield the truth. A non-answer from you is as good as a yes. By now it was more than clear that Lady Tully's suspicion was right. He was far more focused on me than on Yelena. A girl changes the state of play not at all. Would a boy be a problem? I confess, I do hope for a nephew, I said, running my fingers along the wood grain of the elm table. With an urbane little shrug, Vance replied, not really. I don't intend to go acknowledging every babe your sister whelps my ungrateful son, or else I'd have legitimized him as their sire and washed my hands of the affair. Young Yelena seems a little slow, but she is not malformed, and a girl child with my lineage to support her can afford to be less than accomplished. A certain kind of man prefers slowness in their women. He locked eyes with me. Not I, however. The world froze. With a sharp hiss of fury, I heard Dominic begin to draw his sword from his sheath. I held out my hand to stop him. It trembled a little, despite myself. I remembered thinking to myself that his wife was clever. That she wore all her emotions on her face, not least of which was the need to remind others of her intelligence. The world was so full of talented women who might have been something else, that it hadn't occurred to me that Vance was the sort of man who understood exactly the kind of wife he had, that it was rather the point. The desire in his eyes was a very specific kind, and it had nothing to do with my body. Vance might have been in earnest. The man was as cold-blooded as a lizard lion, so who could say what he truly wanted? But mostly he had said it to make me angry, to throw me off balance. More fool him. My anger made me strong. I am about to become furious, Lord Vance, I said, my voice as cruel and cold as the weather outside, the words clattering in my chest like manacles. I'd have you explain yourself swiftly, lest I take enough offense that I seek answer for the insult. With a look of disappointment, as though I were a child who had badly misunderstood a lesson, Vance said, we are here to discuss possible avenues for your future. I am no brute, and you stand with your own guard over your shoulder. It is merely one possible scenario among many. He gestured at me with the half-bitten stick of lemon peel he'd been enjoying. I fought the urge to shove it down his throat. I fought the urge to cut my palms till they bled. I fought the urge to find out just what I could do if I did. Had you been born to a real house, you might have been a darling of the Riverlands. The ingenuity on display here is quaint, but it does not compare to the sights I have seen. You are wasted on this backwater, my dear. Lady Tully does not come to the aid of just anyone, and for all her husband's death seems to have cut her power base off at the knees, she is no fool. The woman spotted talent before I did, I admit it. With a contorted smile that was saved from being called a sneer only by the sheer force of his charisma, he added, at first, I'd half a mind to tempt you out of your seat with the aid of the High Septon or Septon Bernard. A modest mother-house and a scriptorium, perhaps. Then I might have managed things to my liking here. I swallowed thickly. Were I of a different constitution, that offer would be tempting indeed. Yes, he agreed, I rather thought so. A bargain, really, for control of established glassworks and most of the Blue Fork. I stood at the end of the table opposite Vance, staring him down, my upper lip curled into a snarl, all polish gone from my face and driven inwards to contain the rage that pressed against my self-control like a tidal wave. I take it that is no longer one of the avenues you are considering. Slouching sideways in his chair and propping his hand on his chin should have been laughable on a man such as him. He did not have a bending spine. Yet Vance's impeccable posture seemed to remain despite the breach in courtesies, like an afterimage of good breeding. No. I only really noticed it once you snapped your little teeth at me during the summit. The only way to lead you from your family seat, such as it is, was to leverage your soft heart somehow. I was considering methods until I arrived here. The problem is you quite like ruling. And you have something of a talent for it. For you to remain in your seat is clearly quite dangerous to me. Quietly, the words burning my lips like hot coals, I said, you have outflanked the most naturally talented political mind in the Riverlands, orchestrated your way to my solar without a single member of my household stopping you, and you sit and dictate my future in a way my own father never dared. I hardly credit your concern. Vance scratched at the silver in his beard, rolling his eyes. Oh, don't do that, my dear. Don't be dull. For all your merit, I can hardly leave you as liege lady to these lands and unwed. I have a number of cousins, if my proposition doesn't suit. It was one thing when you were a clever little novice who had charmed a lord paramount. But you are a different creature entirely. If I leave you too long to think, you'll likely try to remove my hold. You adore your niece too obviously. You will resent her absence. There it was. Confirmation that he had plans to remove Yelena from our house and our control. I'd known it was the case, no man as meticulous as Vance would leave his investment in another's hands. But it appeared I had overlooked the fact that I was an investment as well. Folding my arms, I raised my chin defiantly. What could I possibly do, other than wed? Which I have no desire to do. Vance's patient dismissal had the worn edges of practice. No desire, yes, but that doesn't necessarily mean you won't. If you were the kind to return gratefully to the cloister, I'd have less concern. But you are a lady, despite your origins, and you'll do what your house requires. It seemed Honorine's presence here had been interpreted very specifically. He also wasn't entirely wrong. Thus, he concluded, spreading his hands wide, my generous offer. Feel free to suggest other ways by which I might be wholly confident you are my creature. Becoming my mistress just happens to be the one I find most diverting. I am open to suggestions. One cannot rise without some flexibility of thought. Bile rose. I fought it down with what was becoming an upsetting ease, born of much practice. Of course, you are free to turn such a thing down, and suggest nothing at all in its place, said Vance, mildly, his expression somber. Carefully he reached out and spooned some sugar into the tisane, dragging out my suspense for his enjoyment. But a woman's reputation is all she really has, and yours has been hanging by a thread for some time. I have 100 ways to make you unmarriageable without soiling my hands. You'll become quite a feast for the courtly that you so desire to emulate, Lady Myers. They'll come home to roost in what is left of your honor. Then, when the work is done, I'll take Yelena from you, and the lordly will praise me for it. I thought you had no desire to take her, only that your will was done. Of course, I had believed nothing of the sort, and Vance's expression told me he knew that, which was why the entire household had been on high alert. But his reasoning for twisting our bargain would tell me much. Vance's mouth made a gentle frown, an act of great condescension. Needs must, to keep my things in line. The sheep don't respect the dog until it bites. Her well-being will depend on your behavior. Oh. This old song again. The same one sung the world over. I'd heard it in my old life, too. Well, if he'd been watching me, I'd been watching him. People aren't things, or sheep, or pieces to be moved, I said, softly, so gently it was almost a caress. But something in my voice went ugly at the end. Like the rasp of saw blades. That's just something the cruel and selfish say to make themselves feel better. I've done it myself. It allows you to feel superior. If you're the only one who's real, then all the ways you stain the world don't matter. It's cowardly, but cruelty is a coward's way. I'd respect you more if you saw the world clearly and chose your path anyway, standing fast in your hypocrisy. It's a different kind of horror, but at least you'd not dress it in the silk of expediency when you threatened a child like some common thug. Something in my tone dislodged Vance's smug sense of calm. I felt nothing but a fierce rush of satisfaction. Ivana was right, it would be better now that he saw it coming. You sold her to me, my lady, he retorted, anger bringing spots of color to his cheeks. You sold her in the manner great houses have bartered their children since time immemorial. It's how you build a legacy. I find it amusing that you sit there and claim the high ground when your refusal to do your duty is being paid for on the back of a 2-year-old girl. I nodded, smiling, and for the first time, I saw Vance squint confused. With a great flap of his wings, Quoth swept off of his perch and fluttered over to me, strutting on the table with all the righteous arrogance of a prince. I ran one finger down Quoth's feathered back, and he turned his neck to hiss at Vance. Oh, that is a fair charge indeed, my lord, I agreed, walking towards him, Quoth mirroring my steps, and one I wrestle with every day. But as I've said before, between the two of us, I'm not the one who likes to overreach. I was close enough to him now that I could pour myself a fresh cup of tisane. I made him wait for me to do so, the way I'd seen Honorine hold a conversation by a thread in an elegantly upturned wrist. You've come to lay your weapons at my feet, but they're pathetic. Vance's hands balled into fists. He seemed unpracticed at it. I perched on the table, the heat from the cup in my clasped palms grounding as I stared him down. I leant closer, as though imparting a great secret. All you really have to hurt me with is shame. And I've been told you can live a long time on shame. Long enough to become that danger you speak of. I took a long, slow sip from my cup, in that obnoxious way Nacella always did right before she went for your jugular. Try to take her by slandering me? I'll call my liege lord and demand justice. You've seen for yourself the fondness the family has for me. Perhaps you have clever schemes to dissuade him or upend his power, but he's friend enough to me that I'd get forewarning. If you come for her with soldiers, our covered bridges will make fine platforms to rain fire down on your river barges. My mire will swallow your horses whole. My people love Yelena enough that they'll buy her time and blood if they have to, wasting your men's lives as we steal away. And I had more places to run than he realized. Even if he had some way to tie Tully hands. Winterfell would take me, if I could make it, I was sure. Bear Island would welcome Maga and her retinue with open arms. The Neck would hide me, especially if I brought Orva back safe and sound. The Coxes and the Terriks would be incensed at Vance threatening the safety of their offspring. My mother's merchant family in Bravos wouldn't do much, but they'd take coin for a house and some guards. They might do more if I promised them glass. Vance might not have known exactly where I could go, or might only have guessed some of it, but he could see in my eyes that I wasn't bluffing. As he said, I was a poor liar, so I weaponized the truth. There was a moment, just a moment, where I wondered if he'd acquiesce. When Albrecht Vance might have retreated, however rudely, and been content with what he'd won a significant claim to our lands through my descendant, and cards in the hands of his heirs to secure their future. Nothing we'd arranged was quite in motion yet, and a part of me hoped that we could draw back from the knife's edge. There was a frantic knocking from the door. Cedra's voice. My lady? My lady, are you within? Septinicella is here looking for you. I should have known it would be her, of anyone who would find me. Scowling, Albrecht Vance's eyes cut to the door in irritation. It seemed he'd not expected to be interrupted so soon. I smiled. I am never as alone as you believe me to be. Sir Dominic made for the door, but I held out a hand to stop him. Just a moment, I said, sweetly, I'll be out directly. Lady Myers, said Vance coldly, his pitch-dark eyes boring into my own, if you cannot be reasonable, I'm going to take her. Lord Vance, I replied, if you cannot be reasonable, I'm going to take everything. Notes. Oh God, this one fought me like 100 dragons. I hope it works for you, because I've gone cross-eyed redrafting it. Chapter 57, Septinicella, Ivana Myers. 133 AC. Septa Nicella. Lady Tully had a certain childish insistence on dramatics, for all that she had a talent for them. Nicella sniffed slightly at the woman's insistence on ermine in a land which winter turned almost entirely to mud when it wasn't busy turning into ice. Yet she had made use of her skills most admirably when distracting Lord Vance. The man was no fool. He'd quickly ascertained that the goal was not to distract him but to ensure that their Lady Ursula was never in his presence unchaperoned. There were a number of servants who were going to answer to Lady Ivana for their lapse, though none she was more furious with than her own self. Nicella had some sympathy. Yet for all her bluff and bluster, Septa Nicella had to own that it was a matter of preference on the Dowager Tully's side, not ability. Lady Tully was a subtle creature when she wanted to be, so it was a few days after Vance had departed before Nicella realized she herself was terribly interested in Yelena. In all the little girls of Hag's Hill, in fact. The lady had distracted Ursula as she no doubt had her own sons, by playing at pompousness and making the girl dance to it. Ursula, perhaps a little unguarded without looking for Lord Vance over her shoulder, had fallen into the banter comfortably. So much so that she never noticed the way Honorine Tully found herself regularly in the company of Yelena or the foster girls in the afternoons. Septa Nicella, however, was not quite so green. Though she had to confess that it had seemed quite harmless at first. Windla was probably the reason everyone had taken so long to notice. She was gregarious and winsome, which Nicella found exhausting, but was an undoubtedly skilled court ornament. The woman could speak on any subject at all, with a good deal of charm besides. It was not a little disconcerting for someone who had always prided themselves on their wit. Like waking up to discover an expert in walking or breathing, it had never occurred that there were ways to do it that were simultaneously more enjoyable and ostentatious all at once. Being a mother to 5 children of her own, whom she seemed to miss not at all, Windla took the children in stride and was quite happy to regale them with stories of her own girlhood at the twins. Wee Allen in particular adored Lady Windla, who had a mother's easy way with children. It came from the knowledge that generally they recovered from almost any misstep you made with them. It gave a steady certainty to her embrace and mannerisms that he likely found reassuring and predictable. Not to mention that Lady Windla was wonderfully fat, which Septa Nicella had observed small children always enjoyed. Generally, Nicella preferred them once they could speak in complete sentences, so would freely confess that she had little to go on except her own assumptions. The woman was so good at talking to people that she even managed to draw Theo into a long explanation as to how he intended to use his still with fan vaults to create what would appear to be trees of stone holding up the roofline of the September being built. It was the most he'd said in weeks, and Lady Ivan rewarded Windla the next night with a folded missive that made the woman look smug indeed for the rest of the evening. All the while, Honorine Tully had lounged heavy-lidded by the fire and tossed out the occasional unnecessary complaint for people to rush about seeing to. By the time Septa Nicella had noticed the considering looks Honorine kept flashing Yelena, or the pinched expression in her face whenever Tamsin had a tantrum, there wasn't much to be done except let the woman sit amongst her intentions. There was no doubt that Lady Tully would declare what it was she wanted in due course, likely at some volume. Frankly, it was refreshing to notice someone scheming and observing and not immediately have to leap to counter it. One afternoon, when Septa Nicella had honestly been unable to endure another second of needlepoint instruction, she had released the girls into Ursula's tender care and retreated to the solar. Lady Tully and her worrisomely observant Lady Rhea were already sat taking tisane, which Lady Rhea poured for Nicella quite deferentially before escaping swiftly from their company. It was there that the woman's purpose came to a head. "I'd ask if you enjoyed the stuff, Septa, but I cannot believe it possible," said Lady Tully, nodding at the cup. Raising her brows, Septa Nicella responded, "For all Lady Myers resents others reminding her about how to safeguard her health, she has no compunction about haranguing others into what she believes to be the best course for them. This pine needle tisane is but one example. Yes, I'd noticed her explaining to the children how she expected them to eat. An unusual level of involvement in her fosters, that one. Ah! Thought Nicella. So that was it. Still, she'd not yield so easily. The woman wouldn't thank her for it and likely would go find someone less capable to claw it for stimulation. I hardly need to remind you of Our Lady's character. In all things important, she likes her hand. Someone else might do it wrong." A kind of arrogance, in its own way, however competent Ursula was. But then Nicella was the same. How could she blame the girl for what she'd been taught? "I had assumed, from meeting both Lady Myers and now her sister, that the family had some methods with regard to raising girls," Lady Tully began, ignoring the distraction Nicella had placed in her path and sipping delicately at her tisane. It was much improved with the addition of sugar, but was essentially leaf water, which hardly excited the palate. Nicella calmly wrapped her hands around the cup in front of her, letting the heat soothe knuckles that felt the cold more each year. Placid silence was often the best tool against Lady Tully. The lack of occupation after grieving her husband and fearing for her sons had wrought something unsettled in the woman, and she could bear anything except boredom. Disgruntled at her own bait being ignored, Lady Tully patted at that hideous little dog of hers absently, contemplating him where he was sprawled and snoring in her lap. "I have not been impressed," Lady Tully needled. Nodding, Nicella said, well, no, my lady. You wouldn't be, considering they're quite useless at the moment. They can't do anything yet. They're busy learning. There are as many ways to be capable as there are to be a person, my lady. Beyond the basics of how to conduct oneself, and the necessary skills, if I have a draft horse I'd best strengthen its back rather than race it like a sand steed. I doubt a draft horse would do as well in high-born houses as a sand steed, Septa, said Lady Tully, archly. Only if it tried to be something it wasn't. The draft horse is far more useful to the work of living than a sand steed, and is less likely to be taken out back and clubbed for a fall. Taking another sip, Lady Tully made a face, before adding 3 spoonfuls of sugar to her cup without so much as a blink. Your Lady Myers does enjoy the personal touch, as you say. Once the girls are sufficiently lettered I imagine they shall be instructed to follow her like a gaggle of ducklings. Some, admitted Nicella freely, but as you must be aware, that is more for appearances than their education. As I said, we do not know what they're good at yet. Perhaps they are ill-suited to learning Lady Myers' methods. Genuine bewilderment. It was a sight she relished a little on the Lady Tully's face, she had to admit. Nicella would chastise herself for it in her prayers tonight, but since the sin was done, she might as well enjoy it. Their time following the Lady of the Keep is their education, Septa. I can hardly credit anything else. Is this the Myers' secret to raising capable daughters? Eschewing their responsibilities. Had she been with us a little longer, Nicella admitted, Lady Tamsin would be coming upon the age where I'd give her more complex tasks and duties. However, she is quite behind in her learning and so will need to wait. Reaching out, Honorine gestured to a dish of honey cakes and cheese. Nicella was not so easily swayed by bribery, but if others wished to make the attempt, she'd not stop them. Nicella began with the honey cakes. The child absolutely resents waiting, she continued with some relish, any day I expect her to snap and attempt something on my person. Is that desirable? Asked Lady Tully, her eyebrows arched in disbelief. It is certainly going to be educational, Nicella replied. She did not bother to make her tone significant. She had been gifted with a natural significance of speech so felt her point was made quite clearly. The women shared a knowing look. Somewhere in the world, Tamsin Cox winced and didn't know why. So you'd have them learn their letters and gather with this schooling you have arranged with the small folks' own children? You think this is sufficient enough a foundation on which to stake the reputation of the Myers household? Tidily finishing her slice of honey cake, Nicella replied, they are not to be a credit to us in the next year. Children take a good deal of time to educate. I have taught more girls than you could count, with half the skill of these Fosters, in the cloister. Lady Myers herself has some very firm views. Between us we may disagree, but there is no doubt that Lady Myers and Lady Ivana have been well raised. Not to mention, I have seen her methods yield results where I was doubtful. Oh. Gesturing at the courtyard just below the windows of the solar, Septa Nicella said, you seem disapproving of Lady Tamsin's furies, and with good reason, but when I say the progress she has made in this time is significant, I trust you have sufficient imagination to envision her behavior prior to your arrival. I was doubtful, yes, but she seems to have produced results. And what, pray, is her thinking there? Asked Lady Tully, somehow managing to look as though she were holding court, rather than gossiping about someone else's children with a malformed pet in her lap. Nicella remained silent. Perhaps bribery was more compelling than she had anticipated. Not cakes, but the freedom to boast about her once charge. Scowling, she realized she'd been led quite neatly to a point she'd rather not have discussed. Well. Lady Tully barked, I have asked what her thinking is on the matter. On balance I wish you wouldn't, came the crisp reply. Impatiently, Lady Tully rapped her nails on the elmwood table. Tenderness builds resilience in children, Nicella said, simply, and not a little disbelieving. The look was withering. It was really quite good. I'm not so much of my mother's ilk that I'd argue a little tenderness does any harm to one's children, and the urge is powerful. But after a certain point it is likely to spoil them. If coddling is what you plan for those girls, I do not know how you ever expect to make something of them. You've staked your reputation on their outcomes. Her methods speak for themselves. Besides, if you think for a minute I would allow anything like coddling, you do not have the gift for observation you claim, was Nicella's dry response, and I can hardly claim to have been entirely devoid of tenderness in all my dealings or else I doubt half my charges would answer my messages so swiftly. Lady Tully rolled her eyes. Septa Nicella, I have always admired that you have a certain dour integrity. It is quite disarming when you choose to wield it. See that you do not try to adulterate it with signs of complexity. Smirking, despite herself, Nicella said, we cannot all eschew any urges of self-reflection with carefully applied dramatics. No, some of us just lie to ourselves, came the whip-sharp rejoinder. The women smiled at each other, so perfectly insincere that an observer would be tempted to inspect their expressions for signs of treason. Tell me about wee Alan, Lady Tully fired off, her eyes never breaking from Nicella's, as though it would matter one jot. He is Cedra's younger brother, answered Septinicella, so promptly and perfectly that it could be nothing but a lie. Blue eyes considering, Lady Tully's eyes narrowed. And this, little brother would have been born when she was how old? 14, came the immediate reply. Ah, I see. A little old, for a new sibling, after such a gap, wouldn't you say? Childbirth is not, I confess, my forte, Nacella replied, with no little amount of insolence. You know, it's quite remarkable, Lady Tully said, taking another sip from her tisane and choosing to drop the matter, how good you are at lying when your own charge is so poor at it. She's better at it than we give her credit for, Nacella reflected. But that was a dangerous thought to have so close to Lady Tully, so instead she said, in the end, she can only be herself. I find myself grateful for it. Your sons no doubt aggravate you when they do not heed your sage advice, but I am certain they are a source of pride nonetheless. I'd rather they were a source of good sense, but I suppose one cannot have everything, came the snide response. But something in her face softened. I suppose you would argue that I should have patiently waited until they showed an interest in their duty. You know, it's quite remarkable how determined one can be to miss the point, Septinicella said, reaching over to refill Lady Tully's cup and enduring her resulting look of betrayal. You have raised fine sons, my lady. But surely you cannot mean to tell me that you were so even-handed as to treat them utterly identically? Or that you left them entirely to a nurse? She might have done it badly. Lady Tully shrugged, a gesture which should have looked common but instead gave the impression of some great cat shaking its mane. It is different with boy children. With girls, there is really only one way to survive. That is precisely what Lady Myers is trying to change, Septinicella answered, as though she herself was not living evidence that such a thing was possible. As though every clever girl the Septa had ever taught had not been the self-same proof. There was a long pause. When we are alone, you may call me Honorine, the lady sniffed, brushing an invisible piece of lint from one ornately quilted sleeve. Inclining her head, Septinicella replied, as you wish, Honorine. I'm afraid I'll not answer to anything other than Septa. Honorine threw back her head, startled into true laughter. It was a loud yawp of a noise that echoed across the stone floor of the solar quite out of keeping with the woman's appearance. She was not a woman to go unvarnished into the world, but it seemed that Ursula had read her true. The lady liked to be needled. Nacella gave a small smile in response. Composing herself with another chuckle, Honorine said, in truth, nothing else will suit. What were you, before you took your Septa name? Perhaps it was because Nacella wanted to reward the honesty Honorine had shown her this evening, though a sense of fairness was not one of her salient characteristics. Perhaps it was because, she realized with a start, no one had ever asked her. But she told the truth. Afraid, she answered, simply, feeling quite far away indeed. As though talking about another girl in some other land entirely. I was terribly afraid. Ivana Myers. 3 pieces of news arrived in relatively quick succession, after Albrecht Vance's visit. It was Ivana's business to know these things and her sister's prodigious letter-writing campaign was proving useful indeed. Merchants only made it so far in winter, and their reports were sparser without the social pressure of seeming like an unmannerly correspondent. And these days, Ivana was fit only for reading reports and embroidery. Surely being with child hadn't been this bad the first go-around? By the 7, her mother's stomach was barely showing. Mostly her time was spent trying to resist the urge to read Ursula's letters from Bill Burley. She was holding strong, but if the sickness didn't abate soon, she was going to snap from sheer boredom and recite them to the entire council. Having Ursula beat her to death could hardly be more uncomfortable than Ivana's present state. The first happening was that news came sweeping across Westeros of the delays hindering the Red Wine fleet, which was the subject of much discussion at the Myers table. Lord Dalton Greyjoy had been a crimson beast squatting atop Fair Castle for too long, and though Lady Johanna Lannister fought them like the lion of her house's sigil, she had lost much and gained little. Her last attempt at rebuilding the Lannisport fleet had ended in fire, and despite her shrewd plays to discreetly make landing on Fair Isle her men had been met with ambush. The Lannister fleet was once the pride of the West, now it was 20 ships quivering in the harbour. The sailing of the Red Wine fleet had initially bolstered confidence in the Regency, as it had been on the urging of Lord Onwin Peake that the Red Wines had set sail. Yet for all their skill, fleets take time to muster, and in order to keep pace with each other they move slower than a raven on the wing. It seemed Dalton Greyjoy had heard the news, for he swiftly gathered hundreds of iron-borne longships to his side at Fair Isle. Desperate not to have Lannisport suffer yet another horrific loss without opposition, Johanna Lannister began to gather what small folk she could within the safety of Casterly Rock. Ivana had been disappointed in the move at the time, thinking it short-sighted. It was very much like something Ursula would do, but Ivana had long since given up being impartial about her little sister. Except, came the ugly little thought whenever Ulrich or another of their northern men brought more news to her table, that Ursula had quite ably decided to let men die when she'd needed to. It was likely the distinction in who Ursula felt responsible for. The Northmen had been strangers, until she'd taken them in, and now they were her people. Likely it made all the difference. In the same situation, Ursula wouldn't rest until the keep was bristling with small folk and the septas were clucking about disease. She'd have slept in a hallway before declaring that there was no room for more of her people. Ivana did not know the Lady Lannister, and so could not say, but she doubted that anyone not half blinded by compassion would ever do the same. Which meant that the people being given shelter were likely the highest value small folk, the wealthy or the skilled. It was possible that there was some system whereby the most useful were allowed shelter first. But without a similar census as the one Ursula had proposed, and a fleet of castellans, it would be a hard thing to check and enforce. And as the longship fleet grew in size, it would only encourage the wailing of the frightened small folk at the door. If they lived, they'd not forget who left them to die. Eventually, it looked like it would all come to a head sooner rather than later, as, though the Red Wine fleet were sailing swiftly to Lannisport, a storm squall had blown hard in the east and thundered across the icy continent of West Eros. It had apparently quite delayed the Red Wine fleet. The more cynical, such as Ivana, thought it obvious that the fleet captains were in no mood to challenge the Ironborn at the height of their bloodthirsty power for as little reward as Onwin Peaks say so. Better when a fresh sack had thinned their numbers a little. Ivana had been prepared for many such inconvenient winter storms to waylay the fleet and had, a little callously she'd admit, remarked to Ursula that her lessons in strategy had paid off. It was clear that all this violence would draw the bulk of the fighting men away from Mireland shores and towards the fatter prize of a massive Greyjoy raiding fleet. Eyes flashing hot with rage, Ursula had rounded on her in full view of Lady Tully, who in fairness had been nodding right along with Ivana. She should have expected it, really. Ursula was very clever, and her plan was working better than anticipated, but she did hate being reminded of when she'd been ruthless. The cost comes in blood, Ivana. Don't you dare forget it. You cannot conceive, nor can I, of the suffering they'll bring to bear if the fleet doesn't get there in time. Not really. Cragtreath was just a milk run for them. Ivana had tasted the words in her mouth. Milk run. She did not know what it meant, exactly, but the feeling was there. Ursula did that too sometimes, used strange words or phrases that had no meaning, but with such emphasis. As though they were perfectly logical things to say. Ivana had assumed Ursula had been getting better about it lately, only to find some bizarre new nomenclature every other conversation, deliberately dropped in when once it had simply been a slip of the tongue. Your sister is not wrong, Lady Myers, said Lady Tully, the lines around her mouth deepening with distaste as she broke from cooing at her little dog in order to be acerbic. I'd advise you not to allow simple observations to unsettle you so. Being so disagreeable about the truth doesn't become any less tiresome simply because you enjoy a moralizing slant to your objections. I do realize, came Ursula's surprisingly tart rejoinder, that my entire life has been bought in the blood of others one way or another, Lady Tully. But the moment we decide that their lives are worth less than our own, we become a little bit evil. You are many things, my lady, said Septinicella, her voice softer than Ivana had ever heard it, but not evil. Lady Tully's eyes narrowed in contemplation, which Ivana took as a sign of her relaxation among good company. Surely a woman of her talents could witheringly dissect their motives with a look of placid detachment if she so chose. Ursula looked up then, eyes lit like lanterns from within. The cost comes in blood, she said, chillingly certain, just because it isn't anyone you know doesn't make it any less awful. Keep the wolf from the door, or your people are lost, replied the Septa. Ursula nodded, resigned. It had the air of an old lesson. Likely one Ursula had been forced to learn over and over, if her time as Lady Myers was anything to go by. Besides, it isn't as if the girl began Septinicella, completely nonsensically, only to be cut off. She has a name, Septa. It's Tess. It's all she has left. You might have the decency to use it. Though she hadn't the first clue what they were talking about, something shifted. Inexplicably, for a moment, Ivana found herself completely unable to meet Ursula's gaze. It almost hurt to try. There had always been something unfathomable in Ursula's eyes. Ivana couldn't say when it had begun. But one day she'd turned around and laughing little Ursula, who had scrambled up trees with a vengeance, thrown chestnuts at the squires, and climbed into her father's lap and wheedled what seemed to be 100 sweets a night, had changed. Oh, she'd still laughed, still she'd loved to be held, and no one had better aim at a knight's pate from 50 paces, but there were moments Ursula would go wooden. Her whole smiling face gone frighteningly quiet and strained like a doll realizing it could talk and terrified of what it might say. And the things she said. Ursula had always loved the whole world, but she had only learned to speak kindly in the cloister. There had been no silver in her tongue as a young girl, and her sharp edges had been honed and smoothed by Septinicella's careful tutelage. Before then, the things she said could make your hair stand on end from the strangeness. Like truth made bladed, Ursula had days where it seemed she only spoke so that she could cut at everyone who came close. Only Sir Ender had ever been able to bet such a thing aside and scoop her up like the child she was, like the child she so clearly wasn't, and cradle her clothes until it eased. Ivana hadn't seen it in a while. But it seemed that Ursula had not grown out of it, only learned to put it away. The way old soldiers wrapped their swords in oilcloth and hid them away beneath a chest of blankets, hoping desperately they would never need to be unearthed. After Lady Tully had taken her leave of them and made her way back to Riverrun, Ursula had come to apologize to Ivana for her short temper. And then it was as if nothing had happened at all. Ivana was so sickly these days that she couldn't make inroads. Frankly, she hardly had the energy to do much more than clutch a bucket and make pitiful noises until Theo came back from the building site to put cool cloths on her head. They did less than nothing to help, but it was nice to be fussed over. The second thing that happened was that the Greyjoy fleet devoured itself before the Redwynes even arrived. Dalton Greyjoy had been killed by one of his salt wives, though when and how was unclear. He'd left no true-born sons to carry on his name and legacy, and men like that never really planned for their deaths because they believed themselves to be invincible. The Ironborn began a bloody struggle for succession. The dallying Redwyne fleet had lost all hope of valor, arriving to find Faircastle fallen to fighting and half the longships already making their way back to the Iron Islands. There was no great clash of swords for them, and instead one of the last mighty fleets in West Eros was made to linger in the port so that Lady Johanna could rebuild her house's own ships. Guard dogs, instead of glorious. With news emerging from the Stepstones that Lord Alan Oakenfist had joined forces with the Riverlanders and smashed the pride of the Bravesea fleet, it made Onwin Peake and his allies seem very foolish indeed. Lord Redwyne would be called Storm Lord until the day he died, Ivana was sure. In an effort to recoup some semblance of control over the situation, Lord Manfred Mouton was dispatched to Bravos in order to negotiate terms. Ivana was not a military mind, so perhaps there was benefit to doing so when you were winning. Personally, Ivana would have simply had the efforts at the Stepstones continue their current course and claimed the victory with smiles and a gifted sword of some sort. A grand occasion, so that everyone could witness the majesty and largesse of the crown she held in her power. But then again, some men didn't believe it a victory if they didn't get to have their names inscribed next to it in the texts. Dickens' horrid childhood habit of pissing his name into the ground, once he'd learned his letters, probably sprung from the same source. Ivana had held her tongue the whole while she'd compiled what snippets she could from her little network, until the picture became clear. Ursula had a knowing, that much was obvious. She'd seen it at work with Alice Rivers. But she was as much a Myers as her sweet sister, and an inability to let things alone ran in their blood like the waters of the Blue Fork. But while Ivana could see her way to understanding how a threat like Ali's might have warranted a form of divine intervention, there was no mention of this Tess anywhere at all. Ivana had her suspicions, of course, but that only made the need to know burn stronger. That evening, ensconced in the solar, Ivana had shamelessly made use of her condition to corral Ursula into a cooler corner of the room, away from the children, claiming that she wanted to finish this section of a dress she was detailing, and that the fire was making her feel quite stuffy and ill. It had the added benefit of being quite true, which Ivana always appreciated in her manipulations. On the table was a game Ursula had devised, where a small tower of evenly sized blocks were stacked and the children took turns removing pieces and hoping the thing didn't tumble. No one yet had managed to outlast Theo without anything other than outright cheating, which Ivana had perfected even before their marriage, and his uncannily steady hands were only matched by Maester Lewis, who rarely deigned to play unless little Jemima badgered him into it. Yelena was occasionally struck with the desire to play, but, proving that she was not in fact her father's creature in all things, seemed to think the aim of the whole game was to bring the structure crashing down as efficiently as possible. She would shriek and clap her hands, before waiting like a queen for the rest of the household to obediently assemble the thing for her again. Ivana loved that child so much it took the middle right out of her, some days. Still, it was a good sight, all their people in one room, warm and laughing. It would be the best place to ask. Just as Tamsin was crowing triumphantly, really she was almost as bad a victor as Ivana herself, and Ursula's voice half caught on a laugh, Ivana struck. Who is Tess? Ursula's face spasmed, mid-laugh. One day, Ivana thought fiercely, one day she was going to catch her sister off guard and get some good news for once. Very carefully, Ursula answered, Tess is the name of the girl who killed Dalton Greyjoy. Frustration building, Ivana replied, no one has ever mentioned her name in anything I've been able to find. How do you know her name? It's not a secret, answered Ursula, a shade too evenly for believability, anyone who cares to ask will know soon enough. Just because they don't think to ask yet, doesn't mean she didn't have one. She had long brown hair, said a quiet voice that quite startled Ivana, and sad eyes. Little Orva stood at the edge of Ivana's chair, her dark curls tangled atop her head and a distant expression on her round little face. Like a doll. Stricken, Ursula's hands went out unthinking to the girl. She was usually so particular about asking their permission for such things. Clambering into her foster mother's lap quite willingly, the girl uttered more words that seemed to pierce Ursula like a dagger. She was all red, so she went swimming after. She didn't even wait to put on clothes. To her shame, Ivana would only reflect on the horror of little Orva knowing such things much later, holding Yelena and trying to rock her to sleep. At the time, all she felt was a creeping dread, like sinking tremulously into ice water because it seemed more bearable than the plunge. Oh Orva, breathed Ursula, something jagged in her voice, eyes falling shut, I'm so sorry. I'll help you sleep tonight, alright? There are some things we can try. With eyes like peat pools, Orva blinked placidly up at Ursula. Are you going to teach me how to dream? It's alright, I'm supposed to. Swallowing heavily, Ursula shook her head. I don't dream like you do, Orva. But I know a thing or two about clearing your mind and trying to ground yourself where you really are. Cedra says breathing is important, came the response, before Orva's eyes widened. Chubby little hands rose to clasp the sides of Ursula's face, and Orva gazed deeply into Ursula's eyes. Ivana sat frozen, hardly daring to breathe. Am I very strange? The child asked, and for a moment she sounded just the slightest bit uncertain. Leaning down to press her forehead against Orva's own, Ursula answered, no stranger than me. I promise. It was so easy to reassure children at this age. Powerfully, frighteningly so. Instantly cheered, the child padded back towards the warmth and light of the table, quite content that Ursula knew exactly what she was talking about. Ivana loved Ursula, just as much for her helpless heart as for the blade of her mind. But she'd never been under the illusion that Ursula was infallible. Turning to her sister, Ivana opened her mouth, only to be silenced by the look on Ursula's face. Still and not a little wooden, her lips slightly parted as though terrified of what she might say. Ursula. Her voice the rasp of a whetstone, Ursula replied, if you ask me, Ivana, if you ask me, I'll tell you. Ivana reached out and took Ursula's freezing hand into her own. She didn't ask. Later that month, a raven arrived, bearing the third piece of news on dark wings. Queen Jahara had fallen to her death, and Onwin Peak had declared a maiden's ball to be held, summoning eligible noble maidens under 30 to replace her as Aegon's queen. The board had been set against him, and Peak would never truly know why. Lord La agreed. This winter has been harsh on Westeros and seems determined to continue far past the Maester's estimates. I do not have the capability to build many more glass houses than I am for the north, but out of consideration for Orva's family I would be willing to halt my own production for a short time and send the glass for some with those crannogmen who might come to collect it. It might not be enough for much more than growing greens and beans for your own household, and I do not know how Greywater Watch manages to move as it does, or even the state of farmland in the neck, so perhaps this plan will go ill. Let me know if you wish us to proceed. We can worry about payment in spring. We are getting by, though I wake late at night and pore over the ledgers that tally the harvest. It will be enough, I think. Then I flinch from the thought, as though allowing myself to believe we have done enough will be our downfall. I have become superstitious, it seems. Speaking of superstition, I find myself restless worrying about the ones in the riverlands going unfed. It seems lordly houses struggle to understand that people will not starve quietly. How do the Night's Watch keep the wildlings at bay? I assume that the massive Great Wall does most of the work, but if it were enough there would be no need for places like Queensgate. I cannot imagine there is much food that far north that isn't from hunting, and it has been long enough that my Wildstead folk say we must cease our hunts or else risk having too few young in the spring. Lady Ursula Myers. A River to My People. Chapter 58, Ursula Myers. 133 AC. Ursula Myers. There was absolutely no way in hell I was going to attend the Maiden's Day cattle show. My marriage prospects were depressing enough without opening myself up to unsavory rumors about having 6 nipples. I could only hope that Rosamund had heeded my warning to avoid the whole affair. I vaguely remembered Jane Mouton being subject to similar slander, but it was up to the Moutons to keep their house in line, given what they knew. Not to mention that the rumors about me being Kermit Tully's mistress were not entirely gone. There was little to do without a courtly season to arrange appearances or to deflect scandal. If I defended myself, I'd sound guilty or add fuel to the fire. A woman could say, I am not a whore, all she wanted, and all the world would remember was the shape of her lips around the word. For once, I thought determinedly, I was going to take care of what was my responsibility and no more. It was for this reason that I was in Murfield, inspecting oats and resisting the urge to let old Etta chuck me under the chin and feed me a biscuit from an apron pocket. Frankly, I didn't know where the urge came from. The wrinkled old woman was hardly grandmotherly in manner, for all she was short and thick-waisted. Old Etta seemed frail when she walked, but once she crossed her arms you could see that she had great stout forearms. The usual small talk with the elderly was to allow them to scold you for taking your knees for granted and to listen with a good deal of sympathy as they complained about not being able to get out of low chairs anymore. It didn't really work with old Etta, as despite her arthritis the woman still carried herself as though she could lift a ram under each arm. She spoke firmly, and with a confidence I had to warn myself not to be completely taken in by. It looks well, lady, she croaked, hands behind her and resting on the small of her back as we walked along the glass garden. The oats prefer more water than I thought they'd like. Spring rains are regular in these parts, but light enough that I thought we'd get away with less. Here, she pointed to a bed which was notably less healthy looking, though almost half a foot taller than the other oat plants. Like spindly fingers reaching for the sky. The more heat you give it, the more light it thinks it should get. So long as there's enough warmth in the walls that it don't frost, we can leave it be. Oh, don't mind the glass garden, lady. I reckon even the leggy-looking ones will give us half a crop. The sensation brimming within me was relief. So strong that it made my fingertips feel watery. At my feet, unusually, Quoth was hopping among the stalks, pecking at something. That is wonderful news, I exclaimed, barely restraining the urge to bounce on the balls of my feet. Are you confident that your methods will work in the other gardens? We're about to harvest more winter apple, and it will cheer people to see a grain in the ground. Oh, lady. I'd not wait. Folk like the familiar, and grain bread will lift the spirits. Though my good daughter Hilda makes a flatbread with grated winter apple that I'm almost more partial to. Old Etta gave what I was certain was a rare smile, before frowning at Quoth. He ain't about to eat the worms, is he? Probably, I answered, somewhat taken aback. Is that a problem? No, lady, answered old Etta, only he's very bird-like, ain't he? I don't see how he'd be anything else, I responded, feeling disconcertingly like I was missing something. An agreeable nod and an unreadable look. As you say, lady. Blinking, I determinedly forged ahead with the conversation I'd been attempting to have. Sir Dominic tells me that the men here relied on your wisdom to conduct such a thorough trial. It is a great service you have done for the Meyer lands. I'd like to ask you to do more. More, lady. Old Etta was a tough bird, but her face was not nearly as controlled as she thought it was. I smothered a smirk at her disgruntled countenance. My septa often told me that the reward for good work was often more work, I replied, my warmest smile doing nothing but narrow the old lady's eyes. Your septa is wiser than most, it seems, lady, said old Etta, sucking her teeth nervously, but I'm not sure how much more I could test the oats. Plants are simple, really. They want light, heat, earth, and water. They want all differently, which is the embugration, pardon me, lady, but I've tested all I can. I stand by it, we'll have grain from here before Maiden's Day. I have every confidence in you, Mistress Etta, I insisted, taking a step closer and lowering my voice, but you've a mind for testing new ideas, and I suspect you have forgotten more about your trade than most of the young men here. My maester and I have been hard at work making new machines to sow, plough and even thresh. But they'll be expensive. The spinning heady was mostly wood, and easy enough that 2 clever youths could assemble it. These new machines will need tested before we make much more of them, which I am hoping you'll do. Once that is done, I also need to know how I can get people to use them. A slow nod from Etta, her brown eyes a little distant as she processed what I was saying. Folk don't much like doing things differently. I'm one of them. We do it differently and wrong, then we ruin a crop before it gets to market. Or worse, we starve. Testing it for spring is wise, lady, and I'll do it gladly. But I won't lie to you if it don't work. Too many folk will be relying on the spring harvest to risk it, even for your favor. Something gimlet and unyielding appeared behind her eyes then. I felt inexplicably proud, to hear this old woman put her foot down with me, though why that was I couldn't say. Mistress Etta, we are entirely in agreement. I looked down at the sketches in front of me, rough charcoal feathering at the edges of each stroke. I had drawn a man whose face would be etched in my memory always, if I did it right, if what grandmother had told me was true. And I could feel that it was true. Every day I peppered my words with language that didn't make sense. I abused the Westerosi tongue almost beyond recognition at points. Some of these phrases had been picked up, fed back to me again the way the rivers feed rains. Others still were too strange, or too devoid of context, and they sank like stones in my memory. I was having to dive further and longer to retrieve them each time. But this man, I would not forget. So firmly was he of this place and time. He had shaggy hair, a little limp from grease, and a pair of kind eyes. He was young, but trying not to look it, obvious in the way he, like many young men, let an ill-advised stubble grow about the jaw like a shadow of the beard they were not yet capable of growing. He had a dimpled chin and was far too thin for his height. I would never remember this Northman's name. But I remembered his face. I remembered what I'd felt the day I'd turned him away from the Meyer lands. Perhaps he still lived. Perhaps he had died to famine or fever. Or perhaps he had been felled in battle at Laughingnell, which had been riddled with Northmen who had declined a cold, white death in the north. On the other end of the page I had drawn a couple, with their arms around each other. They were holding some kind of sweet treat between them, though the name of it escaped me. Still, I could taste it on my tongue, sweet, creamy and impossibly cold. The woman had a pleasant, round face, with a high forehead and laughing mouth. Around her neck she wore a pendant of a woman, likely a religious symbol of some kind. Her hair was cut to around her shoulders, or perhaps that was where my imagining of her had ended. Beside her, a man. Close-cropped hair and a goatee. His shoulders were rounded in the way shoulders did with age. A lifetime hunched over a book written into his spine. He wore thick-rimmed frames over his eyes and looked completely devoted to the woman in his arms. My first mother and father. They were of course, neither of them, as young as I had drawn them. Even when I'd been pregnant, they were older in appearance. But your parents calcify in your head a little, I have found. Enough that every time I visited them and noticed that the skin on my mother's neck had gone like crepe paper, or that my father's forearms felt disconcertingly soft, it had startled me. The truth was this, I knew I'd been forgetting. Because though I had known it, I was certain, not once had I even thought of their names. And now they were gone from me. Beyond their faces, which my hand drew half from instinct, I only had sensations, flashpoints of things. Like flower petals scattered on the street. Another stone sunk deep into my memory, almost indistinguishable from any other rock in the dark. Like an icy fist closed over my heart, I realized that I could not remember what they had called me. Lady Myers. At the door was Orva, her dark eyes peering around the door to my solar, fingers wrapped around the frame. I could see her round-necked gown was a little too big for her, even from here. Orva had not been sent with servants or jewels to our holdings, but a small fortune in gowns had been made for her to grow into. They were lovingly embroidered with flora and fauna from the neck, most of which I didn't even recognize. Others still were carefully stitched patterns of black lizard lions, for the house of Orva's birth. The girl refused to wear anything else, and so the laundry maids spent their nights sneaking her gowns to the tubs and carefully laying them out to dry. Or else they were stitching the hems higher than they ought, so that the lovely embroidery didn't trail on the ground while Orva was still too short to wear it lowered. I made myself smile. Come in, Orva. I need your help with a project. Well, I'll need help from all you girls, soon, but it starts with you. Orva did not move the way her voice suggested she should. The girl spoke with a placid dreaminess that reminded you of some beatific saint, like a child painted gold in illuminations. But she was no ponderous walker, and instead preferred to march towards her destination with determination, her shoulders hunched a little and her fists balled at her sides. Having trudged closer, I gestured for her to climb into the seat to my left and began to explain my purpose. I suppose you're wondering why I've taken you from Septinicella's lessons. She shrugged, answering, are we going to dream today? I shook my head, but the girl took it in stride. Oh good, I hate naps and it is still light out. Uncle Lahr says that only slug-a-beds sleep when it's light out. I've called you here because I need to borrow your memory. I showed her the faces I'd sketched and watched her eyes widen. A small, pale finger reached out to touch the image of my mother, resting on her cheek. They look real, Orva breathed, her dark-lashed eyes riveted on the page. I'm glad, I worked hard to get good enough that people looked real when I drew them, I admitted. My skill had grown and not diminished during my time in Westeros, unlike my memories of my old life. Practice seemed key. How can I help, Lady Myers? Asked Orva, though she could not tear her eyes away from my drawing. I want to be clear, I warned, that you don't have to do this at all. If you feel uncomfortable with it for any reason, we do not need to do this. I would much rather you were safe and comfortable than I would you making yourself sad or afraid in order to help me. The girl finally broke away from the staring contest she was having with my first father. Blinking up at me, she nodded, her head tilting slightly in confusion. I took a deep breath. Orva, could you please describe Tessa's face for me? Dear Ursula. And so Mycon is now forbidden from handling the rations. I let him keep his hands, if only because his mind can't be much good to his betrothed and I hate to be another cause of her burdens. If I am being unfair, I refuse to speak sense until tomorrow. You can scold me then. You can do whatever you like so long as I get to see you. Your beloved quoth has wings, can he not gift them to you? Still, we remain here, digging out Rinduin's entrenched men as crabbers might dig on the shore. Only here it hurts more when we are right, than when we are not. I am better suited to sand than I am to sea, but it remains ugly work and the enemy are not fools. These islands are full of caves and tunnels, and these men have had months to map them out, while we are only recent arrivals to these shores. I have heard more of this Maester Gorman. He is apparently known to your own Maester Lewis. Ordinarily I'd be relieved to find he is connected to one of your people, but he speaks too believably for me to trust him. I'd ask your own man what he knows. As it is, I am suddenly glad we sent bundles of letters by ship rather than allowing them to pass through his hands. I am not certain our messages would go unread. Your questions are interesting ones, and I am shamed that I cannot answer them well. There isn't a lot of call for your kind of questions on the battlefield, and my mind can reach more readily for a weapon than it can my wits at the moment, so I beg you to be generous. In truth, I have many memories I would rather forget. Not least of which is a truly embarrassing attempt at wooing my first love at the tender age of 9 summers. I gave her a flower of some kind and tried to kiss her. She cried, and the flower in question gave me some kind of rash. I am certain you will be laughing by now. Good. It pleases you to laugh, and often it pleases you to laugh at me. Nevertheless, I do not quite believe, as you do, that a person's memories are all that makes them. I think that the hands have more say than we would like. You have a knowing in you, my lady, and so I understand that you might think of yourself as merely an extension of how you see the world. But I cannot agree. My sister Dana says that only the Sauron gods think that what happens inside your mind is a sin. As though the gods did not fashion men to be thinking creatures. The ability to discard a possibility is as important as the ability to entertain it. A man is his actions. A man is his inaction. I can cry goodness, but if all I cause is pain, then my words are wind. I can cry boldness, and let honor pass me by as though it were a stranger. Your actions have been good. Sometimes your thoughts have not been. Your intentions have been good. Sometimes your actions have failed you. This is not so unbelievable or unforgivable, no matter the lives at stake. If your way of seeing the world gives you the power to act as you feel you must, then maybe you cannot allow it to be lost. Maybe you need to speak it, or write it. Maybe you need to teach it. What is it that drives your actions? Tell yourself what it is and give it form. I, for one, cannot judge you for defending it from those who'd come to take it from you. William. For all Honorine derided my insistence on the personal touch, in truth I relied a great deal on my people to be informed. People are prone to bias and complacency, so someone checking your work was always the best way to ensure good results, but equally it was perfectly normal to resent feeling like someone was constantly looking over your shoulder. It was probably why we missed the signs. We'd hardly been safe in our little corner of the Riverlands, but a lack of vigilance was a natural thing, like the erosion of the shoreline. For all the Ironborn were an ever-present threat, the sight of molester ships in the bay had led to an easement in the population that was understandable. After all, one cannot live sanely and be afraid all the time. The mind naturally smooths such things over. It had only been Maga's gnawing gut and her vicious paranoia, tended to with all the solicitousness of a fireplace in frost, that had saved us from even greater suffering. Then Tessa's sacrifice that had bought us hopefully the rest of the winter. So too, had we become lax in our measures over the merchants. I did not know when it had started. Likely nothing malicious at all. It almost never was. Perhaps some boy meant to see the merchants to quarantine had rushed off a little early to meet a sweetheart. Perhaps these merchants had thought to sell their wares and leave quickly rather than languish for a week in our, admittedly boring, accommodations for them. Or else it was the barges from the north, who had sailed out of White Harbor and up the Blue Fork in spite of my trade deal, simply so they could kill two birds with one stone and make an extra delivery further east and save them another 2 months of journeying. I could envision 100 such, seemingly harmless lapses. What pained me was the bribes that had been offered in order to better induce them. Ivana had been right, all that time ago, that to stifle any trade at all would beggar our small folk this winter, and despite winter work coin was tighter than many would like. Yet so too had Cone been correct, in that any lapse was an exploitable weakness and it would have been better for our health, if unkind to our pockets, to tighten our patrols and turn away merchants. In trying to find a balance, I'd brought about the means for our present situation. Whatever the case, it was someone else's vigilance that likely saved us from disaster. A young scribe called Pip, fresh out of our schooling and only really functionally literate because his mother had been a merchant girl herself, had reported that one of the accommodations was empty, despite the ledgers stating that it should not have been. If Pip's boss had simply ignored him or struck him upside the head and wandered off to deal with it, perhaps the matter would have ended there, and we'd never have known otherwise. Instead, red-faced and furious, the steward in charge of managing the flow of merchants had bellowed him down and called the boy a fathead. A suspicious Pip, and I was learning that my Meyerlanders were a naturally suspicious bunch, had rifled through the Castellan's books, only to find a hollow one filled with coins. It seemed that merchants willing to pay a premium were released very early indeed from quarantine. They'd have been wearing masks to sell their wares. The Septon and Septas had been very clear in their campaign, and going barefaced in the marketplace was likely to see your sales suffer. But still, it was concerning. Ivana had ordered the man dragged from his bed and brought to her in the middle of the night. They'd talked. Ivana often didn't need to do much more than that to terrify a man, and she knew I'd not accept information that she'd extracted with alternative methods. He'd confessed readily enough anyway, half bewildered at my sister's icy fury. Taking bribes was, after all, half the reason one became a steward, a cost of doing business. By this time, of course, it was too late. The first reports of winter fever had made their way to the ears of Ivana's people in our septas. But then again, avoiding that one had always been a matter of trying to put the cork back in the bottle. We did not execute the man responsible, like they had done in King's Landing, despite my counsel's certainty that it would please the Meyerlanders to see that the man to blame for their suffering had been made to pay for it. Maester Lewis had suggested a few days in the stocks, to allow folk to throw things at him and the shame to do its work. I felt differently. I often did. He's going to have to live with it, I replied, wearily. Once it has become common knowledge and his comfortable job has been stripped from him, he's going to have to look his neighbors in the eye as they sicken around him. They'll know. And you think the man will, what, shame himself into good behavior? Asked Sir Cone, harshly. I gave him leave. Seven knew that Cone had reason to question my use of mercy for the rest of his days. Not once had he opened his mouth and shared the damning little secret I'd given him at Harrenhal, nor had he treated me differently for it. Even if he'd never say why out loud. His loyalty and service to me had earned him this much and more. You can't shame a man into goodness, only resentment, I said, scanning the confiscated ledger in front of me. A litany of tiny betrayals that had poked holes in our safety measures until they were more sieve than wall. What he does about it is going to be up to him. Perhaps he'll choose better next time. Perhaps he'll poison himself with hate for me because of this. Perhaps he'll simply leave. He was not so important as to have anything especially damning to share with enemies of our house, even if he wanted to, Ivana added, in her usual confident manner. I didn't think counseling mercy came naturally to her, but I appreciated the attempt all the same. Letting your enemies live unpunished is a mistake, my lady, said Nicella, likely because it had been a whole 30 seconds since she'd offered an opinion. If you think he isn't being punished for his choices, I replied, something bitter and cold in my voice audible to even myself, you lack imagination. I let my comment lie there, in the silence that followed, like a shattered teacup no one wanted to tidy. From the corner of my eye, I watched the young Fosters where they were curled up by the fire and watching us. I didn't want to frighten them. But I only had as little as 4 years until Tamsin's majority. Many Fosters stayed long beyond that, but her family would be well within their rights to summon her back, especially if they'd found a marriage. Girls, I said, softening my tone, come here. Like ducklings they shuffled their way over, shy of the many familiar faces around this table that now seemed so stern. Orva, secretly the most confident of all three, clambered atop a chair to my left and sat there as though she belonged, even though the table came up to just under her collarbones. Jemima wavered slightly, likely anticipating Tamsin's disdain, before shyly edging closer in a silent plea to be sat on my lap. Tamsin stood with her arms crossed, making Jemima flinch back from what she felt was the reproach of the older girl. I didn't know how to explain to Jemima that Tamsin was simply not brave enough to ask for the affection she so desperately wanted and then resented Jemima for receiving what Tamsin could not bring herself to request. I extended an arm to Tamsin and beckoned her closer, enduring the heaved sigh and eye roll that accompanied my unspoken offer. Rituals thus observed, however, the girl eagerly leant into my side, standing up on the carved chair spindle and gripping the armrest to get a better look at the map of the Meyer lands laid out on the table. The child did love maps. In front of us is a map of the Meyer lands, I began, in a tone I refused to examine ever since I realized I was borrowing it from my lessons with Nicella, and winter fever has arrived. What do you girls know about it? It's what it sounds like, replied Tamsin, her voice bored, you get the fever and either you sweat it out and live or you die. Lots of people died on Three Sisters and lots of people in the salt pans. You can't get it twice. I nodded. Exactly so. Anything else? Valyrian for fevers and mugwort for the shakes, said Orva, whose knowledge of plants from her upbringing in the neck was almost enough to impress Jenny Greens. She had no notion of how to prepare them, but she identified them quickly and never made the same mistake twice. If only the same could be said about her bees and her DS. I felt Jemima shift uncomfortably. Are we going to get sick? There wasn't any way to answer that honestly without terrifying the poor girl. Instead, I pivoted. What are the rules to help keep us safe, Jemima? I know you listen carefully. Brightening slightly, for there was nothing in the world that Jemima liked so much as a rule she knew how to follow, the girl chirped, we wear masks outside, or in other people's homes. We wash our faces and hands when we leave our home. We wash our hands lots of times, like when we eat. If you feel sick it isn't polite to pretend you don't. I gave her a warm smile. Well remembered. What we are doing today is thinking of a way to keep everyone as safe as we can. That is our duty. Uncle says that word a lot too, but you don't mean the same thing, commented Orvan, decisively. Glancing over at her pensive little face, I said, no, likely not. I don't think I even mean the same thing as everyone else at this table. What duty means to you, you're going to have to decide one day, Orva. For me, it means I love my people. It means I care for them. It means we join hands with them and work together. Why, asked Tamsin, blunt as a battering ram, I don't know these people. Because Lady Myers is in charge of the Meyer lands, Jemima replied swiftly, pleased to have an answer she knew without being prompted, and the keep relies on the taxes from the small folk. Grandfather says if they're all dead, there are no taxes and then you won't have a pot to piss in. There was a long pause in which everyone around the table went absolutely po-faced in an attempt not to reveal their amusement. It wouldn't do to give Tamsin a word she thought might shock us, nor would it be good for Jemima's nerves to learn that she'd said something improper. Tamsin didn't notice. She was busy staring at me. I wondered what she saw. I'd given little thought to the kind of parent I was going to be in my last life. I'd been busy with the minutiae of living. Of saving up enough for a comfortable maternity leave. Of painting rooms and assembling cribs. Of visiting my doctors and my parents and letting what seemed like the whole world and his wife paw at my belly. I thought I would have time to think about how to teach a child to be a person. But we never really know how much time we have. In the neck, Orva said, in that slow contemplative voice I'd learned to be wary of, as it often heralded embarrassing truths, we leave the really sick in a hut with their family and an offering to the old gods. After a week, sometimes they come out. Sometimes they didn't. Why didn't they come out before a week? Asked Tamsin, who could smell something gruesome and delightful to her childish sensibilities. With a terribly serious expression, the shoulder of her dress half falling off, Orva gave a shrug and replied, I'm not sure. I thought it was probably because we locked them in, but when I asked my uncle, he went all funny and lied about it. Tamsin gave a nod, deciding such measures were eminently sensible. A bloodthirsty Westerosi to her core, that one. That seems proper, if they've got a sickness that will kill everyone. Is that the kind of thinking you mean, Lady Myers? If I tried to lock you in your room without any food, what would you do? I asked, morbidly curious. There are enough sheets to get me to the lower window, Tamsin answered immediately, and with hideous certainty, and if I tie something heavy to it and swing that first, I could probably break the glass. Then I could get inside and run away from you. From her corner of the table, working on an embroidery primer for the girls' lesson tomorrow, I saw Septinicella give an approving nod, without ever looking up from her task. Ivana's eyes narrowed. Do you think trying to lock people up in their homes will go well, then? Tamsin's brow furrowed in thought. If we have soldiers outside, they might stay in because they're scared. But then they might decide that they have nothing to lose. But if the rules mean they should stay inside? If their lord commands it, why wouldn't they? Cried Jemima, whom the rules had always kept safe. It may be different in your homes, I interrupted, raising a finger to silence the brewing argument, no two places or people are the same. But here in the Meyer lands, we have power over the people because we are their lords. However, they listen to us, because we are honest and because we help them. If we stop being something that helps them, they're just going to try and get around us because they'll think our rules are unfair or foolish. I met Tamsin's thoughtful gaze. They'd find a way to break the window. Gesturing to Septa Walburga to begin, I told my charges, I want you to listen carefully to everything. Save questions for me at the end, especially if you think there is something we've missed. Septa, what can be done to look after those infected? Dear William. I have read all your letters twice, thank you. I always prefer the truth, and you have given it even when it pained you. I am humbled. I can only try to meet it. Lord Albrecht Vance came visiting. It was illuminating. Some people become their own worst suspicions of the world, that everything is for sale or the taking. I can explain a man like Vance until the cows come home, but I'll never really understand him. I don't understand what makes men curve themselves around their vices until they can claim virtue. Septinicella despairs of my naivety, but I do not know how to explain that it isn't naivety if everyone else is just wrong. Because, frankly, then I sound deluded. Some people would argue that the method matters little, only results. In many ways these people are absolutely correct. But that way of thinking bears out results too. It is simply that often the sort of person who believes such a thing doesn't know where to look. The way a tree scatters its seeds on the wind, not knowing how they'll take root. Here's an ugly truth, I'm not interested in competing with anyone, William. I hope we all make it out of winter. But my hands only extend so far, and I have a duty to my people. At the end of the day, Vance cannot predict me, because he doesn't understand me. It is an advantage, as much as it is lonely. I have been blessed with family and friends who would follow my lead without hesitation, but I bewilder them. It is actually easier to explain without you here. Your mind is always moving behind your eyes, even when you say nothing. You have the most vehement silence of anyone I've ever known besides Nicella. It murmurs and I grow self-conscious. I do not know how to explain myself without drawing on examples you have no context for. For you, William, I will try. I know that my life is not worth more or less than the life of a stranger, except to the people who love me. Except to the people who love the stranger. I believe that people will make villains or vacancies of others, because they have been taught that there isn't enough of anything to go around. I know that we are born helpless, and we only survive because someone tried to take care of us. I know that never really changes. I know that if I try to build something and it fails, the effort I spent to build it was not wasted. I do not know if my love will outlive me. But I feel certain that it is the last thing to go. I know that I have been in pain and fear and still full of love. My hardest won lesson is being learned as I write this. It is that I cannot control every outcome. It is that I can try to hold everything but my hands are a sieve. That seeing far is not the same as being far-reaching. Did you think you'd make it in time, when you wrote out to me? I don't see how you would have. I didn't think I was going to survive. I just wanted to die on my feet. When you saw the dragon rise up from Harrenhal, were you angry or cheated that you had ridden out to such futile purpose? Did you think your life wasted in the trying? I hope you didn't. I hope to be worthy of it. I hope to remember how. They say when offered a reward for your service, you sent grain home. That it would not be enough to save everyone, but that it bewildered you, the suggestion that you might do anything else. My hardest won lesson, and you didn't even have to blink. I think maybe, just maybe, we are the same. I hope. Ursula. I dreamed that beneath me, galaxy arms swirled through the dark. Cosmic Catherine wheels spiraling into the black. The absence of wind, of air, is just as disconcerting in the yawning dark as the threatening loneliness of any barren plain. At least chasms and deserts are places your ancestors knew. The body still reaches for sensation even when your mind knows that there will be none coming. Your skin prickles trying to anticipate it, the hair standing on end, trembling and empty of any sign that you are somewhere with a name. I leant back in my seat, determined not to look at it. But still, I could feel it. As smooth and warm as the pulse that jumps in the jaw. I felt it rise to meet me. Grandmother was humming, like a jaw full of bees. Like sawtooth scraping slow over bark. I did not recognize the music, but then I doubted anyone could have drawn notes from grandmother's maw. She hummed a sensation of a song, rather than its tune. Swallowing, my throat suddenly dry, I said, "Good evening, grandmother." The song cut off abruptly, unpleasantly, like a blade through a scream. Dark wings, dark words, did I not say? Is that all three now, grandmother? A sound like the beating of wings, a heavy sigh that was a touch too theatrical. No, my sweet. Only two. The third shifts, like rivers over floodplains, taking lives with it. It will come, before the work is done. I was charitable enough these days to acknowledge that grandmother, at the very least, desired my success. I was not so charitable as to mislabel the clear glee in her voice at the prospect of my struggles. Blood and sweat, after all. Grandmother, I wish to use my final boon, I said, before I could cower away from the thought. Still, I cowered from it inside, the way one strains not to be touched by a grasping hand. Grandmother said nothing. On her left shoulder, one of those impossible ravens adjusted its talons where they bit deep into her, sending a pulse and trickle of ichor skating down the front of her black robes. It shone a little slickly, in the diffused light of nebulae. The creature gave a call like thunder. I thought I'd snatched up the kind of chirpling that kept secrets and string in those pockets of hers. Just in case. You were always the kind to have a pen. How odd to find it no longer so. Are you much changed, then? Sometimes, tests are obvious. You'd not have brought me here, if I were so rigid as to never change. I'd have cracked in that first year. I nearly did, as it was, I replied, struggling to keep my voice even. Oh, you'll crack, like an egg, trying to scoop your insides out. Can you unboil a thing? Grandmother gestured at the wheels below us with one pale hand, the skin puckered sickeningly around feathers that sprouted and molted away in the dark. All things carry the echo of what came before inside them. Is this not enough? There is much I can see that may come to pass. Much that may not but could. You might be wanting it, dearie. It could go poorly for you otherwise. I shook my head, William's words ringing inside me. You cannot let some things be taken from me. Not if you want the work done. An enraged noise erupted from my left like knives in my gut. Like twisting tendrils in my marrow. Like the feel of a chisel against bone. I was not ashamed of the answering whimper that burst from my lips, as I cringed away from it. Nor of the tears that immediately began to trickle down my cheeks. I challenge anyone to hear the fury of a galaxy and not recoil from it. Humans are not fashioned to know what it feels like when the very dust of matter is displeased. You presume to tell me what I can and cannot do. Grandmother's voice was a honeyed hiss, like oxygen leaking from a valve. Just because you did not know the cost, does not mean that you have been ill-used by magics. Ignorance is the excuse cried by the regretful, but you cannot unmake a deal. Not even I can do that. I came to you on swift wings, dearling, and you gripped me tight. I didn't want to die, it's true, I said, my voice trembling over the precipice of a sob, and I know there is no going back. Some things given will be lost forever. But some things I earned. With blood and sweat. A pause. Though there was no breath to hold. I chanced a quick glance up at those headlamp eyes. 3 dark heads tilted in confusion. Brow furrowed like the dip between mountain ranges, a curious coo echoing in her voice, grandmother asked, but that's not all to the good, girl. Would it not be better to forget your fear? It binds you up tight, dearie, like webs and secrets. Mortal fears glue shut a pain you cannot bear. Yes, I said, a pang in the belly, but they're mine. My losses. My pains. The world is full of songs and stories. I'll snatch some of those down before the end. But people are not just their souls, or else you'd not have had any reason to help me remember for so long. One long taloned finger extended, its very tip larger than a man's fist. It brushed my cheek faintly, amused by my emotion, or perhaps fascinated by the salt water. I squeezed my eyes shut. Please, I said, frantic, though my words marched from my lips like soldiers to their deaths, please don't take him from me. He was my baby. I grew him. I loved him. Right until the end and further, when you took me, I loved him. Something in the red dark behind my eyes shifted. The suggestion of a smile from a jaw as old and terrible as the cosmos. Oh dearie, you are in danger of becoming clever. Pain. Awful, gasping pain. Granted. Chapter 59, Scribblings and Songs. 133 AC. Scribblings and Songs. Under the auspices of regents. Concerning the matters of winter fever in King's Landing. By Archmaester Gildane. 250 AC. King Aegon III was not even 13 name days when the death of Sir Tyland Lannister from winter fever rocked the stability of the regency once more. Yet he displayed a wisdom and determination beyond his meager years. His Grace bestowed white cloaks and appointments on a chosen few, determined to see to the issue of the plague, the results of which are detailed elsewhere. Most interestingly, accounts from the time make it clear that King Aegon had one singular focus that seemed to ignite in him a sense of purpose, the plague. Winter fever spread over the city like a shroud, claiming the lives of the lowly and the lordly alike, and panic had begun to set in. Grand Maester Munkin was still down in the belly of the city when Sir Tyland died, tending to the victims of the plague. Though he was determined, little headway had been made. It was in his Grace's own conversations with Sir Tyland prior to his illness that inspiration had been found. Through some limited correspondence he had unearthed information about some Riverlanders who had managed to fend off the worst of the plague, despite the shocking death toll in the Three Sisters and the dependence the eastern coast of the Riverlands had on trade from across the narrow sea. The plague left almost no major holding untouched, of course, but reports of the Riverlands made it seem a steady thing rather than a brimming tide. Correspondence has been unearthed between King Aegon and Lord Kermit Tully, commanding the delivery of pamphlets in circulation among peoples in the area detailing some folk methods to dispel winter fever. Perhaps his trust in Sir Tyland was great indeed, despite the stresses of illness which no doubt plagued his former hand, for his Grace was determined to be given the scribblings of septas and woodwives over the guidance of Grand Maester Munkin or Orwaley. Nevertheless, Lord Tully acquiesced to this command from his king, and his Grace was determined to take action. Septon Eustace takes great pains to tell us that the king had been moved by the piety and charity of the holy septas, who strove to fulfill their duties to the seven even in this dark hour. This might be dismissed as moralising in the guise of historiography, if not for the extraordinary lengths to which the young king went. To the horror of his king's guard, new and old, Aegon spent his days visiting the sick, holding their hands or soothing their fevered brows with cool cloths. The habit they had thought dead with Sir Tyland had only become more potent. Further still, his Grace sent orders for a supply of vervain and feverfew from the Reach, even encouraging his queen to lean on her kinship with the high towers of Old Town to access the famed physic gardens that supplied the citadel. He commanded that the sick should be quarantined and that all they touched was to be scrubbed with vinegar. A writ was even drawn up, though the document was never found, making the use of face masks a requirement at court, to protect from miasma no doubt. There was even an insistence on dietary changes that were cumbersome to the bedridden and ill-considered during the restrictions of a difficult winter. Mushroom tells us that King Aegon and the little queen chose to wander the streets, slipping out of a secret passage known only to the royal family, blessing the sick with his healing hands and bringing peace to those too far gone with the sickness. There are those authors, who shall not be named so as to avoid the understandable confusion that comes from heeding the unqualified, who claim that these pamphlets and instructions were the work of House Myers. Let me not be accused of pettiness or rivalry, for I acknowledge that their healers and midwives are of good quality and tend well to their charges. The house's founders were no doubt lovers of learning, though the trials and tribulations of such a strenuous undertaking was perhaps difficult for its young, untutored lady. Yet, current understanding of these simple remedies which King Aegon attempted to implement reflects the truth, that these methods were long used by the citadel and considered such a standard part of proceedings that King Aegon was not informed of the efforts Maester Orwaley and Grand Maester Munkin made on his behalf, it grieves us to say. Nevertheless, despite his determination and enthusiasm, it was not to be, for his Grace was swiftly outmaneuvered. Sir Robert Darklyn, freshly cloaked in white at King Aegon's command, had the gates of the Red Keep opened once again. The only regents present within the keep at the time were Lord Mouton, who was preparing to ride with the Riverrun host to face Ali's Rivers and her bandits at Harrenhal, and Lord Peake. Lord Mouton had asked that any decisions be postponed until other members of the council could be summoned back, or at least until such time as he returned. Lord Peake would have none of it, however, insisting that all former regents had forfeited their place on the council by virtue of their absence. He might have made the same argument regarding Lord Mouton's departure if it were not for the amassed army under his command. With the aid of a returning Grand Maester Munkin, who would later have reason for regret, Onwin Peake set aside all the king's appointments, alongside all his arrangements to combat winter fever, on the grounds that no boy of 12 had the judgment to decide such weighty matters himself. Wildstead. Let us speak of traditions. A small habit, little remarked upon but oft observed, had begun amongst the people of Wildstead. Every se'night or so, you might spy folk wandering in the dry burn of dawn, when the mists hang thick and heavy like the heavens come home to roost amongst the trees, and surreptitiously towing away the snow or leaf litter from the base of large and well-established trees. They rootle around a little, as though embarrassed to be seen doing so, before forlornly putting the litter back in place and trudging back to the village with their shoulders up around their ears. To those unfamiliar with woodlands, it may seem an odd pastime indeed. But to anyone with the knowing of such places their aim is plain. They sought signs of spring. Nothing extravagant. Perhaps a new bud of some kind, or a green and unfurling leaf shockingly pale and bright against all the wet earth, or the dim and tired verdancy of the whispering wood. Snowdrops would be traditional, their pale heads pressing up from the soil like the first sight of sunlight in the dark. The lucky might spot a crocus, a royal purple that looks almost comically luxurious after so little color, their orange stamens pointed like trumpets calling warmth back to the woodlands. More experienced rangers eye the trees and their skeletal branches, rather than risk digging about the ground like a boar for grubs and marking their passage unwisely. Frost-coated branches will still swell with potential, until the longer days induce it to burst open into soft fronds that seem almost too delicate for the bitter chill. Gior himself swore by the scent of ramsons rampant among the foliage he'd never had a false spring in a year when he'd smelled the wild garlic, though many a time had he rejoiced over a snowdrop that heralded nothing but more snow. That Wildstead folk couldn't picture Gior rejoicing even if you threatened his manhood was neither here nor there. The man knew his work better than half a hundred like him. Spring wasn't coming, they weren't fools. Not until the next year at least. And the folk resigned themselves to maybe as many as another 4 moons before they might spot a daffodil. It wasn't all bad, for all it was growing dreary. The ration wagons came each time as expected, despite the rise of winter fever in Southwold, and though there was now no grain for bread, it would only be a matter of a fortnight before that would change. Word had come of an oat harvest from the glass gardens. There would be a small lack, and then bread in the oven house once more. Or at least there would be if young Sasha didn't kill Gior first. Sasha was Gior's finest apprentice. It was said she could very nearly track moths on moonless nights, and her skill with a bow had been much remarked upon during the fortnightly training with the militia. As stoic and admirably vertical as Gior himself, it had come as a surprise that Rodri, who was an ass, had somehow won her heart. Wildsteaders like Rodri fine, obviously. He was a good lad with a kind heart, apprenticed to the woodcutters at the sawmill, and no one with anything heavy to carry ever passed the boy without him sharing in the load. That went a long way in a logging town. But he had the worst instincts with women of any man living, even his own mother said so. He was plenty fine to look at, that much was agreed, well muscled from his work and with the kind of sly grin that could induce many a maiden to making an unwise decision about how to chase away the winter chill. Maya had once caught him coming out of the smokehouse shirtless and walked straight into an open fire pit for staring. Thank the seven the thing had been long cold. If the lad had been able to keep his mouth shut through a single attempt at seduction, he might have fathered half the winter babes in Wildstead by now. Instead, Rodri insisted on talking to womenfolk, and it was here that it all began to go wrong for the lad. Once the boy opened his mouth, there was no way of shutting it. Fionnuala had once tried, only a year hence, by kissing him soundly. The fathead had simply apologized for the awkwardness and continued the conversation as doggedly as any hunting hound pursued its quarry. Half the menfolk despaired, for Fionnuala had lips as pink as spring roses, more curves than a coastline, and had since sworn off men until she finished her schooling with Septa Winifred. How Rodri had ensnared Sasha, a woman so steely-eyed that Bran swore a glare had once left him bleeding, the villagers did not know. Not to mention that she was considered quite a catch for her wife, given her skills in a large extended family that would happily mind babes while she made a fortune in wolf pelts. Yet catch her he had. It had surprised everyone to see them spending more and more time together, or to watch as Sasha willingly made her way towards the sawmill to seek out his company. The locals had watched with no little amazement at the sight of the pair, Rodri gesturing wildly as he rambled about anything and everything that came to mind, and sharp-eyed Sasha walking beside him, as silent and slender as any sunset shadow. It wasn't so much that folk were surprised when they found Sasha was with child. It was only that they didn't know how she'd managed to find the time between Rodri's incessant chatter. Perhaps, mused Septa Winifred, a knowing smile about her lips, the girl simply applied her teachings well and hunted herself an uncatchable husband. At first, the matter had seemed simple enough. For all Sasha's uncle was disgruntled at having another mouth to feed, a man didn't happily take in the children and wives of all 3 of his brothers after the dance because he found family a burden. Rodri and Sasha were happy to wed immediately, and sometimes that was just the way of the world. So it came as a surprise to find Gior in the tavern one evening, stalking towards Rodri with all the coiled menace of the woodland predators he was famed for hunting. Rodri was a tall lad, and strong from his work, but though he does not wish to be called craven, something shaped a lot like sanity quails at the thought of raising a hand to your betrothed's formidable teacher. A man who had survived Harrenhal and led the team that snuck beneath their walls and hidden like shadows, who had once brought a wolf pelt in winter to his wife as though it were a trice. Quite a sight they had made, before Sasha had planted herself like a tree between them and bellowed in Gior's face loud enough to wake the dead. No mean feat from a woman who had to remember to make noise when she walked so that her aunts would stop dropping things. Sasha and Gior still weren't speaking. It had taken other Northman rangers to explain that, though Gior had wed Bertha in winter, it was not considered the done thing to start something new in this bitter season. Tea was more a tradition than a fear, though some of the mountain clans could get right superstitious about it. Generally, a lad in love might offer coin or gifts to the lass's family, to ward away ill luck and prove he could look after them in winter. Or at least he'd see to it that something important had been completed, so that he might be free to begin something new. Sadly, young Sasha was still prenticed, and now betrothed and with child, all to a chatty lad who'd brought neither coin nor prize to her parents' door. She was a Riverlander like Rodri, however, and so could hardly be held to Gior's customs for all he was her teacher. Like as anything, it was simply Gior's response to feeling fatherly and hearing his charge was pregnant. They'd be friends again by spring, no doubt. Bran, a fellow apprenticed alongside Rodri, had looked at them askance. But when he brought that pelt to Bertha, you said it wasn't a Northman custom. You said Gior was just like that. Had come the weary reply, usually we just give the lass a scarf. Excerpts from Music as Commentary by A Lady. With some trepidation, I record this particularly scathing ditty, heard sung upon the banks of the Trident near everywhere. I have written before of the origins of riverman beats and the use of echoed rhythms and part rhymes that tie our musical history together. So too are we joined by the origin of such beats, not simply a link in heritage to whore and seafaring tunes to keep the time, but of rage. Heron's construction took 40 years of emptying the wealth of the Riverlands, each excess poured into the bricks of that cursed keep like blood and mortar. Thousands of thralls perished in quarries chained to the very rocks they mined, or crushed beneath the towers of Laughingnell. Men froze in their workers' camps or died of sickness, and always our Riverland sons were taken from their mothers to augment Heron's vanity. The foolish and naive may hear such a tune and strike out in fury that small folk should so disdain their lords, but the beat echoes an older tradition sung in shackles and huddled around like one seeks a fire in winter. We ignore the small folk at our peril, for they have long memories when they outlast the winter. In truth, the meeting at the summit was for their benefit, where lords chose to brave the stepstones to secure grain and trade, and many were given ways and means to institute a rationing program to ensure full bellies amidst dwindling grain stores. Yet words are wind. The song has already been sung, and it will not go quietly. The small folk have no way of knowing what goes discussed at lordly tables. They will only relent when they see the largesse of their liege, through a ration table or an influx of grain. To be sung at a truly blistering pace, enough that one struggles to get their mouth around all the words. Well accompanied by a skilled player of the mandolin. The fish gutters. Come gather river lassies now and come away me. Fur ice picks and the rope lines and fur shucker knives agleam. The gusts from the gloaming your nose begins to run. We're away to pull the line in, while lords head to river run. It's bitter chill this morning, cloth froze enough to stand. Get scrubbing lass, and quickly, for he raises his hand. Take the bairn from your breast, hope he warms in the sun. Or you'll surely die o' hunger while lords head to river run. They say the journey is a long un and it takes a week or 3. And when they reach their lordly lodgings, sound asleep they'll be. But you yawn at dawn else the work's half spun. Then away to work the fish yard while lords rest in river run. It's early in the morning and it's late into the night. Your hands are cut and chapped and you look an awful sight. So you're greet your beads when the working day is done. Thank the 7 for those lordly lords meeting at river run. There's trout in there and salmon there and some catfish crowned. And they walk and talk and flash their scales to astound. And you'll wish the fish might just toss you a crumb. But you'll starve while gut and herring for the lords at river run. Our lasses gut the fish along the forks red and green and blue. Walking along a frozen shore mongst empty creels too. The wife grips her knife and there's nae fish left fur done. But they took our sons for fighting did the lords at river run. Under the auspices of regents. Concerning the death of Queen Jahara. By Archmaester Gildane. 250 AC. The backdrop of this regretful event cannot be understated, even accounting for the victory Lady Johanna Lannister struck against the remnants of the Red Kraken. For it was the state of the realm which some claim pushed the matter to one of such urgency. Trade had withered away to nearly nothing north of the Neck, and was barely worth mentioning south of the Fens. Though the matter with Laughingnell and banditry in the area had been resolved, the newly well-patrolled roads of the Riverlands merely gave rise to an outflow of bandits elsewhere, making it even harder for merchants to ply their wares or keep their lives. War continued to wage in the west and Lord Tully fought alongside Sir Alan Velaryon to wrest control of the Stepstones into the hands of Westerosi, so that commerce and grain might move across the narrow sea as it hadn't since the beginning of the Daughters' War. Though there are records of Riverlander and northern folk methods making some decent headway against plague, alongside records of a winter summit in the Riverlands, famine and fever ruled much of Westeros and would not relinquish its grip. As if this were not enough, a raider named Silas the Grim led 3,000 wildlings against the wall, hoping to overwhelm the Black Brothers at Queensgate. Yet it would seem that Lord Cregan Stark had a unique mind for war, and had already stationed men from House Glover, the Flints and the quiet rangers of the mountain clans, ready to meet them when they tried. The battle was bloody, for many lives were lost against the sheer desperation of the wildling host who threw themselves against northern swords with no fear of death. Queen's Gate nearly fell to the assault anyway, but with Cregan Stark's skill at command they held fast and the gift remained unplundered. And well it was, for the north at the time was near to lawlessness with plague along its east coast, and starvation from end to end. Mushroom claims that Meyerlander merchants told tales of glass gardens being built in the north, allowing them to mitigate some of the damage the long winter was inflicting upon the populace. While it is certainly true that the glassworks of the Meyerlands are beyond compare in West Eros, it is plain from ledgers and records I was able to gain access to, that the north simply did not have the coin to pay for such works. House Myers was newly established and eager for trade, though unbecoming of a noble house. One cannot deny that their companies and guilds were recorded in many a ledger during this time. However, it would have been an act of madness to undertake such an expensive project on any kind of credit so early in their founding and so deep into the cruel winter. I have been able to find no records of their construction, and if Meyerlanders and Northmen share anything after so much intermarriage, it is that they are notoriously tight-lipped. I suggest that this was likely a preventative measure taken by Lord Cregan Stark once he was able to take loans from the Iron Bank once more. The kingdom was in a calamitous state, yet it paled against the tragedy that was to come. On the 22nd of the 9th moon of 133 AC, Queen Jaehaera of House Targaryen, the last surviving child of King Aegon II, perished at just 10 named days. The little queen had thrown herself from a window in Maegor's Holdfast, in the manner of her own mother, and onto the iron spikes that bristled in the dry moat below. Her face and body were so ruined, her frame so wrecked in the fall, that, according to Mushroom, the guard who lifted her free went back to his quarters that night and hung himself. Though Jaehaera had been a timid child, somewhat simple and prone to weeping, she was often hidden in her chambers of the Red Keep, and not well known to the nobility of the capital. However, the small folk of the city remembered her bravery and beauty at her wedding. Septon Eustace also records the goodwill she had earned among the people for having wagons of medicinal herbs sent from Old Town, to be distributed among the populace. King Aegon III was still a boy, for all the suffering that had befallen him. Yet they say that when they brought the news of his queen's death, he comported himself as befitting a king. He simply said, "I will miss her, for she was a comfort to me." Mushroom remarked that this seemed unlikely, as his grace was not one to show affection to her, and did not even share rooms with his queen. There were many even then who refused to believe melancholy had been the cause of the little queen's death. Suspects were plentiful, from the king's guard knight at her door, to the orders of King Aegon himself. Suspicion fell on the queen's companions, such as Lady Cassandra Baratheon, who had been briefly betrothed to King Aegon II, or Lady Jane Mouton, who had been a recent addition to Queen Jaehaera's household and was thus the least understood. Bedmaids and serving boys were accused, some found guilty of theft and some accused of grudges. They were ultimately found innocent by the Lord Confessor, though they did not survive the experience. Yet grief makes men mad. It was surely true that the need for a secure line of succession was paramount. This is so from the time of kings immemorial, but particularly in a Targaryen dynasty so diminished in number and weak from the dance. Likely this urgency was what brought about the unfortunate rush to condemn innocents. It is now common knowledge who the culprit was, of course. Yet even without the proof, the Hand's response to the events was damning indeed. A se'night after the body of the little queen was consigned to fire, Lord Onwin visited the grieving king and informed him it was time to put aside mourning blacks and wed for the good of the realm. What luck it was, that his bride had already been chosen. Lord Peake's own daughter, Mirielle. A lovely girl, and courteous, schooled by Septas and of an age with the young king. Mushroom claims that the king expressed reluctance, understandably, and asked, "What if I do not like her?" "You do not need to like her, you need only wed her, bed her, and father a son on her," replied Lord Peake. Then, infamously, made a rather poor analogy of the necessity of eating turnips when the cook prepared them, out of deference to the limited winter pantry even in the Red Keep. The tale, as such things often do, escaped confinement, and Lady Mirielle would forever have the unfortunate appellation of Lady Turnips. Other accounts are more scattered, but interestingly a through line does present itself. It is said that when King Aegon was told he had to remarry for the sake of the realm, he looked upon Onwin Peake with great coldness and said, "I have already crowned the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms." Was it grief and a refusal to be so callously moved on to Queen Turnips? Or perhaps, even then, did King Aegon suspect what had happened? Meyerfield. Let us speak of the earth. At this point, if spring was going to come, it would have been here and the folk would be elbow deep in lambing season. With some trepidation, the folk of Murfield accepted that perhaps they'd need to wait until early next year. It was easier for them than it was for those in other hubs, who relied heavily on produce they could not see unless they went travelling to neighbouring towns. Besides, a winter such as this one was easier to bear when you saw the glass gardens teeming with food. They'd not go hungry. Their trust in Lady Myers had been rewarded, and she would provide. So too in turn, would Murfield provide to the rest of the Meyer lands? There was nearly no grain left, so meager were their allotments this past few months, but they could see the harvest fattening behind glass, and folk knew it would only take a little longer. In the meantime, they'd not go hungry. Patience was the key. The soil was what would tell that spring was coming, not the maesters in their towers. This was not the first time in living memory they'd made a mistake, and it would not be the last. Let the folk here instead look to the earth for the white heads of snowdrops and furred leaves of colt's foot. The sand martin would flit along the river banks as grey as winter itself, but sweet indeed for what they did herald. If it was to be a good, warm spring, you might head a blackbird's sweet song ringing out in the dark before dawn, as they began to roost and nest. The sharp-eyed might spy butterflies, smaller than a man's thumb, hiding on the underside of leaf litter. The first bees would emerge from burrows, fat with fuzz and humming like all the life beneath the earth about to break free. Maesters in their citadel would later claim Maester Lewis's work evidence of the superiority in that great monument of learned men. Proof at last, that even the soil was teeming with hidden life. Any fool who'd lived and died on what came out of the earth, watered with their own sweat, knew that soil was a living thing. Any fool who lived in clay soil knew that the worms and the beetles had to eat something down there, and depended on their digging work to get the goodness down into the roots, besides. That was the trouble with men like maesters. They needed to see a thing to know it. The clay soils of the Meyer lands were hard as the seven hells to work, and however good the warmth in the air might have been, the soil was always slower to warm than other, choicer farmland in the riverlands. But the Meyer folk had lived here long, and the old ways of feeding the soil were stronger than in other places. Complacent farmers in loam soils often overworked the giving earth and exhausted it of its goodness. A fool in sandier ground might leave his field unplanted over winter and let wind and rain wash out all that might have fed his crops in springtime. Clay feared no wind or rain, though floods were troublesome to farmland everywhere in the riverlands, and though it was like to break your back in spring, it held fast to its goodness over winter with little trouble. That was not to say there wasn't much that needed doing, to keep it so. Fallow fields were often heavily merled over the winter, and a sore back or swollen fingers was a worthy price to pay. A goodly merled soil could see it right for near 10 years. Close to the coast and rivers, the earth of the Meyer lands had a good layer of lime in it that could be dug up and tilled back into the surface. But such a thing wouldn't last forever, so if you had strong backs and a good head, or perhaps were owed favors by your neighbors, every so often you'd dig in chalk and lime back into the ground, carried in from the coast and sailed on wee barges along the irrigation channels or the many little rivers that bled away from the Blue Fork. Manure was preferred to mulch in winter, protecting the layer of soil from the frosts and sending its goodness down into the earth, but the availability thinned as the herds did, from lack of feed and necessary slaughter. Lady Meyer's projects with night soil had seen to it that much goodness could be lain across their fallow fields this winter, just waiting for a spring rain and thaw to send what was needful into the earth before they digging and ploughing could begin again. It was novel, really, having a liege lady who'd half a mind for farming. You normally only saw it with landed knights who needed to lend a hand their own self or else the harvest weren't coming in. Where the trouble started was Lady Ursula's dislike of too much digging. And marling by taking soil from the coastline or bog flats worried her. Not to mention the new machines she wanted used. Lady Myers was crone-touched, who had raised glass houses and green in what should have been dead and sleeping earth. The lady was like to be adored all her days for that alone, but she had already been much beloved for her ration wagons, spinning headies, and careful stewardship. Yet the Meyer field men and women were soil-touched, damn it, and it would be their heads and bellies first if the harvest failed. There was much muttering. Anyone who's had to be elbow-deep in a sheep come lambing, or lain on hot stones in front of the fire to try and desperately work the ache from their back after a harvest, was not likely to take such foolishness on the chin. So it was with some satisfaction that they heard the news about old Etta. Old Etta was from a large family, for she'd been blessed with many grandchildren, for all the dance had taken her sons. Though she'd always run a large farm, she'd never had to spend coin to manage it by hiring servants or laborers outside of harvest time. Yet for once it seemed she was freer with coin than was her wont, likely because she was working on projects for Lady Myers. If anyone was going to set their lady straight, it was old Etta, whose family had worked the land here 1,000 years and whose skill had been so recognized that it had been her. Lady Myers chose to puzzle out how to pull grain from the ground in glass gardens that caught the heat but could not keep hold of sunlight no matter how well formed they were. So it was with a certain indulgent satisfaction that they watched old Etta conduct her trials, with the joyous sight of oats growing in the gardens when winter apple harvests were done. Oh, it would be petty of them to begrudge their liege lady her fancies, for she was a good lady to them. It was no doubt the crone's wisdom that had so young a lady trusting in the knowledge of old Etta instead of simply charging ahead. With a community spirit not dissimilar to the sensation of entitlement and smugness that comes right before a distant aunt attempts to wet your face with kisses, Murfield made much of Lady Myers' trials, often walking to Etta's to discuss them or teetering past the glass gardens where they were being held. Which meant everyone was quite aware of the results. The speed of the new ploughs were significant, but perhaps that was the warmer soil within the glass gardens. Never mind that the oats were planted in unheated gardens to set the seeds to growing strong, where the thick clay soil was as unforgiving as any spring the Meyer lands had ever seen. Some said that the seed drill seemed fiddly to learn, for all the lads under Edda's watch eye seemed to move quickly enough. But old Edda had bullied a steward into figuring the numbers and found that fewer seeds were needed to get a good harvest than with the old methods. In fact, it saved on hands to thin out crops that crowded each other and made it easier to spot and pull weeds. Yet here, the people of Murfield agreed, their liege lady had form. Had she not plucked wee Hetty and Nate to work on the spinning Hetty and later a different kind of loom with Maud? Smith guyed their Lady Myers then, for her eye was sharp for craft. Still, they reasoned among themselves, the soil needed feeding and it needed turning. Where they gave Lady Myers her due, however, was the sheer number of soil feeds she found to test. Beyond the digesters making the night soil safer for use on fields, she had old Edda experiment with spent soil used for growing mushrooms in Wildstead or in using only half the amount of bog soil as usual and amending it with a layer of fish bone, carefully turned until it was ready to spread across the earth. What the trials might yield, it was not clear, for it would take many attempts with the same method and different crops, to determine what worked best, well enough, or not at all. But one thing was clear, Lady Myers knew something of the earth too. Excerpt from Music as Commentary by A Lady. A departure musically, as for once I have unearthed a tune that needs a flute in order to sound well. Some of the lyrical stylings are particularly common along the Blue Fork, which does like to hold fast to a repeated refrain or rhyme, even when the conceit grows tiresome. Most interestingly, this one draws from positively Reachman ditties, jumping up and down with merriment during Away, Away You Foul Fever. It takes a good deal from the sort of child rhymes you hear if you are unfortunate enough to be oft in their company without reprieve. I imagine they might hop and skip quite ardently to such a thing, and one does detest skippers. It seems the teachings of the septs have done their work among the populace, for those wise enough to disseminate Septa Walburga's fine treatise on the prevention of winter fever and how best to protect oneself from miasmic contamination. Other, duller, works from a Maester Lewis recount some fascinating evidence on the pertinent details of miasmic creatures and their habits, but it is tiresome enough to read for those with some learning. Your average member of the populace, should you subject them to it, might simply perish in self-defense. Yet this serves admirably as a guide to prevention and is simple enough for even the dullest dullard to recite, especially since the tune is near as upsettingly contagious as the winter fever itself. Songs like this are key for spreading information among the populace, and we have all lost quite enough this winter, I feel. Best sung in chorus with one's own sex while sitting decorously with needlework, if only so that no one can expect you to dance. Wee Rosie and the Fever. Wee Rosie stands at the septa's door, straight as an iron brand. The septa stands 10 paces back, a cloth mask in her hand. Oh well, you look this morning rosy with your cheeks so red. But put this mask about your face, for fever finds your head. Away, away you foul fever. Oh, you'll do me much wrong. And think to steal my life away that I have kept so long. I shall hide my face from you, I shall stay well away. Better that the work's not done than bring a fever home to play. Wee Rosie stands at the oven house, straight as an iron brand. The wood's wife stands 10 paces back, a soap bar in her hand. Oh well, you look this morning rosy with your eyes so bright. But scrub your hands with soap, my dear, for fever grips 'em tight. Away, away you foul fever. Oh, you'll do me much wrong. And think to steal my life away that I have kept so long. I shall scrub my hands of you, I shall stay well away. Better that the work's not done than bring a fever home to play. Wee Rosie stands at her house door, straight as an iron brand. Her granny stands 10 paces back, a red scarf in her hand. Oh, I'm not well this morning Rosie, fever's caught my head. Hang this out the window so healers come to my bed. Away, away you foul fever. Oh, you'll do me much wrong. And think to steal my life away that I have kept so long. I shall hide my face from you, I shall stay well away. Better that the work's not done than bring a fever home to play. Southwold. Let us speak of people. The bridge was always clustered with people, the novelty of easy paths between the north and south banks was undiminished, and the market stalls along its sides served as a good excuse as any to gather and gossip. Crone's Crossing's roof of gleaming scales sparkled in the winter sun. It was a destination for women sick of being cooped up indoors with the bairns, for folk to barter or ply their household's wares, or for river fishermen to wander as they hang their fishing nets to dry over the side of the bridge. Beneath the arch, boats and barges did pass, slipping between the white arches, the heads of the rivermen speckled with droplets of water that fell, winking like jewels in the light, from the nets. Along the Blue Fork, much was the same. The boats still teemed, the water wheel still turned, and the egrets and herons still stalked the banks for all they tucked their necks in tight from the cold. Yet all was changed, as though the inhabitants had woken one morning to a world where everything was moved an inch to the left. Constantly they stumbled over old routines and found friction where once things had run smooth. Fewer merchant travelers came to their borders, until it seemed only the familiar faces of those from the north or river run came to make their deliveries, and rarely did the Northmen have the coin to buy much and take it back with them. Local merchants felt the lightness in their purses like the losing of a limb, and even the Blue Fork traders, though they were beholden to Hag's Hill, began to stir discontentedly. For what was the use of traveling the river to sell wares if time was stolen from them inch by inch with stricter quarantines than ever before? A man might do his liege lady a good service and be rewarded with barely being able to see his wife and children before he must again head away. Some cried foul and claimed the restrictions had choked the life out of trade, but others still remembered the way the merchants had bribed or wheedled their way past the old methods and watched as the flush came to the cheeks of their loved ones with a helpless fury bubbling in their breast. It came to blows more than once, and knights and guardsmen oft patrolled the streets now, though thieving was not so great a concern as it was in other parts of the riverlands. A thorough soaking was often all that was needed to cool tempers, but once folk began dying, sometimes even the stocks were not enough. It was then that Sept and Maurice would oft be asked to intercede. A truly staggering number of masks and soap cakes were sold at bath houses, stuffed with scented and healing herbs, and for those with little coin to spare the September often sought to provide. The thread and yarn lying unsold and unused in warehouses found some purpose yet that winter, and the more enterprising dye houses or print houses made an effort to charge for gayer colors or interesting patterns to be affixed to the cloth masks. Faces were seldom seen now. Not only were masks worn whilst folk sold wares or gathered indoors for their work, but it seemed folk clutched them to their faces with a totemic vehemence. Barons were often confused or startled when out of the house and suddenly Papa's features were difficult to recognize. It was something of a lost cause getting wee ones to keep the itchy things on their faces, but the Septas and their schooling made good headway with the older children, who had been so long in practice with the masks that often they took great delight in scolding their elders who fell short of the expectations at least until said elder picked up a broom. The fever was a cruel guest, for all the Meyerlanders had some sense that their suffering was lesser than their neighbors. It seemed that Southwold was fending off this enemy more ably than it sometimes felt. The same merchants who had likely spread the disease would have made stops in Lord Harroway's town or fair market, if their heads weren't cracked, and those towns certainly hadn't taken quarantine as seriously as House Myers. The purses in those towns were no doubt fuller for it, but the few merchants who did brave the quarantine left worrisome reports as to the sickness in those streets. Always it was people who made their trade along the shore afflicted first. The porters, the ferrymen, the fishers, doxies, and dockers. It began with a red flush in the face, as though you had been scrubbed raw, and in some the skin was hot to the touch. Fever followed swiftly, making eyes heavy or head sore at first, before quickly becoming an inferno beneath the skin. Icy water from the Blue Fork was drawn, and for once the people rejoiced heavier snows with which the healers could pack tubs or cloths for the diseased in order to slow the course of the fever. Afterwards, the convulsions would begin, and the afflicted would cringe away from the soothing cloths as though in pain from the cold. Once the fever reached its zenith, the hallucinations would begin and folk would sweat enough that sheets and bedding were soaked through right to the reed mats. Then it was up to the gods, and either you managed to sweat the fever out, or you perished in that state terrified and howling at things others could not see. Families kept a close eye on faces for the flush, for that was the best time to call for the healers trained by Septa Walburga and Jenny Greens. If caught early enough at that stage the odds of survival seemed improved, and all that was left was the desperate wait to see who else had been afflicted. Something red was to be pinned to or hung out of a window if the family was quarantined due to illness, and Septas worked together with castle stewards to ensure rations and household goods were delivered promptly. Some gruesome tales circulated that folk had been murdered in their beds and left undiscovered while the pin scrap of red fabric had allowed the culprit to steal the ration deliveries for weeks until they were caught. No one ever seemed to know the name of the families this had happened to, however, despite the world and his wife insisting that they'd heard it from a friend who swore it was true. Perhaps this spate of ghastliness was inspired by the somewhat otherworldly sights that wandered the streets these days. The silent sisters in their garb of cowled grey robes moved steadily through the streets, parting the throng before them without so much as ringing a bell. Sometimes folk would stop and stare, straining to make out the face on the litter, covered in a shroud, hearts in their throat as they wondered if today was the day. Mostly you had some idea, however, for the wailing from the houses the sisters left could often be heard streets over. Alongside them, sometimes crossing each other's paths in the same street, or household, would come a healer, whom folk were now calling a lantern lass. In truth there were men at the craft as well, but it was hard to tell in their strange get-up unless one gambled on size, and even hearing them speak through their masks was no guarantee. They would walk in groups of two, usually accompanied by an apprentice, and before them they would carry a lantern on a stick, to light the way when it was dark, for the fever did not care to come conveniently in the limited daylight this winter. They were strange to behold indeed, in waxed and cowled robes and leather aprons, gloved and booted to the elbow and knee. They wore strange masks indeed, with long beaks that folk said were stuffed with herbs to prevent miasma or ill humors, and each one had large glass eyes to allow them to see. The lantern lasses were much respected by those they had aided or saved, for their soothing manner and competence, and much feared by those who prayed nightly to have no need of their services. The trick, everyone agreed, was not to catch it at all in the first place. But people anywhere are like people everywhere, and are not made to be so cut off from one another. Mayhap the succor provided by companionship or worship was also the instrument of its spreading. It did not matter, for you could not keep the women from the bridge or the faithful from the September, and folk were glad to have them at almost any price. Until the fever came to their door, that is. Though Hag's Hill had ended its practice of opening the great hall for meals or to invite song, story, and a mug of ale by the roaring fires, the people of Southwold felt the presence of Lady Myers keenly. One story that was oft repeated was that the very lanterns carried by the healers were blessed by Lady Myers, with the same holy star she had held in her palm when the Ironborn had first raided after her arrival. Some claimed they had seen her in the unfinished September, prostrate before the crone and covered in lashings to pay penance for her people and spare them of plague. Others said that she went out late at night and blessed those houses with red fabric in their windows, saving the lives of the faithful. There were even those certain that, when a lantern lass had come to take their Jonathan to the physic house, they had been Lady Myers behind the mask, her grey eyes as steady and unyielding as the sky, her voice as soft and insistent as rain. Whatever the truth, some things were plain, and it was that Lady Myers had not abandoned them. The ration wagons went out in predictable rhythms like the beating of the drum. Servants in the keep, who visited family that lived outside it once a sennight, spoke of her late nights and many council meetings. A painting of surpassing beauty along the wall outside the physic house began springing up piece by piece over the course of many days. The ravens did not leave, and seemed more patient somehow, as though they understood why the fearful pressed bower and berry towards their roost with fumbling hands. Music and stories, new and unheard of ever before, seemed to tumble from Hag's Hill and into the streets like jewels. Or perhaps like hands reaching down from the sides of a boat, plunging into the icy waters, determined to pull the drowning up from the depths. I'm my father's stubborn daughter, and I am no gentle lover. The only crown I'll wear is loyalty. My man is a stagnant water, a mud your linen, cackling bogland. And I'm forever stuck his bog body. Under the auspices of regents. Concerning cattle shows. By Archmaester Gildane. 250 AC. For the good of his people, cried Lord Onwin, atop the Iron Throne and desperately trying to salvage the political whirlwind he had created, His Grace must take another wife, though no woman will ever replace our beloved Jahara in his heart. It is only fitting that we allow the king to make this choice. On Maiden's Day we shall have a ball, the like of which King's Landing has not seen since the days of King Viserys. Let the maidens come from every corner of the 7 kingdoms and present themselves before the king. Much has been written of the strange Maiden's Day curse which followed, plaguing damsels who stood to rival Miriel Peak. What follows now is rumor, for there is little substance and less proof. Tales of disgrace and deflowering were suddenly on the lips of every courtier and jongler. Each more damning than the last, they were bandied about like trophies, and many a young maiden's reputation never recovered. Of course, each of these calumnies reached the king's ears, for the fool Mushroom confesses to having been paid handsomely to poison Aegon III against these maids and others. Yet words are wind, and worse was in store for eligible maidens of West Eros who made their intentions to travel south clear. Ladies were found with their lovers abed, bandits mutilated women out riding, playmates of the little queen were found in a heap at the bottom of the stairs, and even shipwrecks and drowning were attributed to the curse. I cannot find conclusive evidence to prove that the Hand and his men were responsible for these misfortunes. In the end, their fate is known, and it deterred the people little, for winter had been dour and cruel, and not since King Viserys had there been a ball of any kind in King's Landing. And the prize purse and the end of this maidenly tourney for his Grace's hand outstripped any that had come before it. Mushroom's Terzimony has much to say on the event, describing sparkling and spinning in their silks and jewels, the ladies made a dazzling sight as they made their way to the throne room. No doubt there were dreams of dancing with the young king and charming him with their wit. Indeed, even if a kingly match could not be made, it would certainly be a venue in which an enterprising lady from an enterprising house might catch a good and courtly husband. But they were all disappointed, for it was not even an affair where a lesser match was possible to make, so uncomfortable were the proceedings. Thus began what Mushroom would call, the Maiden's Day cattle show. King Aegon III sat atop the throne, clad in his mourning clothes and scandalously unadorned. He did not wear any ornamentation befitting his station, and worse still he wore no crown atop his head. The maidens were announced by the king's herald. The girl would curtsy, and the king would nod at them. Then the next girl was to be presented. It was dull enough to die, recounts Mushroom, and tragically no one let Myrmidora Han wear her most striking gown. A thing of such creativity that even the dress was left to your imagination. There were, in fact, deaths, from the heat of the 1,000 bodies pressed in to present themselves or observe the proceedings in a mannerly fashion. Several women, maidens, and mothers alike, fainted along with a few fathers and a stout lord, the latter of whom died instantly upon hitting the floor. Some bold maids made an attempt to address their king, perhaps in the hopes they might be more memorable. The questions and comments ranged from pretty compliments or opening sallies for conversation, to the more ribald and bizarre. Yet nothing seemed to move his grace. He answered none of them and gave only a nod of acknowledgement before sending them on their way. Perhaps this was all to the good, as far as Lord Peake was concerned. With no possibility of finding anything memorable in a stream of faces, it was likely that he could still press his daughter's suit without much trouble. For you see, his own daughter had been in the Red Keep a full moon's turn earlier than every other candidate, wooing the king with her smiles in her company. Mushroom writes of the many shared suppers Muriel had in the king's company, where the king said little but seemed more comfortable with Lady Turnips than he had ever been with Queen Jahara. 3 days before the ball, he had given her one of the little queen's dolls. "Here," he said, as he thrust it at her, "you can have this." Onwin Peak was pleased, perhaps not seeing the insult. When Lady Muriel was brought to stand before King Aegon, she had the doll cradled in her arms as though it were a babe. She was not brought last, for that would be too obvious a play. But her placement had been carefully arranged. Mushroom claims that Lady Jane Mouton had grown fond of the child, and encouraged Lord Peak to allow Lady Muriel to greet him informally in the morning, so as to remind the king of the lady's fair face, and to place her nearer to the end, so that it might make the lady and her family look modest. When the king greeted Lady Muriel by name and said, "I am pleased you like the doll," her father surely took heart in his successful scheme, pleased that his daughter had won such reliable allies. It was at this moment that all went wrong for Lord Peak. A sudden trumpet blast heralded the arrival of Bela Vilarion and Rena Corbray. The doors to the throne room were thrown open, and they strode into the great hall in a blast of frigid air, moving and dressed as one in black velvet gowns and partlets studded with rubies, the dragon of House Targaryen on their cloaks. Atop 2 black destriers, scattering the line of maidens completely and fending off guards with riding crops where necessary, the 2 rode forward to the foot of the Iron Throne. It is said that Onwin burst forth from his seat, demanding answers, but neither lady paid him any mind. "Brother," Lady Rena said to Aegon, "if it please you, we have brought your queen." Their motive for riding and disrupting the crowd was plain. It provided a better stage for their choice of bride. To the shock of many, Lady Jane Mouton stood at the entrance, one arm in the crook of her uncle's elbow, still in her mourning velvets. Not only, did it seem, had Lord Mouton returned from Bravos, it seemed he had made a play of his own. It is said that Onwin Peak went purple with rage. Yet this image shimmered before the court for only a moment, until the pair stepped aside and sank into deep bows and curtsies. A gasp went through the hall. "Queen Jahara of House Targaryen, your grace." There stood the Queen of the 7 Kingdoms, in a gown of deep red as though to match her husband in Targaryen colors. Her still face was no longer unsettling to onlookers, but queenly and remote. With utter calm, she faced the hall, being seen by many for the first time. Her silver hair was netted with black sea pearls and her eyes were clear and deep. In her hands, she held a crown of gold. Without hesitation, the little queen walked towards King Aegon, who looked on impassively. Mushroom recounts that, she looked as though she had truly seen the other side and come back forever changed, so distant and noble her expression. Bearing a crown for her king in a hall that had gathered like vultures after her death, the candlelight giving her milk-pale skin an otherworldly glow. Septon Eustace, not normally interested in such things, would later recall the significance of such a deep red for devout followers of the 7. The color of martyrs. Flanked by guards from House Mouton, Corbray, and Vilarion, Queen Jahara made her way towards her husband and up the steps to the Iron Throne, where she placed the crown in her hands atop King Aegon's head. The king smiled, quite startling the onlookers, and said, "My queen. I will accept no other." At which point, Lord Mouton gave orders to seize Onwin Peak, in full sight of the Great Hall, for he stood accused of attempting to murder the queen. Sir Marston Waters of the King's Guard tried to defend Lord Peak, but was struck down by Sir Corbray. In an instant, the Maiden's Day Ball became the site of a trial and House Mouton, with the support of House Vilarion, had much evidence to present to the king. A conversation overheard on Crone's Crossing, from a masked woman holding court among the clothiers. "It happened in pieces, Merrill, I tell you. I swear, a fair few folk must have been sworn to secrecy. Even Septigwara, and you know she shares her wisdom at length if you prod her just right. She never can resist the urge to be piously forgiving of someone's flaws. Well, I don't know why should I if you keep interrupting. You never listen to your old Eglantine when it matters. Do not call me that or I'll never speak to you again, but it's just too good to keep to myself, so ask me again before I remember I'm wroth with you. I heard from Sarah, the wench, yes, that Trista first saw the charcoal sketches when she was healing in the dormant trees for the physic garden. Septon Maurice said it was all fine and that no one was to touch it, but that's how it began. Oh, it's mighty tall. Nearly the size of the building. So, at first I thought someone would see folk sneaking around in the dark carrying a ladder and scaffold, before I realized that the September itself is a building site. You'd never be able to tell if work and things were moved unless you worked on there your own self. Of course then I simply had to know, so I took myself with a basket of my best tarts to visit the site during the day. So help me if you make the joke I think you're about to, I swear to the 7 I'll leave right this instant. But Master Theo is such a straightforward man. If he'd seen something I know he would have said. It wasn't until the painting started to happen that I had an inkling. There wasn't much to see at first, just blobs of color so unfitting that I confess I thought the whole thing a wash. Any day now, I was certain, the Septon was going to call for the faithful to scrub it clean. Disrespectful to the ailing in the physic house it was. But then it began to come together. Meryl. I'm a well-travelled woman, you see, and I've been as far along the fork as Lord Haraway's town, so I have some skill at appraising art. Yes I do, Meryl, don't allow petty vanity to cloud your judgment just because they chose my cakes at the summer fete and not yours. But regardless, I bring it up not at all to boast, but simply to make my meaning clear when I say I'd never seen works like this. I went there as Lisa just the other day to make sure it was as I remembered it. On either end of the outer wall, a man and a woman. So lifelike that if it weren't for their size, you'd swear they were real. The woman's face is lovely, though more for its quality in paint than for any natural beauty. A soft face and high cheeks, with eyes so large and dark they might just fall out of her head. Brown hair, long and straight, and something about the artist's work with color makes it look like it shines bronze in the sunlight. Her mouth? Flattish. Her height? Hard to say given the size of the piece. But the woman stares you down with such feeling, Meryl, like she could look on storms unshaken. And underneath it, eventually, painted in black, is the name. If you already know, I don't care to be interrogated further. I was personally interested in the idea of who she could possibly be. Ah. I see. Poor woman. 7 keep her well. That makes my guess a little more likely, then. But then the man makes no sense at all. No. No name whatsoever anywhere. And the work has gone untouched for a sennight, so I suppose it's finished. He's got a kind face, that man. Brown of hair and eye, a little ruffled as though he's been nervous outside the tavern, waiting for some lass he fancies to step out. Young. Younger than the woman on the other side of the physic house. Well, no, I don't mean he has a kind nose, Meryl, don't be stupid. It's only that there is something in his gaze, the tilt of his head. I simply felt as though I was being forgiven for something awful, simply because he was so kind. I do indeed. We'll go there right now if you don't believe me and if you aren't afeard of being within 100 yards of the physic house. We'll go there this instant, and then you'll see what I mean. Come along. Who do I think painted it? Girls, isn't that obvious? Really now, how will you cope if I have to do all your thinking for you? Excerpt from Music as Commentary by a Lady. Though there is little to recommend it in winter scenery, as one cannot imagine a bog to be full of diversion, it seems the Meyerlands are full of an industrious people. They certainly seem to feature musically, which speaks to more leisure time. If the anger heard in previous tunes seems cause for alarm, I wonder what the gently raised might make of this marked change in tone from the small folk in the mire. A canny observer might note the hopeful feeling embedded in the wording, where the fish gutter's tune was full of frustration and empty bellies. The small folk are easy to fool for a moon's turn, but without some consistency one's efforts are often wasted. One is certain that if they sing of hope for their babes, they must believe it possible. Upon reflection, as one records this verse, there are many questions worth asking. Chief among them being whether a Meyerlander would deign to give an answer, should one unbend themselves enough to ask. A slower pace, sung with some warm feel ng, it follows the call and responses of rivermen working songs and is perhaps the most traditional of the pieces recorded here. In the true fashion of work songs, a leading singer keeps pace with the verse and summons the rest to join in the refrain. It necessarily has no need for accompanying instrumentation, but one is not immune to the tuneful use of a fiddler, if they do not allow their playing to become overwrought. Those with little to occupy them may attempt to sing in rounds. Winter work. Heave and ho boys. On we go boys. Turn your hoods up against the weather. Heave and ho boys. On we go boys. We've winter work to do this day. What care we how fierce the frost is? What care we for fearsome weather? On we go boys. Backs into it. Winter work so our bairns have better. Heave and ho boys. On we go boys. Turn your hoods up against the weather. Heave and ho boys. On we go boys. We've winter work to do this day. Family waiting, by the fire. Watching snow fall slow as feathers. One more push boys, then we'll go boys. Follow the lights home through the weather. Heave and ho boys. On we go boys. Turn your hoods up against the weather. Heave and ho boys. On we go boys. We've winter work to do this day. Under the auspices of regents. Concerning the return of Prince Viserys. By Archmaester Gildane. 250 AC. The Riverlanders are not a people known for war, though the chivalry of their knights is beyond contestation and their positioning means that their ordinarily fertile lands oft serve as a battleground in conflicts. Yet the Winter of Widows saw the Riverlanders become victorious in 2 very thorny military situations, thanks to the capable mind and skill of Lord Kermit Tully and his loyal vassal Lord Benjicot Blackwood, who earned the appellation Bloody Ben for his deeds. It was Lord Tully and Lord Valerian's men together, who brought home to Westeros a treasure beyond price as they would claim in a shared missive sent to Lord Mouton, who was soon to be Lord Tully's good brother and was the provider of the very ship Kermit Tully sailed into the Stepstones, Maiden's Rest. A pernicious rumour, much circulated despite repeated scholarly refutation, must be laid to rest if an accurate account of events is to be presented. Much has been written claiming credit is due to Kermit Tully's mistress at the time, Lady Ursula Myers, though accounts differ as to the veracity of such a title. Septa Eloise, a respected enough historian in spite of her sex, wrote a stringent denial of such a liaison in her account of Lady Myers' life. Other sources claim that there is no other explanation for why a woman of such low standing would have been so trusted an advisor. Some of the lady's writings and letters have been published posthumously by House Myers, and indeed while her letters to Lord Kermit Tully appear no more than affectionate, it is difficult to feel confident in the carefully selected works chosen by her descendants. More convincing is the rather overwrought excerpts of ardent love letters written to a William Burleigh, famed dragon slayer, who rescued her at Harrenhal. Of course, the songs tell us how that tale ended. From there, information about their relationships vary wildly depending on the source, and any evidence of her military contributions distorts even more so. Here are the facts as we know them. First, that Kermit Tully held Ursula Myers in high esteem and heeded her advice in court and council. Second, that she was often in his company as an unwed woman who inherited her title as many women did during that time, through the tragic untimely deaths of her menfolk. Third, that she was present at the siege of Harrenhal and was sent to parley with Ali's Rivers. All else is rumour, or at least the rather fanatical writings of Septa Eloise, who in fairness is not alone in her veneration of the river of Hag's Hill, so great a fervour did she inspire in her lands. What, if any, contributions she can be said to have made to the Stepstones campaign are limited. She certainly was not present herself as she was at Harrenhal. Where the situation becomes muddy is in the attempt to identify what took place after the routing of Rinduin's forces. For some claim it was Lady Ursula Myers who revealed to her liege lord that Prince Viserys yet lived. There is, of course, absolutely no evidence for such a thing that we have been able to find anywhere. It perhaps speaks to the rumours that were so common about Ursula Myers, indeed they followed her all her life and often grew stranger in the retelling. The writings of Septa Abella are similarly effusive about this lady and her impacts, but she offers a much more reasonable explanation than the idea that Lady Myers was some sort of mystic to whom the crone spoke secrets and portents. It is simply the way of the world, when a woman attempts only to be a woman of sense, and not to ape a man's mannerisms, that the world finds her wanting, writes the Septa in 196 AC, and must invent secrets and low cunning to account for what would be leal service in a man. Only a man aspires to honor or learning. Women who seek a world wider than the birthing chamber must therefore only aspire to witchcraft. If they were meant for anything else, they'd have had the sense to be born men. While her sentiments are overwrought, they have some small truth in the tendency of small folk and lords alike to assign unnatural means to ordinary women. At the time, learned ladies were few and far between in both great houses and small. The arts were learned, and so were the basics, but only the truly exceptional were ever granted anything more comprehensive. There can be no doubt that the blooming September of Hag's Hill is a beacon for those women who wish to improve their education, and though she was no maester, we have some respect for her dedication to learning. This does not, however, provide any evidence at all that Lady Myers was possessed of mystic arts and delivered hidden knowledge to Lord Tully. Rather, it is likely that one of Rinduin's men, possibly Rinduin himself given his bizarre ardour for Alan Velaryon, revealed information that first aroused suspicion of the men fighting in the Stepstones. In any case, the missive received by Lord Mouton, now acting as hand of the king after Peake's execution, set King's Landing was aflame with excitement. When Lady Bela's sails were first seen across Blackwater Bay, alongside the Proud Maiden's Rest, the bells of King's Landing tolled and pealed unceasing until the ships dropped anchor. The heroes of the Stepstone had landed triumphant, securing trade routes from across the narrow sea, and for a second time did the lads of the dance did alight in King's Landing to the grateful cries of thousands and winter flowers strewn at their feet. King Aegon and Queen Jaehaera were brought from the Red Keep in a litter to greet his grace's kinsmen and loyal vassals who had ridden to the call of his mother, Queen Rhaenyra. A courtly entourage followed, all of them eager for a glimpse of this treasure and to witness the joy at Lord Alan Oakenfist beholding his daughter, Laena, for the first time since her birth, to thunderous applause. It was Aegon who graced Lord Velaryon with the first greeting, saying, "We are glad to have you safe home, cousin." Yet it was Lord Tully, hardly a lad any more and proud of feature and bearing, who answered, "Your Grace, the sight of kin long parted is the dearest in the world to many. My own brother Oscar at my side once more has been a source of great joy, though I am lucky to have a brother in arms in Ben Blackwood. It is our dearest wish, that you should know joy, my king." With a flourish, his daughter Laena still tucked in one arm, Lord Alan gestured for his men to bring the treasure he had brought home from Lys. At the top of the gangplank of the Lady Bela, emerged a pale young woman of surpassing loveliness, accompanied by a boy in rich silks and a cowl drawn high and hiding his features. Lord Mouton, like a painted mummer upon the boards, claims Mushroom, who does not think much of the Lord's ability to engage in the theatrics required of his station, cried out to the figure. "My lord," he said, loud enough to hear clear across the dock, "who are you?" The boy threw back his silken hood, revealing silver gold hair which glittered in the sun. King Aegon III began to weep, throwing himself from the litter and evading several guards to race up the gangplank and into a fierce embrace. This treasure was none other than Viserys Targaryen, the king's brother who had been thought dead since the Battle of the Gullet. It is said that Queen Jaehaera smiled that day, lovelier than the dawn, for all sorrow was still writ in her features. None of her siblings could ever come home. Mushroom writes that Lord Mouton looked upon the scene completely unsurprised, as he clearly had known what was to come. How so honest a face could have unearthed so dastardly a plot as Onwin Peake's attempt to murder Queen Jaehaera is unknown to me, he writes, but I find if I drink a little more I can justify almost anything. Whatever the case, Lord Mouton was coming into his own as a statesman and was clearly careful indeed. For though there is no record that he received missives from anyone other than his sister Lady Eloise during this time, he must have been entirely in his good brother's confidence. Cragtreath. Let us speak of the ebb. An ashen sky stretched over the broad horizon, clouds rippling across the heavens, and the heavy wind much like the great skin of ocean trembled along the shore. Low tide brought the combers for the sea kale and the pickers to the tide pools that stranded a catch of cockles. At points, the cockles lie so thickly in the sand that they can be raked into baskets with a little wooden tool made for the use, silt and sand spilling over bare feet that turn to frozen blocks in the cold. The oldest women don't mind it much, but then again, some of them are missing toes. Later, the line of baskets, some carried 3 to a girl, will scurry just ahead of the encroaching tide that slips back up the shoreline in a gathering swell, smoothing the disturbed sand beneath its tremulous cadence. Some will be kept in barrels of sand and salt water for bait, but the rest are good eating. They'll be rushed to the boilers today, metal buckets made to fit wooden sieves upon which the cockles and whelks are dropped into boiling water for a trice. A shuggle of the sieves releases the briny treats into the rolling water and the meats are caught in a finer sieve beneath the boil. The shells make good poultry feed and can be crushed into the earth to enrich soil, though sometimes cockle picker families will use them to make wares for traveling merchants. Then again, everyone's a cockle picker in winter, for they aren't half bad when the frosts turn cruel and you long for the thin broth to have some flavor that it might fool your belly into fullness for a time. Folks in Cragtreath have not needed shell soup yet this winter, but many a pantry has a covered bucket, just in case. After all, spring has not yet come. The men are out on a long run, chasing down a mighty school of cod that have swum from the north. Their boats will pitch and yaw beneath the unfeeling sky for a moon's turn or more for the catch. Each one seeking that circle of seabirds that heralds a feast for all who depend upon the sea for its bounties. Other towns bleat about their absent menfolk, but a Cragtreath woman knows that love is all the fiercer for knowledge of its absence. They'd never needed a man more than they needed his boat and catch, which made deciding to keep one mean all the more. Cragtreath women did most needful work themselves and would do so until their backs were permanently bent as fish hooks. Just as their mothers had before them. Beneath that self-same sky, the gusts blasting across the coast like a physical blow, the women's songs are snatched up by greedy fists of wind and scattered along the shoreline. Among the women walked Magga, her great-grandson strapped to her chest and covered up to the brows with a rough wool blanket, looking no less fierce for it. The wound that bisected her cheek stood out lividly along the side of her face, and some of the children passed the time estimating the size of the blade she took to make such a wound. Magga made sense along the shoreline, so too did her granddaughter Maeve, who was toiling away with a septa in the hopes of master her letters. There was something of the salt spray to those bare Icelanders, for all they have made their home in the south. Perhaps it is the grey in Magga's hair so like the iron sky, or the shock white like brine trails lingering against rock. She had a face for hard weather, did Magga, like flint suits do her reins. Even Ella, a notorious shirker of training days, and who only liked her fellow women if she could claim they were tupping their neighbors, had sworn that she'd follow Magga Bearsdottir to death in a red dawn. It had been Magga who stood over Ella when an iron-born mace had come crashing towards her hand, to punish her for struggling as the wretch attempted to get her skirts up. She split him like a gourd, the wife had hissed, her jaw clenched tight against the memory, mayhap I'll learn how to do the same. It was Magga who gathered the people of Cragtreath to the town square that evening, though the menfolk were away sailing, and had sparred with her own granddaughter in full view, calling out instruction and insults as easy as breathing. It had been her who had put weapons in the hands of the folks at Cragtreath, too used to being plucked like some cursed fruit on some cursed vine whenever the reavers came raiding, and taught them to fight for themselves. So when she said that Lady Myers would see them fed, when she looked unflinching on her rations once the grain had dwindled to nearly nothing, the womenfolk followed her lead. Winter apple was plentiful, anyway, and forgiving to prepare so long as you cooked it well. It could roast among coals until it looked like a charred mess, but split the skin and salt it lightly and you had a rare treat for your patience. Some women at the bakehouse had found a way to fashion it with a little water, or milk if the ration wagons had been kind, and flakes of fish into a kind of cake. It wasn't long before samphire and sea kale were added too, for there was always a little extra of that to go around in Cragtreath, and the peppery warmth added much to the flavour. There was hardly enough grain for bread now, most of it had been sent with the menfolk for their voyage, but not one bairn wailed from hunger. So if the womenfolk felt the growl in their bellies after a long day on a long shore, they said nothing. Magga said nothing, and she herself came from a land where 2 meals a day in winter would have been worth its weight in gold. Our Lady will feed us until the first spring harvest, said the old she-bear with a surety, her flinty eyes as unrelenting as the sea, and she's got oat growing in those glass gardens of hers. However long it may be until the thaws, I have faith. The ignorant might have wondered how a lady whose first act had been to plant a weirwood cutting in the shelter of her own yard, might have had faith in a maiden so devoted to the seven. But the North holds to a different code, harder and simpler all at once. Lady Myers had not broken faith, and so they held it fast for her. And the people were needful of faith just now, for spring was nearly a year late. It was not soon coming, that much was clear. All the folk in Cragtreath allowed that spring this year was as unlikely as the blooming of sea buckthorn in frost. If it comes afore the last feast day, said wrinkled old Gregor as he puffed on his pipe, my prick will stand on its own again. Gregor was mostly blind now after the last raid had given him a right blow to the head and now he simply mended fish nets. But he was not a man to let his lack of eyesight, or his reluctant member, stop his general lechery. Yet it was only when word came of the Red Kraken, and the woman who had put her knife to his neck, did the women of Cragtreath truly understand. All things come with a price in this world, after all, a lesson long known by small folk and little learned by lords. Let their bellies yearn for the berries of summer. Let their tongues tire of cockle and sea kale. Let there never be grain again. This was nothing. This was a worthy price for such a blessing. The Red Kraken dead, and his fleet eating itself alive like the many-limbed beast it was. Their lady must have known, must have had the seeing, to hold fast and wait out the tide. To move the grain stores, to build tall houses, to bring them maga and catch them all oysters in her net. To wait until the ebb. The Meyer lands were lands where a woman might become a legend, like their crone-touched Lady Ursula, something more than flesh. Like Scald Maga, and the bear that lived inside her skin. Like Tess, and her shucker knife, for it had to have been a shucker knife, the women felt, as small and wicked as the ones they carried tucked in their aprons. When the news came, the women had gathered, as though drawn by some unseen force, straight to the town square, as silent and serene as their ghosts. Who began it, they could not say. Was it Ella and her sharp mouth? Was it Maeve, with her babe against her breast? Or Fliss with her glassy eyes? But all at once, it seemed, the women of Cragtreath began to sing. Excerpt from Music as Commentary by A Lady. In its own way, another song full of fury has been recorded here, though the tune itself is more mournful than malicious. Do not be so dull as to let the instrumentation fool you. Though the particularly well-informed may have their suspicions, Lady Tully herself has been heard interrogating visiting ladies, no bard has been able to confirm the author of this poignant tune. Several claim to have done so, of course, and rumour being what it is there may be a victor among them in the annals of history. Yet upon interrogation it becomes clear that the musical form of this piece is too unlike anything else in their bardic repertoire, nor are they able to emulate it for further composition. Undoubtedly a little unorthodox in the emphasis it places on complicated inflections in the singing, as opposed to its rather simplistic composition, when performed well it is full of feeling and lyrical meaning. For this one must insist on a highly trained jongleur who has been coached on the tune, or perhaps the original composer themselves. Additional notation has been provided to ensure the tune is sung accurately, with all the shifts in pitch and emphasis it requires to be sufficiently diverting. Ensure the high note on Bonnie lifts sudden and keening before dropping sharply, or else all the feeling is lost. Anyone with half a mind and a quill will have heard the tale of Tess and Lord Dalton, the Kraken in the verse. It was from her rage that a scourge along the western coast was put to an end, though none would have expected it from her. Take heed, ladies, of the power rage gives a very small hand. Consider if you feel as the composer does about Tess's fate, and what you might have done. The very composition demands we consider such a question. The sharp-eyed will note that the bard has an opinion of their own, of course. No one else in the verse, though perhaps more famous and storied, gets a name. We do not know her face, or her family. We do not know if she was tall or fair. We cannot say if she was prone to fury or pushed past all memory of peace. But we won't forget her name, will we? Bonnie brave Tess. Oh, if I was a brave captain! With sails billowing wide, I'd go over that cruel sea, to where brave Tess does lie. I would sail over the ocean. I would take down the chains, to go where Bonnie brave Tess stood. Over the Kraken she'd slain. Oh, reivers and raiders, you've brought terrible woe. Since our own Bonnie brave Tess, to your ship she did go. Weeping I'll wander, weeping to the ocean. Since our own Bonnie brave Tess, to your ship she was stolen. And her sad eyes were swollen, though she'd no tears left to cry. For though she'd bested the Kraken, she still could not fly. I would glide over the ocean. I would rip down the gates, to go where Bonnie brave Tess stood, deciding her fate. Oh, reivers and raiders, you've brought terrible woe. Since our own Bonnie brave Tess, to your ship she did go. Weeping I'll wander, weeping to the ocean. Since our own Bonnie brave Tess, to your ship she was stolen. And if your family sleeps easy, or if they sleep ill, Know that your rest was paid for. By Tessa's knife and her will. I would fly over the ocean. I would tear down your walls. To go where bonny brave Tess slept. And not have her fall. Notes. I don't know how this happened. Think this is about 13,000 words of self-indulgent waffle. I'm gonna go lie down. I'm afraid the songs are either folk songs where I have been inspired by live performances, or songs where I took inspiration from the verse and completely ignored how the song changed after. Linking them might give you all the wrong tunes, except for Winter Work, which is almost directly the Ming Yula boat song. Chapter 60, Jemima Tarek, Sir Cone Heart. 134 AC. Ursula. I am betrothed. Lord Hugo Vance has made an offer to my uncle. I am, I admit, a little old for him at 6 years his senior. While I enjoyed working together in Riverrun, I hadn't thought much would come of it. Perhaps he was alarmed by the great exodus of maidens from the Riverlands in order to reach for other prospects? Still, Mother showed me the letter. In it, he gave a very pretty speech about my beauty and cleverness, and that he admired my loyalty to my friends. How can I be anything less when they are friends such as you, Ursula? You have waded into blood for me and staked your reputation with our Lord Paramount on nothing but my word. Know that I will always do the same for you if one day you have need. Besides, you give such good advice. Our house did well to avoid the Maiden's Day cattle show and the bloody aftermath besides. Did you hear what they are saying about Jane Smallwood? The girl wouldn't have the gall to wash herself too vigorously in the baths, let alone go about fondling other women. Yet unless we are landed like yourself, all we really have are our reputations. I'm certain it didn't hurt that House Smallwood were such loyal blacks. A shame. She was kind to my younger cousin at a summer ball they attended as children, for all she's half mouse. If nothing has improved her prospects by the time I am wed, I will have to see what being Lady Vance can do for her. We are to wed come spring. Both houses are crying about new beginnings and romance, but in truth we are all half beggared by this winter and need at least the first good harvest in order to drum up anything that might not shame us for a wedding banquet. I am grieved to hear that winter fever has come to your doors. It swept through Dairylands hard last year, but we seem to be past the worst of it. I am not one for the September, but I lit a candle for you today. The first bivalves and crayfish are being pulled, the manure beds are plentiful indeed considering our wealth in cattle, and however small a harvest it may be, it was cheering to see our efforts rewarded. I have finally convinced my uncle that your glass gardens are worth building, so expect to hear from him. Lord Mouton's efforts have opened the Iron Bank to Westerosi once more. If spring comes in 3 months, we have made an expensive investment in our next winter and get a head start on the seedlings. If it tarries longer than that, we will be glad of any harvest at all. We cannot eat coin, and the sight of our small folk relieved to have something else to add to their tables could not be purchased for 1,000 rubies. Rosamond. Jemima Tarek. Fostering was an honor, Jemima knew. But it was an honor that kept her far from home and all she loved. It wasn't helpful to dwell on it, so she tried not to. But like everything Jemima ignored by day, it came creeping in at the corners once night fell. I'm sending you, sweetling, because of all my grandchildren I know you are the one who will gain the most. Write to me, my little gem. Jemima had cried, because she was a crier and there wasn't really anything she could do to stop it. She had tried to be more mannerly and grown, but it never really worked. All it meant was that she'd go pinker in the face and well up anyway, while insisting on the victory of not having shed tears. It looked a little pathetic. For all grandmother could be formidable when faced with others, she'd never seemed to mind Jemima's tendency to tears, which was why grandmother was so special. Jemima felt convinced that adults only ever really accepted crying when you were confessing to a wrongdoing, otherwise they found the whole thing messy and unnecessary. Before Jemima had left, grandmother had scooped her up like a doll and pressed powdery kisses to her face. Grandmother had warned Jemima that Lady Myers had a good head on her shoulders, and wouldn't brook any nonsense, but also that it might take some time for Jemima to understand why it was so important for her to foster in the Meyer lands. Despite the warning, Jemima had formed an opinion almost instantly upon arrival in the Meyer lands. It was that learning here was prized more than anything. No wonder grandmother had sent her. So many people in the keep scurried about with ledgers and ink stains on their fingers. The solar was stuffed with books and writings, many of which were handmade by the Myers household themselves. There was even a school, with more children than Jemima had ever seen in one place before in her life, gathered in front of the fires of the great hall and piled onto the tables that usually hosted mealtimes at the keep. The keep's own maester was called a genius by the servants, and he seemed happy enough to supervise her as long as she was silent. This meant that Jemima could slyly read his books on topics she didn't even know were things you could learn. Maester Lewis sort of forgot that the rest of the world was present when in the middle of a project, and he was always in the middle of some sort of project. He talked to himself while he worked, which was fascinating too, though Jemima understood almost none of it. She fancied that it was a little like magic, and liked to pretend she was learning a secret language like the maidens in the songs who ran from home and had to survive by depending on kindly woodland creatures. The tales tended to end with either going home to be properly wed, being rescued by a man and properly wed, or dying of foolishness. Jemima chose to ignore this. Determined to be a credit to her house, Jemima had applied herself with a vengeance, quickly outstripping even the other Fosters. She was not as sharp-witted as her older siblings and cousins, she knew. There had been too many sleepless nights where she had lain awake, trembling with furious tears, desperately trying to think of what she should have said in order to shut them up when they made fun of her. Septinicella was in charge of most of the learning in the mornings, and the woman moved with such grandness and grace that Jemima had tried to imitate it, only to be mocked by Tamsin, who noticed everything Jemima didn't want her to and nothing that she did. The Septa seemed to know something about everything, and if anyone showed an aptitude or an interest in a subject that wasn't in her repertoire, you could be certain that in a few weeks the holy woman would drag them to a more pertinent source. Before winter fever had really sunk its teeth into the town, Orva had expressed an interest in how the bivalve farming worked. Septinicella had taken them to the river just past dawn, teeming with boats and people, and menaced a kindly-looking older man into explaining exactly what he was doing and why it worked. It had gone more smoothly when little Orva started asking questions, which Septinicella did approve of in the appropriate circumstances, and the man realized that she was from the neck. There had been a lot of rejoicing and a thickening of accent that had rendered the rest of the conversation completely unintelligible to Jemima until Orva had begun to translate. Everyone liked Orva. It was impossible not to enjoy her seriousness and sweet face, so seemingly in contrast with each other. Yet Orva cared little if the company came or went. She was just as happy playing by herself as running about with Tamsin or practicing embroidery with Jemima. Sometimes, Jemima would wonder if Orva didn't actually care at all what people thought of her, and the pure envy was enough to make her sick with longing. Still, what Jemima lacked in charm, she knew she made up for with dedication. Jemima earned knowledge in inches, and once within her grasp she'd never surrender it. Her handwriting was the result of hours upon hours with her slates. Her knowledge of houses from losing determinately had come into my castle for months, until no one could catch her out. One week, she'd practiced her curtsies until her feet blistered where they rubbed against the heel of her slipper, just to make certain it was perfect. Whatever it was they wanted to teach their Fosters, House Myers would find Jemima was prepared to do whatever was necessary to attain it. Which made Lady Myers possibly the most upsetting person to be around in West Eros. Jemima liked Lady Myers a very great deal, for all her hugs were not so good and tight as grandmother's, and so wandered the keep with a heavy cloud of guilt and ill-feeling whenever this notion crept up on her. But try as she might, Jemima could not make it leave. Especially not considering that the Lady of Hags Hill insisted on being vexing. It was very hard to look away from Lady Myers when she was in the room. Rarely did she dress so well or fine as Mother, who wore amethysts and gowns thickly brocaded in silver. Nor was she a great beauty, like everyone said Grandmother had been as a young woman. Jemima had seen a portrait kept in Grandfather's study and wondered if the woman who seemed as immovable as the sea cliffs could ever have looked so small. Grandmother had been all fine bones and ringlets, her heart-shaped face and bow mouth so similar to Jemima's own. Despite all this, there was something about the way the lady carried herself that Jemima had seldom seen. It pricked at her like needles, not knowing what it was. Only that when Lady Myers spoke, there was a control over the rise and fall in her tone that held a room as tightly and deliberately as a butterfly in a fist. Sometimes, when her grey eyes fell on you, it was as if she was looking at someone else. A you from before, or a you yet to be. Jemima desperately wanted Lady Myers' esteem, and desperately worried what might happen if she ever had it. All this would have been enough to thoroughly feed and water the hero worship that Jemima knew she was prone to, especially of anyone with access to books, if it weren't for the problem of Lady Myers herself. She kept asking questions Jemima didn't know the answer to. She did it on purpose. The lady seemed to take delight in posing questions with more than one answer, or without any obvious answer at all. It was driving Jemima slowly mad. At the high table, or in her solar, Jemima was almost never safe from them. Maester Lewis was much more preferable in his own way, despite his dampness, if only because he preferred to tell Jemima exactly what it was that she should be learning. Lady Myers kept asking Jemima what she was interested in, and still, she couldn't figure out a good answer. It was almost impossible to tell what Lady Myers wanted her to say. Well, what do you think should have been done? Why do you suppose that is? Do you believe he was right to do so? On and on it went, and there was never anything clearly right or wrong about Jemima's answers so that she might know where to steer. Only praise for speaking her mind, or chastisement for refusal to do so, especially if she used someone else's words to do it. Lady Myers, it seemed, disliked nothing so much as agreeing with someone in order to keep the peace. But peace was protection, and it made Jemima feel like she was being flayed alive when the lady would figure out that she didn't actually agree with Tamsin, or that she thought Orva was being foolish, and made Jemima say it clear. It was infuriating. Her most recent trial had come on the heels of someone else's misbehavior. Tamsin had been caught trying to put mud into Septinicella's inkwell, presumably to distract from the dead frog she'd left on the septa's seat. Jemima had pretended not to notice the trick, hoping it might make Tamsin be nicer to her. Nothing had worked yet, and Jemima was plagued with worries about it. Everyone said that fostering was a time for people to make friends and connections, but Jemima knew that such things rarely happened for her without a great deal of effort. And even then, not for very long. The other children always became interested in other people or other games long before Jemima felt she'd made a solid footing in their affections. Adults were easier, mostly, the things they wanted from you were much more predictable. Unless, she supposed glumly, the adult in question was Lady Myers. Tamsin's sharp tongue and fearless nature were things so foreign to Jemima's spirit that it felt impossible to be around the other girl without a terrible pang of envy. It was probably that envy which Tamsin rejected in Jemima. All her life, Jemima had wanted others to like and approve of her, to the point where she herself was sick to the back teeth of the instinct. To someone like Tamsin, who appeared to inhabit herself so solidly, it must have seemed thoroughly disgusting. Jemima couldn't help it. She was who she was. And that was someone who coveted everyone else's gifts for her own, since no one except grandmother seemed to find anything at all worth remarking on about Jemima herself except for her good manners. She felt ashamed for her desperate desire to be liked, but trying to suppress it only made it worse, and then the urge often came bursting out of her in the most awful ways. Usually an impassioned plea for friendship, complete with tears, the recollections of which occasionally woke her from a dead sleep with humiliation. It was all for naught, in the end. Septinicella had somehow known exactly what Tamsin had planned. Jemima and Orva had been allowed to go out to the courtyard, if they wore their masks, while Tamsin had vented her fury. Tamsin tended to break things when she was upset, but less and less these days. To Jemima's surprise, the incident had not ended there. Lady Myers had taken her aside and asked, the lady's soothing voice doing absolutely nothing to calm the sudden panic, why Jemima hadn't said anything. Apologizing profusely through a sudden wellspring of embarrassing tears, Jemima had blubbered her confession into Lady Myers' handkerchief without hesitation, her determination to hold to silence crumbling in the face of the lady's disapproval. When she had calmed herself, Lady Myers had only tilted her head, grey eyes unreadable, and said, "Do you feel ready to answer my question, Jemima?" I don't understand." Jemima admitted, loath as she was to do so, blowing her nose into the muslin. She'd found her way into Lady Myers' lap again. Jemima liked to be close, but her cousins had said it would have to stop once she left for fostering, or else she'd be the laughingstock of the Riverlands. It had been a great relief to realize that Lady Myers was free with her affections whenever Jemima asked. Like a little piece of home had been carried in the wheelhouse with her. It did not, however, make being in trouble any easier to bear. "You have apologized and promised never to do it again, yes. But I asked you why you chose not to say anything. You're a clever girl, even Maester Lewis has deigned to notice your aptitude. Surely you must have had some reason," Lady Myers said, smiling. Jemima hated that bland little smile. It offered no clues as to how she was supposed to respond. Scrabbling for the correct expression, Jemima answered as best she could. I thought Tamsin would be upset with me if I said something." Defeated, Jemima stared down at her shoes, feeling the burn of shame creep up until she was sure her neck and ears were flush with it. It was only half from having misbehaved. The other part of it was made up of how baldly she'd stated her desire to be liked. Being liked just sort of happened to other people. Jemima had never really confessed to anyone how hard she tried at it. Frowning a little, an expression almost as devastating to Jemima as the unreadable smile, Lady Myers asked, "Did Tamsin force you to be silent?" Jemima couldn't bear to open her mouth and just shook her head. Inside, she'd trembled. She was going to be sent home, she just knew it. Either for being a badly behaved child or for being a disappointing coward. "I see," came the unknowable little response. Guts writhing with worry, Jemima prayed to the seven that Lady Myers might give her some sign or direction, so that she might know how to act. Instead of just being hooked through her belly and left to wriggle like this. "Do you think you've done something wrong, or wicked, to apologize so profusely, then?" There, this one Jemima knew. Nodding seriously, she fought the tears that threatened again. "I broke the rules," she sighed. Lady Myers often reminded Tamsin of the rules, which on occasion was enough to cow her entirely, though what they were was unclear to Jemima. Perhaps Tamsin and Lady Myers had agreed to some special, secret rules to follow, clearly explained, or maybe even written down. At this moment, it was yet another source of envy. Soon, Jemima felt, her very eyes would turn green. Yet somehow, almost perversely, this seemed to only disappoint Lady Myers. The silence extended for quite some time then. The only thing that stopped Jemima flying apart into 1,000 pieces was the fact that Lady Myers had not stopped holding her or petting her hair. Eventually, Lady Myers had said, "It is not wicked, to want someone to like you. It is not wicked to keep a secret for a friend. It may have been unwise, however. Right, I can see you are tormenting yourself, so let me reassure you. You are not in trouble with me. What happened today has been dealt with and is finished. You can rest easy on that score. But what I would like for you to do tonight, is to think of one rule. The most important rule you can devise. I don't want a list of 7. Just one. I'd like you to write it out on your slate and bring it to my solar after the morning meal, so we can talk about it. Can you do that for me? It had seemed a bewilderingly easy punishment. Jemima often wrote things simply for the pleasure of writing them. Cheered to hear that there was no looming danger of being sent home in disgrace, she had eagerly agreed. Later that night, however, it became clear that Lady Myers had only delayed her torture. The task had eaten Jemima like ants crawling about her skull. She had paced the room 100 times, written and wiped out every stray thought that had entered her head, and even consulted a bewildered chambermaid. Oh, I don't rightly know, lady. I suppose it'd be to love the gods and do no evil. It had seemed like a piece of genius, and Jemima had eagerly inscribed it, only to be up and pacing again moments later. Perhaps it was too vague? Lady Myers was the most well-read woman Jemima had ever met. Surely she'd not be content with something so simple? What kind of evil and how you avoided doing it had to be important, did it not? Evil could come as sharp as a blade in the night, Jemima knew. The iron-born raids back home had been visible from the solar, if only just. Sometimes, late at night and too embarrassed to ring for someone, Jemima wondered if knowing the vague shapes of what had happened was worse than knowing for real. It seemed like her mind tried to fill in the blanks, but didn't have the means. Like missing a stair in your own thoughts. A lurch over a terrible nothing. Yet Jemima had been in the solar when Lady Myers had pronounced the bizarre sentence on the steward who had taken bribes and let winter fever into Southwold. He had done evil, and done it for greed. Perhaps he might not have known how his actions would hurt others, but he'd been trusted and betrayed that trust. Yet where raiders were executed, he was to live. There had to have been a difference, at least to Lady Myers' mind, but for the life of her, Jemima could not see it. Oh, damn this task. If only Lady Myers had just said what she wanted, Jemima could have written her reams on it, and in a pretty script besides. Eventually, exhausted and half certain that dawn was only a hair's breadth away, Jemima had scrawled her final attempt on the slate and collapsed, defeated, into her cold sheets, cursing Lady Myers and her determination never to give a straight answer. Even her instructions were imprecise. Try to do no harm. Perhaps Lady Myers would take it to heart and start giving Jemima more achievable goals. Ursula. Manfred says that the Queen will probably make me and Jane her ladies-in-waiting. I'm not sure I want to be so far from home. I thought it would be a grand adventure to stay in King's Landing, and in truth I have never seen anything like it in all my years, but it is a little hard to enjoy when it all smells so much like shit. My nose seems to have grown used to it these days, but I think I've also been losing my sense of taste, so it's all a wash. The Maiden's Day ball was nightmarish, but once Prince Viserys returned, the attempts of houses to salvage the cost of the journey were worse. What they think they can do, I'm not sure. He's married. But Lady Janna says that she is foreign and too old for him, so he can set her aside for a proper wife. Jane says it's unlikely because Lara Rogare is built like a statue to the maiden, and no one I can think of boasts even half the wealth of the Rogas I've been asking around. But I don't think I'd want to stay married to someone whose family kept me hostage. My brother said we had to attend these gatherings because it was expected of us. How he can say such things with a straight face considering what happened, I'll never know. Then again, maybe it is because girls like Jane always do what people expect that others never think to look twice. It was at one of these celebrations for Prince Viserys that something outrageous happened. If Manfred hadn't been so in King Aegon's favor, we'd have been too far away to hear it. Half in his cups, his grace offered boons and rewards to Lord Tully and his brother. Of course, none of these were to be taken seriously by any man of honor. Better to wait until the king was sober. Or at least of age, so that such boons need not pass through the Regency Council's hands. But then I realized that Benjicott Blackwood was not sat where he ought to be, gently deflecting offers from the king. Jane is far more fun than Eloise. She left the table with me. He wasn't far. He was talking to Lord Vance, proposing a marriage to Lady Emmeline Vance. His position was better than it was in Riverrun, anyway, after so many victories in battle, so it was only moderately scandalous that he tried again. After all, Ben Blackwood is now one of the lords who saved Prince Viserys and is beloved to the king for it. Not to mention that Lord Tully declared him a brother in arms before half the 7 kingdoms. There was much cheering from the lords and ladies at their table. I have no doubt Lord Vance must have been seething. Am I right in thinking that Lady Emmeline is Lord Albrecht's only heir? Surely, he'll have to say no. Likely she's to wed some wrinkly old cousin or something. Serves her right. But still, I can't help think that I'm missing something. Vance didn't directly refuse, at least not that I saw before Jane said we had to head back. Why would having to say no to a marriage be so awkward? If I am made a lady-in-waiting, I'm going to have to write to you every week just to puzzle out the people here. Delilah. Sir Cone. The plague brought with it another kind of sickness, one that Lady Myers had deftly kept at bay since the succession, discontent. It was of the bubbling, formless kind, which Cone misliked purely because it was so hard to pin down and eradicate. Men with rocks or torches were often easier to deal with because they wore their dissatisfaction on their sleeves. In fact, they often shouted it. Yet Lady Myers had won too much love from the people for opposition to be blatant and outright. Instead, it caught his ear in whispers and dour looks from behind masked faces. That was the other thing, the masks were making it damn hard for his men to do their jobs. Even if someone reported something of interest to Lady Myers or Lady Ivana, Cone struggled to keep them straight. Half the people he saw lately spoke to him like they'd conversed many times before, though Cone found himself squinting at them in confusion. He'd resolved to be easy about it, in the hopes of not looking foolish, but he lived in fear that he'd give some old widow the wrong impression. One sleet-ridden afternoon, when the world turned to sodden misery, there was a screaming row between a group of gathered men and women over something. Likely grain, as that was on everyone's mind at the moment. There were those unhappy to see an allotment of so scarce a resource being sent to the houses with their little red flags of quarantine. Grain hardly ever made it into rations anymore, but special consideration had been made for those confined household with children. But then again, in Cone's experience, the rage from small folk, when it did froth up, was not always about exactly what they claimed. They're likely half sick and half dying, had come the outcry, why should we give them what the rest of us folk need? We're the ones out here working instead of laying abed. There had never been any need to guard the stewards or maids who were often sent from the castle to deliver goods to the houses recorded in Maester Lewis's careful collection of ledgers, especially since the healers of Southwold were so busy he wasn't certain they slept. Sir Cone was not one to be complacent, but it seemed serving House Myers made one so. He had grown used to the adoration of Lady Myers the small folk possessed, so much so that he had grown used to the peace and forgotten that what protected Lady Myers did not extend to all people. They'd put a guard on the maids and stewards as they went about their work, but the arguments and disturbances did not stop there. Cone had been running drills in the town square, with some of the greenhorns freed from their labors to train, when a panicked girl had sprinted at him full tilt and nearly taken him out at the knees, babbling about a fight. If nothing else, it was clear Barrack and Rendell had been working folk well. Few men ever made such speeds, let alone a lass in full winter skirts. Sir Cone was getting on in years, but he worked hard to keep the effects at bay as best as he could. There was an old wound in his thigh that pained him all winter long, and his left wrist could really send shockwaves up his whole body if he blocked wrong. But as a hedge knight, however landed his own family, he necessarily kept himself in better condition than those lordly men who strutted about battlements in plume and made much of past glories. A hedge knight had best be ready for the next possible stab at glory as soon as he was able, else he might not be able to afford the feed for his horses. If his Nora hadn't been so clever with coin, there were a few years that had been lean enough that it might have meant he'd have returned to his family seat in shame. They were old now and settled, which was no less than his lady deserved, but the instinct never went away. Which is why it was such a blasted indignity to have made it to the scene of the disturbance so swiftly, and then be forced to feign a stoicism he did not feel as he tried to suck air in through his face covering and disguise the heaving of his breastplate. A man could only be grateful that he'd foregone full armor for training. The small folk quailed less than he'd like at his presence. Sir Cone was not one of those men inclined to rages and beatings for the smallest of slights, but a modicum of fearful respect helped a man do what was needful in the keeping of the peace. If it was the masks that gave them confidence, or the certainty that their Lady Myers had a merciful hand, he could not say. He was made for the battlefield, where decisions were made in the broad strokes of a map and in the tiny gap between the blade and the gasp. His life's work had always been thus. It was Dominic who seemed fit for this kind of service, with his lists and his careful, orderly mind. Yet it was he whom Ander Myers had named Master-at-Arms, and the small folk thought of Dominic as the man with the grain and Sir Cone as the man with the sword. A piece of foolishness. Dominic hadn't earned his knighthood by counting corn, and he hadn't held the coast alongside Scald Maga without wading through blood and bone. Still, people liked to carve the world up into pieces. He himself did the same. It made things simpler. It had taken some unpicking and some gruff threats of the stalks to cool the heads that threatened to boil over, but eventually Cone managed to unpick the snarl of the outrage in the street. Half the folk were sore over grain, it was true, but the fear cut deeper. Many of the households in Southwold served the castle in some way. Their children were maids and stewards, soldiers and scullions, nursemaids and pages. Even those who weren't, still often had business in the courtyard of Hag's Hill. The delivery of rations had been one thing when the lantern lasses did it, adorned as they were in their strange protective garb and the almost mystic reverence the locals had for them. But the idea that young Kitty or Harold might catch the fever from the deliveries was hard to swallow, especially given the risk to an entire household if just one caught the fever. The whole family depends on my toil at the glassworks, and Anya's coin from serving as a maid, sir. I've the school to mind the babes, but if I take sick who will care for them? I shan't, fevered and half dead. Anya has been delivering rations here all week. How long before the miasma clings to her, came the cry from one masked face, the features almost impossible to make out beneath a wild nest of brown hair and woolen garb. Cone clung to the name Anya like a buoy in the storm. It was hard, Cone owned, to fight an enemy you couldn't see. The fear had a way with you, like a fist in your collar, tugging you sharply towards it each time your enemy scored a victory. And Winter Fever scored victories aplenty, for all the Maester's calculations said they were doing as well as could be expected. He'd been halfway through a promise to take it up with Lady Myers, which if nothing else might buy them a day of peace, when the crowd fell silent suddenly. As though cut with a pair of oiled shears, the sound dropped from their mouths and their eyes dropped to the sodden earth beneath them. Not a soul moved, and not a soul dared raise their heads. Cecil, once a steward to Hag's Hill, had come from his house to see what the commotion was about. Or perhaps he had heard it all from his window. The man did not look well, Cone owned, as Cecil hurriedly fastened a mask about his face. His face was sallow and his eyes a little more sunken than they'd been when Cone had seen him last, months before. The stubble on Cecil's face was grey, making him seem even more tired, and his eyes flicked desperately across the crowd, searching for even one face that would acknowledge him. As it should be, given his treachery had been a firm hand in aiding the spread of the plague that gripped Southwold. Lady Myers had been certain that there had been other lapses as well, likely ones they'd not find now that Cecil had been stripped of all his coin and station. He'd be fed through the winter, but come spring and harvest, the man would struggle to find work again in Southwold. Yet something ancient and unknowable in Cone flinched at the sight. He well knew a blade, and feared it less than he did any other way to die. Nothing in Cone's life had prepared him for the sight of a man treated thusly like an absence in the world. Cecil's eyes rested on Cone's own, half elated to see someone acknowledge his presence with anything other than the strange, solemn downturn of the Southwold folk. "I'll do it," he said, like a punch into the quiet, his voice raspy with disuse. "I'll make the deliveries. I know Maester Lewis's records and can read them well. I've the skill to organize such a thing, if I can be given a cart and a nag. That way no one has to risk their families." From the corner of his eye, Sir Cone noted a spasm in the face of one woman, her eyes determinately pointing away from the source of noise. Whether sympathy or derision moved her, he could not say. He doubted sympathy, especially given that he was often in the room in the mornings when the newest numbers came from the physic house. But there was a strange weight to the shape of punishment folk had chosen for Cecil, like he had never been a person at all, only an aberration, a wrinkle in the world. It made the hair on the back of his neck stand up, he was not ashamed to admit. "Still," he said, "I've no certainty that you can be trusted with such a thing. You've betrayed Our Lady for coin before. What's to say you'll not gather these rations and hoard them for yourself?" Rather than indignant, or flinching at Cone's accusations, Cecil simply looked worrisomely overjoyed to be spoken to at all. "You might set a guard on me or search my home at your leisure. Even asking the families who grow well will confirm I am doing my duty. I never meant I can do this. I have the skills for it, and it will take less time from other tasks than having to give fresh instructions each day to those who cannot read the ledger or who have families to risk." Cecil looked around the sea of bowed and silent heads, his voice trembling with some nameless feeling as he spoke. "I cannot make it right, I know that now. But I can help, I swear it." There was no doubt in Cone's mind that Cecil sought absolution. That by taking a risk and aiding others this plague-ridden winter, he might buy himself some consideration or acknowledgement from his neighbours. Yet that did not mean his idea had no merit. Lady Myers' unnatural knowledge had been made clear to Cone, though what form or fashion it took was quite beyond him. It was not his to wonder how or why the crone had blessed his lady as she had, only to try and see the truth of it with his own eyes. Had she known this would be Cecil's path? Did her training as a septa teach her to give this space, so that others might seek absolution? "All sins may be forgiven," said the seven-pointed star. Cone recalled it from his meditations as a squire. Yet still, the book said, that in order to be forgiven, crimes must be punished. Was it justice to allow Cecil to live? Cone himself had been in favor of the scaffold. Even if this matter brought some relief to the shunning Cecil was subject to now, he'd be atoning for this for the rest of his life. It could make a man grow awful bitter. Sir Cone had nodded sharply, promising to bring the suggestion to Lady Myers. Yet in his heart, he knew what she'd say. For the first time, looking at Cecil's newly squirrely mannerisms, his pathetic eagerness to be of aid despite the risk, Cone considered the fact that mercy might not be kinder. That it might weigh as heavy about a man's neck as a noose. There'd always be men that needed killing in this world. He was as certain about that as the sunrise. Yet perhaps there were other roads. Perhaps there had been other roads for Cormac, if Cone had caught him in time. Even Lord Vance was not being subject to a plot to kill him, for all Cone was certain Lady Ivana would have gladly put her pale hands about the man's throat for the insult his existence levelled at her husband and child. Thinking about Cormac and how swiftly his greed and greenness had made him a target for Vance, about how the boy's clever mind had been turned so deftly to foul use, Cone could not help but agree with her. Yet the plot with the Moutons had borne fruit, alongside Lady Myers making an unlikely common cause with Lord Blackwood. Vance's standing among his green allies had been a source of strength. The world had not forgotten Vance's allegiance and courtly support, nor had the Greens been ignorant of his hand in moving the Redwyne fleet into the most thankless of positions, robbed of all glory and triumph while the Stepstones sat in the palm of the Riverlands. To the Reach, it looked unflatteringly like a deliberate play on Vance's part for his liege lord's sake. It might have been enough for Vance to pin it on Peake, had he lived, for there was no credit or accolade the man did not desire for himself, for good or ill. However, Peake's downfall had necessitated Vance distancing himself swiftly from that source, untangling himself from Peake's web of influence as deftly as any spider. Lady Myers had been regretful, hoping a letter of some kind she had planted would turn up, but Vance was an expert at his craft and had divested himself of anything that looked too much like culpability. Still, it had not come without a cost, and Vance was being forced to seek new allies and stay very quiet about his old ones. The world now looked at his fatherly smile with the edge of suspicion, where before it had turned towards it like flowers to the sun. Vance would not recapture his political clout for another decade, if he were unlucky, especially if the Moutons were close enough to the king that they might advise him of any particularly crafty Greens. King Aegon's queen was a leash about her Hightower family, but it was Rhaenyra's blood that set the throne, and Conn doubted any son would forget his mother. Had he made use of his visit to do something other than attempt to intimidate Lady Myers into his grasp, the results might have been different. Now, it was agreed, Vance would simply have to live with the consequences of his actions. Especially if Blackwood got his way. It shouldn't have felt hopeful. But he recognized the treacherous lightness in the middle of himself. Yes, Conn was old and tired. He misliked it, but it was true. He had grown used to peace at Lady Myers' hand, and whatever rough work needed done always seemed refreshingly straightforward. The lady did not turn her hand to cruelty unless someone was foolish enough to suggest it in her presence, in which case she could say things that might flay the skin from your face. It had made him rather complacent, the idea that he might die in his bed with his Nora or on his feet and doing something needful, instead of preening some young lordling's honor. He would look back on this day later, at his certainty that the worst would be behind them soon, with derision. But how could he have known then? He'd been Lady Myers' man since she'd picked up a crossbow and swore that her people would not be victims to the Ironborn again so long as she had hands. They were so much her people that it blinded them to the old ways. And even then, Conn doubted any of them could have known, that any of them could have dreamed, the scale of Albrecht Vance's retribution. Chapter 61, Ursula Myers. 134 AC. Ursula Myers. Dear Ursula. We finally routed the last of Rindun's forces. It was a bloody thing, and the man himself needed to be kept alive for ransom as per our orders. I have been promised accolades, but they taste bitter. While Lord Benjicott has a gifted mind for war, as one who has to enact his plans I am sometimes frustrated. It is not easy, to stay the hands of men when their blood is up, but it can be done. Far worse is the sickness that poisons them afterwards, like rot in a wound, when a face they can make responsible for all the ills visited on themselves or their compatriots sits unblemished, to return to comforts that are far beyond the reach of the dead. I had to discipline Daryl, but Macker is dead, and he cannot bear that truth while Rindun is still breathing. Ursula, I'm ashamed because I almost didn't. I almost let him do it. But a man cannot turn a blind eye and ever look squarely at himself again. So now I have lost 2 more friends to this war, though one is still breathing. They say that soon we will be relieved of duty here, and others will come to replace us to guard these ugly rocks and caves. It cannot come soon enough. The first Mouton ships have travelled from the Stepstones, not to make war but to trade. Winter stretches out before us, but the Mouton ships will be back in a moon's turn, heavy with foodstuffs for the Riverlands. House Mouton stands to make a great deal of coin, but I'd rather them than a reacher. Some of us are dead, and some of us yet live, but we have a chance now for something better, one that we didn't before. No one else might know, save whomever you spoke to behind closed doors, but I do. If grain makes its way back to Westeros from across the ocean, it will be in part because of you. I remember the first time I saw you at Fairmarket. I thought you lovely and very strangely out of place. A curious sensation, like raising your head only to discover someone is already looking. You were in that red surcoat you like so much, scribbling away in that ledger, as different to all the mud and martial men as it was possible to be. You were calmly commanding those twice your size and years to prove themselves worthy of your protection. I didn't learn until later, how much that would have wounded you. But you introduced yourself truly, though it was an attempt at a jest. You were funny and sharp, as you always are. I remember it clear as day. Lady Ursula of House Myers, in service to my people. And then, when I challenged your methods, you did not flinch. Indeed, you nearly took me apart for scraps, if I recall correctly. You opened my eyes to things I had not seen before, and then there was no going back, no way to unknow. You keep doing that. I saw the world entirely differently after that first conversation, did you know? So much so that Lady Alice Anne called me over to interrogate me about why. I cannot recall if I told you the reason she became so interested. I am sorry for the deception if so, but I cannot regret the result. Winter was here, and you extended your hand anyway. You are a woman of action, for all you value the silver in your tongue, made to change the shape of things and yet condemned to flowery Southron talk all your life. Indeed, I think you speak so well because it changes things. Your words have a power, my lady. I think of you often. William. For a time, things were well. An odd thing to say, and I flinched from the thought when it tried to root too deeply in my mind. But it was true. My final boon had won me the knowledge of myself and my love that lingered in those scant 40 weeks I'd been pregnant. I suspected that grandmother knew I had sought a loophole. Perhaps one day she would close it. But until then, I was going to get everything written down I could just in case. Isolating from the plague was good for that sort of thing. In the end, things went. That was the way of it. I kept what I could and tried not to feel out the shape of newly blossoming absences in the dark, unsure if my mind knew what was happening to it, or if it was only anxiety that rose up at night to clutch at my heart. My people were worried by the unrelenting frosts, with no sign of spring to be found, and though they had enough to eat, the lack of grain made men uneasy. After so long untroubled by the usual ravages of winter, Meyerlanders were unwilling to return to the old status quo where they starved, and another grew fat. Many grew fractious, insisting on inspecting the wagons as they arrived to ensure that no one was getting what they weren't due, or performing outrage at the meager grain allotment that prioritized the sick. Others banded together and held the line, eyes fixed on the glass gardens as proof they'd not go hungry. Eventually, there wasn't any grain left at all, and exceptions couldn't be made even if I had wanted to. Winter fever was making its hungry way through my people, and they were dying to it. My memories would fade from my grasp, they already were in some ways, faster than I could write down what I wanted to keep. Winter still held us in its teeth like some shadow cat with a mind for play. Ivana was nearly ready to pop, and William was still on a spit of rock in the stepstones trying to hold land for his liege lords. Yet still, things were well. The mess in the capital hadn't quite taken the legs out from Vance, but it had certainly put paid to his largest backer. A child fated to die had been saved, and from the sounds of it, Kermit was looking very influential indeed given his good brother's new station in life. I tried not to think of the ones who had died to make such a series of events happen so favorably for the Moutons. It had been their office, and I was glad to keep out of it. Even so, I could not shake the conviction that my hands-off approach left me culpable in some way. Septinicella had tutted prodigiously at such a statement and told me to take a turn about the courtyard before my ruminating turned my wits entirely to jelly. It helped. My hospital was peopled with healers and their apprentices. While most were practicing little more than folk medicine, augmented by the teachings of Jenny Greens and Septa Walburga, the standards of hygiene and protective clothing alone were making headway. Maester Lewis proved his links in mathematics and accounting were able to be turned to more use than an insight into Westerosi economics, quickly and regularly calculating the estimated rates of infection and recovery. The glass gardens had grown more than beans, and dried feverfew and vervain were plentiful, alongside willow bark from Hag's Mire for the pain. The fever had made its way to the periphery of the keep, but ensuring that coin and ration would be regularly delivered without fail seemed to be keeping people quarantined with no trouble. All the better, considering Ivana was heavily pregnant now, waddling up and down the twisting stairs in a significantly less elegant gait than was her wont. I tried not to think about how quickly the final 7 weeks could come and go. If we had been a different household, the insistence that our servants keep distant might have posed a greater challenge. Yet even without my time in the cloister to give the necessary skills, my sister and I had been a hedge knight's daughters, and for a long time it was assumed that we ourselves would take on the work of ladies' maids. Not to mention that I was stood, masked and bundled, outside the cluster of glass gardens that were now harvesting oats, while the frost turned the muddy ground beneath our feet to slick sheets of glass themselves. Sir Dominic was enviably steady on his feet and was hovering surreptitiously near my elbow in case I took another spill. That had been quite enough embarrassment for one morning, and my elbow still stung. Oh, it was good enough to dance, to see those dried stalks wheeled out in barrows to the threshing machine old Etta was testing. To see the leftover stems snatched and bundled by industrious young men and women. Hay in winter. Tamsin had accompanied me, if only because the furniture in the keep would not have survived another second if forced to share any more space with Tamsin and her cabin fever. Even Orva's patience had been tested, and I did not want to find out what sorts of creatures a girl from the neck could coax into Tamsin's slippers. She was fascinated by the whole process, following people about and peppering them with questions, or harassing the men into letting her hold a scythe, just for a moment. I swear I'm strong enough. A far cry from the increasingly sullen child who had lingered like a bad smell at the edges of any gathering and hissed like a thwarted cat when anyone tried to engage with her. Wherever she went, Quoth hopped along behind, pecking at any grains dropped by careless hands, or fluttering up to perch on Tamsin's head and making her shriek with delight and outrage, even as she froze in place to allow him a moment to balance properly. I watched her, happily, singing under my breath. The words were muffled by the scratchy woolen mask I wore, but I was pleased they came easily all the same. All among the barley, who would not be blithe, when the ripe and bearded barley is smiling on the scythe. I didn't think I knew any songs about oats, though my memory was not always to be trusted these days. Still, the spirit was the same. Old Etta was hunched over the threshing machine, her pace somewhat intimidating given her age, barking orders at some large man to keep working the pedal as she held the stalks against the metal teeth. There were moments where her hands nearly blurred. Beside her, her grandson Graham worked to winnow the seeds, a device which was a financial triumph in that it was made almost entirely of timber, saving on the metal we needed for other projects. A drum held the wooden paddles, rotated with a crank, allowing the heavy grains to fall into a bucket placed beneath it. An opening at the front of the contraption allowed the wind generated by the paddles to winnow the chaff. Both of these took skilled workers and a good deal of time to make, and likely families would have to band together in order to afford even one, but it was the sort of tool that did well even when shared. Tamsin snuck a pinch of the chaff to try, and as a collective everyone older than 13 name days stiffened their expressions as they waited for her to come to the inevitable conclusion on her own. Oh, that's awful. No wonder we get rid of it. Quoth, however, seemed to like it fine, for pecking at if not for eating. Glass protects grains from the birds, Etta said, grudgingly, when she finally relinquished control of the thresher to someone else. It was no sign of disrespect I was learning that Etta bore good news like a burden. That's good to hear, I replied, smiling as hard as I could behind my mask so that it could be read in my eyes. I honestly hadn't thought of that, but I suppose they'd be even more voracious in winter. She sucked her teeth in consideration. A wet, hideous sound that I tried not to show a reaction to. Partly to be polite, but also because she seemed like the kind of woman to keep pushing a button once you flinched from it. The moats'll take rolling now, if we want to be in the ration wagons faster. Porridge won't lift spirits the same as the luxury of flour for bread, but it's filling and fast. There's another parcel of gardens drying and more after that being cut and bundled. In another 2 moons, the next set of gardens will be ready to harvest. Between this and the winter apple, we'll see ourselves fed a good long while. I nodded thoughtfully. I wanted a surplus so badly it made my fingertips tingle with anticipation. We were well supplied with potatoes, which took roughly the same amount of time as the quicker growing oats, and were easier to interplant besides. Holding off, even for milling, might strain things further. For all potatoes were perfectly acceptable as a staple crop and highly calorific besides, it was still unsettling to the Meyerlanders, who for generations had relied on breads and gruels on their tables. One might know a thing intellectually, but in truth it would only be the children raised on it who would feel confident in trusting the tuber in winter over the safety net of grain. What do you think, Etta? I'm impatient to get people fed but hope can feed like nothing else. Will people be cheered enough to wait, if they see the windmills in full sail? Windmills in the riverlands generally furled their sailcloths in winter, unless they were needed to mill stored grain. It kept the cloth in good condition and lowered the risk of it being torn in winter storms. Ours hadn't moved in nearly a year. The old woman's eyes went distant, some strange form of calculus moving behind her eyes, as she weighed up her own inclination, her years of experience, and her knowledge of her neighbors. They've winter apple, for now, and the milling of the harvests will take some time if your ladyship is wanting to send the flour everywhere equally, instead of picking and choosing who gets first crack at it. That would set 'em all against each other, quick as blinking. Etta eyed me significantly, hoping I was sharp enough to pick up what she was putting down. It was decent advice. The excuse of milling flour and waiting so that everyone got their fair share would buy time for more harvests, increasing the allotted amount that went in the ration wagons, but also giving us breathing room to build up a small surplus to tide us over the months until the next harvest. I'd opened my mouth to answer, when something caught my eye. Our couriers, initially marshaled by Septinicella and now left to manage on their own, wore very little that identified themselves as such. It stood to reason a large, brightly colored cloak alongside your satchel made you a lovely target for those seeking to intercept your packages and letters. Yet, perhaps as a joke, they often wore a raven feather or 2 pinned to their caps. This courier was riding at a full tilt, spraying mud and ice behind him as he beat a path towards me. The man tumbled more than he dismounted from the saddle, his whole face flushed red and sweating with exertion. Beside him, the horse trembled, huffing great gouts of steam from its nostrils. It looked so unhappy with the situation that Etta immediately sent one of the younger lads to fill a pail for it. Lady, gasped the courier, reaching into his cloak, I've been sent by Lady Ivana with this missive. It arrived by Raven. She said that you had to see it immediately. One day, I thought absently, even as the world went somehow colder and darker around the edges, I really should scold Ivana for reading my letters. He reached out with a gloved hand, the message rolled tightly into a thickness no wider than one of those old, wooden writing implements I used to use. In my heart, I knew immediately what it would be, even if I did not yet know the contents. Dark wings, dark words. For a moment, I didn't want to take it. I longed to reject it out of hand, to cast it into the mud at my feet and deny grandmother her prophecy. But that was a childish instinct, and a foolish one besides. Grandmother's prophecy had been about how the warnings would come to me, not the events themselves. She had said, hadn't she? That the shape of it kept shifting. Denying this would only leave me blind to this last trial before the work was done. Time to find out what it was. Setting an example for Tamsin, who could be incredibly observant of people's mood and movements, for all she found their inner workings upsettingly obtuse, I took a deep, steadying breath. Old Etta's eyes sharpened. Ill tidings, lady, she snapped, worry making her tone harsh. I stilled the trembling in my left hand, which didn't curl any more unless I really strained it, but the muscles still felt the urge. Yes, Etta. I think so. Reaching out, I plucked the little roll of paper from the courier's extended fingers. Such a small thing, to carry such a heavy load. In a state of disbelief that had yet to abate, the ground tilting dangerously beneath my feet, I silently reread the message to make sure we were just as fucked as it seemed. I laid the missive on my long table, willing myself not to tremble, and explained to my counsel exactly what had occurred. Many things became clear. The way they always were in hindsight. For all Lady Vance had done her best to warn us with her letter, she was not a political animal herself. She'd have done well in the Citadel, if they'd admitted women, but then again, she might have fallen victim to her own blind spots, as Lewis had. Still, what she lacked, I had in spades, thanks to my many teachers. I could see now, the shape of events that had led us here, slowly, over the course of nearly 6 months. It was the letters. The damned letters. A step too far in vindictiveness and it had come back to bite me. Septon Bernard had been known to Vance, I recalled from his conversation with Septon Maurice. He was a second cousin to Peake, who had been appointed as a replacement for Septon Eustace, cementing Lord Onwin's hold over even the ceremonial and religious aspects of the Red Keep. He seemed a likely culprit to me, given Vance's known largesse and tendency to cultivate informants the way one might grow oleander and contemplate culinary augmentation. He'd been boasting, I realized with a start, that day in the building site of my September. Vance had been showing his hand in some way so that I might see how deeply rooted he was in Peake's household. If anything with Vance's name was hidden as a matter of course, or if some bribed steward had been tipped off to some strange mismatch in correspondence, I did not know. But Janessa and Lady Vance had carefully delayed matters between Peake and Vance at Riverrun, and I had instructed them to remark, idly, about the lovely qualities of the young queen so delicate and unsuited to rulership. Not to mention too young to give Aegon heirs for some time. Then, like a fool, I'd gone into the Great Hall at Riverrun and used the inexplicable delay in Peake's general eagerness to do anything that demonstrated his power and influence, to taunt Vance and make him doubt his own power. To perhaps encourage him to tighten his hold or ply his influence further, so that any accusations might be more difficult to escape. When and in what order events took place, I couldn't say. But according to Lady Vance she'd managed to draw out the threads of it in conversation. Albrecht had discovered a letter he'd never sent, and seen all the pieces play out before him in the Red Keep, and the obvious planning and pageantry that had taken place. The entire credit for Mouton's play seemed to have gone to me instead, given how unlike Manfred such a plan was. Ignoring, of course, House Mouton's propensity to conceal the truth when necessary, in order to do the right thing. Ignoring the hand of the Mouton women entirely, considering they were not interesting enough quarry for a man such as Vance. No, the ruination of his greatest ally, the letter, and then Benjicot's movements towards his heir, they all painted a landscape Vance could understand. I had said I would come for everything, after all. I had begun my career as liege lady to the Meyer lands, and played political games with people who did not know I was even a piece on the board. I'd forgotten, or even become complacent, about what could happen when the enemy had some confidence in my skill. In many ways, Albrecht Vance was my biggest fan. Of course I was exceptional I had to be in order to be any fun. I had been almost good enough, according to Lady Vance. None of the events in the capital were tied to me at all, and if he'd never found the letter, Albrecht Vance would have never suspected my hand in anything. This was the problem, in my hubris and thirst for retribution. This was the danger of playing against a man who had years on me to gather favors, who had the benefits of pedigree and a cock between his legs to help smooth his path. Albrecht Vance was about 30 years my senior and he'd not wasted a second of that time, honing his skills to a fine point. Vance was indeed my most patient foe to date, and he had not been idle. While my own powerful allies had stripped his winning hand of Onwin Peake's influence, so manipulable and easily bought, he had set in motion a way to ruin us. While I'd been hunkered down in Hag's Hill, fighting plague, growing oats and building bridges, he'd set his teeth into other Riverlander hopefuls many of whom had desired a royal match, or at least a high-reach marriage in order to see their lands and stores through the seemingly endless winter. Bitter to have been so thwarted after great expense in the dressing and journeying of their womenfolk, Vance must have come as a great source of support and succor. I could see it now. Vance had an aristocratic air even in his furies. At his best and most solicitous, I was certain he could make himself seem the very avatar of good breeding, which of course meant that he had to have been of good character. The lies nobles told themselves had to be sustained by their own biases, or else what was the point? Their difficulties of winter would be great, of course, he would have opined to his peers. He would have explained that he too was in tricky circumstances. Overstretched this damnable winter. Exhausted by this damnable farce. Betrayed by Peake's damnable promises. In strokes of conversation sharper than any blade, Vance would sever his ties to Peake and the more overt Greens who had overplayed their hands during his regency. In doing so, he no doubt made common cause with other lords who had been against Peake's control over the Seven Kingdoms, and also have swept up any remaining sentiment from those sympathetic to his needs. The man had probably even made use of his daughter's awkward little betrothal, bitter though he found it, salvaging what he could. It was advantageous indeed on paper, given the prominence of the lads and their newfound love at court. One imagines that it provided a number of opportunities for congratulatory little gatherings. It was there, I was certain, seething at being made to lose, that he had decided how and where to strike. Because he had seen my lands recently, hadn't he? Vance had watched the harvests come from the glass gardens. He had observed our many building works, and the loyalty I'd earned from the Meyerlanders for guarding them well this winter. Things I had which I thought unassailable without him overplaying his hand. But like he had done in order to gain access to my rooms, Vance knew how to turn even loyalty against me. He would have drawn these other lords aside, separately so as not to make his aim too obvious, and tell them what he had seen. So devout and devoted a lady, and so secure in her footing this winter, he would say to them, a far cry from our own circumstances, wouldn't you say? Driving small folk to another's holdings in winter was considered an act of war, a disturbance to the king's peace, if you could prove it had been done. And usually, a stream of small folk from one holding to another was pretty solid evidence. But a number of lords given a story to take home, to have preached by their septons to their flock, of a shining white keep in winter and a pious lady who harvested plenty from her glass gardens? And between the wealth of Vance and Septon Bernard's new courtly influence, there would be septons willing to aid their little passion play. You wouldn't even need to turn them out. Many would simply slip away on their own. Abandoning cottages and lands they could no longer afford the rents on, without incomes this winter, heading for the promise of plenty. Does Lady Vance have an estimate of numbers, or the names of lords? Barked Sir Cone, his flinty eyes immediately turning inwards as he calculated just how many swords he'd need to bring to bear against the encroaching tide of small folk. Septon Isella tutted sharply, like the snapping of a branch, and replied, the man has worked carefully to praise us rather than offer direct instruction, hardly an offence one can use as evidence of wrongdoing. The woman couldn't even see the play her husband was making until this late stage. I'm half surprised she bothered to correspond. It poses a risk. At this, Ivana's eyes narrowed, her elfin features turning harsh in the pale light from the window. How fortunate that she managed to put it together at all. Perhaps she, conveniently overheard something that laid the plan bare. Quoth gave an angry squawk, like he did when he thought another raven was challenging him. I turned towards my sister, my heart pounding suddenly. You don't mean? She held up a hand. Nothing is certain. You've held up your end of the bargain and Lady Emmeline's future as a great lady is secure. It might simply be that Vance suspects, rather than knows. Either way, and here she gave a horrid, knowing little smile, he might hope for us to find out. It'll be better if we see it coming and yet can do nothing. We have form on forging letters now, ones that he's got in his grasp. This very message might be another trap laid for us. Most of the courtly lords returned about a moon ago. The tale would already be spreading. On foot in winter is a hard journey, especially if you've a loaded wagon or family to come with you. Leaving your home is more difficult than some think as well, even with plague and starvation at the gates. It would take a little more time for many to truly contemplate the journey as anything more than an idle fantasy. But they would come. If they arrived at a barren waste of starving small folk, they'd likely turn around again and curse the sky, the Septon, or David at the tavern who had told them such lies. But instead, they would come to my lands and find my people hale and hearty, even with the presence of winter fever, which was hardly a stranger to the Riverlands. They would see the glass gardens in the distance. The very few merchants who came to my land since we'd tightened our borders would become confirmation, telling travelers along the river of the trade, or the winter work I gave my small folk, and the glorious September I was building. Kermit could not stop it, even if he would demand that the lords keep hold of their small folk and round them up. You can't stop a story. Not one tinged with hope. Some would always slip through the cracks. An armed guard along the Blue Fork Bridge site and Murfield would do well to keep them at bay, Cone began, gesturing with his hands to indicate the nature of patrols he envisioned. And I would take pains to man the towers at our borders with guards as well, so that we have word of arrival if any vagrants make their way past us or brave the Whispering Wood. The woods will be easier to brave than before, reminded Maester Lewis, his fingers steepled and sweat beating at his temples, now that there is a mire rock road through it. The hag's tone, said Janessa, with a cutting look at Lewis's insistence on his preferred nomenclature, might be used to build a low wall at our borders? It won't stop a man in a satchel, but it will funnel carts and those who bring draft animals with them through certain, predictable paths. Lots of city outskirts do that to stop merchants selling their wares where they ought not. A ditch will do that cheaper and waste less firewood besides, however hard going the digging, Sir Dominic pointed out, scratching at the sandy stubble on his cheeks. I'd take the time to build decoy ration wagons. We don't want to have need for them once we've already lost a supply to looters. Kana shook her head, coal-lined lashes closing as she puzzled out the problem in her mind, though her hands never stopped moving to emphasize her speech. Ration wagons go well escorted, so they might be a target once there are enough desperate men to pull knights from horses, but villages that have been recently visited will be full of supplies and freshly unguarded. Far more likely that they take to night raiding. They'll have come with tools and the like if they're looking for work, and many with living menfolk will have been armed in the dance. What about our own small folk? Gwyndolin asked, her expression worried. We don't want them to take to warning off the interlopers themselves. That way lies a good deal of unrest and discontent. It will be little trouble to alter the tone of services, Septon Maurice interjected smoothly, his elegant hands fluttering like moths. Already the people place great trust in their liege lady. It might serve to preach that she needs them to hold fast and mind their business closely, lest the encroaching threat tempt them to greater sin, or some such. Ivana nodded her agreement, stroking her gravid belly. Indeed. It's one thing to have an enemy to shake their fist at, that often unites a people, but once it goes to unsanctioned violence it is very hard to pull back and tends to follow their tempers home. I get see what my informants know the movement will be unusual enough to be noticeable and perhaps give us some forewarning. The words fell, as steady and insistent as rain. Every so often, one would land with the force of a hammer. Vagrant. Interloper. Enemy. Threat. Looters. I stared at a groove in the table, nodding where my body still felt the instinct, but 1,000 miles away. There were dents here, faintly. Dickon had gone through a phase of biting it when he was bored, often enough that the pockmarks looked nothing like what I knew them to be. When Ivana and I died, no one would know what they were. But he'd made them, and we knew. So, for now it mattered. After winter, there was no guarantee I would still be myself as I had been. I'd retain the memories of my love and my son, that much I knew for certain, but if I would recall media I'd engaged with, or the way to use a phone, that was a gamble. And halting a supernatural loss would do nothing against the way the world wore away memories like wind wore away rockface. Already, my first mother's face was indistinct except for a portrait I dreaded that I had half imagined. Already, I could only draw Ander and Dickon Myers half a decade younger than they'd looked when they died. When they'd been killed. God, they'd been killed. Bleeding out in the soil or among their linens, butchered as they'd made the only choice they could bear, riding to defend the small folk who looked to them, and the stores they'd hoarded to see everyone through the dark season. The work would be done, after this, I'd have seen it through for good or ill. But why it had been me, I could not say. People died every day. People died giving birth every day. What made me so different, except that I'd called out in the dark, afraid to die, and been heard. I'd called out, afraid. And been heard. I had chosen my final boon to retain myself, as I was, as much as I could. If this was going to be my last act in the work, when the future held no guarantees, I was going to do it my way. One last cry into the dark. I'm going to fail, I murmured to myself, finger scratching idly against the wood grain. Conversation petered out around me, half-uttered words swallowed back in surprise. Pardon, my lady, said Septinicella, her emerald eyes glittering with something unreadable. I raised my head, blood pounding in my ears, and repeated myself, as calm as the waters on a windless morning. I am going to fail, Septa. I'm making peace with it now. Half the Riverland small folk are on starvation rations already. Between plague and Ali's River's bandits they have suffered mightily, and there is no end in sight to winter. The granaries are running dry, if not emptied already, though the lords are only just beginning to feel the pinch in their own stores. I spread my palms wide before me, impossibly small against the scale of the problem before us, and still I longed to pick it up. To answer Vance's challenge with a victory that was incontestable. Yet it was not to be. Only Maester Lewis knew the numbers better than I, for it was he who wrote them down for me to pore over late at night. There isn't enough, even with the oat harvest. If we were only to welcome a few handfuls, it would certainly be doable, even welcome given our losses to plague and battle. But they will only be the trickle before the flood Vance has prepared for us. The coming of these refugees will be months long at least. It will draw soldiers from our shores and builders from our works. People are going to look to us for help and still they'll die, for I have a duty to the Mire lands that comes first. It's what I have to work with. I had cried out in the dark. I hadn't wanted to die. Anything, I had thought, anything if only I get to live. Just because you didn't know the cost, didn't mean you weren't responsible. I could not unmake what I had done and I owed it to the Mire lands to see it through. I am going to fail. They cannot all be saved. But I am going to try and save as many of these people as I can. I paused, waiting for the inevitable interruption. But it did not come. The whole world balanced on the edge of truth, sharper than any blade. I thought of Bill, riding towards me in the rain, futile though it must have seemed. I thought of him sending grain home instead of securing a holdfast, uncertain if it would be enough to see them through to spring. I knew in the very middle of me, that any accolades won in battle at the stepstones would result in a request for more grain. On the hope that it would take the people of his home just a little further through winter. Still, he had to have known, given the state of the North, that they were dying. That didn't make his efforts a waste. That didn't make them unworthy. I do what I do because I must. I say what I say because it is right, and true. Hadn't Mormont said, years ago? If you have no stomach for it, I release you now. Our castellans have kept meticulous records and can surely allot you the coin and stores you are owed until our predicted end to winter. But this is the woman I am, who I will always be. I am always going to try. Even, perhaps especially, when it costs. Not even, and here I met Quoth's steady gaze and did not falter, not even the gods themselves have ever been able to persuade me otherwise. The men and women of my council sat silent around the table. The same one we had gathered at when I had first arrived at Hag's Hill, though we were all much changed. I looked at each of them, their faces bewildered, wounded, or as closed and unreadable as the future after today. Only two were steady, the ones who hadn't spoken at all, yet. Cedra and Theo looked at me, unflinching. And if you would stay, I said, my confidence building, then tell me what we have to work with. And Theo began to speak, my good brother's voice as steady as a drumbeat, and his dark eyes so impossibly warm and different from his sire's that I felt a traitor to have ever considered them similar in feature. If there's nowhere for them to stay, they'll likely try and make their way into our towns without our knowledge, and then removing them will become ugly. Folk won't stand for it, and it will come to fighting. If we halt work on the September, and delay the work on the farming machines, we will have enough hands to fashion shelters at least. Here, he shrugged, as though simply discussing an alteration to the scaffolding and not another large project that would draw people to the edges of my borders. The timber from the north still comes aplenty, only we'll have to turn it to walls and fuel. I'd say masonry would be the priority for those we can take in, so that they don't eat through our reserves of firewood trying to warm themselves. Cedra leant forward, her voice earnest, and added, if their lord isn't too miserly, they might come with useful goods. We can feed extra herds, if they agree to let us buy them, and if they give milk or meat, it could stretch everything just a little further. And we could insist on a quarantine, if there was somewhere for them to stay. Slums and tent towns will only spread what winter fever they've brought with them. If they feel they're being taken care of immediately, then perhaps it buys us time before any discontent. There is some room, said Maester Lewis, abruptly, looking shocked to hear himself speak. Heads turned towards him. I wager we can't take as many extra mouths as we did at Fairmarket without making huge changes to our rations, but if we calculate the losses from Harrenhal and the Ironborn alongside what we can spare, I'd need, and here his eyes darted around the table nervously, as though embarrassed to have opened his mouth, I'd need to check the numbers, of course, and it would mean that we will be taking on the risk that comes from living harvest to harvest. Sudden, humiliating tears stung my eyes. I flared my nostrils slightly, pursing my lips together to keep the startling sob building in my chest at bay. Quoth stood at my elbow, unnaturally still, his piercing eyes resting on each speaker as they opened their mouths. We'll need blankets, or similar, Kana said abruptly, her hand moving vaguely over the table as though figuring with an abacus in her mind's eye. Those shelters will be thin if Theo has to build them at any speed, and cold will just make them more susceptible to disease and a greater risk to our people. I think the treasury could easily accommodate the purchase of yarn from the small folk, though we'd not be able to pay them for their labor in weaving and still have a healthy surplus for the spring and the plans for the bank. Perhaps we could provide the wool to folk upon arrival or admittance and leave them to it. Surely some of the women will have traveled with backstrap looms. I'd suggest holding off, actually, Janessa replied, biting her lip in thought, as with Lord Mouton's efforts the Iron Bank is available to us once more. We hadn't anything worth crediting before, but now we have an established, slave-free glass industry in an unprecedented winter and the closest thing to a city charter that the Tullus have granted in generations. The stepstones have only just been secured, I doubt that we can get a shipment from Essos well bartered and here before the flood of folk seeking refuge. The pair dissolved into a discussion, trying to weigh the best plan for our short-term and long-term success, with Maester Lewis interjecting at points. We'll need to decide who we're saving, if you want a list of jobs or similar to recruit from, Ivana said, firmly, her grey eyes boring into mine as I tried to blink myself back into a semblance of control. It will be hard going, but better to make the choice now and enforce it than waver and wobble when these travelers are at the gates. The rules will need to be the same for everyone. Perhaps some of our allies might lend aid? One could argue that Lord Tully owes the entirety of his current stability to you. If the time has come to call on his friendship and protection, it is surely now, my lady. I am uncertain that they'll be in a position to send grain this winter, but you never know if you don't ask. They might have a need for hands, or even offer to transport some to Tumbleton. We know for a fact that Lady Sherry's needs builders, Gwyndolin suggested, to Ivana's visible approval, already clearly composing a letter in her head. You know, young Gwyndolin, Septon Maurice said, it reminds me of a sermon delivered one year in the starry September during my youth, about the long night before the dawn. There had been scarce harvest after a wet spring and the small folk were terribly afraid. Sir Cone did not look at me, or at anyone at the table. Instead, his gaze was fixed to Quoths, who held it an unnaturally long time. Though his voice was soft compared to the slightly raucous debates that were now taking place, I could catch snippets. In the name of the warrior, I charge you to be brave. He looked me in the eye then, something in his expression so clear to me even though I could not say why. Cone never said, but he always looked at me the same way when he was seeing my father's face instead of my own. When he next spoke, Cone's voice was as clear as a bell. In the name of the crone, I charge you to lead with wisdom. In the name of the stranger, I charge you to meet the wanderer unafraid. His piece thus said, he turned to Sir Dominic and immediately began discussing how best to keep the peace. It might go easier if the patrols were to funnel folk to shelter in a legitimate way into our borders, but they needed consensus on how to deal with the inevitable groups who would try and break rank. Especially once folk began to be turned away. Overwhelmed with love, I closed my eyes, breathing deeply and letting the sounds of my people wash over me. To my left, I felt Septon Isella press her knee against mine, the pillar of strength that she was, and her hand reached out to wrap around my own. It hadn't even occurred to me that Nisella would do anything other than back me, however much she might have thought my soft heart folly. What a gift, to take someone's love for granted like that. I opened my eyes and looked into her own. There were more lines around her face these days, and the papery skin on the back of her hand grew more spotted every month. But I'd know her deafened and blinded. Her eyes were fond and kind. Always kind, when she looked at me, even when she was angry. You always were a soft touch, I teased, my voice watery. Nisella did not even give me the dignity of flippancy. Instead, she gripped my hand tight and said, "It will be hard, my girl. But you are strong enough to bear it. I have faith." It was then that I lost the battle against my own tears, feeling cracked in two and unspooled, but everyone was kind enough not to mention it. "Dear William. Something has happened, it is long and complicated, and I will probably explain it better in my next attempt at a letter, but I have to write this one now. It feels terribly important. We are all fine, and likely to remain so for some time, I should say, before you attempt to ride some other poor horse half to death. It is only that so much will change soon, and whatever rhythms I relied upon to guess at the outcomes of my actions will fall away with that change. So, I wanted desperately to write to you now, as wholly myself as I shall ever be. I think you love me, William. Forgive me, I tried the sentence 100 times and anything more circumspect just sounded flippant. You are brave with the truth, all the time. I am trying to learn from you. It makes me brave when I think about how you might love me. I bear such great affection for you. I have all your letters saved in a drawer and my sister likes to mock me for it. Whatever strange spirit that moves me, that gives a soul something worth the name, I think yours and mine are alike. I am so afraid to risk losing the way you see me. You do not always understand me, I think, but you see me clear. I do not know yet if I love you in return, but I could. I could, William, I swear it. I cannot explain to you what a gift you have given me that such a possibility even exists. I could love you a great deal, William. I think I would like the chance to try, if it is not too cruel to ask you to wait longer, to take the shield of our friendship and lower it. Especially when I cannot name the date or the hour it might happen at all. I hope you find the attempt brave. I hope you find it worthy, even with no guarantee of success. I have no idea what will happen next. Live. Come back to see me. Let's find out. Ursula. Notes. Time to try. How would you do it? Who would you admit, and who would you turn away? Rushing to get this one out before DA4 tomorrow. Chapter 62, Cedra, Septon Isella. 134 AC. Lady Ursula Myers. An advance on the proposed glass gardens for Barrowden. Construction for these is not expected until spring, as per our agreement, but my sister found the coin and says you have need of it now. Lord Cregan Stark. Winter is coming. Court roll of fines paid to House Myers on this day, as recorded by Castellan Ulrich of Southwold. Apologies made by Gerard Dolan, Shire Reeve with authority granted to him by Lady Myers of House Myers, who is attending to other matters at this time. For failure to maintain proper fencing and allowing herds to run amok and damage his neighbour's land, Peyton of Southwold agrees to pay 12 silver and 50 coppers. For unscrupulous dealings in adulterating her food product with sawdust and harming the health of her peers, merchant Scylla Cooper of Southwold agrees to pay 180 silver to avoid time in cells and stocks. For hoarding rations and deceiving the stewards as to the size of their household, fines levied in addition to time in the stocks and the dungeons. Warren Tanner of Southwold is in debt for 3 gold dragons, to be paid in installments until such time as the debt is cleared. For inappropriate public behavior with shackles, Laven of Southwold is instructed to pay a fine of 10 coppers, on the suspicion that time in the stocks will simply serve as encouragement. Lady Ursula Myers. When my dear cousin Lionel told me you were a worthwhile connection, I was certainly surprised, considering I hadn't even heard of your house. Yet I am forced to concede that the man was right. How dreadful! Beyond our mutually beneficial endeavors growing herd stock, your advice to find a way to be present at the Maiden's Day cattle show was worthwhile indeed. The memory of Peake's cursed head rolling from the executioner's blade is one that will keep me warm on dark nights. If you say there are small folk ready to leave the safety of their lord's protection, their loss shall very much be my taxes. We do indeed have need for labourers and farmers. 2 sacks and the attendant indignities has left us with too few men. We are a rich house, our wealth is in our soil, and I have every available pair of hands sowing and harvesting. Should you find our prices more palatable than Esso's, be assured that I will have my steward make the appropriate arrangements. Yet this success, necessarily, has meant that our reconstruction efforts have been slow despite our coin. Rebuilding Tumbleton after the dance would be hard enough, but building work in winter takes twice as long even with twice as many hands. Where I cannot be of much assistance is transporting these small folk. We do not connect to any rivers in the right direction, and unless I am much mistaken you have no ships worth the name, which means the journey to us will be long and arduous. After these small folk have made their way to you, difficult enough in winter depending on where they are from, I think you will find them reluctant to make another, longer journey. I have food and coin aplenty to tempt them, but there my means end. Either way, cousin Lionel says you are an enterprising sort. I am certain you will find a way to manage. I have instructed my maester to send the figures we need so that your own maester may squint at them. Lady Sherry's Footley of House Footley. Tread lightly here. Cedra. It was not, of course, so simple. Not away from the magic and spark of Lady Myers when she steeled herself and set her course. Lady Myers had been very particular that Cedra be sat in the solar the next few days, as meeting after meeting took place. Cedra had asked if there were some specific task, but Lady Myers had shaken her head. I just want you with me and listening, that way that you do. No one else can provide what you can. Laughing, a little disbelieving, Cedra recounted the conversation to Beric later, the pair of them huddled together at the edge of the kennel pens. He kept bringing her winter roses, since Lady Myers had allowed him to take and grow a cutting, on the oath he'd never sell them. She buried her nose in blooms. They smelled sweet, but all things lacked true perfume now that she'd been something other than human. What she means, I cannot say. Our Lady speaks more in riddles with every passing sennight. Beric's eyes were warm, like his hands when they'd brushed hers as he passed her the roses. I think it means she finds your help valuable, Cedra, he answered, grinning. It was a little thrilling, to be courted, even if something small and rabbity in her still searched his eyes for lies and pestered Lady Ivana for reports. It felt dishonest, in a way, like she'd tricked herself into fondness. A part of her adored Beric for the way he fed stray cats. Or how he called the older women who ran the boarding house madam in a silly voice to make them laugh. Facts he had not shared with her, but she knew because of Lady Ivana's people. It was probably for that reason that she'd obtained permission to tell him about what she could do. Rolling her eyes, Cedra leant back against the post, hoping to invite him to crowd a little closer. He did not disappoint. Quietly, she whispered, I can close my eyes and become a castle cat, or borrow the swift legs of our hunting dogs. As a bird I have soared the length and breadth of Westeros delivering messages. But being just Cedra feels less than useless now. There is no one to hunt or overhear. I cannot make the ground warm any faster, and my hands are better at mending shirts than they are growing things. I love your hands, said Beric, taking them into his own, uncaring of the rose thorns that must have pricked him, and I love just Cedra for her stout-hearted nature and her wisdom. You never have seen yourself clearly. If Our Lady is as wise as you say, I'm sure it'll be plain to her that you've good sense. He proceeded to distract her enough that she'd been forced to rush up the castle steps 3 at a time to avoid being late. So it was that Cedra found herself sat in the solar, listening to things that confused her half the time, doing needlework and wondering what on earth she was doing here. She'd done worse things for kisses, Cedra supposed, and resolved not to tell Beric that he'd found an effective method of persuasion. Leaning on the solar table, Sir Cone was shaking his head and staring down at the map of the Mire lands with a pinched expression. The glass gardens will need constant monitoring, Sir Cone said, gruffly, his beard somehow more silver this morning than it had been yesterday. Agreed, Lady Myers answered grimly, her grey eyes darker than storm clouds, though the numbers will need to be padded out with militia. The patrols along our borders are important for making certain no one slips through. If I were Vance, the first thing I would do once there was a gathering of hungry and destitute outside my gates would be to encourage bandits towards me. They kill our workers or smash our glass houses, and we all starve to death before we can secure enough grain from Essos to see out the year. Cedra's head tilted like the bird she sometimes was, considering if she might be of any use there. It did not seem likely, she could not be all places at once. Not to mention that too much time inside another skin could be a problem. Still, she might mention it to Cousin Derek, as several of the hunting hounds might make good guard dogs. Men feared fangs, and Wildstead hounds were disconcertingly quiet until their booming bark sounded the alarm. It might be enough to see off half-hearted efforts. It still bewildered and infuriated her that anyone would think to destroy glass gardens in winter at all. That other small folk might be convinced to do it. It was too much to hope that a lord might understand the plight of the hungry. They often didn't until right before the end, but Cedra had been around enough lords and ladies who knew that their duty was to see folk fed through winter to know that Vance was a very particular kind of cruel. People weren't really people. Not things of flesh and blood and souls. They were game pieces or cards, and they were moved and shuffled about as such. 1,000 sent here to die so that he had 1,000 more here to live and do his work. Her lady would be forced to make similar choices this winter, but for much different reasons. For lords like Vance, the deaths were almost the point. A way to prove their power. If the other side lost men too, so much the better. It was a way of keeping score. He had a treasury as old as the conquest and small folk bred eventually. It was not unique to him, Cedra knew, but it seemed to help the council to believe it. As a girl, she had been taught at her mother's knee how to avoid the gaze of men and women like Vance. She taught the same skills now to wee Alan, lest he get himself caught up in something he was not prepared for. He would be a man grown one day, and seldom do restless young men seek to do anything other than strike out into the world. No one would be able to protect him then, unless they taught him well. Cedra dug her needle into the taut cloth. The thread was of good quality, but she'd made a bit of a tangle in her distraction and would need to proceed carefully not to waste any getting caught in stray loops. Around her, the conversation continued. Eventually, certain points that she understood began to be repeated enough to catch her ear. The trouble was no one was quite sure who would be coming to Hagsmire. Ulrich and Maester Lewis were a frenzy of numbers. Each one was seemingly trying to outcompete the other with morsels for Lady Myers to contemplate and digest. There were fewer carpenters than they needed for their farming machines, but the wood supply from the north needed to be weighed against it. Farmers would be good come spring. Literate folk and merchants would obviously have priority, given plans for banks and trading companies. Laborers and master builders for a canal between the Blue Fork and one of the rivers flowing down from Wildstead would be desirable for transporting wood and goods more efficiently, but it wasn't the kind of work people would already be skilled in, beyond the digging, and it could take up to another 5 to 10 years for such a thing to be completed. It might not be a good use of their resources. Plans were drawn up to build more glass gardens, which meant taking more local folk into the glassworks, and Lady Myers desired that these people be thoroughly checked and watched for their loyalty, to ensure the secret methods could not be spread elsewhere. This also meant that hands would be lacking from other needful work. A soap maker wasn't an exciting job, but in the middle of a plague it was certainly a vital one. The bakers had winter work manning ovens and cookhouses for Lady Myers, to ensure the rations were not wasted, and if anyone knew how to make a winter apple stretch to feeding many, it was them. One rumor going around even said that a Cragtreath bakehouse had learned to make a kind of winter apple flour. It couldn't be used for bread, but it could be added to soups and griddled cakes. Glassworks were all well and good, but it took many sorts of people to make a holding run smoothly. Privately, Cedra didn't know how useful anyone coming was going to be. Well-fed merchants or scribes were often in demand, and those with money did not fear the long winter so much as the destitute and the afraid. Especially not now that shipments of grain were set to be arriving from Essos. Perhaps they would come once they heard some truth to the rumors that Lady Myers was talking folk in, but by then their meager rations might have already been allotted to others. Gwyndolin looked up from her letters. It seemed she'd made friends with half the Riverlands at the summit, chiming in, Sir Dominic tells me that his work alongside Master Theo continues apace. He has a suggestion for housing folk once they're admitted. Lower Murfield saw the most burning in the dance, so there's no telling how good the farmland is now, but all the small folk who lived there are long dead. A small village there, for any suited to such work, won't be hard to construct. Likely the work will motivate the ones who move there. It'll be 3 families to a house to start with, though. It's safer to keep them on the borders, my lady, Sir Cone warned. Theo was building the quarantine village at the borders. A stopgap, Lady Myers called it, for those seeking entry, so that they might buy time to sift through useful people for their holdings. Oh, I agree, Sir, answered Lady Myers, her voice a little wry, but wherever we settle these people will become permanent whether we wish it or not. Better to have them build something thought out rather than have to spend time and labor deconstructing in spring when we should be planting. By the time the evening meal was approaching, and the dozens of visitors and meetings were coming to a close, Cedra had completely finished a set of new clothes for both wee Alan and Lady Yelena, and Lady Myers was nursing a headache. Across from her was Lady Ivana, tidying the notes from the day. There will be a need for a show of force. Even here. We should have people up on the scaffold swiftly and publicly if they're caught trying to sabotage, Lady Ivana said, flatly, the way she always delivered news that Lady Myers might not want to hear. As bland and inevitable as morning porridge. The eldest lady of Hags Hill used to be much sweeter about it, Cedra thought, in the early days. She considered that it might have been nicer back then, to hear harsh truths made mellow. But Lady Myers seemed to prefer the change, so Cedra said nothing. Lady Myers looked resigned to this truth already, but she never could help but fight for people, at least a little. They're hungry, desperate, and afraid. Of course, he'll try and sneak in agents. It doesn't take much to give a good man bad orders in winter. History is full of good men following bad orders. You know what they are in the end? Bad men. The world doesn't care what's in your heart when you try to kill it. And it would be murder, to destroy our gardens. And what were you, that day? Lady Myers said, her tone foreboding. What she was referring to, Cedra couldn't say. The sisters didn't speak in codes like Lady Ivana had made her learn, or in riddles like Maester Lewis set her, but family everywhere spoke a language of shared experiences that made deciphering them hard. A house language, Cedra liked to call it, when she was feeling whimsical. It certainly made eavesdropping harder. Cedra's eyes wanted to glance up to read the expressions, but the slightest movement might startle the sisters back to the same side again, like the murmuration of spring birds, and then the thread would be lost. Lady Ivana set down her letters and reached a hand across the table to Lady Myers, who gripped it tight. Wicked, in my own way, yes. It doesn't bother me the way it bothers you. I only regret causing you pain. Other people often closed their eyes or looked away when saying something painful. If there was any sign that the Myers sisters were cut from the same cloth, it was in the way they forced their eyes open, gazes steady on your face. You know I'm right, Ursula. Answer their cruelty with some of your own, or else Vance will keep finding people to take these bad orders of his. Lady Myers gave a weary sigh, like wind off the coast of Iron Man's Bay, but sadder. Her eyes ancient and her shoulders stooped, she said, you're right, of course. The people will need to see that I am keeping the wolf from the door, and our newcomers need to see that they only get to stay if they do so in good faith. With a nod, Lady Ivana rose unsteadily to her feet, one hand in the small of her back to support herself now that she was so big. Though the lady's voice and face gave nothing away, Cedra was a careful student of Septa Nacella's teachings too and watched Lady Ivana's eyes and hands instead. They were sorrowful. She forced a stillness in her to keep from putting her arms around her younger sister. Just as she got to the door, Lady Ivana stopped, still turned away. I'm sorry. I don't think I ever said it plain. I didn't know what it would do to you, to be up on the scaffold. That was always going to happen, one way or another, Ivana. It's all right. I'll probably be an old hand at it by the time winter is over, said Lady Myers, whose forgiveness could cut deeper than swords. The room was silent for a long moment, after Lady Ivana left, the fire crackling merrily in the hearth. Well, what did you think of all that? Asked Lady Myers, not looking at her. The question was a little rueful, a little embarrassed, and as it had taken something from her lady to ask it, Cedra tried to give it the due consideration of a good answer. She sifted through all she had heard, wondering if there was some nugget of wisdom that might help. But all that came to mind was that all day, Cedra had watched her lady try and walk a tightrope in the dark. It still confused her, the way others could not see that Lady Myers knew well what it was to kill. She had been there, crossbow in hand, saving Cedra's life in the wagons from a bandit the handmaiden had not spotted until it was nearly too late. It had been Cedra inside a wheeled steadhound that had borne a man viciously to the ground and tore out his throat, the same day Lady Myers herself had fought off that witch and beaten her to death with a rock. She had seen it herself, with the hound's eyes, the world stripped of color and rich with the scent of blood. Cedra had been forced to flee the hound's mind when the dragon appeared, leaving the loyal creatures to fend for themselves. It still gave her nightmares some nights, that animal terror that knows it is about to die. It had been Cedra who had sat years ago, silent as a dormouse, outside the camp tent in Fair Market, as her lady had sobbed grief into the bed linens, mourning men she had condemned to winter. So Cedra knew well the war inside of Lady Myers. The urge to put her arms around what she loved, and the urge to sink her teeth into an enemy and shake it until it stilled. You had to keep the beast at bay, or it would win and there would be nothing left of you at all. Cedra had to choose which body to be in, which helped and hindered in equal measure. The hound does not bleat over killing the man who threatens his master. He simply licks his chops and waits for praise at what he has done so well. The girl Cedra, on the other hand, had come home from Harrenhal and collapsed into Nacella's arms. For what seemed like hours she cried confession into the Septa's skirts, feeling as far from the good girl her mother had raised as it was possible to be. Her soul was tarnished, but she had done the right thing. The gods, be they the old or the new, would not have given her this gift and expected her not to use it. So Cedra did not think it a weakness, for Lady Myers to try and keep hold of who she was, tightly, when it was that very thing which had saved them all this winter. When it was that very essence Vance sought to harm with his cruel retaliation. Faith and fact. Trust and distrust. Her lady had to hold them all in her head at the same time and walk through the dark. So many had brought her distrust in fact this day. Necessary, important things. But Lady Myers could not afford to be only one thing, as Cedra could never again be just a girl now that she'd been a bird. I'll not let you falter, my lady, Cedra thought, determination straightening her spine. I think, said Cedra, unsteady and still becoming used to saying her thoughts out loud, that while everyone is so confused about who is coming to us and what we need, that they are not advising you about the Meyerlanders already here. Right now, they'll be hearing strange rumors from the Castellans, or second-hand gossip from maids at work. They'll be worried and prone to panic or anger. You say that these people seeking refuge cannot be called enemies. But Lady Ivana and Septinicella have both often taught me that an enemy is useful. People unite against enemies. If you don't convince them that we are holding together against an enemy, they'll just try to get around you somehow. Bow to the Lord and try to ignore his more stupid orders. It's the only way you've all been able to survive, mused Lady Myers, taking a sip from her tisane. Exactly, exclaimed Cedra, pleased to have still been useful after that long parade of clever, capable people. Ordinary people don't get through the dead season not helping each other, that's something us small folk know well. But we also have more to fear from winter than yourself, my lady. I eat what you eat, the lady said, her tone a little stiff. You don't have to, Cedra answered, simply, you choose to. It's powerful for us to see, yes, but you get the choice. They don't get a choice, murmured Lady Myers, her fingers tracing over a groove in the table, talking to herself more than Cedra now. They need an enemy and a choice. They need something to believe in. They need a story. A story, my lady. Stories are important, Cedra. In telling them, we tell something about ourselves. She turned then, smiling, her eyes a little lighter. Cedra, how would a lord ordinarily get a message to his people? Not a law, exactly. More like an address, or a speech. A neat strip of vellum copied and preserved 3 times at great expense, upon which there is a date and a red seal in the shape of a salmon. Let it be known to all by these present that Lady Ursula Myers, head of House Myers, received a gift from the treasury, overseen by the Castellan of House Mouton, for her. Carelessly, it seems the ink has blotted this next sentence badly. The scribe must have been terribly distracted to have done so poorly on vellum, as one would have had to leave the quill nib pressed in place for quite some time in order to achieve such an effect. In witness of which thing in the present my seal is appended. Lord Manfred Mouton. Wisdom and strength. Lady Ursula Myers. What Bear Island lacks in coin it makes up for in loyalty. And even then, purchase of our winter apples for the northern glass gardens has begun to make it a closer comparison than before. You may have kept your mouth shut on that score, but I know where the advice came from. I've no room to take in folk without my own going hungry, but we have ships and fewer iron-born fuckers to worry about. If you supply them, I'll crew them and point the things where you need, Lady Myers. Lord Chowan Mormont. Here we stand. Recorded actions of Gerard Dolan, Shire Reeve with authority granted to him by Lady Ursula Myers of House Myers, scribed by Hannah of Southwold. Know that on this day, Gerard Dolan has heard testimony regarding the violence on Crone's Crossing, concerning in particular Donal, Hayter, Wolfred, and Harold of Southwold. It has been declared and supported by witnesses that the brawl on Crone's Crossing was sparked by rumours of an influx of small folk from Fairmarket. The numbers suggested varied between the perpetrators, suggesting a poor lie or different stories, though all agree upon the name and description of the merchant who they met in the tavern that declared it so. Already in their cups, they decided to accost the guards of the ration wagon on its journey, demanding an accounting of how food was to be shared. Witnesses confirm that while attempting to stop the passage of the wagon, a rock was thrown at a knight's head by Donal, and Hayter attempted to instigate a riot among listeners, damaging merchant stalls and carts. Though there is record of this merchant clearing quarantine, Shire Reeve Gerard Dolan wishes to have it noted that no one was able to identify anywheres the man sold, either by his name or by his description, and his guild appears to have been falsely reported. A day in the stocks and 3 in a cell for all. Fines to be decided upon release depending on reports of damage. And further, it is decided that Donal will lose his little finger for the transgression of striking a knight of House Myers without cause. A second offence will mean the scaffold. Septinicella. When Ursula had arrived at the September, Septinicella had known she was a liar. Unnervingly composed and decisive for a child, others had regarded her as exactly the type of girl a cloister desired, for all she was a touch too forthright and without the demure decorum expected of her station. It was excused as her being motherless, with only a knightly father to teach her how to behave. It had bewildered Nicella, as stupidity often did, how anyone failed to see the truth of the child. A creature half feral with a rage and grief that whirled inside that thin frame like a storm. The child had certainly woken howling from nightmares some nights, plagued by visions and fears, always scribbling letters to her father. When asked about it, Ursula would concoct the most ridiculous reasons and tall tales, her features completely unflinching. A good tactic for a child, to make the lie so obvious and then invite punishment for impertinence so as to avoid the questioning entirely. It was poor substitute for true cunning, however. Ursula had none of the smug delight clever children possessed when they outstripped their teachers, and an idle interest rather than a thirst for knowledge. It looked disconcertingly like self-consciousness. Perhaps Ursula had always been aware of her difference from others. She lashed out too, so jagged sharp were her attacks that an opponent would be left as wounded as though she'd used a blade. Though she could be as blunt as a blow to the head. Not that she was ineloquent, far from it, merely that she was incautious. In the first 6 weeks, she had mortally offended Septipernica and made an enemy of Septon Wyditch. The child had accurately, it must be said, declared that Septipernica had never properly read the section on the maiden that she claimed to teach, and that Septon Wyditch might just combust if he had an original thought in his life. They'd beaten her, obviously, but the child had looked on the punishment with an unsettling contempt even as tears of pain streaked down her cheeks. As though she hadn't expected any better of them. For small-minded people like that, such condemnation was worse than the sin of an outright challenge. At that point, Nicella knew she'd have to intervene or else lose such an interesting charge well before she was prepared to let her go. Fortunately, the pair of them were not long for their little corner of the faith. Pernica was older than the hills and eager to retire to become a tempestuous burden on some isolated cloister dedicated to the crone. Septon Wyditch was soon to be summoned home to his natural father's service. So it was that Nicella had taken another charge beneath her wing, and she flattered herself that it meant others knew to keep well out of it. In many ways, the child had blossomed. The trick was to exhaust her with as many difficult and interesting tasks as possible so that she was too weary to be swept up in nightmares, and to allow Ursula her secrets. In doing so, Nicella had discovered a rare gem. Ursula lived the scripture, even if she disdained it on occasion, and understood compassion and devotion to be a life's work forever reaching for an impossible standard without flinching. The world was cruel, Ursula knew, but she had such a contempt for cruelty as to scorn those who thought of it as the first and only means of action. Clever and thoughtful, the girl approached tasks not simply to overcome them, but to puzzle out the why. Nicella had trained many girls in the skills necessary to serve the faith and themselves in equal measure. It had taken some years before they realized they were being singled out in some way. But wit and warmth were not in such short supply in Westeros that Nicella had never seen their ilk. No, these traits were not what made Ursula so unusual. There would be moments when the girl would speak, her eyes far, far older than her frame, and an elegance to her tongue beyond even the clever turn of Isila's insults. Truths Nicella felt in her bones, as unshakable as the spine of a mountain or the roots of a forest, beginning somewhere deeper and older than mere flesh. Those wide grey eyes would judge you, yes, but with resignation, rather than condemnation. As though she'd never expected any better. With nothing but her expression in her words, Ursula had the uncanny ability to make others strain themselves to please her, bend their actions to her rhetoric, in order to prove her wrong. And what light entered her child's face when you did? Like sunrise it would sweep over her features, delight at your goodness or wit. Pure pleasure that you should exist, for your own sake. A radiance. A divinity. Nicella had known then, what manner of strange girl she had, and why. She taught Ursula how to be better at hiding it, but Nicella had honed the skill. Now folk would strain to prove Ursula right as well. They would work to see themselves as she did. They would listen to her as she made reference to 1,000 different scriptures and texts with a deftness that illustrated her education, or the many sayings and wisdoms of the small folk to show her humility. It had been intended to make her charge a beacon. Whatever cloister Ursula went to would be dowered with great wealth and standing, for the young and lovely Septa who could bring forth artistic wonders that would see patrons clamoring for her skill and wisdom. A good life, safe from whatever darkness that had plagued the girl. If it mattered, if it would make a difference, Nicella would reach her hands into the sticky muck at the underbelly of the faith, in the underbelly of all great establishments, and sell whatever she had to in order to untangle Ursula from her responsibilities, which weighed so heavy. Not that the girl would go, even if given a ship and enough gold to buy a man's in bravos. She'd simply look at Nicella, confused and disappointed. But resigned. And then she'd do whatever it was she wanted anyway. Lady Myers had Septon Maurice give the call to gather in the large town square, the only space large enough to do so and not have the crowds packed in. A small scaffold had been raised on which Lady Myers would stand, which Nicella disapproved of considering that it looked as though her lady was on trial. Janessa, writing with a fury, would record the speech. The couriers would be given copies to go to every major settlement and have it read to the people. Nicella had handpicked the good readers, and she was set to give them some very specific pointers on oration. It wouldn't do for the message to fall flat from droning when such a thing was avoidable. As Lady Myers, Ursula had made use of her skills learned in the cloister a good deal and held trial and court with ease as a result. Ursula called it other names. A monologue, a speech, an address, even a proclamation. But Septa Nicella hadn't taught the girl how to deliver those. She'd taught her how to deliver a sermon. The Fosters were shivering slightly in the cold, but Nicella had insisted that they be present. This was a lesson the girls needed to learn, and there was no better way to inspire excellence than to see a master at work. Lady Myers stood tall, masked against plague and bundled against the cold. She did not wear those plain, practical gowns that Ivana had hastily let out for her once she'd realized the height to which her sister had grown. Ursula had felt awkward about it, but her counsel had managed to talk some sense into her. If she was to address her people and ask them to bear hardship, she'd do so as their liege lady and wear her status plain for her people to see. Her cloak was one commissioned from the furriers in Wealdstead, the underside sleek sable, and the wool cover dyed deep blue and waxed by artisans only a little way from this very square. Her hair was capped with one of those same hats that the Northmen had made so popular in winter weather, and from her ears dripped a small chain of river pearls. The lady was gowned in a surcoat familiar to many, crimson and striking, the shoulders and sleeves embroidered with thread, embellished with whelk and beetle shell, to look like waves along the shore. She'd worn it to Fair Market, and to her Lord Paramount's halls, to fight for her people. The crowd was silent, when she took to the scaffold. Waiting. The anticipation made them dangerous, Nacella knew, the way a frightened deer might dash its brains against a tree in the scramble to flee a predator. No lord was truly safe from the mob, even if they liked to pretend otherwise. Ursula spoke, her words clear despite the mask, and her eyes smiling. It is a well-known fact, that much happens at the council table in Hag's Hill. Here, she nodded to young, chestnut-haired Enid, who often brought refreshments to the solar when discussions ran long. The girl looked horrified and delighted in equal measure to be so acknowledged so publicly. The stories you could tell about our poor conduct when we disagree, would curl hair, wouldn't they, Enid? But of course, you are far too good to do so. We think and plan and fight to keep you safe and well, but rarely do we come out and tell you what we are discussing until we know for certain what the outcome will be. Softly, like the gentle touch of fingers, snow began to fall. Let me break with tradition here, tonight, and tell you what I know is coming. In her hand, she raised the message sent by Lady Vance. Not the true thing, obviously, but Ursula did like a prop when she spoke, and Nacella had never been able to train her out of gesturing with her hands. Stillness could be a Septa's weapon, but Ursula never could sit still for long, and even then her hands would be moving with her paints and her charcoals. Here is a missive, sent to us by an ally, informing us of what they suspect Lord Vance has done. While we fought plague and tried to gather harvests, he spun a tale of the shining city in the mire to his cronies and allies. He made them believe that we are sitting in a land of plenty, ripe and ready to receive all who would come for shelter. A place lords can send ones that they cannot afford to feed. There were jeers. Bitterness streaking through the air in a swirling murmuration of discontent. Don't they know there's a plague on, came one sharp jibe. Unfazed, Ursula pressed on, you there, Randall. You, who make all the women in Southwold run sprints up and down Hag's Hill until we hate you. Here there was some knowing laughter, and one voice was even brave enough to cry out, give it up, lady, he's only nice to his wife. Laughing, Ursula continued, you hear us complain almost more than any other man who isn't wed to us when you train the militia. What have we been troubled by of late when you let us take a moment to rest? There was a pause from Randall, who had grown pink at the attention behind that beard of his. But there was a light in his eyes. He realized his lady's point. Folding his huge arms across his body, he replied, that there will be no bread waiting in the bakehouse for after the run. There's been no grain for a while now, lady. Ursula nodded, her movements slightly exaggerated for the crowd. So, Vance has lied to the other lords, then? When their frightened people arrive at our borders, afraid of starving and freezing this bitter winter, they will see that we lack grain. They will despair then, turning home or heading elsewhere. Nacella resisted the urge to grin, but the urge rose wild and wolfish in her just the same. The building momentum of the crowd had been artfully severed, as they contemplated what exactly a newcomer would see. Winter work. Lantern lasses. Well-fed children. Glass houses full of green and growing things. The lady of Hag's Hill was already nodding, seeing that they understood, and the frenetic energy of the crowd sat in the palm of her hand now, a tamed thing. This was the magic her charge could wield, beyond any strange knowledge or knowing. The ability to reach out and pluck the heart from inside her eager listeners. She'd have been a marvel as a Septa. Not such a lie, then, is it? But neither is it the truth. I have reached out to our allies, hoping that some might provide safe passage for those with the skills needed elsewhere, and to others who might provide a check on Vance's plan to beggar us. Ursula gestured to the gathered throng of people, bringing her hand to her chest, and some of the onlookers actually lifted onto their toes, as though pulled by a string. Yet still, they will come. Because a hope is very hard to kill. Especially when you know your children will suffer and starve. A man will do anything, in the hopes of feeding his family. He might even march south in winter, to die for the Dragon Queen, and hope that those left behind will hold on a little longer. Is it right then, that I should turn them away? Heads began to turn, eyes met across distances. It had been years since the Northmen had arrived in the Mire lands. They were still the strange northerners, but so too were they husbands, fathers and brothers. When the Ironborn came, the men from the Neck and Mega from Bear Island had defended the shore over and over. The men of the Wolf's Wood had reaved the Whispering Wood and trained scouts and archers who had infiltrated Harrenhal. The builders and smiths from the northern cities had raised seps and spun glass. Farmers from Isir climes had braved the sleet to keep watch over the glass gardens and watchtowers, and brought harvests into the ice houses in Murfield or the stores in Hags Hill. I wrote down all your names, men of the north. In a book that named you my people, cried Ursula, something deeply felt cracking her voice slightly. When we met in the mud at Fairmarket, I watched your faces and heard your stories. Some of you I saved, and others I condemned to winter even as I wanted to spare 20,000 brave men any suffering. I did it, because though I wanted to help, I have a duty to the Mire lands that must come first. We are subject to one another. But you are men of the Mire in your own way now, are you not? You, who have fought and bled and built with us. There was a low roar, some of it a response from the Northmen who had settled in Southwold, but also their wives, their lovers, their friends. I am your liege lady, and I keep the wolf from the door. Have I not done so? I tell you that yesterday the first oat harvest came from our glass gardens. Against bandits and raiders we have fought. But we know the true enemy. It is not the ground that will not yield to our shovels without glass gardens, it is what freezes it. It is not hunger that is wicked, but its cause. It is not the men who come to our borders, but what bites at their heels. The voices grew louder, the responses indistinct as they layered over one another. Here was the tipping point, where it would all turn to flames in the belly, but of what kind it was not yet certain. Hold them, my girl, thought Nicella, remind them of what they are. Bring them into the fold. There is no sermon if all they think you're doing is talking about other people rather than themselves. Raising her hands and her voice to speak over the din, Nicella was really going to have to talk to her about the lessons on projection the girl had clearly forgotten. Ursula cried, we are all Mirelanders here, yes, all of us. And I tell you, Mirelanders, that Maester Lewis says we have room for more in our rations. Perhaps not that many, considering it will mean there will be little in our stores if we do so. But we have room for some. Tomorrow, stations will be prepared for you to have your say. I do not sow the grain or lay the bricks. I do not fire the ovens in the bakehouse. I would have you tell me, who it is you think we can try to save, who we can bring in from the cold. Will you stand with me, Mirelanders? Will you fight the winter with me? We cannot save everyone. But I'll be damned if we aren't going to try and save someone. Who began it, no one afterwards could say. But the cry went up, regardless. At first, they seemed a wordless roar, and a part of Nicella quailed. Perhaps it was not enough. Perhaps even Lady Myers, who had delivered wealth beyond price from the icy mud of the Mire lands, was not beloved enough to collar the wolf that is hunger and fear, to bid it lie down at her feet. Nicella found herself stepping forward slightly, even as she mocked herself internally for the foolishness. What she could do this far from the scaffold, she did not know. Yet though she was not fashioned for action, it infuriated Nicella to entrust someone else with Isila's safety. Especially while the girl worked an art that she had learned at Nicella's knee. Then cries began to break through the spell of Isila's words, becoming clearer with each moment. Cries of crone touched, cries to the river of Hags Hill. Yet still there were more, to Cedra Stoutheart and Ivana Fair-Faced. True Sir Cone or even Smith touched Theo. Names came tumbling from 1,000 lips hidden behind their masks, names that Sept and Maurice had alluded to, but Nicella herself had not heard. Eyes closing despite herself, Nicella felt the words press against the inside of her mouth like benedictions. Holy, holy, holy. Like the light that had fallen on her, all those years ago, after her own Septa had given her life to spare Nicella and buy her time to get away. It had not been the grey little men who had saved her then, or else the maiden's light would never have fallen until they had agreed to keep her. The divine only happened when hands joined to make it. Holy is the lantern. Holy the hand that raises it. Holy is the dark, illuminated. Ursula girl stood there, the bravest and strangest of all her students, her hair tangling in the wind and her lashes flaked with snow, with determined love like a beacon in her eyes. The most sacred thing Nicella knew. A river, cried Nicella, like light from a sun that should long since have set, like blood on a habit she never saw again. A river to our people. Ursula. I am in talks with my good brother, we will secure you more grain at priority with the next shipment if you've the coin to pay for it. The news is grim indeed. Though you rightly fear evidence is too thin for trial, I trust your word. You have never worked to deceive me, however strange your methods. In any other season I would dismiss any lord foolish enough to make use of Vance's ploy to thin the herd. Their levies would suffer come spring, and so too would their incomes. But the bandits struck their targets well, and crippled a good number of industries in their rabid frenzy, and took stores that might have seen these small folk just a little further. The maesters are bewildered, and there is no sign of spring. I myself have extended all my estimates for at least another 6 months, and then perhaps another 3 before the soil warms enough to plant. A lord would not need to be rubbing his hands together with glee in order to participate in such a scheme in any measure, he would simply need to have less coin than I, and a touch more cowardice. It will be the poorer houses that cling to Vance's lifeline. Especially since the suggestion of purchasing blocks were not entirely successful at the summit. Wealthier houses rejoice at shipments from Essos, but imported grain isn't cheap. My betrothed assures me that abundance will eventually drive the reach prices down in order to match it, but she speaks in scales of moons at best, and many small folk do not have moons to wait. Are you all right? I know that you hold your oaths to your small folk dear, and it will pain you to turn those who are suffering away. That terrifying septa of yours said your sister was a good deal more cold-hearted, and the woman herself has an expression to liquefy even the loudest of dissenters. Perhaps you could simply position the pair of them at your borders like grotesques and consider it a job well done? I'll volunteer my mother to assist them, if you swear not to tell her I have done so. Either way, Vance has struck a blow this winter, and I will aid you as best I can. I have sharply reminded the other lords that driving their small folk into another's holdings during winter is considered an act of war. As such, it is well within my purview to answer such practices against one of my vassals with steel. I am beginning to get a reputation of omniscience thanks to your letters. It is gratifying. Yet even so, our small folk are not slaves. If there are no outstanding debts, a man and his family are free to leave. Stories and rumors are insidious. A lord need not drive his small folk from their lands if they simply choose to depart. It is a terrible plot you face, Ursula, and I am wroth indeed that Vance thinks to sabotage you in this manner. He forgets that I have, quite publicly, made it clear that you are a valued vassal who has my trust. In undermining you, he undermines me. We may have to bide our time, but Vance will answer for this. The Tullis are not the most powerful house in the Riverlands, as you well know Ursula, despite our status. But we have long memories. Your father was a loyal knight. You are my dear friend. Both of you offered leal service without hesitation or expectation of reward. I shall be worthy of it. I shall not let you falter. Kermit. Notes. The world is scary right now. I'll still be here tomorrow, and I'll still be fighting. I hope you are too. Changing things is not one great push. It is 1,000 little things. The ability to enact change is a muscle that you strengthen with use. Chapter 63, Ursula Myers. Notes. Content warning, we are getting into the weeds of starvation and desperation, physically and psychologically. Child abandonment and Ursula's insistence on being overly involved is beginning to look a lot like self-harm. Protect yourself as you need to. This is fanfiction, not required reading for a degree. 134 AC. Ursula Myers. Unsurprisingly, because living in West Eros was a kick in the pants at the best of times, we were treated to some of the heaviest snowfall we'd seen in our part of the Riverlands in quite some time. It made the work setting up shelters harder than it was already, and our stewards scurried to and fro with ledgers, none of them looking even slightly optimistic about our original goals or the fuel consumption of the new arrivals. Most unusually, I had insisted on a semi-permanent base for myself and others who would be filtering the new arrivals. If I was going to admit people or turn them away, it was important that I look as many of them in the eyes as I could. The shutters of the wheelhouse were open. Partly to look out on something interesting for the journey, but also because the task ahead of me made me nauseous and the sharp bite of the cold air helped keep the feeling at bay. It let the snow in. Flakes of the stuff fluttered in like motes of cotton before melting into a puddle on the sill and the edges of the carriage floor. Quoth was disapproving of my decision, fluffed up against the cold like it was a predator and making clicking, ugly noises of protest if I lifted my gloved hand from his back where he was sat in my lap. Beneath a large quilt, Jemima was dozing, but she was too light a sleeper. Each lurch and jolt of the carriage sent her eyes fluttering open for a moment. The roads were a wonderful improvement in speed and smoothness from the usual trails, but our wheels were made of wood and steel so were hardly forgiving. Orville was content to gaze out of the window in her bundle of furs and Tamsin was dead asleep, tucked under my cloak and drooling into my shoulder. Though it was a risk, especially if the crowds grew angry, it would set my progress with the Fosters back a good deal to be away for so long dealing with these matters. Tamsin especially only seemed to keep to an even keel if I was waiting in the wings to glare her into submission when she threatened to strike someone. Until Sir Cone told me it was unsafe for the girls to be there, I'd try to take them with me. Septinicella approved on the grounds that this task ahead of us was the harsh work of lordship, while still being physically undemanding enough for children to observe. She had insisted in a lot more of the girls' time being spent shadowing me in some fashion, having been swayed by some conversation with Honorine Tully. It unsettled me, a little. I'd have more readily accepted corrections to their schedule if I'd been told that I was neglecting them emotionally rather than educationally. I was not from an educational tradition that apprenticed this young, and even in the faith you were expected to be taught by your instructors for many years after your vows of septahood, before being sent out into the world. I brought extra knights and charged them with the girls' safety above all else. Tamsin especially did not like her shiny new shadow, but I didn't much care. When given the choice of staying behind or coming with me, I'd been clear about my rules. So long as she was permitted to complain about their inherent unfairness at volume, Tamsin only occasionally tried to circumvent them. I could not help but try to catch the eyes or faces of any people we trundled past. They were mostly bundled up to the neck in this weather, one side of them white with the driving snow, and moving out of the way of the wheelhouse. The snow along the road had been plowed up in furrows and blackened by the boots and carts that had traveled back and forth. The dark shapes of trees could be made out in the distance, the sharp lines of their bare branches smudged and softened by the falling snow. Here and there, plumes of smoke or the glow of fires. It was likely well past midday. It wouldn't be too long before the sky would darken completely, but the terrible weather ensured that we had spent the day traveling in the hazy, unreal light of storms, so my sense of time was shot to hell. It was pitch black and halfway to a blizzard by the time we arrived at the site on our borders. An old toll house had been converted for the use of my guards and household. Hardly glamorous accommodations, but Theo had extended his talents to masonry ovens for the building, and I was eager to experience them for myself after the cold of the journey. Dripping wet even from the short walk to the toll house, the lot of us had to hang our cloaks and carefully lay our boots by the fire. Bless Theo 1,000 times, he'd met us at the door and ensured the fire had been going for some time before we arrived. Septinicella heroically took it upon herself to usher the girls into bed, leaving Janessa, Cedra, and me to catch up with my good brother. It's not as much as we hoped, Ursula, Theo said, who didn't enjoy the preamble as he did his epilogues. When the weather clears, we'll keep building, but it's delayed supplies and a change of workers. We've done as much as we could. Carefully, from a box sheet packed for this purpose, Janessa unearthed one of many ledgers that Castellan Ulrich had sent with us. Dipping her quill in ink, she immediately began quizzing Theo as to the numbers and estimates, along with how they'd changed. A few small folk had already made it, some with wagons who had banded together and were currently being held in quarantine. With the storm delaying the shipments promised from Essos, and our purchase of extra from Lady Footley taking much longer overland, we couldn't spare anything that looked like rations for people who were not already admitted to our borders. We were fortunate that this early lot were self-supplied for a little while. But the inclement weather would make it an even harder journey for others to come, and likely they'd be less able to swallow any delay in food or shelter. That would be the first trial before me. There would be those who could not even afford the wait, and they would resent the restriction or worry that they'd waste time and supplies for naught when admittance was so stringent. We'd stopped the mills 3 days ago, for fear of the sales tearing. Oats sat in storehouses, and would keep better as it was, but flour was easier to stretch across rations than whole grains. It had taken Cedra to point out that some travelers might not even arrive with the equipment to cook it, but if they'd come that unprepared, there was little I could do for them except be heartsore. Or perhaps advise them of how to bake a potato in a hearth. I listened grimly to the reports. Everything had been delayed by the storm sweeping across the riverlands. The ships from Bear Island lingered where the weather was safest, unwilling or unable to make their way into our battered shores until the skies cleared. Shipments from Essos were already long delayed, for all Kermit had assured me that they would reach the mouth of the Trident any day now. Even missives took longer to arrive, the ravens roosting until the snow stopped or else they were blown off course in the winds. We worked late into the night, the swelling storm battering the shutters, and knocking over whatever wasn't properly tied down. It frightened the horses at points, and in turn their sharp neighs frightened me. By the time my handmaidens and I collapsed into bed, it was a proper racket. Despite my exhaustion, I tossed and turned, my ear straining to hear the next cry of an animal or howl of wind, the scraping of iron on iron. Sometimes the sounds were faint and others they seemed to be right outside my door. I lay awake a long time, sandwiched between Janessa and Cedra, trembling with anxiety as something rattling and not right prowled the edges of our lodgings. Ursula. Damn him. Damn him to the 7 hells. Promises, and the people of our own holdings are weak from hunger already. But if I cannot reach out a hand to help you, I might be able to strike at your enemies. Much becomes clear now, by the way. You're very clever, but also a damned fool. Only you would think to survive the attack of your aggressors by so complicated a means as trying to save everyone. You have struck at the man's patrons, yes, and his reputation is not as it was, but given his response I'd have it sink lower still. Some things cannot wait until spring and the laziness that comes with summer plenty. I'd advise you to strike hard while we are still bitter from winter. He has manipulated the faith and the most vulnerable of our neighbors into this course of action merely to make your people suffer. We can prove nothing in a trial but, as you yourself know, the opinion of our contemporaries does not have such stringent requirements. On that score, my friend, I am not prepared to hold back. Honor demands no less of me, and I have not the skill to challenge him to a duel. As to your other suggestions? Bold enough to intrigue me, I confess. I am not close with Lady Emmeline, nor Lord Benjicott, but I flatter myself that we are peers enough that a visit to one or the other would not go amiss. Lady Emmeline will soon be a Blackwood, and the children of her body will be the heirs to Raventree Hall and Fairmarket both. A good connection for the future Lady Vance of Wayfarer's Rest to have. I await your response with anticipation. Rosamond. At first, it was mostly an interminable amount of waiting. In a covered tent with braziers roaring, and still half frozen from the cold, I spent the first se'night poring over the lists the stewards had made after a lengthy round of discussion with villages of the Meyer lands. People were unsurprisingly practical. For example, anyone with herd animals we could feed and breed, or seeds that might grow well in a glass garden, was to be welcomed for their resources. Brewing and preserving methods were prized, and I had a list as long as my arm of methods my people found legitimate enough to trust even if the methods were not known to them. How I was supposed to find out if the one who claimed to be able to do them was a liar, I did not know. It seemed people had left that trust to me. There were a number of different industries we needed to strengthen, especially as I'd instructed the glassworks to take on additional hands to increase production. Folk who were already artisans were preferred for that kind of work, but it meant that our other efforts suddenly lacked hands. Yes, the lists were long and varied, but I took advantage of the early lull to memorize them. Cedra was ranging, and we'd get a good amount of warning. The girls enjoyed the rare opportunity to quiz an elder for a change, not even noticing how well their reading was coming along as they pored over papers to try and find tricky questions to catch me out. What surprised me, however, like little bolts of lightning, were the deeply unpractical suggestions. 3 families in Wildstead said that they could manage to stretch their own rations to a single extra lodger, if the man or woman had a mind to help them with the rabbit breeding or mushroom cultivation. Others in Cragtreath had said that if any elderly were fit to work and able to handle the winds and the cold, the nets always needed more hands to mend them, and it was a job that required deft hands but lots of sitting. A woman in Murfield, who kept the largest dairy farm in the area since her husband had passed in the dance, said she'd welcome a few widows with their children into her household, and would be able to manage more if she had to provide less product in tax. A surprising number agreed to take on children, certain that they could handle 1 or 2 more on their current rations. It was difficult, considering they'd be separated from their families, for children could hardly make this journey unaided, but I appreciated the spirit in which it was meant. It has been suggested, the steward noted, that their family's original holding and names could be recorded. Should they survive the winter, the September records should be simple enough to check, if they were born in the light of the 7, and the family might be reunited. A story to tell the children, more likely. Anyone who traveled to us and was desperate enough to let us take their children, was not going to survive the rest of the year, let alone the long wait in the hungry gap while seedlings grew. And what would happen when winter was over, and their family had perished? Even if they were nearly of age by Westerosi standards, I was hardly going to send them back to an empty holding with no one to help them run it. Lewis had been particularly adamant about that last part. I hadn't asked. What will happen if we have to turn them away? Jemima piped up suddenly, as though the purpose of this enjoyable game where she, for once, got to enforce rules on other people, was only now becoming real. They'll die, stupid, snorted Tamsin, her fingers tracing over grain estimates in preparation for another cruel interrogation on the number of farming hands we could afford to take. Most of them, yes, said Orva, a little distantly, carefully feeding quoth seeds she had plucked from her slice of bread. Some of them will live and hate us. Some of them will die loving us. Mostly though, my uncle says dead is dead. It spoke volumes of Orva's confident manner that the other girls only wrinkled their noses slightly at this strange pronouncement before moving on. But why are they coming all this way? I know that they were lied to, Tamsin, but you don't believe everything you are told, do you? Leaving your holdings is dangerous, and in the summer, small folk without a trade or land to farm have no protection. They die to bandits or hunger, Maester Lewis says. Tamsin made a face, not being Maester Lewis's biggest fan unless she was allowed to be elbow-deep in river algae for one of his investigations. So? People do stupid things all the time. It's not like they're wrong, anyway. I've been inside the glass gardens. They're harvesting all kinds of things in there. And Etta says that if you keep grain dry and cold, it lasts a long, long time. The chaff tastes disgusting, but animals don't seem to mind it mixed in with their feed. So that's grain and meat and dairy depending on the animal. There's lots of things we can do. Not enough if too many people come, said Jemima, shaking her little blonde head. I've been reading the numbers with you all morning. What happens when we run out of extra, Tamsin? The steward says here that feeding a grown-up well for a year takes nearly 40 pounds of grains, an equal amount of beans, eh? Tamsin was beginning to go red in the face, unable to see that Jemima was looking to her for guidance, rather than mocking the girl with facts she didn't remember. I opened my mouth to cut off the rising tempers when Orva spoke up. Don't you understand? Said the child, her peat pool eyes as serious as they've ever been. It's about dreaming. Jemima, in a rare show of tartness, rolled her eyes hard enough to hurt. Not this again, Orv. But it is. Your grandmother sent you both here to learn to dream. Some of that is going to be seeing what happens when it goes wrong. Orva's voice did not raise, nor did it sharpen in any way, but it had a cutting edge about it, nonetheless. Intrigued, given that Orva was not one to interrupt when she could blithely shake her head at someone else's folly, I probed for more. In some ways, you're right, Orva. But understanding a thing yourself isn't much use if you can't make other people understand it too. If no one understands the dream, no one can talk about it, spread it, or work towards it. Brushing her dark curls roughly out of her face, Orva's mouth made a perfect little frown, like a displeased monarch watching an underwhelming fool. But that's silly. The dreams just are. There isn't anything to be done about it. They happen no matter who you tell. Ah. Not quite. It is good to understand limits, and trying to force changes can often be very dangerous, but my dream for my holdings and my people is not inevitable. I have to work to make it happen. They have to work to make it happen. And they can't do that unless I tell them what the dream is so they can understand it. Tilting her head in a manner that suggested she was spending too much time with Quoth, Jemima said, "That's why Septa Nacella took us to see you speak. You were explaining the dream you had. That's one way to do it. What do you mean by dreaming, anyway?" Snapped Tamsin, her arms folded across her chest like she was trying to shield herself. "My grandmother sent me here because I'm no better than I ought to be." "She sent you here," I snapped, a little unfairly I knew, "because you have a first-rate mind, and you don't like to use it unless you're forced to. If you don't understand something, Tamsin, you're allowed to ask questions. When they stop giving you answers, find different people to ask. Don't dismiss it, or you'll never learn it. You know more than these girls about what goes on in the glass gardens, that's why Jemima asked you." Turning her nose up at me, a show of defiance I decided I was not going to struggle against today, Tamsin swiveled in her chair to face Orva. "Well then, what dream is about to go wrong?" To her credit, though Orva's expression after my correction was dubious in the extreme, she made an attempt to articulate herself. "These folk have been dreaming of shelter and safety. They're hungry and scared. Better to be moving towards a dream than curling up and dying where you are. Lady Myers dreams of a shining city, of beautiful gardens and fat babies whose mothers all live. If she gives too much, her dream dies. If she gives too little, their dream dies." A pause. "And their bodies as well, of course," she added simply. "But that's horrible," cried Jemima, tears springing to her eyes. "I don't want to kill Lady Myers' dream. She's got lots more people to worry about." "So? They don't care a fig if Lady Myers is dreaming something fancy," snapped Tamsin, who could cut to the heart of any matter with a clumsy speed that left no survivors. "You think 1,000 hungry small folk are just going to quietly starve to death? I wouldn't just lie down and die. I'd steal from other holdings, or turn bandit queen and cut my way to a storehouse if I had to." "You can't steal. That's what you think the problem is. Poaching would probably be easier, and then you'd get furs too," piped Orva, looking pleased at her insight. "The point," I said, pinching my brow and reflecting that perhaps I had brought this on myself, "is that some of you are here because you need to learn how to say yes when your people need something. Some of you are here because you need to learn how to say no. And all of you are here because I need you to be my eyes and ears. I'll be looking at the person in front of me. I need you to look at the whole line. Who's arguing? Who has children? Who is skipping places or taking bribes? And then we can call them out," cried Tamsin, the bloodthirsty creature delighted by the prospect. "You aren't going to duel anyone, you're going to let an adult you trust know. If any of those people catch you watching, they won't hesitate to stop you. What was that you said, that you wouldn't just quietly starve to death? Well, neither will they, and lots of them will cheat to make sure it doesn't happen." The likelihood of the girls catching any obfuscated dealings with their shiny knightly entourage was low, but I wanted them to practice observing others and making judgments. Better they learn my way than Nacella's, considering she'd engineered another novice to accuse me of theft. I'd been dragged out of bed in the middle of the night, bleary-eyed and squinting at a gaggle of pissed-off women, trying to find out who had set me up. "If I ate less," Jemima said suddenly, "could we let more people in?" I looked at her. Her little face was usually earnest and yearning, straining for approval so hard I worried she'd pull something. But Jemima wasn't looking at me, or Tamsin. She was staring out at the cold from the gap in the tent flap, while the wind dragged great flurries of snow across the open field in front of us. She shivered. "What do you think, Jemima?" I asked, softer than a whisper. "If you eat too little," said Tamsin seriously, all mockery gone from her face like the subsiding of a wave, "you can get sick and die. They thought my father would survive his wounds and make it home to us, but then he stopped taking broth and the maester wrote that there wasn't anything he could do. Maybe a little baby? They're smaller than me. I could skip just the one meal a day." "That's silly," said Orva, shaking her head. "Babies need looking after, and they need lots of food to grow. You can't make your share stretch to everyone, or else no one in the north would ever go hungry." Something fragile crumpled in Jemima's face. "It's not fair," she whinged, in that nasal way she had when fending off tears. "Their lords are supposed to take care of them in winter. Grandfather says so. It's what the taxes are for." "Not entirely correct," I thought, but it was a good enough basis to begin. When I'm a lady to a great house, I'll execute anyone who decides to push the small folk out. It probably just means they aren't doing their jobs right. I'm going to build a glass garden so big it covers a whole field, and then this sort of nonsense won't happen, said Tamsin, tossing her hair even as she reached out to squeeze Jemima's hand. Orva nodded sagely. See? Dreaming. Ursula. I asked around about the new High Septon, but he's more a fixture in Old Town than here. I'm sorry I couldn't do more. Septon Bernard is interesting purely because of how uninteresting he is. Jane nearly fell asleep trying to keep a conversation going, and he's friends with the sorts of people you'd expect him to be friends with. Septon Bernard talks to pious lords, other septons, and maesters. He's not often at court. He's avoiding the king, I think, given the septon's relation to Peak. He doesn't receive people in his rooms that I've been able to tell. I tried to bribe a servant the other day and botched it so badly she thought she'd be hung for stealing. Jane made fun of me for hours. I'll do better next time. As you say, no man in a castle tidies up after himself, and if he instructs no one to enter his rooms at all that tells us something too. It doesn't stink as badly up here in the Red Keep as it did in the Mooten Manse, and unless an unfortunate wind blows you can't smell anything at all. The gowns are nice, and her grace likes us to match her in style, so Jane and I were allowed all new ones. She's begun dining with the king every evening, so we have to go as well, which is terrifying. He seems quiet and dour, but he listens very seriously when the queen speaks, which the servants say didn't used to happen so much before. Queen Jahara is well, I passed on your good wishes. Jane says it's an awfully large boon to mention your name to the queen, but you're my dearest friend so I don't care. I am trying to be cautious like you asked though, so I haven't said anything about what Vance has done even though it boils my blood. I have mentioned your holdings do very fine wool, however, since the queen likes embroidery so much, and that you've started a fashion in decorative glass embroidery and jewellery. I only exaggerated a little, and the queen is so kind that she won't be mean about it if she doesn't like it, I don't think. Coin from royal patronage might be useful, if you can manage it. She's asked that you send something pretty. She likes moths, if that helps. The king hates dragons and things but doesn't mind wearing scale patterns or the like. Delilah. It happened in inches. Then a flood. The earliest people were quickly admitted, farmhands with pig herds or families with strong backs who could fill quotas. Others were early enough and had the requisite skills that they would be escorted to the Mormont ships to sail south to Tumbleton. But like all good things in this place, it was short-lived. I'd known the Riverlands was starving, but I'd known it in the abstract. For a bitter moment, I wanted to drag the troublemakers in town up here by the ears and force them to look at it. They worried about a grain shortage. It made us look like fools. In the comfortable snow globe of the Mire lands I had considered the suffering of others and taken steps to mitigate it. I should have done more. Hollow-eyed and shambling, group after group made their unsteady way towards us. Hulking shapes, distorted by their cloaks or furs. Some pushed carts or wheelbarrows, others came in wagons, and more than I could bear were walking, their whole lives on their backs. Sometimes herds came through, they were given priority, despite the grumbling of others. But they were few and far between. The snow stifled them all, making the sounds of their advance eerily muffled, as though I was viewing their approach underwater. Occasionally the scrape of iron or the rattle of a cough. Occasionally the wail of a babe over the trundling line of men and women. Many agreed to the quarantine huts, if only to get out of the cold, their faces pinched and hateful when it was made clear that they would need to eat their own rations and wait in line. The shipment from Essos hasn't arrived yet. Others fell, wailing to their knees, desperate hands scrabbling for hems or boots. We've come such a long way, they'd cry, heaving sobs as the snow soaked through the knees of their clothes and froze them harder, turning their heads towards the tent where I sat, with my ledger. Mercy, my lady, please. The worst was not the weeping, but the silence. The way families lowered their gaze, resigned, the hope driven out of them on the way here already. Young children, whose bundled clothes could not hide their painfully thin wrists or distended bellies, stared dazed and unblinking behind their parents' legs. The worst was the ones who came, calculated what they could and couldn't do, and turned around. Where they went to die, I did not know. Occasionally, they left their children settled in the quarantine huts and wandered away themselves. They did not look back. But there isn't any food yet, I said, wringing my hands, and even if it arrived, how will their child prepare any for themselves if their parents don't stay? Nicella looked at me, her expression pitying. You're a pious lady, Ursula. They hope the child will die warm, and be given a funeral under the seven. Horror washed through me, and I was suddenly grateful that the girls were in bed. Most of those children were still alive. The kindness of strangers held true, it seemed, and starving bodies needed plain foods anyway. How long that would be, I couldn't say. It wasn't long, of course, before there was another breakout of winter fever. We could supply all the soap we wanted, but if someone was traveling while carrying the disease, it was no wonder they quickly infected the other members of the overcrowded way stations they were quarantining in. People began to die, right there at my borders, howling with fever. It woke me some nights. Whether it was in my own head or not, I didn't know, but since Jemima seemed to sleep soundly through it, I chalked it up to my own anxious imaginings. Death's now fewer mouths, I thought one morning, half cut from tiredness. I hated myself fiercely for the rest of the day. I insisted that I wanted to be at the pyres, to say prayers and sing. This was met with some protest, but the fury had risen up in me so fast and dark that it silenced almost everyone. Nicella had stopped me, bodily, when I went to storm off, much to the horror of the knights who didn't know quite what to do when Acepta had been the one to lay hands on me. "You'll hold 1 in 10 pyres at most, my girl," she'd said, low and harsh, her gimlet eyes unwavering, "you're no use to your people exhausted and grieving. I will take heed of your counsel as I always have, but in public you will address me," I spat, acidly, "as Lady Myers." A beat. It seemed even Nicella had forgotten we had an audience. She was much more upset herself than she'd let on. "As you say, my lady," she answered, withdrawing, her eyes bright, "but there is worse to come, after this. I'll be there for that, too. Not if you kill yourself with 1,000 cuts beforehand, Lady Myers." Eventually we agreed to 1 in 7. An auspicious number in the faith. She was right, and I hated it. People were dying, and I hated it. I had a duty to my people, and I hated it. The world swiftly became one of lines. A line to the quarantine way stations. A line to the rudimentary cookhouse, where simple gruels and greens were served, so desperate were we to stretch each grain and legume to its limit. A line to gather firewood from the allotted rations. A line of people approaching my lands, and a thin red line in front of the tents, holding on to its hope by the fingernails. "Dear William. I haven't heard. These messages take an age to. I'm sorry if I. Honestly, given the situation it is a little ridiculous that. Are you all right?" What follows is a series of charcoal hand and eye studies, the subject of which is unclear to anyone but the artist. The paper will be burned in the morning. The line of people gathered when I arrived at the tent in the morning and stayed packed when I closed the ledger as the light dimmed. I wasn't doing it all myself, and in fact I had a fleet of stewards thanks to our efforts earlier in my lordship, being carefully supervised by my trusted people. Nicella took the time to teach the girls the softer skills of observation, judgment, and patience, walking them up and down the line, instructing them to observe and respond to different people. Each night the children clambered onto my bed, to ask me solemn, heavy questions, each one falling against my chest like a stone. I distracted them with stories, which worked well enough on them, but banished nothing for me as I lay awake and worried. The storm slowly let up, but snow was common enough that great drifts were being cleared and slowing Theo's builders down even more. Not to mention that my men had to dissuade people from camping in the deep snowdrifts, terrified of losing their place. Line holders were swiftly employed, the young and fit who were happy to earn some food or coin for their family and hold the place of another. People lied about where they were from, generally. Some were honest, earnest, even, to tell me about their holdings and the suffering they were escaping. Bandits from Heronial had burnt down more than one artisan's workshop or made off with herds. Slowly, that became rarer, as they became paranoid. I might not take too many from one holding or the other. Who had spread the rumor, I did not know, but fear might make a man do almost anything. It was hard to verify where people were coming from at the best of times, and though the accents of the Riverlands were many, most people hadn't travelled them enough to tell a saltpan brogue from a sister Isle twang. Being a hedge knight's daughter had been surprisingly useful in that regard. Having met more people at a range of stations when my father had been in service to various Riverland lords, meant that I was pretty good at making an estimate. But they always held fast to their first story, no matter what I said. No one ever came from the same holding as the people in front of them. Late at night, we pored over the ledgers in the old toll house. Apparently, not a soul comes from Fairmarket, or its surrounding villages, Janessa remarked, as acerbic as an angry lemon, making note of all those we had agreed to send on to Lady Footley. It might actually be true, I mused, stroking the back of Quoth's wings as he preened in front of the fire. If someone points the finger to him as the origin of this migration, he stands in good stead if he ensures that none of his small folk can leave. Then he's just the kindly man bragging about his granddaughter's holdings to his friends. The man doesn't care if his small folk starve within his borders, after all. That's just the line he fed his cronies. I've not seen signs of folk doing more than passing through the town on their way here, Cedra confirmed, and most don't even do that unless they've got a barge. Cedra's ranging had taken her as far from us as we were comfortable with, which was much closer than she'd like. We were all still worried that the storms would return, and the intermittently heavy snowfall was dangerous weather for a bird anyway. It got better when the shipments arrived, but only just. It inflamed the hopes of the waiting, which made them hold fast and behave better, but I couldn't shake the impression that it looked like we had vast reserves of plenty. There were some small victories. A gaggle of children, all clearly unrelated to each other based on their hair color and features, swore blind that they were here with their sister and brother. The oldest of the flock seemed only 16 and 17, but the pair had a flawless story about how their parents had met by the Green Forks banks and fallen in love. It had bandits in it, and a magical ring. I cut them off before they were forced to tax their inventiveness too much. The eldest were literate, however, and did well enough under Janessa's eagle-eyed examinations that she pronounced them proficient, which was rare indeed. I was so relieved to hear it that my hands shook as I recorded their names in my ledger. A number of textile artisans and their apprentices had made their way to us. Herds had long since been culled to the bone elsewhere, and for all the meager merchants who still came to our banks caused the influx of people to be worse through gossip, they also knew better the kinds of wares we had and the rates at which we could produce them. 3 times, one of those half-abandoned children I'd tasked the fosters to keep an eye on ended up in the care of a surprisingly useful family. Septinicella only gave me an enigmatic smile when I'd asked. Tamsin was the only one ever seen speaking directly to people, her fearless nature making her a rather charming fixture in a rather dour place. But she alone wouldn't have managed it. The girl was too flighty. Jemima, I recalled, had an excellent memory, and spent a near sennight questioning me about what our stewards had compiled. Orva would know which buttons to press, as she often did when her uncanny nature took over, because she understood people's hearts best. But the line of rejections grew, and so too did the rage and fear. This was not like the northern recruitment, where they were all united in purpose, where their culture of sacrifice in winter had held true for 8,000 years. These Riverlanders were too disparate and divided, each half clamoring to speak over the other even if they'd arrived as a group. It was only a matter of time before it would all boil over. The thing that did it, in the end, was a trio of tinkers. Dearest Ursula. Your insistence on hiding what troubles you in your letters and then trying to distract me with words of love is not as subtle as you'd like, but I invite you to make the attempt as frequently as it pleases you. I have word that once the storms die down, my men and I will have leave to return to the Riverlands. May I see you? I'll die if I don't. The answer is yes, by the way. To most anything you care to ask. I don't think I've denied you anything at all in our entire friendship. I don't think I'm likely to start. William. Chapter 64, Orva Reed, Theo Rivers. 134 AC. Orva Reed. I still don't understand, Orva. Would you try again? Orva let out a sigh. Being asked to tell her dreaming was one thing, but being asked to do it at dawn before the line even opened to the small folk was another thing entirely. It was tiring explaining dreams, especially since she didn't have the words for quite what she knew. How to explain the taste of hot metal? Something gritty in the throat, yes, but anyone who tried to swallow metal in the waking world would die screaming. How to show that this made the answer obvious? Lady Myers listened as attentively as Uncle Laur, but she didn't seem content to hear Orva's words and leave it at that. Always she would try and poke and pry at the seams. But maybe that was the trick of it. Maybe that was how you turned a dreaming from what was to only what could be. She would do her people proud, but as Orva's chubby fingers traced over the lizard lion stitched into her cuff, she felt more frustrated than honored to have been sent to the mire. The magpies sit in threes, she repeated, trying to show Lady Myers with her hands, her mind casting back to the feeling of being inside her body and outside it at the same time. They don't really care about funerals or births, though the funerals and births pay attention anyway. The man tries to breathe in through his nose, like his pa taught him to work his trade or else he'd die choking and burning. It doesn't work, he gets muddled. They wrangled and tangled among the throng. Two's supposed to be for joy, but not today. Helplessly, Orva spread her hands in front of her. And so that's what's going to happen. Lady Myers gave an expression that was meant to be encouraging, but mostly looked like she was trying to convince a hound to stop chewing on shoes. I'll write it all down, Orva, thank you for telling me. With a huff, Orva replied, telling isn't much use. It doesn't get any clearer and I don't have the words. Brushing her hair clumsily out of her face, feeling even more put out as she tried to remove an errant strand caught on her lip, Orva fought the urge to pout. Septinicella said it was unbecoming unless you were certain it would get you something. Orva did not want to unbecome. It had taken her a long time to get made. The dreaming doesn't care. If I were meant to use it like you say, then I'd have better words, wouldn't I? At the risk of being dismissive, you are only 7, Orva. Better words will come with time, answered Lady Myers wryly. Adults were always pulling faces like that, as though doing the incredibly hard thing was only a matter of time. It was so exhausting that it made Orva want to sleep for 100 years. All things have a cost, my lady, Orva replied, primly, maybe my age is mine. Something in Lady Myers' face went distant and strange. She stared right into Orva's eyes but out and past her, as though seeing a memory walk bold and bleeding into view. Uncle Laur could get sad sometimes. Orva would see his ghosts lingering in doorways and guide him in the other direction when she could. Lady Myers' face looked like she was guiding ghosts, rather than just people. A knowing in her eyes. For someone who claimed not to be a dreamer, she certainly acted like one. Then, very softly, she said, "You let me know if it gets too heavy." It was not a request, but Orva nodded anyway. She'd been sent to learn, after all. Uncle Lahar said learning was asking stupid questions over and over until one day your teacher said, "Interesting. Do you really think you can change a dreaming, Lady Myers? What if you make it worse?" "You might," she answered honestly, the low, cold light turning her eyes into chips of ice. "Do you prefer to do nothing?" As frustrating as she found them, Orva did like Lady Myers' questions. Her focus narrowed until you were the only important thing in the room, and she never had an answer in mind. Sometimes people asked things to hear their thoughts reflected back at them, and sometimes people asked because they wanted to seem like the kind of person who would ask. Lady Myers just wanted to know. "I don't know yet," Orva answered honestly. Perhaps she would never know. She didn't mind it. Orva wasn't like Tamsin, where the asking was shameful, or like Jemima, where the not knowing itched like ants. Some things weren't to be known. "Well," said the lady briskly, putting on a different face so swiftly that it made Orva jump in alarm, "perhaps after the event occurs you and I can talk about what happened. I might only understand this one in hindsight, but maybe the next one will be clearer because of it." Lady Myers was very good at playing different faces, but Orva never had trouble seeing through people to what was underneath. Sometimes it was upsetting, but Lady Myers was always herself under her faces, so it was mostly all right. Jemima was terrible at it, always picking up faces and trying them on, as if she could hide behind the right one. Tamsin was terrible at it too, only the one face forever even when she desperately wanted to try something different for a change. With a curtsy, Orva left the lady and her lantern eyes in the tent and went to find Septinicella. The snow beneath her boots had long since turned to blackened, pitted clod, and she had to mind her steps so as not to slip on it. Murfield was beautiful when she dreamed of it in summer, but right now it was brown, shot through with slices of cruel white. The trees drooped their raven-laden branches, the grasses bowed their frosted heads, and the people dipped their tired backs against the chill. Bundled in her furs, Orva tried not to look too hard at the people in line, or the things that followed them here, those sharp-toothed shades and their ancient, icy grief. Everyone's pain in winter is the same. That's what made it so horrid to look at. To her right, Norian was stood alongside one of Lady Myers' knights. He'd accompanied her all the way from the neck to keep her safe, and sent long reports to Uncle Lahar that he thought Lady Ivana wasn't reading. It wouldn't go well if he found out, so Orva said nothing. Septinicella was stood with the people handing out food. The shipments from Essos had begun to arrive, and it meant that something more than gruel could be fed to people, but not much more. A fourth of a winter apple per person, a portion of sea kale. Beans and onions had gone into the thin soup yesterday and been kept boiling, but by now the broth would be growing thin from being topped up so much. There wouldn't be more until more shipments came to ease the tight reins Meyerlanders were forced to give on supply. In the early days, some people from Murfield had come and offered things. A chicken for the pot, half ration of flour, or even old bones for broth. They had mostly stopped coming by now. Charity is hard when people resent you for it. Even if they're right to. Some women still came to feed the babies, sharing their milk, but they mostly only came once a day, and really small babies need feeding much more than that. More women had come before, but they couldn't bear it when the babies died. Orva was ashamed, but she couldn't look any of these people in the eye. She was sad, and hoped they'd live, but was more grateful that she wasn't born one of them. So grateful that she worried it would shine out of her face like a lantern. Tamsin was in the back, helping to prepare winter apples to be fired in the ovens and forgetting to be angry. Tamsin was angry all the time, of course, but sometimes it just made her really good at things. Knives, Orva supposed, were one of them. Jemima was at the front with another septa, taking bowls and dishes of various type, size and material from trembling hands, and handing them to the septa who always served precisely what was allowed. Fairness often looks a lot like cruelty when you're hungry. Orva approached Septinicella, who immediately bent down to fix her wind-blown hair. It wasn't Orva's fault that her hair never liked to stay in one place, and the septa never said it was. But this just meant that Septinicella reserved her reproachful looks for the top of her scalp. It was always a bit unsettling to feel like your locks were being scolded for improper behavior while you sat beneath them and waited for it to be over. While the septa fixed her braid, Orva wondered if she'd enjoy wearing wigs. "While I do this, Lady Orva," murmured Septinicella, "I want you to watch the guards." "The guards?" asked Orva, startled. "Not the line today. Lady Jemima is watching the line. I expect her to have an exhaustive number of things to say about it." Blinking, placidly allowing her head to be tugged to and fro as Nicella exaggerated the difficulty of mastering her hair, Orva turned her attention to the guards and knights strutting about the sodden earth. It wasn't their fault, they didn't mean to be strutting, but something about a breastplate made a man more like a rooster than a man. At least until swords were drawn, then he would resemble a different beast altogether. They went in small groups, clustered together as though to keep out the cold. The dull gleam of iron helmets didn't seem impressive. At worst it made them look like jailers, forcing people to hold fast in this horrible in-between. At best it was just another frosty thing along the border into the Mire lands. The people here loved them. The people here hated them. The clash between the two truths looked like shouting felt, when the world went wobbly. Orva was never sure what Septinicella wanted from her in these lessons. Did she want to hear that the militiaman on the left had shadows in his eyes that Orva hated to see because it meant he would be dead soon? She could see his hands, rough from charcoaling when he wasn't working here, fisted in the snow. The guards are afraid. They probably should be, she said, eventually, because it was true and only a little unsettling. Lady Myers was not an easy teacher in dreaming, but she'd taught Orva lots of ways to not frighten the people who might not understand. Septinicella, unfortunately, was not one of them. While Lady of the New Gods might see things so clearly, Orva wasn't certain, but she'd always been aware that there were more powers in the world than she knew. Perhaps she was just wise. Even if that's right, it's no use as people don't believe you. I don't hold with your gods or your gifts, so you must convince me better. If you had to explain your reasoning using something that resembled observation. Septinicella asked, tartly, though her cold hands were gentle on Orva's nape. Yesterday they went in twos. Today they go in threes even though nothing has happened yet. Foolish. Two is for mirth. A sigh, though the fingers were careful as they combed through curls. And you were doing so well up until then. Orva let out a giggle, tucking her nose into the collar of her cloak. Septinicella smiled with her eyes mostly, but sometimes with her hands, which twisted the end of the braid deftly and gave a gentle, chiding tug. They spent the morning that way, with Septinicella asking what she saw and Orva trying to find a reason that would make sense to someone who didn't believe her. It was a fun game, where losing often made her smile as hard as winning. As the sun rose to its highest point in the sky, Orva was just about to say that she wanted to try and help prepare the winter apples with Tamsin, when something sharp stabbed at her temple so hard she cried out. Hot metal. The man tries to breathe through his nose the way his pa taught him. He can't, it's all coming out wrong. They've killed him. 3 magpies and 2 for mirth. 3 for A. Hunger should look redder than blood, but it's a leaching of color. Like how Maester Lewis showed them drops of ink in water, adding more and more until all memory of pigment was gone. You could know it was in there, inside your head, but eventually it just became a thing you told yourself about the world. Lady Myers' tent was as pale as bone. Lady Orva? Child? You're shaking. Orva twisted around to Septinicella, her lips white with fear, tiny hands and tiny nails digging bloody crescents. We need to run. Change the dream. Could she change the dream? She'd have to. Was 3 for a birth or a funeral? There were so many versions. Dearest Ursula. The storms have made a mess of everything. I am held up in the salt pans and hating everyone who isn't you. Daryl was mostly speaking to me again as well. It might be salvageable if I swallow my pride, but it's my ill temper that keeps me from doing so. I do have a temper, Ursula. Though I have reined it in well around you, you have seen it. It is ugly in me. I want to confess to it and hide it from you all at once. Sometimes I hear word of what has happened while I was in the stepstones, and I think I might do something deranged. When the weather stops trying to tear travelers off the road and fling them bodily into the hedgerows or the river, I want to see you. I have driven the stablemaster mad. At the slightest lull in the gales, I make my way to saddle a horse and am chased out by stableboys who now have instructions to attack me on sight, it seems. Lord Benjicott has given me leave to go, but the longer we must delay, the greater my uncertainty. I could leave with the Blackwood host and remain at Raventree Hall, but I cannot bear to yet. You did not ask me to go to you, but when I wrote that I would come you did not tell me to stay. I am selfish, I know. I want to see you, I want to see the lands you love. Yet Vance has sent worse than swords to your borders and I confess that I might simply stop in Fairmarket and call him out, thereby ruining all your plans. You did not ask me to come to you, but you have not bid me stay. This is not the same letter I originally tried to write to you. I burned that one. It was unbearable to think of you reading it. I have nothing good to say nor any useful aid to offer. There is no advice I could bring to bear that you will not have thought of yourself. Instead, I fear I will arrive at your gates with neither aid nor counsel, and what good am I to you then? Tell me, plain, what it is you need. I will bring that. I could try. Would that not be best? You did not ask anything of me. Ask it. I beg you, though it is selfish, and your concerns are greater, ask something of me so that I might do it. William. Theo Rivers. Well, of course Theo must go, don't be ridiculous, said Ursula, wisely in Theo's opinion. I know you are wise, my lady, but you betray your years here, to counsel a husband to ignore his wife's wishes to be alone in the birthing chamber. Septa Walburga had come to oversee efforts keeping winter fever at bay in the slum that had formed on the edge of the Meyer lands. Jenny Greens had remained to watch over Ivana, so closely that Theo was certain his space in the linens was being taken over by the dour older women in her many angry instructions that Ivana refrain from salt and eat more dark greens. One night, her cravings had become so awful that Theo had given in and snuck her into the kitchens, while the kitchen boys were sleeping under the glow of half-stoked embers. She had marched into the pantry like a woman possessed and ate spoonful after spoonful of vinegar, while he determinedly held the jug steady. Theo lived in terror for fear of the health of his wife and babe, but others cast a cautious eye over his Vanna for other reasons. They were afraid of failing in their duty in some way. She had explained it to him. As far as the household knew, there was no sign of a husband on the horizon for Ursula, and folk were always a mite muddled about how holy women ought to behave. Was it only right that she wed and take up the mantle of mother? Or was that less holy than a crone-touched maiden? Either way, it meant that until such time as that changed, Ivana was birthing the heirs to House Myers. Theo had been married long enough to know that the correct response was to nod sagely, rather than say he didn't give the slightest fuck so long as it meant she was well looked after. He hadn't fooled her, he never could, but it usually meant a long-suffering sigh and a peck on the cheek instead of her displeasure. The tent flaps had been closed so that a council might gather around Ursula during the morning meal. Mostly it served for them to share correspondence and review how well their plans were working. The news was often bleak, but not dire. The way the numbered dead in a war became rote while the men still advanced. No one is suggesting he go bellowing and start ordering the midwife about in women's business, but it is a father's right to linger in the hallway and panic, said Sir Cone, who had a wise, stately air about him, and made such fine points that Theo was certain he'd be heeded. It's too early, Theo ground out, amazed that he could, given how hard it was for him to speak at moments like this. Not impossibly early, Master Theo. Not enough that I'd be worried. And Jenny Greens is there. Second births often take far less time than first babes. Likely the Lady Ivana has already been having birthing pains for some time and has only written now that she feels it is imminent. You would likely write home to the matter resolved already, said Septa Walburga, her tone crisp, dismissive, and hateful. Something snapped. With a start, everyone glanced towards the source of the sound and Theo was quite startled to discover that it was him, clutching the now broken arm of the chair he'd been sitting on. Theo was not often wroth with his wife, but the letter in his hand was enough to make him grind his teeth in anger. He'd promised to stop doing that because it apparently sounded like a creature from the seven hells had come to take terrible vengeance, but the fury had to go somewhere, it seemed. Right, that's enough, snapped Ursula, everyone out. I'll see to the line. Everyone leaving Ursula's presence tended to take a while, between nods, bows, courtesies and my ladies, but the council members present were so laden with their own duties that they had it down to a fine art. Theo stayed where he was. If he tried to join a building site in his state, he was going to get someone killed. Ursula let him. She was unusually good about not pushing. Better at it than Ivana in some ways, but Vanna knew that she had a right to his thoughts on account of being his wife, and so pestered him more. He did not think she'd appreciate hearing them at the moment, however. The morning passed slowly, Ursula's face closing off bit by bit with each group or person who approached her. Some were able to be sent to the Reach to work in Tumbleton. Some were sent to join the others lined up outside the wagon headed for the interior of the Meyer lands. Many, too many, had to be turned away. He watched his good sister, fighting his fear and his anger just as she was fighting hers. It was at the end of a brutal string of 7 rejections, where the woman was dragged, wailing in despair from the tent, and the sight of Ursula's face as cold and distant as the snow-covered peaks, that made Theo unbend a little. What were his troubles, but that he had a strong wife and another babe on the way? What were his fears but that he might be a poor father, who did not get to hold his new family member on their first day in the world? The child would not know hunger or cold, under Ursula. There was a time when such a thought would have been mere dreaming. The words rang a little hollow in his head, but he repeated them anyway. To do otherwise seemed far too selfish. Ursula had been ready to raise her hand and send for another supplicant, when Theo spoke up. He called to the knight stationed at the tent's entrance, Sir Owen, a moment, and, here he glanced at Ursula's face, salt-white and stern, a tisane for Lady Myers. Obligingly, for a knight to a commoner, the tent flap closed. No one who knew Lady Myers would be fooled by the request, but appearances were important. Vanna had taught him that. The moment they were alone, Ursula's whole body changed so thoroughly, that Theo felt as if some deeper, alchemical shift had happened. Something beyond merely the slumping of her shoulders and the bowing of her head. Ursula feared, truly feared so little in this world, Vanna had explained. But she feared committing acts of cruelty, and feared the birthing bed perhaps more than anything in the 7 kingdoms. Today might just send her running mad. Theo had never had sisters, ones he was aware of, anyway. But for Vanna he'd try to be a good brother. She was the only one who was ever as afraid as he was for Vanna anyway. He ignored the little voice that said Lady Emmeline was his blood. It sounded as smooth and polished as bone. Theo, you can't be spending the rest of the day plotting to ride to Ivana, Ursula began, no matter how much I wish it. The flash of anger returned so quickly it was surprising, but he put it away. Theo was a very large man, even if he worked hard to have people forget it. Large men do not have the luxury of easy anger. Not if they wanted to be thought of as good men, as well. You're worse than Vanna for telling me what to do while you look like you might fall down any moment. You're exhausted, Ursula. No one would grudge it, if you took time away and let the stewards handle it. Even if it were just a se'night. Take the girls ice fishing. Tamsin would enjoy a harpoon. Theo carefully did not add that no one else would enjoy Tamsin with a harpoon. That seemed like the sort of comment she'd hear, and while he could scoop up his own daughter when the Furies took her, to do so to a young lady from another house would go poorly. Maybe, said Ursula, idly, rubbing her eyes with her thumb and forefinger, after all, the girls should head back soon anyway. They need a break from all this. I'm waiting for, well, I'm sure time can be taken later as well, even if I go and come back. Sir Owen entered the tent with Tizan, looking flustered when he realized he'd not brought any for Theo. It didn't bother him, but new members to the Myers Holdings never quite knew how to treat him and always worried they were doing something wrong. Trying to talk to them about it just made them more nervous, which in turn made Theo more nervous, so of late he had simply been pretending the issue didn't exist. Ursula used the time to study Theo back, which always made his skin sting painfully, like she had eyes made of needles. After Sir Owen left, she said, if I go now, it'll be a longer journey and I'll take the wheelhouse with the girls. I likely won't be able to give you news before the babe is already born, if Septa Walburga is to be believed. I'm going to wait until everyone is distracted with you holding prayers tonight and get Sir Cone to give me a horse, Theo replied, matter-of-factly. I hate it. If I deny her I am the manner of brute she used to make mockery of when she first came to visit me. But if I just sit here, if I just don't ride at all. Theo trailed off. Ursula let him. He let his head fall into his hands and wondered if he could just plunge into the green hues that flared behind his closed eyelids. When he found his thoughts again, they were jagged, rust-stained things. What if one of them dies, Ursula? What if she dies, or the babe, and I'm not even riding to get to them? Ursula sucked in a sharp breath. There was a long pause. He didn't dare look up. Theo knew it was shameful, to be so cowardly that the thought of things shook him so. Unmanly to be so taken by worry. But he was as he had always been, and Vanna loved him. His good sister loved him too, in her way. So he did not hide it, but he did not dare to meet her gaze. Finally, she spoke. I'll take a break at midday and hold some prayers early. Septinicella will approve enough that you've caused me to rest that she might pretend not to notice your scheme with Sir Cone. It'll buy you some better light to travel by. Ursula's voice was low and gentle, as though coaxing some terrified herd animal away from the edge of a cliff. Gentle enough that shame burned his ears. But it was so welcome that Theo could not find it in himself to protest it. He stayed in the corner of the tent, his heart beating loudly in his ears. Vanna, Vanna, Vanna. Ursula overran, because there was no work in the world that she wouldn't overdo. The sky would darken in a couple of soon anyway, but Theo didn't mind. He'd been prepared to ride through the night. The last visitors before Ursula decided to end things early were a pair of tinkers. They had no relation, but as a team they felt that they carried more value than not. It had been said by merchants that great glass gardens were still being built, and that Lady Myers even sold glass to others so that they might fashion such wonders. Their skills would be useful, they swore, either in the Meyer lands or elsewhere if she could send them somewhere where they might earn coin and food. Traditionally, tinkers did not stay in one place. Their usual source of coin was repair, and usually once the work was done, they needed to move on. It was a lowly trade, but if anywhere had use for it, the Meyer lands did. Between farming machines and the glass gardens, Louis would be glad to have them. Or, well, his friend would be begrudging and ornery about the whole process, but that was just his way. It cheered Ursula, Theo could see, every time she was able to take folk in. The men themselves, rough-faced and thick-handed with scars from soldering hot metal with too little attention, looked up at his good sister like she was the maiden come again. My lady, I will live this winter because of you. Cried the tallest, who came over in tears, blubbering, blessed, holy, thank the seven. So it was with a smile that Ursula told Sir Owen that she was finished for today. The stewards would continue to manage the line and she would hold prayers for the people while it was still light out. Theo went to accompany Ursula, helping her with her heavy cloak, ready to show his face briefly at some sermon or other before slinking off to go to his wife. His crew knew their work, and they'd been ready for news of the birth for some time now. The crowd was disgruntled, as Ursula walked past them. Those who had been in anticipation of being seen today were unhappy that they were not going to be greeted by Lady Myers. She kept to the list like everyone else, but folk were certain of her goodness and more accepting of her rulings. Yet the guards were doing as Sir Cone had bid them, and with much grumbling they had begun to subside. It was then that a commotion could be overheard. Shouting. Shoving. Over by the wagons, the ones to take folk from the day either into the mire lands or towards the boats at Cragtreath, a short, burly man was roaring at the tinkers who had just been accepted. His whole face was so red Theo could see it even from this distance. Why didn't you wait for me? He howled, spittle flying, you paid a line holder without me. Wringing his hands, the tall man said, it's nothing personal, Bren, but I only met you a fortnight ago and I've known Iceweek all my life. We had a deal. We were worth more as a team of experts. What am I supposed to do now? By now, the militiamen who were to cart the new arrivals back into town had come to the end of the wagon train and were trying to convince the men to separate. At his side, Sir Owen swore and broke into a run, clearly skeptical of their success. A few knights followed, hoping to reach them before it fully came to blows. The militiamen were helpful, but Theo had been in the tent during discussions. They were more for show than a force that knew how to control a crowd, the way Sir Cone had trained the Mirelander guards and army to keep their liege ladies' peace. If there's still room for our sort, we'll send for you. Or mayhap tomorrow in line she'll have need still, but we had to take a chance. You fucking bastards. I'm going to die out here. You've killed me, you've fucking killed me. What happened next, happened in flashes. Theo didn't see all of it, turned as he was to lead Ursula away, but he saw pieces of the puzzle as they came together. The man named Bread produced a knife, which caused the people gathered at the wagons to recoil and scrabble away like startled sheep, shrieking in alarm. A number of guards closed in, wrestling Bren to the cold earth as he howled doom, terror and curses, tears streaming down his face. The once dispersing crowd that had formed the snaking line to the tent heard someone cry out, we still have daylight. You have to see us, Lady Myers, please, our children are starving. All at once, the tenuous, grey little piece of the border went up like summer hay kissed by sparks. A cacophony of shouts, calls for Ursula, demands for her, howling like hounds out of hell. Too many to make out individually, already his senses had sharpened in panic to the point of pain. All at once, the mass of the crowd discovered its power, as desperate crowds often did, and in one giant push, toppled the guards and streamed towards Ursula, mindlessly stepping over the men beneath them. A twisted mockery of hands stretched out for benediction, they reached towards her, calling desperately. All palms looked like claws, twisted and hungry. Oh gods, these people were so hungry. Gripping her arm tightly, Theo pulled Ursula back and away from the surging mass of bodies and grasping hands, startled to see sword arms suddenly between him and the crowd. Where had they come from? With a cry of purest fury, ravens began to erupt from their branches and take to the sky, no doubt led by Master Quoth, and they began to fall upon the throng that struggled and strained against the guards, trying to reach Lady Myers and some hope of salvation. Like flint fletched with sable, they fell upon the people. But they still advanced. Theo, we have to move, cried Ursula, pushing him ahead of her towards the toll house. Go, I'm right behind you. Theo reached blindly behind him, heart pounding in fear as the roar of the horde swelled and crashed like the surf, gripping Ursula's forearm tightly so as not to lose her. The toll house door was opening, the girl, Orva, was waving at them from inside, shouting something. But it was too loud to hear, the words like ribbons tying him in knots, the sweat pouring a river down his back as he fought to shake himself into sense. Things were flying, not necessarily at them but launched in rage. Vessels for cooking, tools, rocks, he watched them clatter and hail down onto the path and into the snow in front of him. The frenzied flood of bodies advanced, he could hear them crying out behind him in perfect yearning. Screams, there were screams of babes and women and men. All screams sounded the same, forming into one barbaric howl for justice, justice that had been denied them so long. A gasp behind him, as Ursula slipped. She tumbled hard enough to wrench her arm from his grasp. Pivoting, Theo went to his sister, hands outstretched, when something struck the side of his head. Dazed, he raised his hand. It came away wet and violently red, almost black against the backdrop of all that blinding snow. Blinking the blood from his eyes, Theo registered that Ursula was screaming something. He blinked, just for a moment, just for a minute, just until he got his bearings. He was riding away tonight, you see, but first Ursula had to get to safety. He was inside the toll house, it was warm and the light from the window was dimming. His head hurt. Someone was saying something. Somewhere, in the gathering dark, a baby was crying. He closed his eyes and meant to open them again, but was far, far too tired. Dear William. There was a riot, at the border. Too many hands reaching out and mine were too empty to offer enough back. I'm fine, just a skinned knee. But one of them struck Theo with a rock. Some of my guards are dead. I haven't asked. I can't stop crying. Septa Walburga says that the wound bled badly because that is what head wounds do, but Theo will likely wake soon and we can assess the damage then. All we can do is wait. Theo hasn't woken up and I can't bear to leave his bedside. It has only been a few hours and our guards and knights have dispersed the crowd. It's eerie how quiet it is now, like no one can really believe what just happened, not even the rioters. I don't know what to say to my sister. I keep trying to put pen to paper and I can't, I just can't. She's in labor. I stopped the line early today, so Theo could go saddle a horse and ride to her, so that she could hold his hand if she was scared. William, I don't know what to do. On the one hand, a riot was sort of inevitable, wasn't it? If not from our new arrivals, then from my own people as strangers came to take what was theirs. These people are hungry, cold, and afraid. They line up to find out if they can survive winter and they see my face when they learn that they cannot. A fight broke out, some stupid scheme between people terrified that they wouldn't be admitted. A crowd wanted more people to be checked against our list today. Someone shouted something ugly. It was always going to happen, wasn't it, unless I could house everyone. Septa Walburga says that Theo is likely going to be fine. But I am so full of rage and hatred, William. It's like a poison in me. They hurt my family. They spilled his blood while he tried to protect me. I want to turn around and go home. I want to take my people and my lists and my supplies and vanish into the bog. I want to raise a shield over my lands and shun all from its borders. I want them to see me leave. It's sick. I want them to see me leave and wail, to regret that they ever did this, to know that they will have to survive on their own this winter without even a little hope to season all that bitterness. I want to harden my heart and let them die for it. I can't stop thinking about it, William. It's sick. There's something sick in me. There are children out there, how can I think this? What if I did it? What would I become then? Someone you wouldn't want to ride towards. Someone I couldn't even recognize. I have that nightmare a lot, William. Every morning, I look into a mirror and for a moment I have no idea who that woman is. I reread your letter and miss you so much I think I'll crack in half. They hurt my family, William, they scared my girls so badly that Tamsin won't let me out of her sight. Worse than swords, he's sent me. I can't see any way to win but to survive. I cannot see any way to triumph but blood. My original plan looks pallid and pathetic. What if I got the letter too late? What if you rode into a riot and I didn't see you? I want to have enough food to feed everyone. I want to throw a snowball at Dickon. I want fat winter babies to never know hunger. I want my sister and her babe to survive the birthing. I want Theo to wake up. I want to sleep for 100 years. I want to see my father again. I want Vance's head on a pike. I want to guard my soul, for all the fucking good it does me. I want to see you. I just think it'll be okay if I can see you. Ursula. Notes. PSST, I have a Tumblr. I'll wait while you feign surprise. Come hang out. https://laughingnell.tumblr.com/ We have caught up with the last chapter, last update November 11, 2024.